bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 743 to Chapter 800. Although Zhao Hai was sure that it was just a projection, he didn't dare underestimate it. This projection gave him a strong pressure. This pressure was something that Zhao Hai felt for the first time. Because of this pressure, Zhao Hai knew that this person's strength was extraordinary. As soon as the projection appeared, it turned its head to look at the scene. Then its face showed an expression of disdain as it looked at Clouding and said, "What business do you have with me?" Zhao Hai noticed that this person was very impolite to Clouding and the others. He addressed them as you, but he didn't say anything about calling me or looking for me. Instead, he said invite me. From this, it can be seen that this person's status was higher than Clouding. Sure enough, Clouding bowed to the person and said, "We have seen the great deity. We came here today to help the great deity, but we were blocked by this person. This person's strength isn't ordinary. We're afraid that we might cause trouble for the great deity, so we asked the great deity to help us." The person turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, then he curled his lips and said, "You're just a foundation establishment expert, yet you're blocking your way. What's the use of having you here?" Clouding seemed to be very afraid of this person. He immediately bowed his head and said, replying to the great deity, "Although this person's strength is ordinary, his methods are endless. We have no way to kill him in a short time. Therefore, we asked the great deity to help us." The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "Since you're working for me, then I'll naturally help. Just remember to work hard. I'll deal with this person." After he said that, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, seeing your achievements at such a young age, it seems like you're also a genius. Unfortunately, you're going to die in my hands today." Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "Did you teach the divine race how to change the laws of space?" The man didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask such a question. He stared for a moment before he curiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, you're not simple. You actually thought of this point. Ha ha ha. Right, that formation was something I taught them. Otherwise, how could these wastes change the laws of space? Young man, if it was another occasion, I might have taken a liking to you and accept you as my servant. But unfortunately, you must die today." Zhao Hai's expression changed. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I'm not interested in being someone else's dog. If you want to kill me, then do it. I think that there must be a lot of restrictions in this place. I don't know how much strength you can use right now, and how long you can stay here." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "All right." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked deeply at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Young man, you're very smart. Right, I can't stay in this place for too long, so I can't use my full strength. However, it's enough to deal with you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're just a projection. Even if you're strong, how much strength do you have? Even if you're a nascent soul expert, what can you do to me?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. His face turned cold as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? In this place, there shouldn't be anyone who knows about nascent soul. Who are you?" Zhao Hai calmed down. He coldly looked at the person and said, "Why should I tell you?" When Zhao Hai said the word nascent soul, he was actually testing the person. This was because the word that came out of the person's mouth was foundation establishment. Back on Earth, Zhao Hai was no stranger to this word. As long as you read Xianxia novels, you would know about this word. Almost all Xianxia novels have this word. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai used a word from Xianxia novels to test the person. If the person didn't know about this word, then he wouldn't have any reaction. Just like Clouding and the others, they obviously didn't know about this word, so they didn't have any reaction. Nascent soul, this was a unique word in Xianxia novels. Zhao Hai used this word to test the person, but he didn't expect the person to take the bait. This made Zhao Hai's heart sink. He was very clear that in Xianxia novels, foundation establishment was a relatively low realm. In some novels, this realm was just touching the threshold of immortal cultivation. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what realm this person was in, he was sure that in this person's world, foundation establishment was a very low realm. From the person's words, Zhao Hai knew that if this was the case, then the person behind the divine realm wouldn't be simple. Moreover, the enemy he would have to face would be even more powerful. The person was obviously angered by Zhao Hai. He glared at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, good, good. It's been many years since someone dared to talk to this old man like this. Boy, I'll extract your soul and refine it. I'll make you beg for death." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Then you can try." The person didn't waste any more words, he shouted, "Mountain River Fan." With a wave of his hand, the fan in his hand flew out. The fan grew bigger, and then a large river flew out of the fan, rushing straight towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, his body moved and retreated. Then the undead, as well as Barry and Shu, were received by Zhao Hai into the space. Although Zhao Hai's words were firm, he didn't have any confidence in dealing with this person. Moreover, he also heard from this person that his current strength was comparable to a foundation establishment expert. And this person's strength was much higher than his. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he set up his domain. Then his domain turned into a cube formation. A vortex appeared in the middle of the domain as it welcomed the river. The river released by the person seemed to be very heavy, its impact was very strong. In just a blink of an eye, it hit Zhao Hai's domain. Zhao Hai's face turned red, the impact wasn't light. This wasn't the end, this person's river attack wasn't like the magic of the Ark continent. To put it bluntly, the river was a weapon. The river contained a lot of hidden forces. After hitting Zhao Hai's domain, although it stopped, the river was still like a flowing river. Wave after wave hit Zhao Hai's domain. The first wave contained hidden forces, causing Zhao Hai's domain to deform. This was the first time that Zhao Hai encountered such an attack. He couldn't help but suffer a loss. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai knew that this person was using a magic artifact. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a darkness above his head. A mountain was pressing down on him. Zhao Hai was startled, he had already used all his strength to block the river. It would be impossible for him to block the mountain now. Zhao Hai's mind moved, his domain immediately turned into a bead shape. Then it quickly rotated, reducing the impact of the river. However, the mountain was still pressing down on him. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then a hand came out of his domain and held the mountain. Although the mountain was still pressing down, its speed had slowed down. When the person saw Zhao Hai's performance, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I didn't expect that a puny foundation establishment stage like you would be able to block my mountain and river fan. Although my mountain and river fan is a projection, it can still display about 60% of the original strength. You actually managed to block it. Very good. I thought that all the spells in this space were useless. I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves." Zhao Hai didn't have time to reply. He coldly snorted as a small blue water ball appeared in his hand. Then he threw the water ball out of the domain, just in time to meet the river. However, this water ball was Bubble. Bubble claimed to be the source of all water. Zhao Hai wanted to see if Bubble could deal with the river. Therefore, he asked Kai to ask Bubble. Since Bubble actually said that it could, Zhao Hai threw Bubble out. When Bubble came out of the domain, its body began to grow as it faced the wind. Then it turned into a lake and began to rotate rapidly. As it rotated, the river became faster and faster until it completely disappeared into the lake. Then Bubble's body suddenly shrank as it returned to Zhao Hai's domain. Zhao Hai moved his hand and took Bubble back to the space. Zhao Hai could feel that although Bubble had absorbed the river still hadn't stabilized. Bubble still needed some time to digest it. The entire process was slow to write, but fast to do. From the moment Zhao Hai took out Bubble and threw it out to the moment Bubble absorbed the river and returned to the space, it only took a blink of an eye. By the time the person discovered that something was wrong, Bubble had already sucked the river back into its body and returned to the space. The person couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Although it was only a projection that came to the Ark continent, the amount of energy required to do so wasn't small. A projection was also a type of avatar. Once the projection is broken, the avatar would also be injured. The mountain and river fan was an artifact with a spirit. The projection of the artifact was equal to an avatar of the artifact. Once the projection is broken, the artifact would also be damaged, it might even lose a grade. It must be known that magic artifacts were very important to cultivators. Every cultivator would do everything in their power to upgrade their magic artifacts. If their magic artifacts were to fall in rank, then it would be a huge blow to the cultivator. Moreover, it would directly affect their fighting strength. When the person saw that his mountain and river fan's projection had been taken away by Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. He shouted, "You dare!" One must know that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain the unfixed river. It wasn't an ordinary river, it was actually mysterious extremine water. This mysterious extremine water was a very strong source of yin energy. It had a nourishing effect on all kinds of ghosts. It was also very corrosive to ordinary magic artifacts. He spent a lot of effort to seal a small portion of the unfixed river into his mountain and river fan. He didn't expect that his projection would be taken away by Xiao Hai. This caused a lot of damage to the mountain and river fan. How could he not be shocked and angry? When Xiao Hai heard the person shout, he turned his head and sneered, "If you want to kill me, then you'll have to pay a price." Because the river was straightened by bubble, Xiao Hai's pressure had been greatly reduced. Now, he was only able to deal with the mountain. Zhao also discovered that the mountain inside the mountain and river fan didn't seem to have as much offensive power as the river. Although the mountain looked mighty and extraordinary, with the momentum of Mount Tai, it didn't seem to have any other offensive power. On the other hand, the river was different. Wave after wave of hidden energy came from the river, as if the river itself was constantly surging. Actually, Xiao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. Among the mountains and rivers in the mountain and river fan, the river was the most powerful. This river was refined from the unfixed river. The unfixed river itself was a treasure of the unfixed realm. Because of this, the river's attack power was naturally strong. On the other hand, the mountain was just an ordinary mountain. It was made to complement the unfixed river's water. Naturally, its power couldn't be compared to the unfixed river's water. The person's face paled as he looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Good, good. I underestimated you. But kid, you're dead today." Then he waved his hand as a long sword flew out from his ring. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long. Its body was blood red, and there was a long tassel on the back of the sword. The person made a hand seal and then pointed at Xiao Hai as he loudly shouted, "Ha!" The blood-red sword flew towards Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai saw the appearance of the sword, he knew that it wasn't an ordinary sword. However, he wasn't afraid. Xiao Hai waved his hand as his staff flew towards the sword. The person's face couldn't help but reveal a grim smile. In his opinion, Xiao Hai was simply courting death. How could the products of the Ark continent be compared to the products of his realm? In his opinion, although Xiao Hai's staff was very beautiful, it wasn't on the same level as his sword. However, what surprised the person was that just as the staff and sword were about to collide, a hand suddenly came out of the staff and grabbed the sword. The sword's attack was immediately stopped. The person couldn't help but be startled. This was because he discovered that his control over the sword was decreasing. He was startled as he made a hand seal and loudly shouted, "Ha!" The sword immediately shook violently, as if it wanted to break free from the staff's control. But at this time, another hand suddenly appeared from the staff and grabbed the other end of the sword. Then with a snap, the sword was actually broken by the staff. The person was startled. He didn't think that his scarlet blood sword would be broken by Xiao Hai. At this point, Xiao Hai had broken 2 of his magic weapons. He no longer dared to look at Xiao Hai as an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The person's expression turned heavy as he chanted a few words. Then with a hand seal, the mountain that was pressing down on Xiao Hai was retracted and turned into a painting of the mountain and river fan. Then with a flick of his hand, the fan disappeared. Then with a flash of his ring, a large black flag appeared. This black flag was very large. It had a black pole and a black flag with a picture of a malicious spirit on it. This made the flag look very gloomy and terrifying. The person waved the flag as countless malicious spirits flew out. At the same time, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, blocking the sunlight. Xiao Hai felt as if he was in the middle of the night. Then one by one, the malicious spirits screamed and rushed towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai calmly looked at the malicious spirits. While he was thinking about how to deal with them, he didn't expect the malicious spirits to rush towards Xiao Hai's domain. One by one, they opened their mouths and tried to bite Zhao Hai's domain. Zhao Hai suddenly felt his domain becoming unstable. This made Zhao Hai startled. However, he immediately released some undead to see if they could deal with the malicious spirits. As soon as the undead appeared outside the domain, they immediately rushed towards the malicious spirits. Since the malicious spirits didn't have a physical body, they shouldn't be afraid of the undead's attacks. However, the undead didn't attack the malicious spirits. Instead, when the undead got close to the malicious spirits, they immediately opened their mouths and sucked. The malicious spirits screamed as they were sucked into the undead's mouth. The undead seemed to have received a great supplement as the souls in their eyes became even more vigorous. Then they rushed towards another malicious spirit. When the person saw the undead eating the malicious spirits in his 10,000 ghost flag, he couldn't help but become anxious. One must know that the 10,000 ghost flag wasn't easy to refine. It required the souls of countless people to fight for a long time. Slowly, these souls would turn into malicious spirits. Then they would be able to release weapons that could harm people. They were very powerful, but they didn't expect Zhao Hai's undead to be able to break it. Malicious spirits were formed from yin energy, and Zhao Hai's undead were also a type of yin energy. However, the skeletons were more powerful than the malicious spirits. Malicious spirits didn't have strength while the skeletons did. These malicious spirits were only formed from yin energy, so they were a lot worse compared to the skeletons. Therefore, they could be used as supplements for the skeletons. When the person saw that the 10,000 ghost flag had been eaten by the skeletons, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. He immediately received the 10,000 ghost flag and looked at Zhao Hai fiercely as he said, "Good, it seems like I underestimated you. I didn't think that you would have some skill. However, he's only here." After saying that, the man waved his hand and a small pagoda appeared in his hand. The small pagoda was completely black and had a black aura surrounding it. The pagoda had a picture of a malicious spirit. The pagoda had 9 floors and each floor had 8 small sharp corners. There was a wind chime hanging from each sharp corner, but the wind chimes were all skulls. The person gently shook the small pagoda in his hand, causing the wind chimes to ring. The sound wasn't crisp at all, instead, it sounded like a ghost's cry, directly entering one's mind. Although Zhao Hai was inside the domain, he didn't expect the other party to suddenly launch a spiritual attack. He was caught off guard as the ghost's cry drilled into his mind. Zhao Hai felt a sharp pain in his head, he couldn't help but hold his head as he groaned loudly. Since Zhao Hai's mind was attacked, naturally, he couldn't control his domain. His domain was broken. The person's eyes flashed with hatred as he raised his hand. The small pagoda flew out of his hand and swelled with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a giant pagoda the size of 100 mago. Then it went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still hadn't recovered from the spiritual attack, so naturally, he couldn't resist the pagoda. Seeing Zhao Hai being covered by the pagoda, the person couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, you can be proud of yourself for forcing this old man to use the soul-devouring pagoda. You can become the main soul of this pagoda." But what he didn't know was that as soon as Zhao Hai was sucked into the pagoda seemed to have changed. It quickly rotated, and from the bottom of the pagoda, a big mouth rose and bit towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's spiritual attack hadn't healed, so he was still in a trance. Naturally, it was impossible for him to escape the small pagoda's devouring. At this critical moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Then Zhao Hai disappeared from the pagoda and returned to the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai suddenly felt his spirit returning. His head didn't hurt as much anymore. Zhao Hai stared, he knew that it was Kair who did it. At this time, Laura and the others ran over. They looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you alright? Are you alright?" Zhao Hai looked at the concerned expressions on their faces, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine, don't worry. Fortunately, Kair pulled me in. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. It seems like I was too careless. Alright, let me rest for a while." Laura and the others nodded, then they didn't disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat down cross-legged and endured the pain in his head as he slowly controlled his spiritual force. He looked at the beast core in his lower dantian and saw that it was still there. Then he looked at the Tao Lotus in his lower dantian and saw that it was also fine. Then he sent his spiritual force into his upper dantian. As soon as his spiritual force entered his upper dantian, it immediately entered the small person. When his spiritual force entered the small person, he immediately felt that his spiritual force was much better than before. It was much more powerful than before. Even the headache that he had was completely gone. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately understood that this was all thanks to the small person. It seems like he wasn't able to fully utilize his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered a loss today. Zhao Hai focused his strength god's power on the little person. The little person slowly opened its eyes. Zhao Hai felt as if he had woken up. His mind was unprecedentedly good. His spiritual force spread outwards as everything inside the space was reflected in his mind. Zhao Hai stared, he wanted to see if he could control his body inside the small person. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but want to move his hands and feet. But when he thought about it, he found that his body suddenly stood up and moved his hands and feet. Just like what he thought, this feeling was very strange. He felt like he was controlling his own body, but at the same time, he was independent of his own body. He was like a puppeteer. His body was a puppet, and the little figure was the thread that controlled his body. This feeling was very strange. Although he could control his body like this, Zhao Hai really liked this feeling. This feeling of controlling himself like a puppet was very uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the discomfort in his body was slowly disappearing. The feeling of being a puppet was also slowly disappearing. He could slowly feel the slight changes in his body. Zhao Hai was very happy. When he focused his spiritual force on his body, he found that the small person in his dantian was still sitting there. It seems like there was no change. When he focused his spiritual force on the small person, he withdrew from his inner vision and recovered his consciousness. After experimenting several times, Zhao Hai finally understood that the little man was the source of his spiritual force. Although he had improved his strength before, he didn't use the little man, which was his spiritual force. Only when his spiritual force was fully integrated with his body would he be able to improve his strength. Zhao Hai relaxed as he slowly opened his eyes. His head that was in pain due to the attack was now completely healed. Moreover, he could feel that his spiritual force was unprecedentedly strong. Now it's time to deal with that person. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai open his eyes, they immediately surrounded him. Laura said, "Brother Hai, are you all right? Nothing bad happened to you." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled faintly, "I'm fine. I was just caught off guard and was hit by his spiritual attack. Now that I've recovered, it's time to deal with him." It's strange, the artifacts that the person used before were all projections and not his actual strength. However, this little pagoda is real, it's too strange. Laura and the others didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. However, they could see that the person wasn't simple. Every attack of that person was very powerful. Moreover, Zhao Hai's methods were also endless. Additionally, that person was summoned by the divine race. From the looks of it, the divine race seemed to be very respectful towards that person. This was enough to explain the person's strength. Moreover, the strength displayed by that person was truly astonishing. Because of this, Laura and the others couldn't help but worry. Laura said, "Brother Hai, we should just hide inside the space. Didn't you say that that person wouldn't stay here for a long time? As long as he leaves, we'll go out and deal with the divine race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Hai, let's just hide inside the space." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, this person must be dealt with. I've taken a fancy to his pagoda. That pagoda might be very helpful in upgrading the undead. Don't worry, I'll be fine." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the space and returned to the pagoda. When Zhao Hai disappeared from the pagoda, the man felt it and was slightly stunned. His pagoda was not a fully refined magical weapon, but its attack power was very strong. The sound of the bell was specifically aimed at attacking the soul. Zhao Hai was careless just now. As long as one was covered by the small pagoda would slowly refine that person's flesh and blood, extracting that person's divine soul and turning it into the energy of the pagoda. The more flesh and blood and divine soul it absorbed, the stronger the small pagoda's attack would be. However, the small pagoda still lacked one thing, and that was the primary soul of the pagoda. The small pagoda needed a primary soul to operate it. As long as he had a primary soul, his control over the small pagoda would go up a notch. Moreover, it would be much easier for him to operate the pagoda in the future. The man hadn't been able to find a suitable soul to act as the primary soul of the small pagoda. This time, he took a fancy to Xiao Hai. Although Xiao Hai's rank wasn't very high, his soul was very strong. He was the most suitable candidate to be the primary soul of the small pagoda. But just as he received Xiao Hai into the small pagoda, Xiao Hai suddenly disappeared from the small pagoda. The man couldn't help but stare. Then he waved his hand and the small pagoda returned to his hand. He used his divine sense to explore the small pagoda and found that Xiao Hai really wasn't there. This made the man confused. One must know that the small pagoda was the most important magical weapon he had. The reason why he could come to the Ark continent was because of this weapon. Although the soul-devouring pagoda could devour souls, it could also protect them. Now that he had attached a trace of his divine sense to the small pagoda, he was able to come to the Ark continent. Because of this, the other magical weapons he used were all projections. Only the small pagoda was the real thing. Just as the man was puzzled, Xiao Hai suddenly appeared inside the small pagoda. The man stared for a moment before he immediately activated the small pagoda, preparing to refine Xiao Hai's soul. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as Xiao Hai appeared inside the pagoda, he immediately activated his crystallization ability. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of physical attacks. Then his mind entered the small person in his dantian and immediately launched a spiritual attack. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. When Xiao Hai's mind entered the small person suddenly opened his eyes. The silver hair on his head suddenly fluttered as it extended outwards. The hair seemed to have turned into Barry's hair. It turned into countless strands of spiritual energy as it attached itself to the small pagoda and attacked it. The man who was controlling the small pagoda felt that he was starting to lose control of it. He couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he began to form seals in order to control the small pagoda. He was very clear that his spiritual sense was attached to the pagoda. If the pagoda were to be broken, then his spiritual sense would disappear along with his projection avatar. To be honest, a trace of divine sense wasn't a big deal for him. What he was most reluctant to lose was the small pagoda. If the small pagoda was lost in this place, then his loss would be huge. Although he was forming seals, the small pagoda was still out of his control. The man became anxious as his body disappeared and entered the small pagoda. Xiao Hai was currently attacking the small pagoda. He felt that the small pagoda was being controlled by a very powerful spiritual force. And now, he was competing with this spiritual force for control of the small pagoda. Xiao Hai's spiritual force attack was something he learned from Barry. It must be said that the succubi's spiritual force was very strong. They were able to use their spiritual force to attack to the extreme. Therefore, although Xiao Hai felt that his spiritual force wasn't as strong as the other party, it was still possible for him to seize control of the small pagoda. At this time, Xiao Hai felt an even more powerful spiritual force pouring into the small pagoda. He was very familiar with this spiritual force. It was the spiritual force of the person who was fighting with the small pagoda. Xiao Hai was already on guard against this person. Therefore, when the person entered the small pagoda, Xiao Hai immediately knew. Xiao Hai didn't panic. Instead, he carefully used his spiritual force to fight with the person. Xiao Hai discovered that his spiritual force wasn't any worse than the other party. It's just that he had just used his spiritual force, so he couldn't display 100% of its strength. Therefore, he could only fight with the small pagoda. He couldn't immediately decide the winner. As Xiao Hai became more and more proficient in the use of spiritual force, he slowly gained the upper hand in the battle. Although the person was still resisting, Xiao Hai believed that it was only a matter of time before he was eliminated. However, he was still carefully guarding against the other party. He was afraid that the other party would self-destruct like the demons. Then he would be in trouble. Xiao Hai's method wasn't wrong. When the person discovered that he couldn't defeat Xiao Hai, he became more and more anxious. Even after using several methods, the person couldn't help but harden his heart and prepare to self-destruct in order to seriously injure Xiao Hai. At the same time, he also wanted to leave a mark on Xiao Hai's body. As long as Xiao Hai had the ability to ascend to a higher level, he would immediately be able to find Xiao Hai. At that time, he would be able to deal with Zhao Hai. At this time, his projection was only made up of his spiritual force. The strength that he could display wasn't even 1/10 of his own strength. Because of this, he couldn't defeat Zhao Hai. If he could display 100% of his strength, then Zhao Hai would have no choice but to hide inside the space. He simply wouldn't be his opponent. Just as he was about to make his move, Zhao Hai had already made his move. Zhao Hai's spiritual force fiercely pierced the pagoda. Before the person could react, Zhao Hai opened the space and pulled the pagoda inside. Zhao Hai had long wanted to pull the pagoda into the space. However, his spiritual force didn't have the upper hand before. Even if he wanted to pull the pagoda into the space, it was impossible. Now that his spiritual force had the upper hand, he was able to easily pull the pagoda into the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately came out of the pagoda. Then a prompt was heard from the space, discovered hostile program. Subduing program is in service. Discovered an offensive weapon with a large amount of dark element. This weapon can be used by the host. The host can use the processing machine to upgrade the weapon. 10,000 euros is required to upgrade the weapon. The upgrade will take 3 days and cost 100,000 gold coins. The host can add a program to the weapon. Tip: it's best to add a program that has just been subdued, it would be very beneficial to the upgrade of the weapon. Zhao Hai gawked, then he was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would be able to upgrade the pagoda. Moreover, the pagoda could now be used by him. Most importantly, the space had subdued the soul of that person. He can now ask the person where he came from and why he came here. Zhao Hai immediately took the pagoda to the processing machine. Then he turned to Bubble and said, "Bubble, take out the 10,000-year-old ice." Bubble complied, then he turned his body and released a large amount of 10,000-year-old ice. Then Zhao Hai immediately activated the processing machine and opened the weapons interface, upgrading the pagoda. A white light appeared on the processing machine and covered the pagoda as well as the 10,000-year-old ice. This time, Bubble took out 10 cubic meters of 10,000-year-old ice. However, it was obvious that the processing machine couldn't use it. He only used 5 cubic meters before the pagoda and the ice disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw the numbers on the processing machine jump, he relaxed. Then he immediately went out of the space. He was still fighting against the divine race, so he couldn't leave for too long. When Zhao Hai and that person disappeared, Clouding was stunned. He didn't think that he would be this difficult to deal with. Clouding didn't know if Zhao Hai was eliminated or if the deity was defeated. Originally, Clouding was very confident in the deity. However, after seeing Zhao Hai's performance, he suddenly lost his confidence. He now knew how terrifying Zhao Hai was. He really hoped that the deity could eliminate Zhao Hai. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would be a huge threat to the divine race. When Clouding saw that Zhao Hai and the deity had disappeared, he immediately gave the order to attack. The light cavalry behind him immediately headed towards the city. There were no changes in the city. Lizzie and Megan were still commanding the battle. They already knew from Kair that Zhao Hai was alright, so naturally, they were relieved to command the battle. When the Pegasus cavalry slowly approached the city wall, Lizzie immediately ordered the magic cannons on the city wall to fire. The Pegasus cavalry already knew about the might of the magic cannons from Silver Shook, so they immediately dodged. But this time, Zhao used fire element crystals. Even if the enemy dodged, the energy would still explode, which would be lethal to the light cavalry. Just as the battle on the city wall started, a violent explosion could be heard in the distant sky. Lizzie and Megan looked towards the direction of the explosion and discovered that it was the direction where the elves led the light cavalry. It seems like the elves used blood lightning beads. Clouding also noticed the explosion. He also knew from Silver Shook that Zhao Hai could use the blood lightning beads without limit. And this explosion was obviously caused by the blood lightning beads. Cloud Ying's expression couldn't help but sink. He knew that the light cavalry were in a precarious situation. Although he knew that Zhao Hai could use the blood lightning beads without limit, he didn't care about it. He knew about the power of the blood lightning beads, but it also had a lot of restrictions. Only the person who made the blood lightning beads could use it, no one else could. Because of this, Clouding was relieved that the elves wouldn't be able to use the blood lightning beads. But now, it seems like his guess was wrong. Zhao Hai actually gave the blood lightning beads to other people. This was beyond Cloud Ying's expectation. The light cavalry was now in danger. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Cloud Ying's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Zhao Hai appeared, but the deity didn't. What did this mean? Did it mean that Zhao Hai killed the deity? How was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at Cloud Ying and didn't say anything else. He immediately released a large number of undead to join the battle. Many of these undead were god ranks, some of them even had magic cannons. With these undead joining the battle, the divine race's light cavalry would have a hard time. At this time, Cloud Ying waved his hand again. The divine race mages behind him immediately began to mutter incantations. Before long, the mages raised their magic staves. Their staves flashed with white light before a large number of devils appeared in front of them. All of these magic beasts were white in color, they came in all shapes and sizes. Each and every one of them looked very ferocious. Most importantly, all of these magic beasts were flying in the air. The lowest among them were 9th ranks, there were even some god-ranked magic beasts. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Each god-ranked expert could summon at least 10,000 magic beasts. There were also a lot of mages, the number of magic beasts they could summon had already reached several million. When these magic beasts came out, they immediately rushed towards the city. Some of them even went down to the ground and rushed towards the beastman cavalry. Zhao Hai saw that the other party was a summoner. Moreover, they were able to summon so many powerful magic beasts. He immediately waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared in front of the magic beasts. Some of them went down to support the beastmen while others went up to the sky to fight the magic beasts. The battle had officially begun. The divine race light cavalry received their weapons and took out their bows and arrows. The arrows that they shot were very powerful. Although the defensive shield of the city was able to block the arrows, it was still able to create ripples on the shield. It seemed like the shield would break at any time. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. After releasing the undead, Zhao Hai immediately set up his domain and rushed towards Cloud Ying and the others. Capture the leader of the bandits, this was Zhao Hai's plan. Cloud Ying also discovered Zhao Hai's movements. To be honest, he was afraid of Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was able to kill the invincible deity in their hearts. This was a huge shock to Cloud Ying. Naturally, Cloud Ying wouldn't give Zhao Hai a chance to fight in close range. He immediately commanded the divine race infantry to set up a heavy defense in front of the mages. He didn't want to give Zhao Hai a chance. Cloud Ying also knew that Zhao Hai had a spatial divergent ability. In order to be afraid that Zhao Hai would use this ability to deal with him, Cloud Ying had the infantry stay very close to him. He didn't want to give Zhao Hai a chance. Zhao Hai really wanted to use the space to deal with Cloud Ying. But when he saw Cloud Ying's expression, he knew that he wouldn't have a chance. However, Zhao Hai didn't directly deal with Cloud Ying. Instead, he turned his head and focused on dealing with the light cavalry. At the same time, Barry and Shu also came out and joined the battle. However, they weren't too far away from Zhao Hai today. Instead, they stood behind him and formed a small team with him. Then they directly killed their way through the light cavalry. With Zhao Hai as the arrowhead, Shu and his people formed a triangular formation behind Zhao Hai. As Zhao Hai moved forward, no one could see Barry. However, from time to time, some of the light cavalry soldiers would be killed by Barry. Zhao Hai's fighting strength was needless to say. With him as the arrowhead, the triangular formation was like a sharp knife that pierced through the middle of the light cavalry formation. Along the way, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, easily tearing a large hole in the light cavalry formation. The light cavalry immediately formed a small square formation, dodging Zhao's arrows and beginning a guerrilla battle. Zhao's cavalry was a 1,000-strong team, but they didn't have the strength to do so. It was obvious that these light cavalry units were very familiar with this method of fighting. Their coordination was also very good. Slowly, the number of light cavalry units that Zhao Hai was able to kill became less and less. On the other hand, Shu and the others who were behind him were under a lot of pressure. Zhao Hai looked at the formation of the light cavalry and then waved his hand. A large number of undead appeared around him. These undead were also divided into small groups and attacked the light cavalry soldiers. The winged Pegasus light cavalry soldiers were very fast. Although the winged Pegasus were huge, they were also very flexible. They weren't any worse than blood hawks. No wonder the divine race used these winged Pegasus as mounts, they were very good. Most importantly, these winged Pegasus could also use magic. Moreover, it was a rare type of lightning element magic, its might wasn't small. Zhao Hai was very envious of these winged Pegasus. But when he was dealing with the light cavalry soldiers, he received a few of them into the space. In the future, he could raise these winged Pegasus inside the space. It wasn't only the winged Pegasus, Zhao Hai also had the undead capture some of the magic beasts that the divine race summoned. These magic beasts weren't bad, so Zhao Hai was prepared to raise them properly. When Zhao caught the magic beasts, a prompt was heard. The magic beasts in the space had leveled up. Now, most of the magic beasts in the space were 8th rank. Even the most common magic beasts, such as the argali and blue-eyed rabbits, were 8th rank. The rest of the magic beasts were 9th rank. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do with the space, but he didn't know what to do. This was good news for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately released some of the 9th rank magic beasts inside the space. This time, he released the most of the magic beasts inside the space, the raging bulls, the argali, and the blue-eyed rabbits. The argali were still 8th ranks, so they couldn't be used. However, the raging bulls were already 9th ranks. Zhao Hai released these raging bulls for one purpose, to deal with the heavy cavalry soldiers on the ground. At this time, the heavy cavalry soldiers on the ground were still slowly advancing. Although the dwarves and the beastmen were attacking them, the heavy cavalry's defensive capabilities were very good. Moreover, their mounts were also able to use earth element magic. In addition to their great strength, the dwarves and the beastmen weren't able to pose any threat to them. The impact of the heavy cavalry soldiers was very strong. Although it was impossible for them to fly to the top of the walls, once they reached the bottom, they would be able to attack the defensive shield of the city. This would increase the consumption of the shield, and once the shield is broken, the casualties would increase. Because of this, Zhao Hai released the raging bulls to deal with them. Although the raging bulls were now 9th ranks, their strength wasn't very strong. After reaching 9th rank, they only received 2 enhancements, one was strength, and the other was defense. After reaching 9th rank, the raging bull's strength and defense had increased. But unfortunately, they weren't like the magic beasts of the Ark continent, who gained their own wisdom after reaching 9th rank. In the space, magic beasts were magic beasts, they didn't have any wisdom. However, Zhao Hai also understood why the space did this. If the magic beasts of the space had their own wisdom, they would be able to communicate like humans. This would be a terrifying thing. In the future, Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to eat the magic beasts of the space. This time, Zhao Hai released a lot of magic beasts. This time, there were about 100,000 raging bulls. When these raging bulls appeared outside the city, they immediately rushed towards the divine race heavy cavalry. Now, each of these barbarian bulls had a pair of 1-meter-long curved horns. The horns were silver-white and looked like 2 curved iron awls. Their attack power was extraordinary. The raging bull's skin had also turned blue, their defensive capabilities had increased. Zhao Hai was preparing to have the space kill a bunch of raging bulls. Then he would have the dwarves turn their skin into leather armor and distribute it to the soldiers. This would increase their defensive capabilities and reduce casualties in the future. However, Zhao Hai only had this idea at this time. He didn't have the time to implement it. After all, the raging bulls had just become stronger. Although Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with the performance of his raging bulls, he didn't know that Clouding was very surprised. The divine race had spent a lot of effort to create the divine summoner profession. These divine summoners were the mages behind Clouding. Their main method of attack was to summon magic beasts that grew up in the divine realm. The magic beasts of the divine realm and the magic beasts of the Ark continent were different. The weakest magic beasts of the divine realm had the strength of a 7th rank magic beast of the Ark continent. The stronger magic beasts could reach 8th rank or even 9th rank. In the divine realm, god rank magic beasts weren't a minority. The divine summoners cultivated by the divine race were essentially the same as the summoners of the Ark continent. The only difference was that the magic beasts that they summon had to be subdued by them. Once these magic beasts were subdued, they would be able to take them into their summoning space. Their summoning space was very large, allowing them to take in a lot of magic beasts. As their strength increases, their summoning space would also increase. The status of these divine summoners was very high. It wasn't only because they could summon magic beasts, but also because they could summon god-rank magic beasts. The summoners that came with clouding were all experts among the summoners. Almost all of their summoned beasts were 9th rank and god rank. Their fighting strength was extraordinary. In Cloud Ying's mind, the beasts that these summoners could summon were enough to make the Ark continent suffer. After all, the Ark continent didn't have any god-rank experts in the past. The strongest magic beasts in the continent were 9th rank, and their numbers were very small. With such fighting strength, how could they compare to the divine race? However, Cloud Ying and the divine race didn't think that Xiao Hai would suddenly appear. Their understanding of the Ark continent had been shattered. The undead that Xiao Hai summoned were all 9th ranks. Moreover, Xiao Hai was able to mass-produce these undead. The quantity of these undead was enough to give people a headache. Now that Xiao Hai had released a large number of 9th rank magic beasts, Cloud Ying didn't know what to say. Xiao Hai's methods made even him, a person who grew up in the divine realm, startled. Cloud Ying couldn't understand how a place like the Ark continent could produce a monster like Xiao Hai. It didn't take long for the bulls to arrive in front of the divine race's heavy cavalry. At this moment, the divine race's heavy cavalry showed their fighting strength. The bulls were already 9th ranks, but they still couldn't withstand a single blow from the heavy cavalry. However, these raging bulls were still 9th ranks, their strength was still very high. A lot of the divine race's heavy cavalry were pushed to the ground by these raging bulls. Then they were trampled to death by the raging bulls. Naturally, Xiao Hai wouldn't let this go to waste. All of the dead raging bulls and heavy cavalry were sent to the space. At this time, his undead were enough to fight against the demons and the divine race. He needed to replenish them. After all, the undead in his hands weren't truly immortal. As long as their heads were smashed or they received heavy blows, they would still die. From the beginning of the battle until now, a lot of undead had been killed. Xiao Hai needed to replenish his undead. When the divine race's heavy cavalry were hit by the raging bulls, they couldn't help but stop. At this time, the Beastman cavalry were also attacked by the magic beasts that the divine race summoned. Fortunately, they had blood lightning beads in their hands. Additionally, their speed wasn't slow. Because of this, they were able to escape with their lives. This battle allowed these people to understand the terror of the divine race. Only those who had fought with the divine race could understand how terrifying the divine race was. These people were only facing the divine race's heavy cavalry. If they were to face the divine race's more powerful units, then they would have been slaughtered. The divine race's divine race didn't have any other choice. What made the beastmen even more depressed was the fact that their ordinary weapons couldn't deal much damage to the divine race. If they didn't have Xiao Hai's blood lightning beads, then it would have been very difficult for them to kill the heavy cavalry. This didn't mean that their weapons weren't as good as the divine race's, it was just that their strength wasn't as good as the divine race's. The heavy cavalry was just an ordinary unit of the divine race. It can be said that besides their charging ability, they didn't have any other merits. But even so, their 8th rank strength and their innate divine strength were something that the beastmen couldn't compare to. This made the beastmen understand the strength of the divine race even more. It's just that no matter what people say, it's still not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. The beastmen now knew why Xiao Hai attached so much importance to the war with the divine race. At the same time, the beastmen were even more convinced of Xiao Hai's strength. To fight against the entire divine race with one's own strength, one must have a lot of strength. The battle continued. However, Cloud Ying discovered that it was impossible for them to take the city today. Xiao Hai's endless means made it difficult for Cloud Ying and the others to take the city in a short time. It seems like they would have to prepare for a long battle. At this time, the elves had returned to the battlefield. The Pegasus cavalry that chased after them had already disappeared. It seems like they wouldn't be able to return. Cloud Ying calculated the losses on his side. From the start of the battle until now, they had already lost more than 10,000 people. One must know that it had only been a few hours since the start of the battle. Clouding didn't expect to lose so many people. Before this, Clouding felt disdain towards Silver Shook for not being able to take the city. He even thought that Silver Shook was incompetent. However, after fighting with Zhao Hai, Clouding knew that Zhao Hai wasn't someone to be trifled with. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was able to kill the divine race's avatar. This was a huge blow to Clouding. The heavy cavalry below were obstructed, the Pegasus cavalry in the sky were also obstructed. There was no way for them to effectively attack the city. This situation made Clouding feel helpless. He didn't think that the battle would reach this point. But now, he believed that the battle couldn't go on like this. Clouding looked at the situation of the battlefield. In addition to the infantry that had not yet entered the battle, the light cavalry and heavy cavalry were being held back. Moreover, there were a lot of casualties. The fighting strength of Zhao's undead was not weak. Clouding clenched his teeth and shouted, "Withdraw." Just as he finished speaking, a messenger beside him immediately took out a small bell and struck it a few times. Although the bell looked very small, the sound it made was very loud. The entire battlefield could hear the clanging of the bell. As soon as the divine race heard the bell, they knew that it was a signal for them to retreat. They didn't stop as they formed a battle formation and slowly retreated. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't give the order to pursue. The divine race didn't send a lot of troops today. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he chased after the divine race, he would fall into an ambush. Even if he didn't fall into an ambush, if the divine race were to suddenly attack the city, then it would be very dangerous. After all, Zhao Hai knew that the divine race had a lot of troops. Zhao Hai stood there as he looked at the divine race slowly retreating. However, his mood was very heavy. Although they managed to block the divine race's attack, the methods that the divine race displayed made it very difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with them. This was especially true for the divine race's summoning technique. The immortal cultivators that they summoned made Zhao Hai vigilant. The other party's avatar almost killed him. If the main body was here, then how strong would it be? If the divine race can summon more of these immortal cultivators, then Zhao Hai would be in a lot of trouble. After the divine race retreated, Zhao Hai returned to the walls of the city. When Lizzie saw Zhao Hai, she immediately said, "Big brother Hai, are you all right? Just now, I saw that you were injured." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. This time's harvest wasn't good. You should prepare, the dwarves and the beastmen have also been injured. We need to treat them as soon as possible." Lizzie nodded, then she immediately ordered the army to prepare. At the same time, she also removed the defensive barrier of the city, allowing the three clans to come in. Before long, the three clans returned. Some of them were injured, while others had died in battle. Zhao Hai didn't turn those who died into undead. Zhao Hai could turn his enemies into undead, but he didn't do the same to his own people. Although this would cause him to lose a lot of undead, he knew that if he really did that, the three clans would be angry. Even if they didn't fall out with him on the spot, it would make it more difficult for them to cooperate with him in the future. Zhao Hai didn't turn them into undead, but he didn't turn them into undead. Lizzie had already made preparations in advance, so the injured were immediately treated. At this time, Zhao Hai also had his undead treat the injured. At the same time, he led the leaders of the three clans to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the mansion had already been turned into a war room. After the three clans arrived, Zhao Hai turned his head to them and said, "You've fought with the divine race today. Tell me, how do you feel?" Their expressions weren't good, the strength of the divine race was beyond their expectations. If they didn't have the blood lightning bead and Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have been able to defeat the divine race. Zhao Hai turned his head to the group and smiled, "Why aren't you talking? Do you feel that the divine race is very strong?" "Hee, they were still defeated by us. Don't worry, I'm currently making potions. I believe that more and more people will be able to improve their strength. When that time comes, we wouldn't need to fear the divine race anymore." Baker nodded and said, "The divine race is very strong, but they aren't invincible. If our strength increases, then we might be able to defeat them." The group nodded. They also knew that the biggest gap between them and the divine race was the difference in strength. The lowest rank in the divine race's army was 8th ranks. and 8th ranks were already considered experts among the group. The gap between the two sides was too big. The divine race's army was very weak. The difference in strength was obvious, but it was also a headache. Strength wasn't something that could be cultivated in a day. However, this was the most common problem in the Ark Continent's army. In the Ark Continent's army, the strength of the soldiers wasn't very strong. Most of them were 5th ranks at best. Even the elite armies of the various countries had 7th or 8th ranks, while the rest were 5th or 6th ranks. With such strength, it wouldn't be a problem to fight against the other countries of the Ark Continent. After all, everyone had the same strength. However, in the face of the divine race and the demon race, these numbers weren't enough. Needless to say, the weakest of the divine race's army was 8th rank. On the other hand, the weakest of the demons was 7th rank. And with the addition of magic beasts, the demons weren't any worse than the divine race. This gap was like a chasm between the Ark Continent and the divine race's demon and the divine race. Xiao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "Strength is easy to deal with. After 2 days, I'll have a batch of potions. Mister, your strength would be promoted to 8th or 9th ranks. Only then would we have the strength to fight against the divine race." Xiao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. Baker and the others nodded with a happy expression. For them, this was definitely good news. If they didn't come to Upper Bank City, then they wouldn't know when they would be able to drink Xiao Hai's potions. After all, there were too many people in the Ark Continent. Even if the potions only increase the strength of soldiers, they wouldn't know when they would get their turn. Xiao Hai looked at them and said, "In addition to leveling up, you also need to think about how to deal with the divine race. In today's battle, you can see that the divine race's fighting strength is extraordinary. Moreover, their battle formations are very skillful. If you want to defeat them, then strength isn't enough." Everyone nodded, then Xiao Hai said, "I'll arrange for those who are seriously injured to be sent to the rear to recuperate. As for the others, I'll have them taken care of. After you return, you need to take care of your own people. The divine race wouldn't just let this go. Moreover, I'm more worried about the demons. If that happens, then our days would be even more difficult." As soon as everyone heard Xiao Hai, they couldn't help but feel their hearts turn heavy. Before they fought against the divine race, they didn't have such thoughts. But now, they knew that there was a huge gap between them and the divine race. The divine race was already hard to deal with. If the demons were to join in as well, then their days would be even more difficult. Xiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, we've just fought a battle. Everyone should be tired. Go back and rest." Everyone stood up and gave Xiao Hai a salute before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Xiao Hai immediately returned to the space along with Lizzie and the others. Laura and the others were still busy inside the space. They were responsible for the allocation of various supplies. It must be said that Laura and Ruyan were the ones who had it the hardest. After everyone sat down, Xiao Hai continued, "During the battle with the divine race had summoned another person. This person was called a deity by the divine race. From this, one can see that this person is a higher level existence compared to the divine race. Moreover, this person is very formidable. Just a small projection of him was able to injure me. If it wasn't for Kair's quick response, then I would have been in danger. If the divine race can summon a person like this, then it's possible for them to summon a second one. If more people like this appear, then we would be in great danger. If we can summon more people, then we can summon more people." Naturally, Laura and the others were also aware of the danger today. Therefore, they couldn't help but frown. Lizzie asked, "What does Brother Hai think?" Xiao Hai replied, "We just need to be prepared. If the divine race can summon a lot of these people, then we need to prepare to transfer the people of the continent to the space. What do you think?" Xiao Hai nodded. Laura nodded and said, "It seems like that's the only way. The demons and the divine race are already enough to deal with. Now, there's another existence that's more advanced than the divine race. If that person really appears here, then we can only transfer the people of the continent to the space." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Lizzie looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, should we inform the patriarchs of this matter? This way, they can be prepared." Jiao Hai shook his head and said, let's not talk about it right now. We don't want to cause widespread panic. That would be troublesome. Let's wait and hope that nothing bad happens. At this time, Jiao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand and took out a messenger fish. This messenger fish was the one that Jiao Hai used to communicate with the Elf Queen. Why did the Elf Queen look for him at this time? Could it be that something happened to the elves? Jiao Hai immediately looked at the messenger fish and said, Does your Majesty have something to discuss with me? As he said that, he pointed at the screen. Kai immediately showed the image of the Elf Queen on the screen. At this time, the Elf Queen looked very nervous. Her face was pale as if something terrible had happened. When the Queen heard Jiao Hai's voice, she immediately looked at Jiao Hai and said, Mister, something happened. Our elven race's divine artifact, the Tree of Life, is withering. Mister, please take a look. Jiao Hai stared, then he immediately thought about the prophecy of the dwarves. The prophecy of the dwarves said that the elven tree would wither. It was referring to the elven race's divine artifact, the Tree of Life. The elves had always worshipped the Tree of Life as their god. They believed that the Tree of Life was a gift from the goddess of life to the elves. Moreover, the Tree of Life was indeed very useful to the elves. Not only did the Tree of Life allow the elves to comprehend life magic faster, the liquid of life that it secreted was also a potion that could heal injuries and speed up cultivation. The spatial water was also made up of the liquid of life. The Tree of Life has been growing for countless years without withering. Even with Jiao Hai's current status, the elves didn't allow Jiao Hai to see the Tree of Life. This showed how much importance the elves placed on the Tree of Life. However, the elves didn't expect the Tree of Life to start withering. For the elves, this was a major event. When Jiao Hai heard the Elf Queen, he immediately became nervous. He quickly asked, When did you discover it? What's going on? The Queen's expression was still tense as she said, Today. When I went to the Tree of Life to pray for blessings, I discovered that the Tree of Life suddenly started to wither. I know that the dwarven prophecy mentioned this, so I wanted to ask Mister if you have any way to deal with it. Jiao Hai immediately said, First, block this news. Don't let anyone else know about it. I'll be there soon. Jiao Hai knew that if the elves knew that the Tree of Life was withering, then the elves would certainly go crazy. The consequences would be even more serious than the divine race and the demon's invasion. The Queen nodded, then Jiao Hai immediately received the messenger fish. Then his figure flashed and appeared in the elven Tree of Life before he went straight to the imperial palace. Jiao Hai was now an elder of the elven race, and this was a special time. Therefore, when the elves saw Jiao Hai arrive, they thought that something had happened in the front lines. Therefore, they didn't care about it. Jiao Hai arrived at the elven imperial palace without any hindrance. The Queen was restlessly walking around the imperial palace. When she heard that Jiao Hai had arrived, she immediately said, Invite him in. When Jiao Hai entered the great hall, the Queen immediately said to the guards in front of the door, Go out and close the door. Don't let anyone disturb him. The two guards complied before they turned around and left the great hall. After the guards left, Jiao Hai turned to the Queen and said, Your Majesty, what's going on? Why did the Tree of Life wither? The Queen shook her head and said, I don't know. Today, I discovered that a leaf on the Tree of Life had turned yellow. This has never happened before. Mister, please come with me. Jiao Hai nodded. Then the Queen led Jiao Hai to the back of the great hall. Behind the great hall was a small courtyard. Inside the courtyard were two voiceless soundbirds. The Queen sat on the back of one while Jiao Hai sat on the other. The voiceless soundbird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, flying straight towards the Tree of Life. Jiao Hai didn't know how high the Tree of Life was, he only knew that it was very high. He hadn't been to places that were too high, so he didn't know what was up there. The voiceless soundbird flew up in a straight line. After flying for nearly 100 hours, it finally stopped on a tree branch. This tree branch wasn't very thick. At most, it could only allow one person to walk on it. At the base of the tree branch, there was a hole. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see clearly what was inside. The Queen came down from the back of the voiceless soundbird and walked towards the hole. While walking, she said, After so many years, Mister is the first outsider to see the Tree of Life. Jiao Hai followed the Queen. In his mind, the tree of life should be very tall. After all, it had been growing for so many years. Zhao Hai always thought that the tree of life was the tree of life, but now it seems like it wasn't. Before long, Zhao Hai followed the queen into the hole. Not far from the hole, they had to turn a corner, then 2 more corners. This made the hole look dark. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a green light in front of him. Then Zhao Hai felt a very powerful force slowly being emitted. The queen didn't say anything, but she unconsciously lightened her footsteps. Zhao Hai also knew that they were about to arrive, so he also lightened his footsteps. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, slowly walked forward. The green light in front of them was getting brighter and brighter. Zhao Hai also felt that the force was getting stronger and stronger. Although this force was very strong, it gave people a very gentle feeling. It was like warm sunlight, like a mother's hand gently caressing you, making you feel warm and peaceful. After entering a small arched door, Zhao Hai and the queen entered a room that wasn't very big. The room was about 100 square meters, but it was about 5 meters high. In the middle of the room was a pool, and in the middle of the pool was a small tree that wasn't very tall. This tree was very strange. Its entire body was green, and the entire tree was transparent. It looked as if it was carved out of green crystal. It didn't look like a plant at all. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that this tree only had 9 branches. Each branch only had a single leaf. Each leaf looked as if it was carved out of crystal, but the veins on the leaves were a bit darker, making them look very beautiful. But among these 9 leaves, one of them had turned slightly yellow. It looked as if the leaf was slowly withering. On the side of the pool were several mats. One could see that these mats were very clean. One could see that these mats were frequently used. The queen knelt down and bowed 3 times towards the small tree in the pond. Then she stood up and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is our elven race's divine artifact, the Tree of Life. In the past, all of the leaves on this Tree of Life were green. But today, I discovered that one of the leaves had turned yellow. This reminded me of the prophecy of the dwarves. Therefore, I asked Mister to take a look at it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, this is the divine artifact of the elves." Zhao Hai nodded, then he went to the side of the pool. The pool wasn't very big, but it was filled with water. As soon as Zhao Hai approached the pool, he knew that this was the life liquid. But compared to the life liquid he obtained before, this one was of a higher grade and had a higher concentration. The Tree of Life was growing in this pool. There was no soil in the pool, it was as if the Tree of Life was a parasite on this huge tree. Zhao Hai knit his brows. To be honest, he didn't know if the space could save the Tree of Life. If the space can save it, then everything would be fine. If it can't, then the elves would be in big trouble. When the queen saw Zhao Hai's expression, her heart couldn't help but sink. She thought that Zhao Hai didn't have a way to save the Tree of Life, but she still asked, "Does Mister have a way?" Zhao Hai turned his head to the queen and said, "I can think of a way, but I don't have full confidence. Moreover, I can't treat the Tree of Life here. If your majesty agrees, then I can try. If your majesty doesn't agree, then I don't have any good methods." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not sure." When the queen heard Zhao Hai, she stared, then she knit her brows and said, "Mister, this Tree of Life is very important to the elves. I can't make a decision right away. I'll need to discuss this with the other elves first before replying to Mister." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but your majesty should be more clear about this matter compared to me. I hope that your majesty doesn't cause panic among the elves. Also, your majesty, if you let me take the Tree of Life, then I have an 80% chance of curing it. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When the queen heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she nodded and said, "All right, Mister can rest assured. I'll take care of it." Then she led Zhao Hai out of the tree hole. When the 2 arrived outside the tree hole, Zhao Hai didn't get on the voiceless soundbird. Instead, he turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, I won't be staying here any longer. I'll go to the front lines and take a look. If you agree to let me treat the Tree of Life, then just use your messenger fish to inform me." The queen nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Mister." Zhao Hai gave the queen a slight bow before his figure flashed and disappeared. The queen immediately rode her voiceless soundbird and flew towards the imperial palace. They didn't immediately return to Shanru City. Instead, they entered the space and looked at the image of Shanru City. There wasn't anything happening in the city. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of today's battles. At this point, the space's magic beasts had leveled up. Unfortunately, most of them had only reached 9th rank, there weren't any god rank magic beasts. Moreover, Zhao Hai had also received a lot of undead. Among the undead, there weren't many god rank magic beasts. Most of them were 9th rank magic beasts that were promoted by the space. There was no other way. Most of the undead that Zhao Hai killed today were the divine race's heavy cavalry and light cavalry. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on with these two types of soldiers. It seems like their status in the divine race wasn't very high. Their strength was very limited. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that god rank was a threshold. The space wasn't like before, it wasn't easy to promote the level of the undead. Zhao Hai had to wait until the conditions were right. For the light element undead, it was because of the space's 3 divine artifacts that the light element undead were promoted to god rank. The dark element undead were promoted because of the god rank demon Shuriying. The fire element undead were also promoted because of Tiger Huan and the other god ranks. Zhao Hai speculated that the reason for this was because of the number of undead inside the space. Most of the undead inside the space were of the water element while the least were of the light element. Because of this, Zhao Hai only needed the 3 divine artifacts to level up the light element undead inside the space. On the other hand, there weren't a lot of dark element undead. Because of this, when Zhao Hai received Shuriying, the dark element undead also leveled up. On the other hand, there were a lot of fire element undead inside the space. Because of this, Tiger Huan's god-ranked energy wasn't enough to level up the undead inside the space. It took a lot of fire element god-ranked experts to level up the undead inside the space, allowing the fire element undead to level up. Now it seems like it wouldn't be easy for him to upgrade the undead inside the space. He would need to add a lot of energy to the undead in order to succeed. Although Zhao Hai killed a lot of divine race people today, most of them weren't god ranks, some of them weren't even 9th rank. Because of this, the undead in the space didn't level up. On the other hand, Zhao Hai caught a lot of magic beasts. These magic beasts were very high level, so the space's magic beasts were able to level up. Although this was only Zhao Hai's guess, he believed that his guess wasn't wrong. However, he still wanted to verify it. Zhao Hai immediately called Kair over and asked her about the space's undead. Sure enough, Zhao Hai got a very good answer from Kair. Just like what he guessed, in order to upgrade the undead to god rank, one would need energy of the same attribute as the undead. Moreover, ordinary energy wasn't enough, it had to be related to the undead. Relatively speaking, it had to be dead energy. Just like the Holy Scripture, although it was a divine artifact, it was still an object. The energy contained in the Holy Scripture was dead. It wasn't like the energy contained in the Holy Scripture. The energy contained in the Holy Scripture was alive, but it was useless to the undead. The reason why Shuriying and Tiger Huan were able to upgrade the undead inside the space was because they were killed. After they were killed, the energy inside their bodies turned from living to dead. Because of this, they were able to upgrade the undead inside the space. Upon hearing Kair's explanation, Zhao Hai understood why the undead didn't level up when Bubble entered the space. Although Bubble looked like an inanimate object, he actually had his own spiritual wisdom. He was equal to a living being. Even if he was strong, the undead wouldn't be able to use him. Because of this, the undead didn't level up. Zhao Hai was also very helpless about this situation. It seems like in the future, if he wants to upgrade the undead, he would need to kill god rank experts of the same attribute as them. Only in this way would the undead have enough energy to upgrade. After letting out a sigh, Zhao Hai put this matter aside. Then he turned to Kai and said, Kai, can you analyze the tree of life? What's going on with it? Why did it become like that? Kai shook her head and said, Young master, I can't analyze it right now. Only after we bring the tree of life to the space would we be able to analyze it. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, Then do you think that the space can cure the tree of life? Kai smiled and said, There's no problem, young master. Don't forget, the space can revive plants that have been dead for less than a month. Curing the tree of life shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, looking at the tree of life, it seems to be very formidable. If we bring it to the space, then perhaps the space would be able to upgrade itself. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. Zhao Hai then turned the space's screen to Rising Sun City. He wanted to see the movements of the demons. However, there was still no movement from the demons. However, their god ranks were still increasing. At this point, their god ranks had already reached 10,000. This made Zhao Hai's expression even more ugly. The god ranks of the demons were very strong. Now that there were so many of them, the god rank undead that Zhao Hai left in Rising Sun City wouldn't be enough to resist the demons. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had also sent some magic cannons and crystals to Rising Sun City. They should be able to resist for a while, but it wouldn't be for long. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would have to go and rescue them. Now, the problem was that if the demons and the divine race were to attack at the same time, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to deal with both sides at the same time. At that time, Zhao Hai would be in real trouble. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai didn't have any good methods. Although he had a lot of good things in his hands, these things were only enough to deal with one side. However, if he were to deal with both sides at the same time, then they wouldn't be enough. At this point, Zhao Hai's main force was the undead. If the undead were to unite, then they would be able to deal with the demons and the divine race. Once the undead were destroyed, then Zhao Hai would lose half of his strength. When that time comes, he would have no way to deal with the demons and the divine race. Zhao Hai was quietly walking around the prairie outside the space. Since the space had the wind bead, there would be a breeze blowing from time to time. This made the space more comfortable, so Zhao Hai decided to come out and relax. The demons and the divine race were like two mountains that were pressing down on Zhao Hai's shoulders. Almost all of his time was spent thinking about how to deal with the demons and the divine race. This made his nerves tense, he didn't relax for even a moment. This made Zhao Hai feel very tired. It just so happened that Zhao Hai had repelled the divine race's attack. The demons had yet to make a move while the elves were still discussing. This was a rare opportunity for Zhao Hai to rest, so he decided to come out and relax. Slowly, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the processing machine. Looking at the numbers on the machine, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He was very happy to have obtained a treasure, but the enemy behind this treasure gave Zhao Hai a headache. This was an existence that was more troublesome than the divine race. Zhao Hai gently rubbed his brows. It seems like everything wasn't going well for him. Things were happening one after another, making Zhao Hai feel very tired. However, he had no choice but to deal with these things. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the numbers. In less than 2 days, the pagoda would be able to upgrade. To be honest, Zhao Hai appreciated the pagoda's ability. As long as the pagoda can be upgraded, it might be able to help the undead level up. Moreover, through the pagoda, Zhao Hai could learn more about the immortal cultivators. This way, he would be able to make preparations. After walking around the periphery for a while, Zhao Hai relaxed his mood before returning to his room. Laura and the others were also done with their work. They were currently sitting inside the space and looking at the monitor. The monitor was showing the Radiant Empire. At this time, the divine race had already occupied the Radiant Empire. Moreover, the divine race had used the major cities as their foundation to build huge barracks. Upon seeing these barracks, Zhao Hai understood why the divine race had brought these magic cannons. These magic cannons were now installed on the walls of the barracks. It seems like these cannons were city defense cannons, no wonder it was difficult to move them. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race's barracks. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately stood up. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, where did you go? Why didn't I see you on the monitor?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't go there. I just went outside to relax." "Are you all done with your work? How are you doing?" Laura nodded and said, "Now that the transportation of materials is on track, the other countries already know how to cooperate. Therefore, it's a lot easier to do." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good, don't be too tired. I still don't know how the discussion with the elves went. If we can bring the Tree of Life to the space, then the space might be able to level up. I just don't know how their discussion went. Laura smiled and said, they should agree. If they don't, then they can only watch the tree of life wither. The elves wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Xiaohai nodded, then he turned his head to look at the barracks and sighed, I'm afraid this is only a part of the divine race's army. In the future, there will be more. If we aren't strong enough, then I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to resist the divine race's attack. Upon hearing Xiaohai, Laura and the others turned silent. In the past 2 days, the divine race's attack couldn't be said to be fierce. Their numbers weren't very high as well. It seems like the divine race was still focusing on the barracks. Xiaohai could see that the barracks that the divine race had built weren't full. This wasn't surprising, the Radiant Empire's population numbered in the hundreds of millions. But now, the divine race's army numbered in the tens of millions. How could they fill up so many cities? It was obvious that they didn't have enough people, but they still built so many barracks. There was only one explanation. These barracks were built for the future army to prepare for the arrival of the future army. In this regard, the divine race was indeed stronger than the demons. Although the demons had been preparing for the invasion of the Ark continent for a long time, they were still lacking compared to the divine race. Because of this, the divine race had the support of the Radiant Church. They could use the Radiant Empire's people as sacrifices in order to change the laws of the world. Now, the divine race had their own base, unlike the demons who had to build their own cities. Lizzie turned her head to Xiaohai and said, Big Brother Hai, if the divine race and the demons attack us in the future, what should we do? Xiaohai knit his brows and said, then we can only retreat. We'll retreat to the Akra Mountains and block the demons and the divine race. As long as we block their attack, I don't believe that the demons and the divine race would be able to coexist peacefully. Laura nodded and said, that was also our plan. However, we still underestimated the strength of the demons and the divine race. Originally, we wanted to turn the Buddha Empire into a huge battlefield. But now, it seems like it's impossible. Xiaohai nodded and said, if the demons and the divine race continue to increase their army, then we can only retreat to the Akra Mountains and defend. However, we still need to delay them as much as possible. This way, the Akra Mountains would have more time to prepare. Laura nodded, then she turned to Xiaohai and said, Brother Hai, do you think we should send the blood lightning bead to Father and let him study it? Maybe he can make a more powerful weapon. Xiaohai nodded, then he turned to Xiaohai and said, Brother Hai, do you think we should send the blood lightning bead to Father? Xiaohai shook his head and said, forget it, the blood lightning beads are too dangerous. It wouldn't be good if Father were to be injured. Just give the blood lightning beads to the elves and the others. What we need to do now is to improve their strength as much as possible. Right, I'll take some spatial water out and let the people in the city level up first. Laura and the others nodded. Then Xiaohai looked at the city and saw that everything was normal. After all, they had just gone through a big battle. Everyone was tired and resting. Xiaohai nodded. Xiaohai looked at the city and saw that everything was normal. Lizzie turned her head to Xiaohai and said, Big Brother Hai, you should also sleep. When you wake up, we'll go out and let the others rest as well. Xiaohai looked at the situation in the city, then he nodded and said, all right, everyone should take a good rest. I'm afraid the divine race would make a move in a few days. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, everyone should take a good rest. Laura and the others were very tired these past few days. Although they didn't need to be in the front lines, the logistics work was very troublesome and tiring. It has been a long time since they had a good rest. Xiaohai and the others were also very tired. After a good night's sleep, Xiaohai woke up early the next morning and prepared a lot of spatial water. Then he went out of the space. At this time, the city was much livelier compared to other places. After a big battle, people would be very tired. But at the same time, they would also feel an unprecedented excitement. Yesterday, they were too tired, so they went to rest. Now that they had a good rest, they were very excited. Because of this, they began to move around. After Xiaohai arrived at the city lord's mansion, he immediately gathered the people from the other clans. After that, he gave them the spatial water and had them distribute it to all 8th ranks and below. Moreover, he also told them that in the next 2 days, they wouldn't have any combat tasks. Their main task was to improve their strength. The people from the other clans were naturally very happy. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Although the troops sent by the other clans were elites, only a few of them had reached 8th ranks. Now that they had such an opportunity, it was natural for them to be happy. Just as the potions were distributed, the Elf Queen sent a letter to Xiao Hai. She agreed to Xiao Hai's request, allowing Xiao Hai to take away the Tree of Life for treatment. This made Xiao Hai stare. He didn't think that the Elf Queen would be this easy to talk to. However, he still immediately went to the Elven Imperial Palace. Upon arriving, Xiao Hai discovered that the atmosphere was very strange. Although the ordinary guards didn't know what was going on, the Elven Imperial Palace was filled with elders as well as 9th ranks. The atmosphere in the Imperial Palace was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hai immediately entered the Imperial Palace. The queen was inside, but she wasn't sitting down. Instead, she was standing beside several 9th rank elven elders. Xiao Hai hadn't seen these elders before. It seems like they were the true elders of the elven race. But what made Xiao Hai the happiest was that among these elders, there were some who were very close to God rank. It seems like they would break through to God rank at any time. However, Xiao Hai also discovered that the mood of these elders was very strange. One of them was lifeless, while the other was very anxious. It seems like the matter of the Tree of Life had stimulated them greatly. Xiao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. If these elders were to maintain this state, then they would never be able to break through to God rank. It seems like the matter of the Tree of Life needs to be solved as soon as possible. When the queen saw Xiao Hai come in, she immediately welcomed him and anxiously said, "Mister, you're here. I agree to Mister's request. Mister, please come with me. Mister, you must save the Tree of Life." When Xiao Hai saw the queen's appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, did something happen?" The queen looked at Xiao Hai, then she sighed and said, "To be honest, mister, the leaves of the Tree of Life withered this morning. Time doesn't allow us to wait any longer." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I'll be honest with you." Xiao Hai stared, then he understood the seriousness of the matter. The Tree of Life had a total of 9 leaves, and in just 2 days, 2 of them had withered. If it wasn't treated, then it wouldn't take long before the entire Tree of Life withered. Such a loss wasn't something the elves could afford. Xiao Hai immediately replied, "All right, Your Majesty, please take them away. We'll immediately go to the Tree of Life." The queen nodded, then she went to the backyard of the Imperial Palace. She sat on the voiceless soundbird and then flew towards the Tree of Life. Today, she didn't prepare a mount for Xiao Hai. She knew that with Xiao Hai's strength, he could fly without a mount. Moreover, it wasn't just Xiao Hai flying without a mount. The 9th rank elders of the elven race were also flying with Xiao Hai towards the Tree of Life. Because of this, the queen didn't prepare a mount for Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai came to the Tree of Life, he could see that the tree had undergone some changes. Yesterday, only 1 leaf had turned yellow, but today, there were 2. Although these 2 leaves didn't fall from the tree, they were already lifeless. There wasn't any trace of life left in them. Xiao Hai slowly walked towards the Tree of Life and carefully looked at it. The tree didn't seem to have any flaws. It was still very beautiful. However, the 2 yellow leaves had destroyed the beauty of the tree. The queen and the elders looked at Xiao Hai nervously. They were afraid that Xiao Hai would suddenly say that he couldn't cure it, then the elves would be finished. Xiao Hai was actually looking at the roots of the Tree of Life. He wanted to see how long the roots of the tree were. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Hai discovered something special. Yesterday, Xiao Hai thought that the Tree of Life was parasitic on this huge tree. Now that he looked at it carefully, he discovered that this wasn't the case. The Tree of Life was actually growing in the water. Its roots were coiled in the water. There was no connection between it and the tree. It can be said that the Tree of Life was floating on the water. This discovery made Xiao Hai very surprised. He didn't think that it would be like this. However, this also made the process of collecting the Tree of Life much easier. Xiao Hai turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, I want to take the Tree of Life away. At the latest, I'll have news by tomorrow. Does Your Majesty agree?" The elf queen turned to look at the 9th ranks. The 9th ranks nodded silently. The Tree of Life was very important to the elves. At the same time, Xiao Hai was their last hope. If even Xiao Hai couldn't cure the Tree of Life, then nobody in the continent could. The reason why these people had so much confidence in Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai had helped them repair the elven bow. For the elven race, the elven bow was as important as the tree of life. Because of this, they trusted Zhao Hai. Seeing the elders nod, the queen turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please make your move." "We agree." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as a spatial rift covered the tree of life. The elves looked at the spatial rift nervously. They were afraid that the spatial rift would hurt the tree of life. Zhao Hai's control of the spatial rift was already very good. The spatial rift slowly moved along the edge of the pool without touching the tree of life. Moreover, the liquid of life in the pool was also taken into the space. When Zhao Hai received the spatial rift, the liquid of life in the pool had disappeared. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and think of a way. See you tomorrow at the Imperial Palace." Then Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. When Zhao Hai arrived at the space, he immediately took the tree of life out of the warehouse and placed it in the pool. When the tree of life appeared, a prompt was immediately heard from the space: contaminated life form containing a large amount of wood element energy. Requesting treatment will cost the host 1 million gold coins. Do you wish to treat it? When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he was happy, but also sad. He was happy that the tree of life could be treated, but he was also sad that the 1 million gold coins had disappeared. However, Zhao Hai still said, "Immediately treat it." A white light rose from the space and shined on the tree of life. The originally yellow and dead leaves of the tree of life slowly turned green. Moreover, they seemed to be more vibrant than before. Before long, the white light disappeared and the tree of life was restored to its original state. Moreover, it looked even more spirited than before. When Zhao Hai looked at the tree of life, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space: a large amount of dark energy has been detected from the life form. Extracting energy to increase the life form's resistance to dark energy pollution. The extracted dark energy can be used to upgrade the universal machine. Wood element energy has been added to the space. The balance of the 5 elements has been reached. The space can use the power of the 5 elements to upgrade the universal machine. Host's life source treasure can be upgraded. Do you wish to upgrade it? When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately said, "I'll upgrade it immediately." The space's prompt was heard: upgrading the universal machine requires an additional 12 hours. Upgrading host's life source treasure can be done immediately. No gold coins required. Do you wish to upgrade it? Zhao Hai affirmed, "I'll upgrade it immediately." Just as his voice fell, a multicolored divine light fell on his body. Zhao Hai felt the multicolored divine light rush into his body. After circling his body twice, it entered his dantian and entered the Tao Lotus. After the Tao Lotus absorbed this energy, it became even more beautiful. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that this was only its appearance. Don't look at the Tao Lotus' delicate appearance. In fact, after going through water refinement, its current strength wasn't any worse than the pagoda, it might even be a few times stronger than it was. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the beast core in his lower dantian. It seemed like it was being nourished by the 5 elements. It had turned golden and was slowly getting bigger. On top of the beast core, a small golden dragon could be seen. This dragon wasn't a dragon from the Ark continent, it was a dragon from China. This small dragon was coiled on top of the beast core with its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. At the same time, the small person in his upper dantian had also become more solid. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He discovered that his spiritual force had also increased. Moreover, his perception of the 5 elements had also become more sensitive. Zhao Hai turned his head to the processing machine. It seems like there weren't any big changes to the machine. The only thing that changed was the sprite's movement. The sprite's time had increased by 12 hours. At this time, Laura and the others had already arrived outside the villa. They were curiously looking at the tree of life. Kair also flew to Zhao Hai's side. However, Zhao Hai discovered that Kair's height seemed to have doubled. At this time, Kair's height was already as high as an adult's arm. Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "Kair, is the tree of life very good for you?" Kair smiled and said, "Young master, it's very good." This tree of life isn't only good for me, it's also good for all the plants in the space. If we plant a tree of life in the space, then the plants that have been evolving for a long time would slowly gain sentience, just like the flower demon. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately said, "Can this tree of life also gain sentience?" Kair shook her head and said, "It can't. This tree of life is like an energy converter. It can convert all energy into wood element energy. If we plant a tree of life in the space, then not only would it make the plants grow better, it would also produce wood element crystals. In the past, the tree of life couldn't convert dark energy. But after the space's transformation, it can now do so. I reckon that young Master's Dao Lotus and the small pagoda also have similar abilities." Zhao Hai looked at the tree of life and couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "It's a pity that this tree of life needs to be returned to the elves. Otherwise, if we keep it in the space, it would be very beneficial to us." Kair smiled and said, "Young Master, how could you forget that the tree of life is already listed in the space's store? You can buy a sapling and wait for it to slowly grow." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "How many years would I have to wait? This tree of life has been growing for many years in the elven lands. I'm afraid that by the time it grows, I would have died countless times already." Kair smiled and said, "Young Master doesn't know about this. The elven lands aren't very suitable for the growth of the tree of life. The land there doesn't meet the requirements for the growth of the tree of life. Because of this, the tree of life of the elven lands can only be regarded as a congenitally weak person. Because of this, the tree of life would be very small. However, the space is very suitable for the growth of the tree of life. Because of this, the growth time would be greatly shortened." Zhao Hai was overjoyed and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's immediately buy 2 and plant them on both sides of the house. Should we plant them on the red soil first?" Kair smiled and said, "No need, just plant them on both sides of the villa's door. The tree of life isn't only an energy converter, it's also an energy regulator. With these 2 saplings, the space's 5 elements would be more balanced in the future." Then Kair bought 2 saplings of the tree of life and planted them on both sides of the villa's door. When Zhao Hai saw the 2 saplings, he couldn't help but smile. These 2 saplings weren't any smaller than the elven tree of life. It seems like the elven tree of life was really a congenitally weak person. As soon as the 2 saplings were bought, a prompt was heard from the space, "Improved by the space, these are plants that can adjust energy. Due to the host's introduction of these plants, the space has upgraded to level 70. The host may now purchase 10 more backgrounds. Due to the discovery of a large number of magical plants and animals in the space has opened a magical background. The host may now purchase a magical background." Prompt: Magical backgrounds have a large number of special geographical environments. In these environments, the host can cultivate more magical plants and animals. This will bring the host more pleasure. Requesting the host to work harder. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the prompt. This was the first time he heard such a prompt. Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on, so he immediately turned to Kair and said, "Kair, what does this mean?" Kair smiled and said, "Congratulations, young master. You've made a big profit this time. The space has opened a magical background. In other words, young master can now buy special backgrounds that only appear in fantasy novels. For example, some floating islands, some backgrounds with special formations, and some backgrounds with special terrains. In the future, Zhao Hai will have a lot of places where he can mutate and upgrade his plants and animals." When Zhao Hai heard Kair, he understood what she meant. When Zhao Hai was back on Earth, he had read a lot of fantasy novels. Naturally, he knew that ordinary things on Earth would turn into treasures in special environments. Although the space had a lot of plants from the Ark continent, there weren't many of them that stood out. The space didn't have a lot of heavenly treasures like the ones from the Ark continent. Now that the space needed to concoct some potions, the main ingredients were ginseng, fleeceflower, and the like. It was precisely because of this that the space needed a long time to concoct god-rank potions. The space's prompt just now was that he could buy some fantasy backgrounds. In other words, he could buy some special environments. For example, he could buy a volcano. Because the volcano was in the background, it would be very hot, but it would never erupt. In such a place, as long as he planted some herbs, they would slowly be invaded by fire element energy. In the end, they would turn into treasures. For Xiaohai and the space, this was a very good thing. Moreover, these backgrounds could also be used to cultivate magic beasts. For example, if you put a snake in a place like the carrion swamp, it would slowly turn into a venomous snake. In the past, the space didn't have such an environment. Now that he could buy a background with such an environment, he could use it to cultivate animals and plants. In the future, the space would have more herbs, more magic beasts, and more potions. This wouldn't be as simple as having a few backgrounds with special environments. After thinking about this, Xiaohai couldn't help but laugh. Then he hugged Kai and kissed her on the cheek. Then he let go of Kai and laughed. After being kissed by Xiaohai, Kai blushed and hid behind Laura and the others. Although Laura and the others didn't understand why Xiaohai was so happy, they were also happy to see him. Everyone smiled as they looked at Xiaohai. After some time, Xiaohai calmed himself down. Then he turned to Kai and said, Kai, are these magic shadows expensive? If they aren't, then you can immediately buy 10 of them. Remember, they must have a special environment that can cultivate magic beasts as well as herbs. Xiaohai nodded and said, Kai, these magic shadows are expensive. Kai's face was still red, but when she heard Xiaohai, she immediately replied, Young master can rest assured, these backgrounds aren't very expensive. The space has a lot of gold coins, I'll take care of it. Xiaohai nodded and said, That's good, then I'll leave this matter to you. As long as we have these backgrounds, then wouldn't it be easier for us to make god-rank potions? Kai nodded and said, Yes, young master. As long as we use these backgrounds to mutate plants and animals, then we'll be able to make god-rank potions much faster. Xiaohai knit his brows and said, But these backgrounds can't be compared to the red earth. They can't shorten the growth time of plants. This is a bit troublesome. Kai smiled and said, Young master, now that we're level 70, you can turn the red earth into black earth. Not only will it increase the growth rate, it will also increase the growth time of plants. As for the backgrounds, you can divide the land in specific locations to increase the growth rate of plants. The total amount of land you divide doesn't exceed 1% of the total area of the background. Xiaohai was overjoyed when he heard this. Alright, then I'll leave it to you to plan. I don't want to take care of it, but it seems like these require money. Kai, you can do as you see fit. If you don't have enough money, then you can sell the things that the space doesn't need for the time being. These upgrades are the most important for us, the other things don't matter. Kai nodded sweetly. Xiaohai's decision to give her these plans was correct. This was because Kai was already integrated with the space. She knew even the slightest change in the space. It was precisely because of this that she could make better use of the space. With the space's calculation speed, Kai's plans wouldn't be any worse than anyone else's. After giving these instructions, Xiaohai relaxed. He turned his head to look at the trees of life that had been restored to their original state. They were even stronger than when they first entered the space. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, I'm afraid that we'll send the trees of life back to the elves. In any case, we already have them in the space. Laura smiled and said, Let's wait for a while. How long has it been since you brought them in? What would happen to the elves? Haha, it's good to let them be anxious for a while. Xiaohai laughed and said, Right, let's go back to the house and have a good rest. Today's harvest was really big. Let's take a look at the magic backgrounds that Kai bought. After the group entered the house and sat down, Kai opened the store's page and opened the decoration section. There were a lot of magic backgrounds that had been unbanned. Some of these designs looked very beautiful while others looked gloomy and terrifying. Kai selected 10 of them and then turned to Xiaohai and said, Young master, these 10 backgrounds are the most suitable for us. Xiaohai looked at them. Sure enough, these 10 backgrounds had everything. There were active volcanoes, ice and snow scenes, as well as other magic backgrounds. Xiaohai was very satisfied with them. Only the last one that Xiaohai didn't understand. It was a gloomy design, one could even see skeletons, zombies, and other ghosts. Moreover, there was no sun, there was only a blood-red moon in the sky. The whole design looked very depressing, as if it was hell. Xiaohai looked at the design and was puzzled. Kai, why did you buy such a background? It does look quite scary. Kyer smiled and said, "Young master, this background is actually based on the demon realm. However, it doesn't look like the demon realm. The name of this background is Hell. There's a lot of dark energy in this background, and this dark energy is very helpful to the undead. Young master, did you forget that the undead in your hands aren't that high? If we can place the undead in this background, then perhaps their strength would increase. Moreover, there are also some special plants in this environment. These plants, without exception, are very useful. Because of this, I decided to buy this background." Xiaohai nodded and said, "You're very attentive. Alright, I'll listen to you. If we can really increase the level of the undead, then this silhouette would be very important to us." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll listen to you." Kyer smiled and nodded. Then she waved her hand and bought all of the backgrounds. Xiaohai looked at the gold coins in his space, it was decreasing at a crazy speed. However, he didn't say anything, he felt that this money was worth it. After Kyer bought the backgrounds, Xiaohai went to look at each of the backgrounds. He carefully stared at each of them, treating the process as if he was going on a tour. At this time, Kyer was busy placing all kinds of magic beasts and herbs in the backgrounds. Not only herbs, but also ordinary crops. Kyer wanted to see what kind of changes these crops would have. However, there was one thing that Kyer had planted in each background, the Tree of Life. This Tree of Life was used to adjust the energy of each background. However, it wasn't omnipotent. For example, the Hell background that Kyer bought, the Tree of Life, wasn't able to change the dark energy in the background. The Tree of Life was able to adjust the dark energy to wood energy. This allowed the plants in the background to have a higher chance of survival, and also increased the chances of mutation. Xiaohai didn't care about what Kyer was doing. He trusted Kyer completely. If there was someone who knew what Xiaohai wanted, it wouldn't be Laura and the others, but Kyer. Kyer was integrated with the space, and Xiaohai was the host of the space. In other words, Kyer was equivalent to an intelligent processor for Xiaohai. This processor was inside his mind, it was very clear about his thoughts. Therefore, Kyer knew what Xiaohai wanted the most. After looking around the magic backgrounds, Xiaohai returned to the Space's villa. To be honest, the magic backgrounds were very beautiful, but if you really lived there, you wouldn't feel comfortable. Think about it, would you want to live next to a volcanic crater all year round? Naturally, that was impossible. When he arrived at the Space's villa, it was already late. However, Xiaohai didn't go to the elves. Instead, he turned on the monitor and looked at the situation in the city. The current situation in the city was pretty good. There were a lot of 6th and 7th ranks who had already reached 8th rank. Some of the lower ranks were still working hard. Those who reached 8th rank all had happy expressions on their faces as they familiarized themselves with the use of their energy. Xiaohai was very happy to see this. However, he was going to wait for everyone to reach 8th rank before giving them 9th rank potions. Then he would have them take the potions in batches. This way, even if the divine race were to attack while these people were in the process of upgrading, they wouldn't have no one to rely on. Since this was a time of war, anything could happen. Xiaohai had to be careful, he had to be fully prepared. He had to consider all possibilities. The divine race didn't make any moves. It was clear that they were waiting for their army to arrive so that they could deal with Xiaohai in one fell swoop. Although they had an army of 10 million, not all of them were god ranks. The majority of them were 9th ranks and 8th ranks. On the other hand, Xiaohai had 20 million undead, all of which were 9th ranks. If the divine race were to face them head-on, then they wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive before dealing with Xiaohai in one fell swoop. Xiaohai calmly appeared outside the Elven Imperial Palace and then walked inside. The Elven guards looked at Xiaohai in confusion. They knew that this was Xiaohai's third visit to the elves in the past 2 days. They really didn't understand why Xiaohai came here. If there was a problem in the front lines, then they should know about it. However, they didn't hear about any problems in the front lines, this made them very confused. However, they didn't ask about it. This was because the queen had already given the order that Xiaohai can go and see her when he arrives. Therefore, they politely invited Xiaohai inside the imperial palace. The queen and the supreme elders were waiting inside the imperial palace for Zhao Hai's news. At this time, it was impossible for them to return to their residences and cultivate. If there was a problem with the tree of life, then everything would be troublesome. At this time, an elder opened his eyes and said, "He's here." Everyone in the great hall stood up as they anxiously looked at the entrance. Before long, Zhao Hai slowly walked in. The queen immediately dismissed the guards beside Zhao Hai and invited Zhao Hai into the great hall. Everyone in the great hall looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the supreme elders and the queen couldn't help but cheer. This matter was very important to them. The queen and the supreme elders bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly stepped aside and said, "Your Majesty, supreme elders, you're too polite. We're now allies. No matter what difficulties we face, we should help each other. There's no need to be polite." The queen and the other supreme elders stood up. The queen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although Mr. said so, this bow is something that Mr. should accept. Mr. might not know how important the Tree of Life is to the elven race. Mr.'s help in saving the Tree of Life is equivalent to saving the entire elven race. This bow is something that Mr. should accept." Although the elven elders didn't say anything, they still looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, elders, we still need to ask the Tree of Life to return. There are still things to do in the front lines. I can't leave for too long." The queen hurriedly said, "Yes, sir, please come with me." After he finished speaking, he led Zhao Hai and the others to the backyard of the imperial palace. They sat on the voiceless soundbird and went straight to the cave where the Tree of Life was located. After arriving at the cave, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He directly placed the Tree of Life in the pond. Seeing the Tree of Life looking more lively than before, the elves couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, then he turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, the Tree of Life isn't sick. It was just invaded by a large amount of dark energy. Because of this, it slowly withered. I used a secret technique to absorb the dark energy as well as some potions. Now, the Tree of Life is no longer afraid of dark energy. However, you still need to pay attention to this matter. Dark energy shouldn't exist in a place like the Elven Forest. This is very strange." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, the Tree of Life isn't sick." When the elf queen and the elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you telling the truth? Was the Tree of Life really invaded by dark energy?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct. I won't hide this from your Majesty. The Tree of Life was indeed invaded by dark energy. This is absolutely true." The queen turned to the supreme elders. The supreme elders also looked at each other before they sighed and said, "I didn't think that this day would come." When Zhao Hai heard the supreme elders, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at them with a puzzled expression. Seeing Zhao Hai's puzzled expression, the queen said, "Mr. might not know, but our elven race also has a prophecy. However, our prophecy is different from the dwarves. The dwarves' prophecy was written on the first page of their history. On the other hand, our elven race's prophecy was sealed. We can only open it under special circumstances." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the elves would have a prophecy. But when he heard the queen's words, he understood. He turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" The queen nodded and said, "When the Tree of Life is invaded by dark energy, then the prophecy will be opened." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "But if I don't treat the Tree of Life, then how would you know that the Tree of Life was invaded by dark energy?" The queen replied, "This point can also be known, but it would take a longer time. When the Tree of Life's 9 leaves turn yellow, then slowly turn black, then it would mean that the Tree of Life was invaded by dark energy." However, this situation had never been discovered before. Therefore, when the leaves of the Tree of Life turned yellow, we panicked and forgot about this prophecy. Fortunately, Mr. told us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that the Tree of Life was invaded by dark energy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then can your Majesty open the prophecy and let me take a look?" The queen turned her head to look at the elders, all of them nodded. Then the queen turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come with me." Then she left the Tree of Life's hollow and rode the voiceless soundbird back to the imperial palace. After arriving at the imperial palace, the queen invited Zhao Hai to sit in the great hall. Then she went to the inner room and took out a small wooden box. The queen placed the small box on a small table in the great hall. Then she gently opened the box. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the box didn't have any mechanism. It was just an ordinary wooden box. It didn't even have any seals on it, yet it was easily opened. However, the other elves in the great hall didn't think the same. When they saw how easily the queen opened the box, their expressions couldn't help but turn heavy. Zhao Hai looked at the elves and knew that there was a story behind it. He looked at the queen, who was also shocked. The queen looked at Zhao Hai and saw his expression. She knew what Zhao Hai was thinking, so she said, "Mister, you don't know. In the past, this box couldn't be opened. Our elven race thought of many ways to open it, but none of them succeeded. We mainly wanted to see what was written in the prophecy. This is because the tree of life is too important to the elven race, we can't see its 9 leaves turning yellow. But at that time, the box couldn't be opened at all. Even the god-ranked experts of the elven race couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, we thought of another method. All the elven queens would try to open the box once every month to see when it could be opened." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the queen turned to the elders and said, "I tried 2 days ago. At that time I couldn't open the box. I didn't think that I would be able to open it now." After the queen said that, she carefully opened the box. When the box was opened, everyone in the great hall couldn't help but stare. This was because the box was empty. But after taking a closer look, everyone felt relieved. At the bottom of the box, there was a piece of paper. That's right, it was just a piece of paper. This box had been in the elf race for many years. Even if there was a piece of paper inside, it should have been rotten long ago. However, this piece of paper looked as white as new, as if it was just placed inside the box. The queen gently picked up the piece of paper. There were some green words written on it. The queen looked at the words and couldn't help but frown. Then she handed the piece of paper over to a supreme elder. That supreme elder took the paper and slowly read the words on it. He frowned and softly read, "When darkness and light become our enemies at the same time, when skeleton and steel stand side by side between heaven and earth, when heaven and earth have merged, only the pure land can save the world." This prophecy was very short, it wasn't as straightforward as the dwarf's prophecy. This caused everyone to be confused. When Zhao Hai heard this prophecy, his body couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but admire the person who left this prophecy in the elves and the dwarves. The elves didn't understand the meaning of this prophecy, but Zhao Hai did. In this prophecy, the dark race should be referring to the demons while the light race should be referring to the divine race. This meant that the divine race and the demon race would become enemies of the Ark continent. As for the skeletons and steel, they would be commanding the undead and the magic cannons. As for the merging of the heavens and the earth, this meant that the divine race had changed the laws of the world, allowing the divine race to descend upon the Ark continent. At this time, only the Pure Land could save the world. Zhao Hai didn't need to think about it to know that the Pure Land could only be referring to the space. Besides the space, Zhao Hai couldn't think of any other place that could be called a Pure Land. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I think this should be the current situation of the continent. Light and darkness should be referring to the divine race and the demon race. Skeletons and steel should be referring to the undead and the magic cannons. As for the Pure Land, I'm not too sure." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not too sure." When the queen heard Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment before her eyes shone. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister is just being modest. I think the Pure Land should be referring to the Black Wasteland. Now that the Black Wasteland has become the safest place in the continent, it should be called the Pure Land." It seems like this prophecy is similar to the dwarves. Mister is the savior of the continent. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the queen would refer to the Pure Land as the Black Wasteland. However, since the queen didn't know about the space, it wasn't wrong for her to say that the Pure Land was referring to the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland was currently sheltering people from different races. Moreover, the Black Wasteland also gave preferential treatment to the other races. Therefore, it was reasonable for the other races to call it a Pure Land. However, was this prophecy really that simple? Zhao Hai was calmly sitting inside the space while Laura and the others were sitting beside Zhao Hai. They were currently sitting outside the villa. There was a small table on the grass along with a chair. On the table was a pot of tea. Not far behind them were 2 trees of life. If it weren't for the demons and the divine race, then their lives would have been very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to enjoy his beautiful life. In fact, he was angry about the elves' prophecy. After returning to the space from the elves, he felt that the prophecy wasn't as simple as it seemed. In the prophecy, the light and darkness referred to the demons and the divine race. This was something that Zhao Hai could understand. However, were the skeletons and steel really referring to the undead and the magic cannons? Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. However, Zhao Hai couldn't figure out what it meant. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, don't think about it anymore. Now that the people in Upper Bank City have reached 8th rank, shouldn't we proceed to the next step of the plan?" Zhao Hai recovered from his thoughts when he heard Laura's words. He turned his head to Laura and nodded, "Right, we should proceed to the next step. Who do you think we should turn into 9th ranks?" Laura thought for a moment and said, "If I have to choose, then I would choose the elves." Lizzie and Megan nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled, "What's the reason?" Laura replied, "The elves are the best at using the blood lightning beads. Their harpshooters can display the full power of the blood lightning beads. Looking at the divine race, it seems like they won't attack for a while. At this time, we should increase the strength of the elves. This way, even if the divine race were to attack, the elves would still be able to help us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Lizzie and Megan nodded, then Lizzie said, "Right now, we don't have a lot of weapons that can deal with the divine race. Needless to say, magic cannons are the best weapons for the humans. However, the blood lightning beads are different. After the beastmen get their hands on the blood lightning beads, they can only throw them with their bare hands. Not to mention the distance, the frequency of the beads would also be greatly affected. The situation of the dwarves and the beastmen is similar, they are more suited for long-range combat. On the other hand, the elves are more suited for long-range combat. Especially their harp archers, the blood lightning beads can be used as a killing weapon. Continuous and secret attacks aren't something that can be done by ordinary people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, then it's settled. First, I'll have the elves upgrade their ranks. Then I'll talk to 5th woman and have her people reach 9th rank as soon as possible. When I went to the elves, I already told the queen to not disturb the cultivation of the Supreme Elders. The Supreme Elders are very strong, and with the long lifespan of the elves, it's possible for some of them to break through to God rank. The queen has already agreed to this." "Right, you also need to inform the other races of the continent about this. Have those 9th ranks who are already 9th ranks focus on their cultivation. Perhaps they might be able to break through to God rank. As for those 9th ranks who have taken medicine, they need to prepare for battle first. Only by going through a lot of battles would they be able to display the full strength of a 9th rank expert before slowly ascending to God rank." Laura and the others nodded. At this time, there were a lot of 9th ranks in the continent. However, most of them were raised by Zhao Hai using the space. There weren't a lot of 9th ranks in the continent, but most of them were raised by Zhao Hai using the space. There weren't a lot of 9th ranks who were raised by the space. These people didn't experience the arduous process of going from low rank to high rank. Because of this, their mental state couldn't reach the level of a 9th rank expert. In the future, if they want to break through to God rank, there were only 2 ways. One was to use the space's God rank potions. The other was to go through a lot of battles in order to adapt to their 9th rank strength. Then they would slowly comprehend and become God rank experts. However, this process wouldn't be short. The 2 races that Zhao Hai was most optimistic about were the elves and the fishmen. Unlike the warlike beastmen, the humans and the dwarves weren't among Zhao Hai's priorities. The beastmen, humans, and dwarves all had a weakness, and that was their short lifespan. This wasn't a weakness in the past, this was because the beastmen, humans, and dwarves generally cultivated faster than the fishmen and the elves. However, the fishmen and the elves had a longer lifespan compared to the other 3 races. At this time, they were showing their advantage. These 2 races had a large number of 9th ranks. Although they weren't as many as the humans, the beastmen, and the dwarves, these ninth ranks weren't weak. As long as they were given enough time, they would surely break through to God rank. On the other hand, although the humans, beastmen, and dwarves had a lot of ninth ranks, their strength still hadn't reached a high rank. If they wanted to break through to God rank, they would need a lot of time. Because of this, Zhao Hai was most optimistic about the elves and the fishmen. Although the first person to break through to God rank was Origin Sword Saint, one shouldn't forget that Origin Sword Saint was a famous ninth rank expert in the continent. Moreover, he had been cultivating inside the space for a long time. Although he didn't break through with the help of the space, the magic elements inside the space were much stronger compared to the Ark continent. It can be said that Origin Sword Saint's breakthrough was due to the space. On the other hand, the elves and the fishmen had a lot of people who didn't cultivate inside the space. However, their strength wasn't any worse than Origin Sword Saint. Because of this, Zhao Hai had high hopes for these two races. For Zhao Hai, it wasn't too difficult to turn the ordinary people of the continent into ninth ranks. The reason why he wanted to control the number of ninth ranks was because he didn't want people to think that it was easy to get. Things that were easy to get were worthless. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want to use human wave tactics to deal with the demons and the divine race. In terms of numbers, the Ark continent might not be able to win against the demons and the divine race. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted the Ark continent to have more God rank experts. Only with more God rank experts would the Ark continent have the capital to fight against the demons and the divine race. After handing over the matters to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai came out of the space. This time, he was holding a large red bottle that contained the blood pond's water. This water was for the elves to drink. It would allow them to break through to ninth rank in a short time. When Zhao Hai appeared in the city, he immediately sent people to invite the various races to the city lord's mansion. These people were already accustomed to Zhao Hai's sudden appearance and disappearance. They didn't show any dissatisfaction. They knew that Zhao Hai was very busy, much busier than them. Zhao Hai's mansion was also very busy. After the group arrived at the battle room, Zhao Hai asked them to sit down. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "All of you are now 8th ranks. As long as you take these potions, you should be able to reach 9th ranks." Zhao Hai nodded and said. After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed at the blood-red bottle on the table. Everyone looked at the bottle eagerly. After looking at everyone's expression, Zhao Hai continued, "I know that you want to become 9th ranks as soon as possible. But this time, I can't let all of you take these potions at the same time." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people in the room couldn't help but stare. But then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The divine race might attack at any time. If they were to take these potions and cultivate, then they wouldn't be able to help the divine race. Because of this, the group nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the group and felt relieved. Then he turned to the group and said, "After using this potion to promote you to 9th rank, it would be very difficult for you to become God-ranked experts. Since you haven't experienced the process of breaking through from 8th rank to 9th rank, you can only rely on the potion. This would make it impossible for you to fully display your strength. Only after going through a lot of battles would you be able to break through to God rank. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm going to use this potion." The group nodded. None of them were fools. They all started from nothing and slowly cultivated to their current level. They also knew how difficult it was to break through from 6th rank to 7th rank, let alone 9th rank to God rank. Because of this, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. Seeing that they understood, Zhao Hai continued, "But in the current situation, I can only promote you to 9th rank first. Later on, when I'm researching God rank potions, I'll help you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone chuckled. They didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be able to research God rank potions that easily. In their opinion, it was impossible. Zhao Hai didn't mind their laughter. Then he said, "I'll let the elves take the 9th rank red potions first. Do you have any objections?" The people in the hall froze for a moment, then they turned their heads to look at the handsome elf. When the elf heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. His cold face showed a trace of a dazed expression. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd. He didn't wait for them to ask before he immediately said, letting the elves break through first would allow them to use the blood lightning beads more effectively. I think everyone knows about the might of the blood lightning beads. The blood lightning beads need to hit a person in order to display its might. Only the elves would be able to use them. As long as they reach 9th rank, their fighting strength would take a qualitative leap. With the help of the blood lightning beads, even if they face the god ranks of the divine race, they would still have the strength to fight. What do you think? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and didn't wait for them to ask any questions. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group couldn't help but ponder. Before long, everyone agreed. They had seen the blood lightning beads that the elves shot. They knew that the blood lightning beads were very powerful. Letting the elves reach 9th rank would be the best choice. If it was before the war with the divine race, then the other races might have some objections. But after the war with the divine race, none of them had any objections. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. They had already experienced the strength of the divine race. At this time, having the elves break through was the safest thing to do. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhao Hai turned to the elf leader and said, Noah Chris, take this potion back to the camp. Make sure that everyone reaches 9th rank as soon as possible. The elf leader nodded and said, Noah Chris, take this potion back to the camp. Noah nodded, then he carefully took the bottle and gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. Noah also knew that the most important thing right now was to increase the strength of the elves. Nothing else mattered. After Noah left, Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, after the elves become stronger, the dwarves will be next. When the dwarves become stronger, their fighting style will become more varied. After that will be the beastmen, and finally the humans. Everyone, don't worry, I still have potions, I will definitely help you all reach 9th rank. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded and said, although the divine race didn't attack, everyone should still be careful. Especially the dwarves, develop your imagination and turn the underground area outside the city into a huge battlefield. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Baker nodded, then Zhao Hai turned to the beastmen and said, release the beastman scouts as well. Otherwise, I don't want the divine race to come near the city without us knowing. The beastmen nodded, then Zhao Hai turned his head to the human warriors and said, you are the most elite of the human race. Before you reach 9th rank, I want you to use the magic cannons. You should know that magic cannons have a lifespan, and the same goes for crystals. Every time you fire a cannon, remember that there's a 9th rank expert behind you. I want you to think of a way to maximize the power of the magic cannons, even if it's just in theory. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to the human warriors and said, you are the most elite of the human race. The human general nodded, he was a person of the Rosen Empire, so he respected Zhao Hai even more. He was very clear about the status of the emperor's son-in-law in the heart of the emperor. After explaining these matters, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, if there's anything you need in life, just tell me, there's no need to be polite. Baker, you guys should drink less in the future. If you make a mistake because of drinking, then I'll deal with you. Baker smiled embarrassedly and said, who told the elder to drink so well? Elder can rest assured, we'll certainly control ourselves in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the beastmen and said, I know that the beastmen don't eat vegetables very often, but you shouldn't eat too much vegetables. Otherwise, your fighting strength would decrease. I'm not afraid of you eating vegetables, but meat is what the beastmen should eat. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the beastmen and said, don't worry. The beastmen scratched their heads embarrassedly and nodded. It wasn't surprising that Zhao Hai would say this, these beastmen didn't eat vegetables before, but now that they were in the city, they could eat as much as they want. These guys were now almost like elves, eating vegetables every day. There were a lot of soldiers who got diarrhea from eating vegetables, so Zhao Hai gave them a warning. After explaining everything, Zhao Hai turned to them and said, all right, let's go back. Today's matter ends here, go back and explain to your subordinates. At this time, unity is the most important thing. The group nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and sat down on his chair. She was standing beside Zhao Hai. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, young master, would it be useful to have the beastmen scout? Jiao Hai sighed, it won't be very useful, but we still need to find something for them to do. We need to balance the beastmen's strength. If we don't let them do anything right now, then the beastmen will think that they are useless, which would have a bad influence on them. Adjusting their mentality would be very beneficial for them when they reach 9th rank. Jiao Hai sighed, that would be very good. Jiao Hai nodded, that would be good. She nodded and didn't say anything else. He now understood Jiao Hai's hard work. Not only did Jiao Hai have to deal with the demons and the divine race, he also had to consider the balance between the races. This wasn't an easy thing to do. Jiao Hai turned to Shu and said, have the bulls that died last time been handed over to the beastmen? Last time, Jiao Hai released a large number of bulls to deal with the divine race's heavy cavalry. As a result, hundreds of thousands of bulls were killed. Jiao Hai didn't turn these bulls into undead, instead, he handed them over to the beastmen. The meat of these bulls wasn't any worse than ordinary potions. Moreover, after eating it, people would have more strength and stronger defenses. Their hides could also be used to make leather armor. Their bones could also be used to make long-range weapons. Not only were they very hard, they were also very heavy. They would become a great weapon in the hands of the beastmen. Because of these thoughts, Jiao Hai didn't turn these bulls into undead and instead handed them over to the beastmen. When it comes to iron weapons and helmets, needless to say, the dwarves were the best. But when it comes to leather armor, the dwarves couldn't be compared to the beastmen. Most of the beastmen wore leather armor, and these leather armors were made from animal skins. The leather armors made by the beastmen were much stronger compared to the leather armors made by other races, and they were also much more comfortable to wear. She nodded and said, young master can rest assured, I've already handed them over to the Beast King. The Beast King will take care of them. Jiao Hai nodded and said, give His Majesty the Beast King some blood lightning beads. When the Beast King makes long-range weapons, he should find a way to embed the beads on them. This way, we can equip the beastmen with blood lightning beads in the future. This way, the beastmen would be able to use the blood lightning beads more effectively. She nodded. He also knew that Jiao Hai would tell Laura and the others about this matter. The reason why he told Shu about it now was because he wanted Shu to remember it. If Jiao Hai forgot about it in the future, then Shu could remind him. Barry turned to Jiao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, do you want to help the dwarfs think about how to use ranged weapons to attack? The dwarfs' long-range attacks are too weak. Jiao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Jiao Hai nodded. He also knew about the dwarfs' problem. However, he couldn't think of how to make the dwarfs use the blood lightning beads to their fullest potential. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiao Hai felt that he wasn't good at designing weapons, so he stopped. He turned to Shu and said, think about it, after we go back, tell Patriarch Billy about this situation and let him think of a way. Right, tell him that the blood lightning beads aren't very stable, they can't withstand strong impacts and vibrations. She nodded and said, all right. She nodded, then Jiao Hai looked at the sky outside the city lord's mansion. Then he sighed and returned to the space with the two. Upon arriving, Shu immediately went to deal with the matter that Jiao Hai gave him. Jiao Hai and Barry went to the processing machine to take a look before returning to the villa. In less than 2 days, the pagoda's upgrade would be completed. Although he didn't know what the pagoda would look like, Jiao Hai believed that it wouldn't be too weak. At this point, the herbs in the space were enough to make a god-rank potion. When these potions are made, Jiao Hai would give them to Shun. Shun wasn't weak, so Jiao Hai decided to increase their strength before giving them to others. Jiao Hai now hoped that the herbs in the magic world would be used as soon as possible. When the time comes, he would be able to make more god-rank experts. As long as he has an army of god-rank experts, even if he couldn't drive the demons and the divine race out of the Ark continent, he would still be able to protect himself. Sitting inside the space, Jiao Hai turned on the monitor and looked at the demons and the divine race. They were still busy building barracks and cities. The cities of the divine race's radiant empire had been turned into barracks. Magic cannons were placed on the city walls. From time to time, there would be troops patrolling the city. At this time, Laura and the others came over. They had just gone to deal with Jiao Hai's matters. At this time, the people who were seriously injured in Upper Bank City had already been sent away. When these people arrived in the continent, their impact on the continent would be very big. The various clans had dispatched their elites, but they were just supporting the divine race. If Zhao Hai didn't block the divine race's attack, then none of them would be able to survive. Zhao Hai was the only one who managed to block the divine race's attack. Zhao Hai was the only one who managed to survive the divine race's attack. The people of the continent now knew how terrifying the divine race was. Zhao Hai didn't lie, the demons and the divine race were very terrifying. Before this, the people of the continent didn't think that the demons and the divine race were terrible. They were completely misled by an illusion. This illusion was none other than Zhao Hai. In the eyes of the people of the continent, Zhao Hai was able to block both the demons and the divine race. It was obvious that Zhao Hai hadn't made a move against them. This made them unable to understand how formidable Zhao Hai was. However, the soldiers who returned from the battlefront clearly told them that Zhao Hai had the strength to easily destroy any country or race in the continent. Such strength was unimaginable to them. Zhao Hai's current strength was enough to easily destroy any country or race in the continent. However, the effect wasn't very good. After all, the number of people who were injured was only a small number. These people couldn't make any waves in the continent. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. The demons were making a move. After many years of mobilization, the divine race's army in the demon realm had exceeded 20 million. Moreover, the god ranks that had arrived in the Ark continent had already reached 30,000. With so many god ranks arriving, it was impossible for the divine race to build a city to accommodate them all. Because of this, the divine race had stationed their troops in Demon City, eyeing Rising Sun City like a tiger eyeing its prey. Zhao Hai stood on top of Rising Sun City's walls as he listened to Besmir's report. Besmir wasn't doing nothing in Rising Sun City. At this time, the dwarves had already dug a huge underground battlefield outside the city. Moreover, there were also several tunnels inside the city that could be used for evacuation. Besmir had already made preparations for the city. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be stingy when it comes to Rising Sun City. At this point, all of the defenders of Rising Sun City, whether they were humans, dwarves, or elves, all of them had become 9th ranks. Even the Elephantman's war elephants had become 9th ranks. Zhao Hai had invested a lot in this city. When Zhao Hai promoted 9th ranks on a large scale, the first thing he did was to promote the people of Rising Sun City. This was because the threat of the demons was very big at that time, and Rising Sun City was the front line. Because of this, Zhao Hai attached great importance to the people of Rising Sun City. Besmir didn't let Zhao Hai down. Rising Sun City's preparations were even better than Upper Bank City. This made Zhao Hai very happy. While explaining the layout, Besmir looked at Zhao Hai's expression. Seeing Zhao Hai nod in satisfaction, Besmir relaxed, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you come here this time just to inspect the defenses?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Besmir and said, "Mister, did you come here just to inspect the defenses?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he shook his head and said, "I'm not in the mood to do this. This time, I came here mainly because the demons have already stationed their soldiers in Demon City. I believe that they would make their move soon." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Besmir stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Then what about Upper Bank City?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "The divine race still haven't made any moves in Mountains Bank City. It seems like they are waiting for reinforcements. At this point, the demons have already sent 20 million divine race troops to the Ark continent. I believe that they would make a move soon." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "But the divine race didn't make any moves." Besmir knit his brows and said, "With the current strength of the demons, Rising Sun City wouldn't be able to stop them. Although the rear defensive line has been set up, most of the people there haven't been promoted. It would be very difficult for them to fight against the demons." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's indeed a bit difficult. But what we need to do now is to delay as much time as possible. We need to give the Accra Mountain more time to prepare. As long as the Accra Mountain is ready, we can rely on it to attack the demons and the divine race. The longer we delay, the more time the Accra Mountain would have to prepare." When Besmir heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "All right, mister, I understand. We will certainly delay the demons as much as possible. However, I'm afraid that the magic cannons, blood lightning beads, and crystal stones would consume a lot of them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can rest assured about this, I'll do my best to support you. If a fight breaks out in Upper Bank City, then I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to take care of it. When that time comes, I'll have to rely on you. As for the other cities, I'll be doing my best to upgrade them in the next few days so that they can fight against the demons." Besmir nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Can rest assured. I'll do my best to delay the demons." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll leave some god-ranked undead here to help you. However, it would be impossible for these undead to fight against the demons. Therefore, you must be careful. As long as the divine race doesn't attack Upper Bank City, then I'll be here to help you. If the divine race were to attack Upper Bank City, then I'll be relying on you." Besmir gave a firm nod. He felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier, but at the same time, he was also very happy. Before Besmir came in contact with Zhao Hai, he didn't know what kind of person Zhao Hai was. At that time, he only heard that Zhao Hai was a very overbearing and very protective person. However, after being in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, Besmir knew that Zhao Hai was a selfless person. For the sake of the continent, Zhao Hai would take out all the good things that he had. For the sake of the continent, he would take the lead and fight on the front lines. At this point, Besmir had already regarded Zhao Hai as his idol, he respected him like a god. Now that Zhao Hai had given him such an important task, Besmir was naturally very happy. At the same time, he also felt very heavy. This was because he was afraid that he wouldn't do well and would disappoint Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Besmir's nervous expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to be so nervous. Actually, the preparations in Accra Mountain are almost complete. You just need to delay for time, don't keep defending the fort. Otherwise, the demons would be able to easily eliminate our forces. You need to remember that the most important thing is to keep the people alive. These people have fought against the demons before, so they are very familiar with their tactics. This will be very useful in the future. You are also a general, so you should know that a veteran who has fought against the demons can be compared to several new recruits. These people are veterans who have fought against the demons, so it would be hard to imagine what they can do in the future. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Besmir stared, he really wanted to use Rising Sun City to fight against the demons. In any case, he couldn't let the demons pass through Rising Sun City. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, Besmir couldn't help but nod. "Yes, mister, I understand." Zhao Hai patted Besmir's shoulder and said, "All right, I won't hide it from you. There are a lot of people in the continent who think that there's nothing to fear from the demons and the divine race. Yes, I can stop them by myself. But you should know the real situation, I have no way to explain it to the people in the continent. Therefore, I can only rely on the soldiers in the front lines. I can turn the dead into undead and have them fight for me, but I won't turn my own people into undead and have them fight for me. Every soldier here is very precious, I need you." Besmir's eyes were moist. He was a pure soldier, so he didn't think about such things. However, his heart was still crying out for Zhao Hai. He was angry with the people in the continent, but at the same time, he was moved by Zhao Hai's importance. Besmir's voice trembled as he said, "Mister, why are we doing this? We're using our lives to protect the people of the continent, but they don't know how hard it is for us. Is it worth it?" Zhao Hai looked at Besmir seriously and said, "Besmir, you don't need to ask. Who are you? Soldiers, what do soldiers do? Protecting your country is your responsibility. There's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. You don't have to care about gains and losses in everything you do. Even the most successful businessmen can't do this. Today, we're here to block the demons and the divine race so that our children can live freely in the continent. They won't become slaves of the divine race, nor will they become undead under the blade of the demons. Do you understand?" Besmir wiped the tears from his eyes, then he nodded and said, "Yes, mister, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Besmir and said, "Besmir, where is your family? Tell me, I'll send people to bring them to the Black Wasteland. They'll be safer there." When Besmir heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be excited. He knew what Zhao Hai meant, Zhao Hai was treating him as one of his own. Besmir quickly told Zhao Hai an address. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The demons haven't attacked yet, but you still need to be prepared. I'll go back and take care of some things. When the divine race arrives, I'll come back. Besmir nodded, then Zhao Hai turned around and left. Before long, Zhao Hai had Shu bring Besmir's family to the Black Wasteland. From now on, Besmir would be considered a member of the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai had already discovered that Besmir was very good at commanding. He was a talent, and a talent must be kept. Because of this, Zhao Hai treated Besmir like this. Lizzie and the others were currently observing the movements of the demons inside the space. The demons were much more careful in their military operations compared to the divine race. They had prepared a large amount of supplies in Demon City. Moreover, the deployment of their troops was very reasonable, they didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lizzie frowned as she looked at the demons. She didn't even notice Zhao Hai's arrival. Seeing Lizzie's serious expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong? Are these demons very hard to deal with?" Lizzie recovered, she turned to Zhao Hai and nodded, "It's very difficult to deal with them. Brother Hai, look, their defenses are very tight. Although they are in their own territory, they didn't relax at all. Most importantly, look at their military deployment. Their coordination is very reasonable. Moreover, they are using formations to deal with unexpected situations. It can be said that the demons are more difficult to deal with than the divine race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, they are very difficult to deal with. Brother Hai, you can see that their defenses are very tight." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Of course. You don't need to worry too much about the demon realm. It's useless to just look at it like this. Let's wait until the battle starts and then slowly study it. Also, your energy is limited, you still need to take care of the divine race. I'll leave this to Besmir." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, you don't need to worry too much about it. It's useless to just look at it like this. Leave it to me." Lizzie shook her head and said, "I'm just studying the demon's way of fighting. Up until now, I still haven't figured out the best way to deal with the demons. Forget it, I don't need to think about it. However, looking at how busy the divine race is, I'm afraid that their reinforcements would arrive in a few days. When that time comes, we might have to fight." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I do? The divine race is coming in a very aggressive manner while the demons are taking their time. I'll focus on dealing with the divine race while the demons are delaying. As long as Akram Mountain is ready, we'll slowly retreat and give up the Buddha Empire. I don't believe that the demons and the divine race would agree to divide the Buddha Empire in half." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not sure if the demons and the divine race would agree to divide the Buddha Empire in half." The Northern Icefield. At this time, the Northern Icefield wasn't as cold as it used to be. After all, the ice source had been taken away. But because of the sunlight, the Northern Icefield was still one of the coldest places in the continent. Whether it was the wind bead or the bubble, Zhao Hai didn't explore the entire Northern Icefield. This was because Zhao Hai only had one goal in mind, to find the Beast God Spear. Because of this, after finding the Beast God Spear, he didn't think that there was anything worth paying attention to in the Northern Icefield. Therefore, he returned and didn't go deeper into the Northern Wilderness. In fact, at that time, the Northern Icefield didn't have anything worth paying attention to. But now, it was different. While Zhao Hai was having a headache about how to deal with the demons and the two races, an unknown change was taking place in the Northern Icefield. In the Northern Icefield, whether it was day or night, there was only one color, white. Aside from white, no other color could be seen. But now, in this white, there was a black spot. In fact, the black spot covered a large area. It was a massive black fog that was more than 100 meters wide. In the white ice field of the extreme north, it was like a drop of ink on a piece of white paper. It was very obvious. However, there weren't any people in the Northern Icefield right now. Therefore, nobody noticed this change. If Zhao Hai really did notice this change, then he would be able to calculate that the appearance of this black mist was the time when the first leaf of the elven tree of life withered. Zhao Hai didn't have the time to pay attention to the Northern Icefield. The demons and the divine race were enough to give him a headache. He didn't have the time to pay attention to the Northern Icefield. As time passed, the black mist became thicker and thicker. Its area also became bigger and bigger. In the end, it reached more than 10,000 meters wide. Moreover, the center of the black mist seemed to have turned into black ink. Slowly, white smoke began to appear in the middle of the black ink-like substance. However, this smoke didn't appear out of thin air like the black fog. This white smoke was like the white smoke produced by corroding something with a strong corrosive liquid. However, this black mist wasn't corroding anything, it was corroding the spatial barrier. 2 days later, a circular black hole was corroded by the black mist. Then, more black mist came out, and the hole became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a skeletal arm stretched out from the hole. Then, a skeleton walked out from the hole. It looked around and scratched its bald head with its skeletal fingers, as if it didn't know where it was. Then, it began to look around. Since he couldn't see anything, the undead continued to walk forward. He didn't look around and just kept walking forward. Not long after the first skeleton left, another skeleton came out of the hole and did the same thing as the first one. After it left, another skeleton appeared. Then more and more skeletons came out of the hole and walked around. They didn't seem to have any purpose, but they spread out very widely. With the hole as a point, they fanned out and walked around. It wasn't known how many skeletons appeared in total. Suddenly, a huge skeletal claw stretched out from the hole. Then, a huge skeleton of a magic beast came out of the hole. This demon looked like a dragon, but it didn't have wings and was smaller than a dragon. Moreover, its bones weren't complete. It was missing a few bones and some of its ribs were broken. It looked like it was broken during a battle. After the undead came out of the hole, it couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Although it was just a skeleton, it still made a huge sound. Along with its roar, the skeletons closest to it came to its side. They stood in a daze, as if they were waiting for its command. The undead roared again, causing the skeletons to scatter and walk away. The undead also slowly walked forward, getting further and further away from the hole. As this undead walked, more and more skeletons came out of the round hole. Not long after, zombies with long green hair came out of the round hole. After these zombies came out, there were also zombies with long green hair that came out of the hole. Behind these zombies were countless dark creatures. These creatures also slowly came out, just like the undead, they were scouting around. At this time, Zhao Hai was worried about the magic beasts. The fact that the demons had sent troops to Demon City made Zhao Hai very anxious. Not to mention, the demons had also sent out scouts. Zhao Hai was already having a headache because of the demons. Now that the demons had sent out scouts, although this was within Zhao Hai's expectations, it still made Zhao Hai very worried. The fact that the other party sent out scouts meant that they were about to attack. Yesterday, Zhao Hai discovered that the demons had sent more troops to Demon City. Now that they had sent out scouts, it seems like the demons were also anxious. Zhao Hai looked at the demon scouts and sighed. Then he turned to Lizzie and said, "Lizzie, do you think we should send the elves to deal with these demon scouts?" Lizzie looked at the demon scouts on the monitor and sighed, "To be honest, Big Brother Hai, we should deal with these scouts. But you should also know that the demons have a very tight defense. They should have their own way of communicating with these scouts. If we take action, then even if we eliminate these scouts, it would still attract their attention." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the demon scouts on the monitor and sighed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the demon scouts and said, "Have the elves eliminate them. In any case, they're going to attack. If we don't fight back, then they might think that we're afraid of them. I want to see how the demons would react." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the demon scouts and said, "Let the elves eliminate them. In any case, if we don't fight back, then they might think that we're afraid." When Lizzie heard Zhao Hai, she hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Then she immediately gave the order. Although the people in Rising Sun City weren't afraid of the divine race's attack, they still didn't send any scouts. It can be said that they were still in a passive state. Therefore, Zhao Hai's order really surprised them. However, Besmir immediately accepted Zhao Hai's order. He believed that Zhao Hai must have his reasons. Zhao Hai's understanding of the demons was much better than Besmir's. Therefore, when Zhao Hai gave the order, Besmir didn't say anything and immediately had the elves set out. Zhao Hai looked at the elves on the monitor. At this point, the elves in Rising Sun City had already reached 9th rank. Moreover, they were equipped with blood lightning beads. It can be said that this was a test to see how strong the elves would become after reaching 9th rank and using the blood lightning beads. Before long, Xiaohai knew that the elves were divided into teams of 100 people before they set out towards the direction of the demon scouts. These elves were the elites of their race. Moreover, they were equipped with blood lightning beads. It can be said that they were the strongest combat squad of the elves. If they couldn't defeat the demons, then Xiaohai's plan would go down the drain. However, the elves didn't disappoint Xiaohai. After the elves set out, it didn't take long before they found the demon scouts. One must know that scouts were the most powerful existence in an army. Naturally, the demon scouts were also the strongest in the demon race. After arriving in the Ark continent, they didn't have the chance to fight against the elves. Therefore, they didn't think highly of the elves. Naturally, the elves weren't polite as they shot their stone bullets. They didn't use blood lightning beads, they wanted to test the defensive capabilities of the demons. Therefore, they only used the stone bullets that the elves were accustomed to. However, as soon as the stone bullets were shot, they discovered how formidable the demons were. These demons were either 8th or 9th ranks, their levels weren't very high. In this case, the live bullets should be able to injure them. Xiaohai nodded and said, "Let's go." However, the fact was that the elf stone bullets were completely useless against the demons. The bodies of the elves were very tough, they were afraid that the stone bullets would explode next to them. For the elves, the damage done by the stone bullets was very limited. In this situation, the elves had no choice but to deal with the demons in the sky. The demons weren't very fast, they were even slower compared to the blood hawks. The elves weren't afraid of the demons catching up to them. At this time, the elves suddenly shot their blood lightning beads. It must be said that the lethality of Xiaohai's blood lightning beads wasn't small. A single blood lightning bead would be able to deal damage to the demons in a range of 20 meters. If several blood lightning beads weren't shot far enough, then it would cause a chain reaction. The effect of several blood lightning beads could be stacked, making their lethality even greater. Because of this, the elves were able to maximize their firepower. At the same time, the demons didn't send a large army, instead, they sent some scouts. After the first few rounds of stone bullets, the demon scouts believed that the elves' attack wouldn't have any effect on them. Because of this, the demon scouts made the same decision to chase after the elves. At this time, the elves shot their blood lightning beads. Even the divines were afraid of the blood lightning beads, let alone the 8th and 9th ranks. Although the demons could explode, they still needed time to prepare. Even if their vitality was strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the blood lightning beads. In an instant, the demon scouts disappeared from the sky, they were directly vaporized by the blood lightning beads. There was a long distance between Demon City and Rising Sun City. It was impossible to see Demon City from Rising Sun City. Xiaohai also used the space to monitor the demons. Because of this, Barry didn't know what the demons were doing. He could only rely on Xiaohai to warn him. It must be said that Barry's current situation wasn't good. He wanted to stall the demons, but his control over them wasn't as good as Xiaohai's. Because of this, it was impossible for him to command the demons like Xiaohai. But in Rising Sun City, the most suitable scouts were the elves. Since he couldn't command the elves, having scouts in Rising Sun City was the same as not having any. Even if the elves gave Xiaohai face and listened to Besmir, they still wouldn't completely listen. Because of this, having scouts in Rising Sun City was the same as not having any. But this time it was Xiaohai who gave the order. Even if the scouts didn't give Besmir face, they didn't dare to not give Xiaohai face. Xiaohai had always been fair when it came to dealing with the other races. If they were punished by Xiaohai, then not only would their race not say anything, they might even be punished again. Because of this, the elves went out to deal with the demon scouts. Moreover, they were able to achieve a great victory. Besides a few people, almost all of the demons were eliminated. Although the number wasn't a lot, it was still a great boost to the strength of the soldiers in Rising Sun City. When Xiaohai saw the actions of the elves, he couldn't help but feel happy. The elves had done a good job. Most importantly, through this matter, Xiaohai was able to understand the strength of 9th rank elves. In the future, Xiaohai would be able to use 9th rank elves to his advantage. Although the demons in Demon City didn't know about the situation of the scouts, just as Lizzie said, their control over the army had reached the point of perfection. If the scouts didn't come back in a few hours, then it meant that something had happened to them. Otherwise, the scouts would have returned by themselves. If they were late, then they would be punished. Therefore, when the demons discovered that their scouts didn't come back, they immediately knew that their scouts had come out. They immediately sent a large group of people to search for those scouts, but in the end they didn't find anything. The demons also understood that if they couldn't find anything, then there could only be one possibility: they had been eliminated by the human race. The demons also understood that even if the scouts they sent were killed, they wouldn't leave behind any clues. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai could turn people into undead. Even if Zhao Hai killed a lot of people, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Because of this, the demons sent a large group of people to search for the scouts. However, even if they sent a large group of people, they still didn't dare to approach Rising Sun City. Naturally, the demons were very afraid of Zhao Hai. Before they had enough strength, they wouldn't make a move against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the demons' actions through the monitor. When he saw that they didn't immediately attack Demon City, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The reason why Zhao Hai had the elves go out was because he wanted to see how strong the elves were. Secondly, he wanted to make the demons even more afraid of him. This way, the demons wouldn't dare to attack unless they were certain. However, this situation also had its pros and cons. The demons wouldn't attack unless they were certain. But when they do, then they would be fully prepared. When that time comes, even if Zhao Hai personally went out, he wouldn't be able to stop the demons. The most frightening thing was that when the time comes, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make an appearance. Although the divine race's reinforcements had yet to arrive, there were signs that indicated that they would be arriving soon. The divine race's army was currently distributing supplies to their barracks day and night. At the same time, they were also cleaning up the Radiant Church's cities. All of these signs indicated that the divine race's reinforcements were about to arrive. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race and couldn't help but sigh. He really couldn't understand why the divine race wanted the Ark continent so badly. The divine race was a higher plane, so it was reasonable to say that there was nothing in the Ark continent that was worth it. However, they still did. Could it be that the divine race were born with a desire to conquer? To say that the divine race were doing this for the people of the Ark continent was something that couldn't be justified. The divine race itself had a lot of people. When their children were born, they would be 8th ranks in the Ark continent. When they grow up, they would reach 9th ranks. In this case, why would the divine race set their sights on the people of the Ark continent? After all, it was very difficult to reach 9th rank in the Ark continent. However, Zhao Hai thought about it again. The divine race's heavy cavalry didn't seem to be from the divine race. Each and every one of them looked like a barbarian. It was impossible for the divine race to have such a race. This meant that the heavy cavalry were slaves of the divine race. It was possible that they were slaves that Iron Hammer and the others didn't know about. This situation wasn't impossible. Iron Hammer and the others hadn't been in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years. A lot of things could happen in these tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for them to know about the development of the divine race. If the heavy cavalry were really slaves of the divine race, then Zhao Hai could understand why the divine race wanted to attack the Ark continent. They wanted to turn the Ark continent into another source of heavy cavalry. To be honest, Zhao Hai believed that the divine race's light cavalry were slaves of the divine race. If they weren't from the divine race, then how could they turn them into God-rank experts? One must know that the casualty rate of light cavalry was very high. If the light cavalry and heavy cavalry were slaves that the divine race subdued in other places, then the divine race would be very terrifying. This was because the place where they subdued slaves might not be in the divine realm, but in other planes. Zhao Hai's conjecture wasn't baseless. The Ark continent's history was less than 10,000 years old. And what Iron Hammer told Zhao Hai was only a few years ago. At that time, people from the Ark continent were still able to ascend to the divine realm. This showed that the people of the Ark continent were very strong. Moreover, Iron Hammer said that in the divine realm, the divine race of the Ark continent had a war with the native divine race. At the same time, the divine race of the Ark continent also had a war with the native divine race. On the surface, these two sentences didn't seem like much. But if you think about it carefully, you would understand that there were a lot of people from the Ark continent who ascended to the divine realm. They were already able to form a force that could fight against the native divine race. If this was the case, then it would mean that the god ranks of the Ark continent had already ascended tens of thousands of years ago. In other words, the divine realm had already existed for a very long time. The divine race had always been very strong. After tens of thousands of years of development, they would only grow stronger. If they could use this method to invade the Ark continent, then why couldn't they use this method to invade other continents? If the divine race could use this method to invade other continents, then the origin of their heavy cavalry and light cavalry would be obvious. This also explains why the divine race wanted to invade the Ark continent. They wanted to establish a colony, and with the enmity of the Ark continent, it was natural for them to deal with the Ark continent. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai looked at the monitor. The divine race was still busy, but Zhao Hai's heart was getting more and more anxious. From the barracks that the divine race had set up, they should be able to send tens of millions of people to the Ark continent. On the other hand, the Ark continent's army should be less than that. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, don't worry about it. At the very least, we know that the demons and the divine race aren't in cahoots. As long as they aren't in cahoots, then it would be an opportunity for us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he patted Lizzie's hand and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Whether they're in cahoots or not, we won't easily give up on the Ark continent." Lizzie nodded. Unknowingly, another day passed by. On this day, just as Zhao Hai woke up, Kair flew towards him and said, "Young master, good news. The herbs are enough to produce a god rank potion. I've already started the production process. Moreover, the pagoda will be finished in a few minutes." "Young master, do you want to see it?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Of course I'll go. Wait for me." After saying that, he quickly ran to the bathroom, cleaned himself up quickly, and then ran to the processing machine. At this time, Laura and the others had also woken up. They had also received the same news. They also cleaned themselves up before heading towards the processing machine. Laura and the others weren't like the other girls in the continent. They didn't need to spend at least half an hour on their makeup. Sometimes, they would even spend more than an hour on their makeup. This was because they didn't have the time to do so. Every day, they would be busy from dawn to dusk, so they didn't have the time to waste on their makeup. The second reason was that they didn't need to. In the past, they would use makeup to make themselves more beautiful. But now, there was no need for that. Every day, they would drink water from the space and eat food from the space. Their skin was so good that it would be wet if they were to pinch it. In this case, if they were to put on heavy makeup, then they would just be looking for trouble. Because of these two reasons, Laura and the others didn't put on makeup. They just washed their faces, tidied up their hair, and wore clean clothes. Makeup was unnecessary for them, it wasn't necessary at all. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived in front of the processing machine, there were only 2 minutes left before the pagoda's upgrade. On the other side, the processing machine had just begun to process the god rank potions. Zhao Hai looked at the processing machine and frowned as he looked at Kai and said, "Kai do we have enough money in the space? In the future, if we can use the herbs in the magic world background, then the space would be able to produce a lot of god rank potions. When the time comes, the space wouldn't have enough money." Kai smiled and said, "Young master doesn't need to worry. Now that the space has leveled up to level 70, it has opened the magic fantasy world background. Using the magic fantasy world background to make divine potions will cost less than half of the original cost, only 200,000 gold coins. Moreover, in the magic fantasy world background, not only did I plant some herbs, I also planted a lot of cash crops. These things can be sold to the space for a lot of money, allowing the space to be self-sufficient. Because of this, the magic fantasy world background's herbs are much more advanced compared to the ordinary ones. Because of this, the time it takes to make a divine potion will be much shorter. Originally, it would take 48 hours to make a divine potion, but using the magic fantasy world background's herbs would only take 8 hours. Because of this, the young master doesn't need to worry about not having enough divine potions. When Zhao Hai heard Kai he relaxed. He didn't think that upgrading the space to a magic world background would bring so many benefits. Laura turned her head to Kai and said, Kai, you have to leave some potions for us. I heard that once a person reaches god rank, their skin would become better and they would become immortal. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, Kai, you have to leave some potions for us. Zhao Hai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Then he turned to Laura and said, your skin is already very good. If your skin gets better, then I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to hold you in the future. Laura and the others couldn't help but blush. Laura stared at Zhao Hai and said, don't talk nonsense. Kai smiled and said, the young master isn't talking nonsense. In fact, god rank potions are mainly used to restore the body's energy. It makes the body's cells more active, making them look younger. You've been inside the space for a long time, so your cells wouldn't need to be strengthened by god rank potions. Because of this, you don't need to worry about using god rank potions. Laura stared, then she smiled and said, really? Does that mean that as long as we stay inside the space, we would be able to live longer than people outside? Moreover, our aging process would be slower. Kai smiled and said, that's true. However, the space's level is still too low. Because of this, people can't achieve immortality inside the space. If we can get better plants, then the space can be upgraded. When the time comes, people would be able to live longer. Even if they can't achieve immortality, they would still be able to achieve immortality. Laura and the others' eyes lit up as they looked at Kai. Then they turned their heads to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw that Laura and the others' eyes were shining, he couldn't help but be startled. He crossed his arms and said, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, if you want to use force, then I won't agree. I will resist. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. They reached out their hands and pinched Zhao Hai's waist, causing Zhao Hai to let out a pitiful scream. After twisting it, Laura snorted and said, who told you to talk nonsense? Brother Hai, if we go to the demons or the divine realm later, we need to find more plants and magic beasts to upgrade the space as soon as possible. Zhao Hai touched his waist, then he smiled bitterly and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Alright, don't think too much about it. Now that the small pagoda has been upgraded, let's see what it looks like now. Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a white light flashed as a small pagoda appeared in front of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the small pagoda, he couldn't help but stare. This small pagoda was completely different from the one that Zhao Hai saw before. The original small pagoda was black, it looked very strange. However, this small pagoda was almost transparent, it had the same color as 10,000-year-old black ice. Laura and the others were also curiously looking at the small pagoda. The small pagoda was almost transparent, but it was octagonal. Moreover, each corner of the small pagoda had a wind chime. The wind chimes were divided into 5 colors: white, cyan, black, red, and yellow. Zhao Hai understood that these 5 colors represented the 5 elements. However, these 5 colors were arranged according to the 8 trigrams. 2 were white, 2 were yellow, 2 were cyan, 1 was red, and 1 was black. These 8 colors represented the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams. They were Qian, metal; Dui, metal; Li, fire; Zhen, wood; Sun, wood; Can, water; Zhen, earth; Kuan, earth. Because of this, the 8 wind chimes had 5 colors. At the top of the small pagoda, there was a small yin-yang fish pattern. The pattern seemed to be constantly rotating, it looked very mysterious. When Zhao Hai reached out his hand, the small pagoda immediately flew into Zhao Hai's hand. It kept rotating while the small wind chimes on the pagoda kept ringing. The sound was very pleasant, it was like a child laughing happily. Zhao Hai looked at the small pagoda with infatuation. The small pagoda was really beautiful. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and touch the small pagoda. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the small pagoda was just like a child. It gently shook its body and rubbed against Zhao Hai's hand. It didn't seem like a child rubbing its head against its father's hand. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. He couldn't help but sink his consciousness into the small pagoda. As soon as he entered the small pagoda, a piece of information immediately entered Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he looked at the information. He quickly discovered that the information was about the small pagoda's abilities. The small pagoda's abilities were very strong. It can attack, defend, and attack. It can use the power of the 8 trigrams, the 5 elements, the yin-yang, and the 9 palaces. It can also use sound waves to attack enemies. Its defense was even more amazing. The small pagoda can turn into a shield that protects Xiao Hai's body. It can block physical attacks, spiritual attacks, magic attacks, Dao attacks, and even magic attacks. Its defensive ability was very strong. But what moved Xiao Hai the most was that the small pagoda can also devour enemies. As long as the small pagoda covers the enemy, the small pagoda can turn the enemy's flesh and soul into energy. As long as the enemy is within the 5 elements or the 8 trigrams, then they wouldn't be able to escape the small pagoda's attack. This wasn't all. The small pagoda can also turn the power of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams into dark energy. It can also turn the dark energy into elemental energy and the 8 trigrams, which can be absorbed by all living things. It was very domineering. After knowing the small pagoda's abilities, Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that the small pagoda would be this strong. Xiao Hai's spiritual force withdrew from the small pagoda as he immediately said, "Artifact spirit, show yourself." Just as Xiao Hai's voice fell, a person's figure appeared on the small pagoda. This person wasn't the person that Xiao Hai saw fighting with him. Instead, it had the voice of a child. It was wearing a small dudu with a yin-yang symbol on it. It had black hair and 2 small hairpins on its head. When Xiao Hai saw the artifact spirit, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "You're the artifact spirit? Where's the original artifact spirit?" The artifact spirit looked at Xiao Hai and said, replying to Master, "The original artifact spirit has turned into pure energy and was absorbed by me. But Master can rest assured. I also know what the original artifact spirit knows. If Master wants to know something, just ask me." Xiao Hai was overjoyed. He nodded and said, "Call me young Master. Tell me, where did the original master of this pagoda come from? Did he really come from a world of cultivators?" The child nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The original master of this pagoda came from a world of cultivators. In that world, there are cultivators everywhere. Those cultivators rule tens of thousands of planes. This plane is just one of the small planes that they rule." Xiao Hai stared. Then he frowned and said, "They rule so many planes. Why can't they directly descend to this plane? Why can't they just send a projection?" The child replied, replying to young master, "They rule tens of thousands of planes. But they don't rule directly. Instead, they make the people in those planes believe in them. They treat them as gods and provide them with faith power." Xiao Hai frowned and said, "Tell me about the ranks of the cultivators' planes. Also, tell me about the use of faith power." The child nodded and said, "The ranks of cultivators are divided into 8 levels. The first level and the second level have 12 stages. The third level to the 8th level have 9 stages. The first level is the body tempering level. This level is mainly used to temper the cultivator's body. This makes the cultivator's body stronger and allows them to practice immortal techniques. The second level is the qi refining level. This level is mainly used to cultivate the body's qi. This allows the cultivator to adjust their body's qi and heal the injuries left behind from the body tempering level. This allows the cultivator to be in the best condition to learn immortal techniques. The third level is the foundation establishment level. At this level, the cultivator can be considered to have touched the threshold of immortal cultivation. They can turn the qi in their body into origin qi and officially begin to cultivate. The fourth stage was the golden core stage. At this stage, cultivators could already live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. They could form a golden core in their body and let the golden core absorb energy for them. At the golden core stage, the speed at which they absorbed energy was 10 times faster than the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, they could also use the golden core to attack, which was extremely powerful. The fifth stage was the nascent soul stage. At this stage, the jindan in the cultivator's body would shatter, and then a nascent soul would form in the body. This nascent soul was equivalent to another cultivator. It could help the cultivator cultivate, help the cultivator absorb energy, use more advanced immortal spells, and attach a part of one's spirit to an object, turning it into a projection. Even if the cultivator's physical body was destroyed, as long as the nascent soul escaped, it could take over a new body and be reborn. The cultivator who fought with the young master before was in the nascent soul stage. The sixth level is the severed soul level. At this level, cultivators can divide their divine sense into multiple parts. This divine sense is different from the nascent soul level. In the nascent soul level, the divine sense has to be attached to a magic treasure and can only display 1/10 of the strength of the cultivator. At the severed soul level, the divine sense can exist independently and form an avatar. This avatar can display 50 to 60% of the strength of the cultivator's body. It can be attached to a magic treasure or not and can exist independently. The seventh level is the transcending tribulation level. At this level, cultivators can be said to be the strongest. They can create thousands of avatars and each avatar can display 90% of the strength of the cultivator's body. At the same time, their body is comprehending the heavenly Tao and preparing for the heavenly tribulation. This is why they are called the transcending tribulation level. The eighth level is the immortal stage. Immortal stage cultivators have already transcended the heavenly tribulation. Legend has it that they can live as long as the heavens and earth. The laws of heaven and earth can't control them. This is why they are called immortal stage. At this point, Little Doll took a deep breath and continued, "The power of faith is an essential ability for cultivators, but ordinary cultivators can't use it, nor can they feel it. Only cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage can feel the power of faith. Not only can the power of faith help people cultivate, but it can also increase the power of the cultivator's magic treasures. It's very powerful, so in the immortal cultivation world, almost all cultivators from large sects will be assigned to several planes to collect the power of faith. These planes are generally lower than ordinary places, and the strength of the people there is at most in the foundation establishment stage." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Is it impossible for immortal cultivators to descend to the planes they rule?" The child nodded and said, "It's impossible. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage can't break the spatial barrier unless they ascend to a higher level. Nascent soul stage cultivators can't break the spatial barrier. They won't be destroyed by the laws of space. Even transcending tribulation level cultivators can't. Immortal stage cultivators can, but reaching the immortal stage is too difficult. Even if they reach the immortal stage, they would become part of the laws of heaven and earth. They wouldn't be able to break the laws of heaven and earth." When he heard this, Zhao Hai's frown deepened. Then he said, "But the divine race actually used a formation to open the spatial barrier. Isn't this breaking the laws of heaven and earth? The Arc Continent, the Divine Realm, and the Demon Realm are all small planes. Countless small planes make up a large plane, and this large plane is ruled by a nascent soul cultivator. This large plane has its own unique laws of heaven and earth. In the entire universe, there are too many of these large planes. Because of this, when the divine race broke the spatial barrier between the Arc Continent and the Divine Realm, it's just a matter of tossing about a large plane. It doesn't affect the laws of heaven and earth in the entire universe." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The divine race didn't have any influence on the laws of heaven and earth. Because of this, when the divine race broke the spatial barrier between the Arc Continent and the divine race, they were just tossing about in a large plane. It doesn't affect the laws of heaven and earth in the entire universe." Zhao Hai nodded. Now that the child had said so, Zhao Hai understood. He turned to the child and asked, "What is the name of the cultivator who fought with me? Which sect does he belong to?" The child said, "Young master, that person is called Lu Wei. He is a cultivator from the Five Extremes sect and an elder of the sect." Zhao Hai frowned and asked, "What sect is this Five Extremes sect?" 5 years later, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage and became an inner sect disciple. 10 years later, he reached the core formation stage and became a core disciple of the Jingguang Temple. This is also the division of ranks for disciples in general cultivation sections. Those who just entered the sect with good bone structure can become an outer sect disciple, while those with poor bone structure can only be a handyman. If you can reach the 9th level of the body forging stage within 5 years after entering the sect, you can be promoted to an inner sect disciple. If you can reach the chi refining stage within 10 years after entering the sect, you can become an inner sect disciple. If you can reach the gold core stage within 100 years after entering the sect, you can become a core disciple. This Five Absolutes disciple was called the number one cultivation genius of the Jingguang Temple at that time. The child paused for a moment and looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai did not look impatient, he continued, but later, 5 Extremes Shangren went on a mission with his fellow sect members. However, he was framed by his fellow sect members and was seriously injured. Although his life was saved, he lost his cultivation. The person who framed him had a strong background in the Golden Light Temple. In the end, 5 Extremes Shangren was driven out of the Golden Light Temple. Zhao Hai nodded. Although this cultivator's performance was impressive, he was the most ruthless. What kind of people would do such a thing? Seeing that Zhao Hai seemed to be very interested, the child immediately continued, but who would have thought that after 5 Extremes Shangren was driven out of the Golden Light Temple, he met a benefactor. This person was Taoist Master Wu Ju. Taoist Master Wu Ju was a famous rogue cultivator in the immortal cultivation world. The cultivation method he practiced was called the 5 Extremes Devil Technique. In order to practice this technique, one must be able to reach the point of severing 5 emotions. These 5 emotions are severing familial ties, friendship, and the feelings between men and women, gratitude, and righteousness. It can be said that this is a truly ruthless devil technique. After 5 Extremes Shangren was asked by Taoist Master Wu Ju, he used some kind of magic to heal 5 Extremes Shangren's injuries, and his cultivation was even better than before. Later, Taoist Master Wu Ju died, and 5 Extremes Shangren began to use this name in the immortal cultivation world. He was originally a cultivation genius, and slowly cultivated the 5 Extremes Devil Technique to the extreme, becoming a transcending tribulation stage great cultivator. Later, he created the 5 Extremes sect and became the head of the sect. This is something that even Taoist Master Wu Ju could not do. Zhao Hai nodded. This 5 Extremes Shangren was very powerful. He was unexpectedly able to reach this point. He looked at the child and said, "How is 5 Extremes Shangren now? How strong is the 5 Extremes sect? What is Lu Wei's status in the sect?" The child immediately replied, "Nobody knows what happened to the 5 Extremes sect. He hasn't shown himself for a long time. Some people say that he passed through the Great Tribulation and became an immortal cultivator. Others say that his lifespan has come to an end and he passed away. But no one knows. The 5 Extremes sect is very powerful in the immortal cultivation realm. Although it's still a bit inferior to the super sects, it can still be considered a first-class sect. Lu Wei's status in the sect isn't very high, he's only an elder. With his cultivation, it's already good enough for him to be an elder." The child immediately replied, "The 5 Extremes sect is very strong." Zhao Hai nodded. Although the child spoke casually, Zhao Hai's heart was very heavy. He wasn't worried about Lu Wei, he was worried about the 5 Extremes sect. If the 5 Extremes sect were to become enemies with them in the future, then they wouldn't have a good time. Laura and the others stood by Zhao Hai's side as they listened to Zhao Hai and the child's questions. Although they didn't understand, they knew that the immortal cultivation realm was a very powerful existence. In the eyes of these people, they were nothing more than ants. Zhao Hai looked at the child and saw that he was very cute. He looked like the mascot of China's Olympic Games. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "From now on, you'll be called Fua. Tell me more about the immortal cultivation realm." Fua nodded, then he immediately said, "Yes, young master. The immortal cultivation realm is very vast. Nobody knows how big it is. The immortal cultivation realm is made up of countless small planes. These planes are all connected by transmission formations. The immortal cultivation realm can be considered a large plane. However, this plane is much bigger than the Arc continent and the divine realm. Moreover, it is also a higher level plane. Cultivators from other realms would often ascend to the immortal cultivation realm. However, these people would only be at the golden core stage. They wouldn't be able to develop much in the immortal cultivation realm. The best result for them would be to be recruited by a large sect and become an elder or a core disciple. Zhao Hai nodded, he already thought about this. The immortal cultivation realm was certainly stronger than the Arc continent. When Lu Wei was killed, he said that when Zhao Hai ascends to the immortal cultivation realm, he would deal with him. It seems like when people from this realm reach a certain level of cultivation, they would ascend to the immortal cultivation realm, just like how people from the Ark continent ascend to the divine realm. Seeing that Zhao Hai was listening seriously, Fua immediately said, "Young master, there are a lot of great sects in the immortal cultivation realm. Besides the 5 extreme sect and the Golden Light Temple, there are also 180 Buddhist sects. Each of these Buddhist sects have extraordinary strength. There are also the 81 Supreme Taoist sects, the 36 Heavenly Dipper sects, and the 72 Earthly Fiend sects. These are the most famous sects in the immortal cultivation realm." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "What's with the 180 Buddhist sects? Do they belong to the same sect, or do they belong to different sects?" Fua said, "Young master, all of these belong to different sections. Among the 180 Buddhist temples, there is the Golden Light Temple. In fact, these 180 temples are the collective name of the most powerful sects in Buddhism. There are a total of 180 powerful sects in Buddhism, so they are collectively known as the 180 temples. The 81 Supreme Tao sects of Taoism are similar to the 180 temples of Buddhism. They are all composed of different sections. They are not allies, and some have no family feuds, but they are all part of Taoism, so they are known as the 81 Supreme Tao sects. The same goes for the 36 Heavenly Dipper sects and the 72 Earthly Fiend sects. These sects are the de facto rulers of the immortal cultivation world. In addition to them, there are also some powerful immortal cultivation clans and some rogue cultivator alliances. However, their overall strength is far inferior to the 3 great Tao sects, so they have less say." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Fua and said, "Alright, let's talk about these things later. Right now, this young master doesn't have time to deal with these things. What you need to do now is to help me upgrade some of my undead. Can you do this?" Fua quickly nodded and said, "I can. Young master can rest assured. Young master's magic beasts aren't very strong. However, upgrading them isn't easy. I can only upgrade 81 undead at once. Moreover, it would take me 9 days to do so." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "Then let's do this first." "Right, when you upgrade the undead, can you help me fight?" Fua nodded and said, "Young master, I can. But if I do that, the undead's upgrade speed would be slower." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll upgrade 81 undead first." Then he waved his hand as 81 undead appeared in front of Zhao Hai. These undead belonged to the dragon race. The fighting strength of the dragon race was much stronger than that of the human race. Although these undead were 9th ranks like the human race, in a real fight, the dragon race's undead were much stronger than the human race. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to upgrade the dragon race's undead first. At this time, Zhao Hai had already sent the undead to the hell background. This was so that they could be upgraded as soon as possible. However, although the hell background was useful to the undead, the effect wasn't very fast. Compared to the small pagoda, it was a lot slower. Fua didn't say anything as he commanded the small pagoda to receive the undead. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with wide eyes, making him look very cute. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but the eyes of Laura and the others lit up. Laura couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch Fua. Fua seemed to know about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Laura, so he didn't evade. But even if he didn't evade, Laura still couldn't touch him. Fua was just an artifact spirit, he didn't have a corporeal body. His corporeal body was the small pagoda. Laura froze for a moment, then she looked at Fua with disappointment. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, don't be disappointed. Later on, when Fua's level rises, he will slowly become a real child. Am I right?" Fua nodded and said, "Yes." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she became happy. She looked at Fua and said, "Then how would he level up?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That depends on me. The stronger I am, the more benefits he would get." Then he opened his mouth as the small pagoda entered his mouth and appeared in his lower dantian. There, it was being nourished by Zhao Hai's dantian. When the small pagoda was received by Zhao Hai, Fua also disappeared. When Laura saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but be startled. "Brother Hai, you ate Fua?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he almost fainted. He turned to Laura and said, "What do you mean I ate him? I received him into my dantian and used my dantian's qi to nourish him. Only in this way can he slowly upgrade." Laura nodded and said, "Don't say that I ate him." Laura suddenly understood and said, "So it's like that. Then when Fuel levels up, wouldn't he turn into a real child? Then Brother Hai, wouldn't you be pregnant with a child in your belly?" Zhao Hai fell to the ground, then he turned his head to look at the laughing women and shouted, "You dare to make fun of me? Let's see how I'll clean you up." Laura and the others screamed as they turned around and walked away. Zhao Hai's face turned pale, then he looked at the women and shouted, "You dare make fun of me." After laughing for a while, the group returned to the villa. Needless to say, the laughter had made Zhao Hai relax a lot. After entering the living room, Zhao Hai turned on the monitor to see if there were any movements from the demons. The demons were really calm. So many of their scouts were killed, but they didn't react at all. But when they sent out their scouts, the first group was already a lot of people. It was impossible for the elves to kill them. It seems like the demons had made up their mind to attack steadily. For such opponents, Zhao Hai had a headache. This was because the more stable they were, the less flaws they would have. It was like a farmer plowing the land. If the farmer was in a hurry and plowed the land in 2 or 3 strokes, then he would find that the land he plowed wasn't deep enough. On the other hand, if the farmer wasn't in a hurry and just moved forward step by step, then the land he plowed would be deep and good. At this time, the demons were just like the farmer who wasn't in a hurry. They were moving forward step by step. As long as there was a piece of land that wasn't plowed, then they wouldn't move forward. Although plowing was very slow, the effect was the best. Zhao Hai frowned, then he sighed and said, "I really don't know if these people are demons or not. Didn't the legends say that the demons were warlike? Look at them now, they don't seem to be warlike at all. It's really hard for them to endure for so long." Laura also frowned and said, "The behavior of these demons is really abnormal. It seems like the person commanding them is very calm and experienced. Such a person wouldn't be easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at the divine race. The divine race's military camp had been built very well. At this point, they had already sent troops to the border between the Buddha Empire and the Radiant Empire. They had complete control over the Radiant Empire. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that a lot of people came from the divine realm. Although these people were from the divine realm, Zhao Hai could see that they weren't divine race people. These people were very short, similar to the dwarves. However, they weren't as strong as the dwarves. On the contrary, these people looked very thin and weak. They had green skin, 2 pointy ears like the elves, black and white eyes, and no fur on their skin. Their entire appearance was strange, but they didn't lose their cuteness. However, these people were currently being whipped by the divine race. Most of them were only wearing short pants. Many of them had injuries on their bodies. Moreover, they were skinny and bony. Each and every one of them had a numb expression on their faces. They looked just like the slaves of the Ark continent. When Zhao Hai saw these people, he knew that they were the divine race's slaves. However, he didn't know where they came from. Laura and the others were also looking at the screen. When they saw the appearance of these people, they couldn't help but sympathize. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you know who these people are? How come I don't remember Iron Hammer mentioning them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. Iron Hammer and the others didn't mention them at all. I think that these people must have been captured by the divine race. Moreover, they should have been around for tens of thousands of years. Iron Hammer and the others didn't know about them, just like the heavy infantry." Laura nodded, then she looked at the people and said, "But why did the divine race send them here? Aren't their barracks almost finished?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "It's not finished yet. Moreover, these people might have come to the Ark continent to plant food for the divine race. At this point, all of the divine race's supplies are transported from the divine realm. This is very inconvenient, and the cost is very high. Although the Radiant Empire's territory is the smallest in the continent, it still has a lot of arable land. If these arable lands were used, then it wouldn't be impossible to solve the food problem of the divine race. It seems like these divine race fellows are planning for a long war." Laura nodded and said, "Indeed. If we didn't have the space, we would have been able to transport food like the divine race. The cost of food would have been greatly increased. It seems like the divine race didn't want to go on like this. Xiaohai nodded, then he sighed and said, I'm afraid that the divine race would do something like this. Once they start farming in the Radiant Empire, they would have already taken root there. In the future, even if we want to fight back, their resistance would only become more intense. It wouldn't be easy. Lizzie knit her brows and said, Big Brother Hai, don't you think that the divine race has already conquered other small planes? Fua said that our plane is a large plane, but it's composed of countless small planes. Wouldn't the divine race use the same method as the Ark continent to deal with the other small planes? Those heavy cavalry and slaves were all captured from other planes. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Big Brother Hai, don't you think that the divine race has already conquered other planes? Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he knit his brows and said, Right, that might be the case. If that's the case, then it would be even more troublesome. No wonder the divine race would immediately start migrating after occupying a place. It seems like they have done this before. Lizzie nodded and said, The divine race is hard to deal with, and the demons are also hard to deal with. It seems like these two races are enough to give us a headache. I just hope that they would fight when the time comes. Otherwise, our troubles would be even bigger. Zhao Hai understood what Lizzie meant. Lizzie was referring to Zhao Hai's plan to retreat to the Akra Mountains and block the demons and the divine race. Once the two races start fighting, they would be able to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The demons and the divine race were both cunning races. It wouldn't be easy to make them fight each other. If one wanted to make them fight each other, then they would need to have the capital to do so. Only when the two races couldn't break through the Akra Mountains would they fight each other. Otherwise, the two races might just clean up the Ark continent first before fighting each other. When that time comes, everything would be too late. There were a lot of divine race slaves. And just like what Zhao Hai thought, when the slaves arrived at the Radiant Empire, they immediately began to farm. Looking at their skillful movements, one could see that they were used to doing this kind of work. Zhao Hai sighed, it seems like the divine race was determined to conquer the Ark continent. Now that they have so many slaves, even if they don't want the people of the Ark continent to be their slaves, they would still be able to do so. No wonder they were so ruthless towards the people of the Ark continent. After looking for some time, Zhao Hai stood up and turned to Laura and the others, From now on, I'm going to take out more spatial water to increase the strength of the people of the continent. If the demons and the divine race don't want to destroy us, then we can't let them do as they wish. We will fight them to the end. Laura nodded, then with a resolute expression she said, All right, Brother Hai, I agree as well. Even if we can't turn everyone into god ranks, we can still make them 9th ranks. And with the magic beasts that we can produce, we can quickly arm a large number of people. Then we can go all out against the divine race and the divine race. Megan nodded and said, Big Brother Hai, there are a lot of armies in the continent right now. However, the strength of these armies is too low, they can't help us at all. As long as we increase their ranks, then our fighting strength would increase by a lot. This would make it easier for us to deal with the demons and the divine race. Megan nodded and said, All right. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled bitterly, Of course I know this. But you should also know that if we do this, then the secret of the space would be exposed. This is our biggest secret. Sigh, forget it. In any case, if we don't resist, then we wouldn't have any hope. What's the use of guarding the space? Laura, you should contact the kings and patriarchs of the various countries. Tell them that I've already produced a large number of potions. I'll be able to upgrade all soldiers of the continent to 8th ranks. The 9th rank potions should be ready soon. Laura and Megan nodded before they left. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the movements of the divine race. He couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, the reason why he decided to increase the output of the spatial water was because of Fua's provocation. Fua had told Zhao Hai a lot about the immortal realm. It was at this time that Zhao Hai understood how powerful the divine race was. However, in the end, the divine race was just a private property of one of the elders of the Five Extremes sect. The Five Extremes sect was just a group of pigs raised by the elders. They didn't pose any threat to the elders. On the other hand, the Five Extremes sect wasn't a great sect in the immortal realm. It was just a first-rate sect. According to Fua, the Five Extremes sect didn't include the 180 Buddhist temples, the 81 Taoist sects, the 36 celestial spirits, and the 72 earthly fiends. In other words, the 5 extreme sect was ranked in the top 400 in the immortal realm. For an elder of such a sect to be able to control such a large position, one could imagine how powerful the immortal realm was. The strength of the immortal realm stimulated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to be a pig raised in a pen. He also didn't want to be an ant in the eyes of others. He wanted to resist, he wanted to have strength. He wanted to make these immortal cultivators unable to look at him with arrogant eyes. He wanted to trample these people under his feet. At this time, a very strange phenomenon was occurring in the Ark continent. The demons and the divine race were clearly invading the Ark continent, but they weren't in a hurry to make a move. One was leisurely building barracks while the other was slowly building cities. It was as if they were building their own homes. At this time, the invaders weren't in a hurry. Naturally, the people of the Ark continent weren't in a hurry. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had opened up the supply of spatial water. For the people of the continent, this was good news. This was especially true for the soldiers. The soldiers were already aware of the strength of the demons and the divine race. They knew that with their current strength, going against the demons and the divine race would only be courting death. However, for the sake of their families, they had no choice but to fight. Almost all of them were prepared to die in the face of the demons and the divine race's invasion. However, at this time, the sea began to provide a large amount of spatial water. No matter what rank one was, after drinking it, one would be able to become an 8th rank expert in a short time. For ordinary soldiers, this was something that they couldn't even dream of. These people were prepared to die. However, this didn't mean that they wanted to die. Nobody wanted to die, it was best if they didn't die. When fighting against the demons and the divine race, how could they not die? It was very simple, as long as one's strength was strong enough, then they wouldn't die. If they could become 8th rank, then their strength would naturally increase. In the future, when they fight against the demons and the divine race, their chances of survival would also increase. These people were full of gratitude towards Zhao Hai. And the following news made them regard Zhao Hai as a god. They heard that Mr. Zhao Hai had a potion that could make people become 9th rank experts. This was an existence that could fly in the sky. In the past, there weren't many people like this in the continent. And now, Mr. Zhao Hai was able to make people reach 9th rank through his potion. This was too terrifying. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that they heard that Mr. Zhao Hai was currently making 9th rank potions. He planned to make all soldiers in the continent reach 9th rank. This news was what the soldiers cared about the most. Moreover, these soldiers knew that Zhao Hai wasn't talking nonsense. They knew that Mr. Zhao Hai had already made a lot of people reach 9th rank with his potions. Because of this, the soldiers were completely convinced. This caused the morale of the continent to soar, especially the frontline soldiers. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't go back on his words. Large quantities of potions were sent to the major cities of the continent. As long as one was a soldier, regardless of whether they were in the front lines or not, all of them were promoted to 8th rank. Since they were already 8th ranks, then they would have to wait for the 9th rank potions to be made. In just a short time, 8th ranks sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. In the past, 3rd and 4th ranks were now 8th ranks. In the past, they could only look up to them, but now, they were on equal footing. This caused the people of the continent to be excited. A lot of people had already treated Zhao Hai as a god in their hearts. However, Zhao Hai also announced that in the future, the commoners of the continent would be able to receive 8th rank potions. These potions were for the commoners to drink. Even if they didn't cultivate battle chi or magic before, these potions could strengthen their bodies. Moreover, if they were to give birth to a child in the future, it would be very beneficial for the child. At this time, the entire continent went crazy. People didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this crazy. He was actually going to provide these potions to the people of the continent. Just how many things were there? Even the kings and patriarchs tried to persuade Zhao Hai. But after they heard Zhao Hai's explanation, they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai's explanation was very simple. The fighting strength of the demons and the divine race were extraordinary. Just dealing with one of them was already very difficult, let alone two of them. The reason why Zhao Hai took out so many potions was to prepare for the future. If the infantry in the front lines were to be wiped out, then the commoners would have to be armed. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discussed with the patriarchs and kings of the continent. He asked the kings and patriarchs to start organizing people to conduct military training for the commoners. The kings and patriarchs of the continent didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make them do such a thing. Wasn't this saying that their frontline troops might not be able to stop the demons and the divine race? Was the matter really that serious? Were the demons and the divine race really that strong? At this time, the entire continent's army had reached 8th rank. With such strength, would the demons and the divine race still exist? Zhao Hai was very clear about the thoughts of the kings and patriarchs of the continent. These people grew up in the Ark continent, so naturally, they wouldn't understand the strength of the divine race. They also wouldn't think that the divine race was just a way to gather faith power. In their opinion, 8th rank experts weren't weak at all. Zhao Hai sat in the living room as he listened to Laura's report. At this time, the kings and patriarchs of the various countries were wondering if it was necessary to train the civilians. In their opinion, there was no need to do so at all. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Those fellows didn't believe me. They thought that I was just exaggerating." "All right, Laura, tell them when they have time and invite them to the front lines. We'll take the initiative to provoke the demons and the divine race. We'll let them know how fierce the two races are. When the time comes, let's see what they'll say." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "All right." Laura knit her brows and said, "Young master, isn't this too dangerous? If something happens to those people, then our troubles wouldn't be small." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I know, but if we don't let them see it, they wouldn't believe us." "Right, let them see it. Right, tell them to bring some people with status from their respective countries. The rest will have to be explained to them when they go back." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I know. But if we don't let them see it, they might not believe us." Laura knit her brows and said, "But will they be able to come? Will they think that this is our plot, a plot specifically targeted at them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "They won't think that way. They know how strong we are. If we want to deal with them, then we wouldn't need to spend so much effort. Go and arrange for everyone to come in one day. This way, we'll be able to prepare." Laura nodded and said, "All right, then I'll give it a try. If it's successful, then will Brother Hai really attack the demons?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We'll attack, but we can't do it on a large scale. If we do, then the demons and the divine race might retaliate. When that time comes, we'll be in trouble." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll go and arrange it." Zhao Hai nodded, then Laura turned around and left. Just as Zhao Hai expected, Laura's contact with the other patriarchs went very smoothly. They all agreed to find a time to go to the front lines and see how strong the demons and the divine race were. In order to unify their time, Laura repeatedly set a date for the 3rd day after they were contacted. In other words, in 3 days, the patriarchs and kings of the major races of the continent, as well as the leaders of these forces, would all come to the front lines to see Zhao's performance. Zhao's expression was very strange. He was a very strange person. 3 days passed by quickly. In these days, Zhao Hai made sure that the elves in Rising Sun City didn't provoke the demons. At this time, the demon scouts were quite large. The elves weren't sure if they could eliminate them in one fell swoop. Moreover, they might even suffer heavy losses. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen, so he had the elves endure for a few days. 3 days later, the patriarchs and kings of the various countries brought their trusted subordinates and their leaders to Rising Sun City. Naturally, they were all brought here by Zhao Hai's space. When these people arrived at Rising Sun City, Zhao Hai immediately introduced them to the Beastmen. Almost all of the patriarchs of the Beastman tribes were present. Altogether, there were several hundred of them. With the addition of the kings and other important figures, the number of people in this group had already exceeded 1,000. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai greeted these people, he turned his head to the crowd and said, "I know that everyone wants to know how formidable the demons and the divine race are. I also want to let everyone know. Because of this, I'll have the AI come and take a look. In a while I'll bring my undead to attack the demons. Everyone can stand behind the continent and watch. But please listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, if something happens, this Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to absolve himself even if I die 1,000 times. The patriarchs of the various races didn't say anything. Their relationship with Zhao Hai was very good. Even the mermaid patriarch didn't say anything, she just nodded gently. On the other hand, the emperor of the Rosen Empire wasn't as polite, he nodded and said, "All right, little Hai, we understand. I'll make the arrangements, we trust you." Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and nodded. Then he summoned a large number of bone dragons. These bone dragons were like aliens, they had their own independent space. Zhao Hai invited the patriarchs and kings to enter the bone dragons. If there were a small number of people, each country would have one bone dragon. If there were a lot of people, then they would have several bone dragons. Even so, Zhao Hai still used more than 100 bone dragons to accommodate all of them. Then he summoned Shu and Barry as well as a large number of undead before heading towards Demon City. Zhao Hai can already see that the demons of the continent had appeared in Demon City. Moreover, their god ranks had reached 50,000 people. It seems like the demons were preparing to attack. However, before they attack, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them first. He wanted to make them understand that the Ark Continent wasn't a pushover. The Demon Dragon King was still the commander of Demon City. This wasn't only because he was a god rank expert, but also because he was a strategist. It can be said that if it wasn't for the Great Demon King, then the Demon Dragon King would have been the one to unify the demon race. Although his strategies were formidable, compared to the Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King still lacked a grasp of the overall situation. The Demon Dragon King was also very strange. He didn't have any rebellious thoughts towards the Great Demon King. He wholeheartedly helped the Great Demon King, gaining the Great Demon King's trust. Some important matters would be handed over to the Demon Dragon King. Just like this time, the Great Demon King was personally in the rear, mobilizing resources and manpower while the Demon Dragon King was in the front, dealing with the people from the Ark Continent. However, the Great Demon King also instructed the Demon Dragon King not to be anxious. It was precisely because of the Great Demon King's instructions that the Demon Dragon King took his time in dealing with the Ark Continent. A few days ago, Zhao Hai had the elves deal with the scouts sent by the Demon Dragon King. This caused the Demon Dragon King to feel dread. Although the Demon Dragon King hadn't been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, he was still aware of how formidable Zhao Hai was. It was precisely because of this that the Demon Dragon King was careful. Although his cautiousness had caused the new demons to be dissatisfied, the Demon Dragon King didn't change his mind. The new demons hadn't fought with Zhao Hai before, so it was normal for them to not know how formidable Zhao Hai was. The demons didn't think highly of the people from the Ark Continent. Otherwise, they would forget that the demons had been collecting information about the Ark Continent for a long time. This information was very objective, but it was also because of this that the demons looked down on the people from the Ark Continent. They believed that the people from the Ark Continent didn't deserve such a good place. As for the name Zhao Hai, some demons had never heard of him. After all, Zhao Hai's rise was too short. The demons were much worse than the divine race. Therefore, it was normal for them to not have heard of him. The Heavenly Demon Dragon King was currently taking care of some matters in Demon City. At this time, he had already moved the frontline command post to Demon City. This was in order to attack the hinterland of the Buddha Empire at any time. Although the demons had yet to attack, they had already prepared a lot of materials. The distribution of these materials was also a problem. The demons weren't any less than the Ark Continent, some of them even had grudges with each other. Under the Great Demon King's summons, the Demon Dragon King decided to attack the Ark Continent. However, the grudges between the demons and the Ark Continent hadn't been forgotten. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King was very careful about the distribution of materials. This was because if the distribution wasn't good, then it might lead to internal strife. While the Demon Dragon King was dealing with these matters, a loud noise could be heard from outside. The Demon Dragon King couldn't help but knit his brows. He recognized this noise, it was a very famous demon race, the Strength Demon race. As soon as one heard the name of the demon race, one would understand that they were famous for their strength. This race was the strongest among the demons and had the most fiery temperament. Their average height was 3 meters, with the tallest one reaching 4 meters. This was a big difference. However, this race also had a problem. It was that their brains weren't very good. Their experience was often used as a tool by others. However, in the demon race, no one dared to look down on the strength demon race. This was because the strength demon race was very united. If one were to use them as spears, then it would be fine if they didn't find out about it. But if they did, then they would fight to the death. Moreover, it wouldn't be just one person, but the entire race. Because of this character, although the strength demon race wasn't very smart, there weren't a lot of people who dared to use them. They were afraid of the strength demon race's retaliation. Although the strength demon race had submitted to the great demon king, they didn't listen to anyone else. Even the demon dragon king could only use the great demon king to pressure them. Even if the demon dragon king came forward, it would be useless. When he heard that the strength demon race were arguing outside, the demon dragon king couldn't help but have a headache. Naturally, he knew why the strength demon race were arguing. They wanted to attack the Ark continent. However, the demon dragon king believed that the time wasn't right. He sent scouts to Rising Sun City to probe the situation. He wanted to see how Xiaohai would react. If Xiaohai was currently entangled with the divine race, then Rising Sun City's defenses would be greatly reduced. It would be impossible for the demon dragon king to deal with the scouts. If the scouts were able to reach Rising Sun City, then it would mean that Xiaohai was already fighting with the divine race. This would be the best time for the demon race to attack. Otherwise, it would mean that Xiaohai had yet to go all out against the divine race. The demon dragon king had already discussed this matter with the great demon king, and the great demon king also agreed with him. After all, the great demon king was the demon king. He didn't want to sacrifice too many demons. However, the demon race didn't think the same. They thought that the demon dragon king was afraid of Xiaohai. Moreover, they didn't believe that this order was approved by the great demon king. They thought that the demon dragon king was deceiving them. And once these people believed that the demon dragon king wouldn't repent, every 2 or 3 days, they would attack. This annoyed the demon dragon king. Now that he heard the noise outside, the demon dragon king knew that the other party was causing trouble again. The demon dragon king gently rubbed his forehead. To be honest, he had been annoyed by the strength demon race in the past few days. However, he couldn't afford to offend the strength demon race. The strength demon race had a large population, their fighting strength was formidable, and they weren't afraid of death. They were truly a brave race, so how could the demon dragon king offend them? However, these people were still causing trouble every day. The demon dragon king didn't know what to do at this point. After some time, the demon dragon king sighed, then he stood up and prepared to go outside to deal with the strength demon race. No matter what, he had to make them endure for a while. Just as the demon dragon king came out of his room, he saw several god ranks who were stopped outside by his guards. Although these god ranks were only god ranks, their fighting strength wasn't weak. The demon dragon king still valued them. However, these people were the ones who caused the most trouble in the past few days, causing the demon dragon king to have a headache. When these people saw the demon dragon king come out, they immediately began to shout. One of them said, "Demon dragon, why didn't you let us go out? You actually dared to use His Majesty the Great Demon King to deceive us. When His Majesty the Great Demon King arrives, I will certainly report you to him. Quickly give the order, let us go out to battle." Although these strength demons didn't respect the demon dragon king, they still respected the Great Demon King. Moreover, the demon dragon king was personally appointed by the Great Demon King. They didn't dare to disobey. One must know that the demons were very strict with military discipline. If they didn't get the demon dragon king's permission to go out to battle, then the Great Demon King wouldn't let them off. Because of this, these people were shouting at the demon dragon king. But before the demon dragon king agreed, they didn't dare to make a move. Just as the demon dragon king was about to comfort them, a demon suddenly flew towards the demon dragon king's courtyard. Upon seeing this person, the demon dragon king immediately knew that this person was one of the scouts he sent out. For this person to anxiously look for the demon dragon king meant that there must be something going on. After thinking about this, the Demon Dragon King no longer cared about the strength demons. He immediately turned to the Demon Dragon King and said, "What's going on? Is there a military report?" After the demon descended from the sky, he immediately gave a salute to the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Highness, Xiao Hai has arrived. He brought an army of 10 million undead with him. His target is here." When the Demon Dragon King heard that Xiao Hai had arrived, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face sank as he loudly said, "Beat the drums and gather the troops. Prepare to meet the enemy." When the strength demons heard the Demon Dragon King, they immediately shouted in excitement before turning around and running away. Naturally, they weren't going to fight Xiao Hai right now. Instead, they were going to gather their people. The strength demons were very united. Therefore, whenever they needed to go out to battle, they would gather their people and fight together. The Demon Dragon King wasn't in the mood to care about these strength demons. These strength demons might be able to fight in the front lines, but if they wanted to become good generals or commanders, then they wouldn't be able to do so. Because of this, they generally wouldn't participate in military meetings. They just needed to gather their people and wait for orders. Before long, several demons arrived at the Demon Dragon King's room. Most of them were from the fiend race, but there were also some other demons present. All of them had strange appearances, but each of them looked ferocious. However, their auras were also very astonishing. Unexpectedly, all of them were god-rank experts. The Demon Dragon King looked at the group and said, "I think everyone knows why I called you here. What do you think?" One of the fiends said, "We're going to fight no matter what. But we need to think about how we're going to fight." Another demon nodded and said, "We've been waiting for a long time to see the divine race and the Ark continent fight to the death. However, we didn't expect the two sides to have no conflict at all. This is disadvantageous for us. Now that the other side has come to our door, we can't just not fight. If we lose our morale, then it would be very difficult for us to gather again in the future." The Demon Dragon King nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "The Ark continent and the divine race didn't engage in a large-scale war. This is also within my expectations. I'm afraid that the divine race has the same idea as us. I don't think that the Ark continent would cooperate with the divine race. I heard that in order to change the Ark continent's laws, the divine race had sacrificed an entire nation's worth of blood. They were even more ruthless than us. But because of this, the Ark continent's human race and the divine race had become enemies." The other demons nodded, they also knew that this was the case. However, they were also curious as to why Xiao Hai hasn't made a move against the divine race yet. The Demon Dragon King looked at the group and said, "Xiao Hai's methods are extraordinary. Although we haven't fully recovered our strength at that time, Xiao Hai is truly extraordinary. The first time we met him, he was just a demigod. But when we fought him, he suddenly became a god-rank expert. Moreover, his fighting strength is very strong. At that time, we were 5 against 1, but we only managed to injure him. We even lost Shuriying. I heard that Shuriying has already been killed by him and turned into an undead. What makes me feel uneasy is that Shuriying has become a god-rank undead. His strength is no different from when he was alive. Because of this, I'm afraid of this Xiao Hai." Upon hearing the Demon Dragon King, the demons inside the room couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the previous matter would turn out like this. No wonder the Demon Dragon King's face was filled with dread when he mentioned Xiao Hai. So it was because of this. The Demon Dragon King looked at the people in the room and said, "We can't underestimate Xiao Hai's methods. Since he dared to take the initiative to come here, then he must have some confidence. Everyone should be careful. Also, this Xiao Hai seems to be very familiar with the demon realm. I don't know why, but now isn't the time to talk about this. Go and gather your people. No matter what, we need to defeat Xiao Hai first." The group nodded before they turned around and left. The Demon Dragon King also came out of the room. His subordinates had already prepared a carriage for him. The Demon Dragon King boarded the Black Dragon carriage and flew towards Demon City. At this time, the Demon Force demons and the other demons were ready as they flew out of Demon City. The Demon Dragon King led his troops as they slowly arrived outside Demon City. Then he quietly looked at Xiao Hai's direction. Xiao Hai didn't make them wait for too long. His undead army wasn't slow. A huge square formation of undead slowly appeared in front of the Demon Dragon King's troops. Zhao Hai's group of 3 stood on the head of the bone dragon as they slowly flew towards the Demon Dragon King. The demons behind the Demon Dragon King looked curiously at this ordinary-looking young man. They didn't think that the person who gave the Demon Dragon King a headache would be this ordinary. Most importantly, he was accompanied by a succubus. Zhao Hai's group of 3 stood on the bone dragon's head as they slowly flew towards the Demon Dragon King. Zhao Hai bowed to the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty Demon Dragon King, we meet again. It seems like your Majesty's strength has been restored. I don't know if I should congratulate you or worry about you." The Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, "Mister, it's been a long time since we last met. I wonder if Mister has been in contact with the divine race? I wonder if the god race is stronger, or if my demon race is stronger." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've troubled your Majesty. This one has indeed been in contact with the divine race. Hee hee. Although I didn't gain any advantage, I also didn't suffer any losses. Your Majesty's troops are getting stronger and stronger. This one couldn't stop worrying, so I came to take a look." The Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "To be honest, I admire Mr. Zhao Hai the most in the Ark continent. Only Mr. Zhao Hai can stop my demon race's army. However, do you think that you can stop the joint attack of the demons and the divine race?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hee hee. Let's not talk about whether or not I can stop the joint attack of the demons and the divine race. I just want to ask your Majesty Demon Dragon King, even if you and the divine race can defeat me and occupy the Ark continent, how would you divide the continent? Are we going to split it equally or not? If we are going to split it equally, I wonder if you will agree? Even if you agree, would the divine race agree?" From the moment the two met, they had already engaged in a battle of words. The Demon Dragon King was a veteran in this field, but Zhao Hai wasn't weak either. This was an eye-opener for the others. The Demon Dragon King seemed to have lost his mind. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then there's no need for Mr. to worry. I'm afraid that Mr. didn't come here today just to have a chat with me. Let's not waste words, let's just fight." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty Demon Dragon King is really anxious. Then I won't be polite." Then his figure flashed as Barry, Shu, and the bone dragon disappeared from the Demon Dragon King's sight. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the undead army. At this time, the Demon Dragon King and the others were already prepared. The Demon Dragon King had already set up his domain, the people behind him also did the same. In an instant, all kinds of domains appeared in front of Zhao Hai. At this time, the undead army suddenly released several hundred blue rays that hit the demon's domains. This caused the domains to sway and become unstable. But this wasn't over, 2 more blue rays were released. 2 blue rays simultaneously hit a demon's domain. The demons who were hit by the blue rays couldn't help but let out strange cries. Their domains had been broken by the blue rays. At this time, the demon race people beside him also reacted. Their figures immediately flashed and blocked in front of those people, blocking the blue light for them. The Demon Dragon King stared blankly at the blue rays. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have a new method this time. What were these blue rays? How could they break a Godrank's domain? The Demon Dragon King knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The opponent's blue rays were too strong. If he continued to wait, then it wouldn't be good for them. On the contrary, they would be in a passive situation. It wasn't surprising that the Demon Dragon King thought this way. Zhao Hai's magic cannons were mounted on the undead. With the concealment of the undead, the Demon Dragon King wasn't able to see that the blue rays were coming from the cannons. The Demon Dragon King immediately roared, "Kill!" Then he drove his black dragon chariot and supported his domain as he charged forward. At this time, a large number of undead came out from Zhao Hai's army to meet the Demon Dragon King and the others. These undead were all demigods, and their numbers weren't small, about 500,000. When the Demon Dragon King saw these undead rushing forward, he felt that something was wrong. These undead were too fast. Moreover, their aura was too strong, indicating that they were actually demigods. The Demon Dragon King couldn't help but be startled. Then he immediately shouted, "Everyone, be careful. These are demigod rank undead. There are too many of them, form a formation to deal with them. The demons were indeed people who grew up in war. When they heard the demon dragon king shout, they immediately reacted. The god-ranked demons immediately gathered together and formed a large formation to deal with the enemy. Zhao Hai looked at the rear. He couldn't help but admire the demon dragon king's shrewdness. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the demon dragon king immediately changed his strategy. This person was truly a formidable opponent. Before long, the demigod rank undead came into contact with the demon's formation. These demigod rank undead weren't monsters, they also formed a battle formation. Moreover, this battle formation was commanded by Lizzie and Megan. At this time, Lizzie and Megan's cooperation was getting better and better. At this time, Lizzie was commanding a large number of undead to fight against the demons while Megan was commanding the demigod rank undead to fight against the demons. At this time, the battle in the sky was very lively. However, Zhao Hai's side wasn't able to gain any advantage. The Beast King who was standing among the undead had an ugly expression on his face as he looked at the battlefield. The Beastmen considered their fighting strength to be extraordinary. They were the ones who dared to fight the most in the continent. When the Beastmen went to war with other races, they would rarely be able to capture a Beastman captive. The Beastmen were ashamed of being captive. But when the battle was going on, the Beast King clearly saw several seriously injured demons explode. Not only did they die, even the undead that attacked them were turned into ashes. The Beast King could clearly see that Zhao Hai's undead were all 9th ranks. When a demon exploded, it actually turned a 9th rank expert into ashes. Moreover, the other undead were also affected by the shockwave, causing them to suffer heavy losses before they were killed by the demons. This kind of situation wasn't uncommon on the battlefield. As long as a demon was seriously injured, they would immediately choose to explode. Moreover, the power of the explosion was very strong. Facing such a demon, the Beast King couldn't help but be startled. He knew that the Beastmen wouldn't be able to do this. But what made him feel even more cold was the strength of the demons. If a person and an undead of the same rank were to fight, then the person who fought would generally suffer a loss. This was because the undead simply weren't afraid of death, they didn't feel pain. If you slash them with your sword, then they wouldn't even dodge and would just slash back. This was a one-for-one trade. Because of this, nobody was willing to fight against the undead unless the difference in strength was too great. However, not only were the demons fighting against the undead, they weren't even in a disadvantageous position. Unless they were killed by the undead, they would surely self-detonate and bury themselves with the undead. This kind of fighting strength was truly chilling. It wasn't only the Beast King, the other kings and patriarchs were also thinking the same thing. This was the first time that they saw the demons fighting in such a way. It was too ferocious and terrifying. They were certain that even if the Ark Continent's soldiers were to become 9th ranks, they wouldn't be able to block the demons. Besides Zhao Hai's undead army, it would be very difficult for the other armies to block the demons. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the battlefield from the back. To be honest, he didn't want to fight against the demons. This was because he wouldn't be able to replenish himself if he fought against the demons. Unlike the divine race, at least the divine race wouldn't explode. On the other hand, the demons were very tenacious, they would explode whenever they wanted. This made Zhao Hai unable to replenish himself, moreover, he would also lose a lot of his undead. However, this battle wasn't something that Zhao Hai could avoid. He was forced to fight. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't participate in today's battle. The main reason he didn't participate in the battle was to see if the demons had any vital points that would kill them. However, after observing for a long time, Zhao Hai still couldn't find anything. The vitality of these demons was too strong. Unless their heads were chopped off, then no matter where they were injured, they wouldn't die immediately. Instead, they would self-destruct. Wanting to chop off a demon's head in an instant required a lot of skill. In any case, Zhao Hai's undead weren't able to do this. Because of this, Zhao Hai lost a lot of undead in this battle. The Demon Dragon King and the others were currently entangled by the demigod rank undead. However, they didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. If it weren't for the fact that the undead skeletons were very hard, then they wouldn't have been able to resist the Demon Dragon King and the others. Zhao Hai looked at the battlefield and frowned. The same was true for the Demon Dragon King. To be honest, Zhao Hai's undead army was giving the Demon Dragon King a headache. Even the undead summoned by the Lich weren't as hard to deal with as Zhao Hai's undead army. The number of undead that could block the demon army was too few. And this included Zhao Hai's undead army. After fighting for 2 hours, both sides suffered losses. Zhao Hai gently waved his hand. Megan and Lizzie immediately commanded the undead to slowly retreat. Zhao Hai went to the front of the army. When the Demon Dragon King saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he knew that the battle would come to an end. He waved his hand as the demon army stopped as well. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty Demon Dragon King, I just want to advise everyone that the Ark Continent isn't a suitable place for the demons to live. Now that the spatial rift has opened, the divine race has also arrived. They are greedy by nature. I'm afraid that they have already conquered several small planes. If the demons and the demons join forces to destroy the Ark Continent, then I'm afraid that the divine race would retaliate against the demons. To be honest, I've fought against both the demons and the divine race, and I know that the divine race isn't weak. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the demons would suffer heavy casualties. I hope that the Demon Dragon King can reconsider. Zhao Hai will take his leave today." Then he commanded his undead army to slowly retreat. On the other hand, the demons didn't chase, they didn't dare to. At this point, the demons finally understood why the Demon Dragon King didn't allow them to attack the Ark Continent. With Zhao Hai present, they would need to think twice before attacking the Ark Continent. The Demon Dragon King looked at the direction where Zhao Hai left and sighed. To be honest, he agreed with Zhao Hai's words. The Ark Continent was good, but it wasn't a suitable place for the demons to live. Why were the demons so strong? It was because they lived in a place like the demon realm. In that place, if you weren't strong, then you wouldn't have anything to eat. You could only become someone's slave or food. In this case, the demons had no choice but to go all out to improve their strength. This was the reason why the demons became what they are today. On the other hand, the Ark Continent was different. The Ark Continent's environment was very good. For the demons, there was food everywhere. Moreover, there weren't many dangers. Slowly, the demons would start to slack off. When that time comes, would the demons still be demons? It was hard to say. However, the demons were reluctant to give up on the Ark Continent. The Ark Continent was too good for the demons, it would be a pity to give it up. Not to mention others, even the Demon Dragon King himself was reluctant to give it up. Although he knew that the demons would lose their fighting spirit if they stayed in the Ark Continent, he was still reluctant to give it up. The Demon Dragon King commanded his army to slowly return to Demon City. Upon arriving at Demon City, the Demon Dragon King immediately called his subordinates over. This time, the Demon Dragon King also called the Demon Force demons over. He wanted to see the attitude of the Demon Force demons. Although the Demon Force demons were the most belligerent among the demons, they weren't fools. In the face of a strong enemy, they would still make the right choice. Even when facing a great demon king, they would still choose to surrender. Every race that survived would naturally have their own abilities. This was especially true in a place like the demon race. Not only did the Demon Force demons survive, they also slowly grew stronger. If the Demon Force demons didn't know anything, then it would be impossible for them to do so. The Demon Dragon King sat in the hall and looked at the people present. Then he said, "Everyone, what do you think about today's battle?" The people in the hall looked at each other, nobody said anything. After some time, a demon said, "Strong, this Zhao Hai is stronger than I expected. It seems like the Ark Continent isn't easy to deal with." The demon nodded and said, "Strong. This Zhao Hai is stronger than I expected." Along with this person's words, the other people in the hall also spoke. One of them said, "I really don't understand how a person from the Ark Continent can produce so many powerful undead. This is too unbelievable." Another demon said, "Right. Today, this person didn't even make a move, yet he still managed to drag us here. This person isn't easy to deal with." When one of the Demon Force demons heard this, he stared and said, "What? Are you afraid? Are you demons or not? Even if that Zhao Hai is strong, he's still just one person. Are all the people from the Ark Continent as strong as him?" If that's the case, then it wouldn't be us attacking them, they would be the ones attacking us. The Demon Dragon King looked at the demon race and nodded. Musclehead is right. The only person I fear in the Ark Continent is Zhao Hai. After observing for a long time, I can confirm that the Ark Continent is supported by Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then the Ark Continent would have already been destroyed by us. Because of this, I didn't rush to attack after knowing that the divine race had arrived. First, we can use this time to build the city so that the rear troops can have a place to live. Second, we can see the strength of the divine race so that we can deal with them in the future. Third, we can let the divine race and Zhao Hai go all out. It would be best if both sides were to suffer. This way, less people would die. Does anyone have any objections? Then the Demon Dragon King's cold eyes swept through the people in the room. The people in the room couldn't help but lower their heads. To be honest, the Demon Dragon King didn't want to fight with Zhao Hai before. Now, they felt embarrassed. When the Demon Dragon King saw everyone's reaction, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The relationship between the demons was very complex. And now, these people were all important figures in their respective races. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King found it very difficult to manage them. Even the Great Demon King had to think about how to balance things out, let alone the Demon Dragon King. Originally, it was very difficult for the Demon Dragon King to command these people. But with Zhao Hai's actions today, these people had become well-behaved. He believed that in the future, these people would certainly be obedient. This was definitely a good thing for the Demon Dragon King. Seeing everyone's reaction, the Demon Dragon King said, "All right, there are a lot of things to do today. Everyone should go back and calculate the casualties of your races. Those who are injured should be treated quickly. Also, make preparations. I don't know why this Zhao Hai suddenly came here to cause trouble, we must be careful." The demons nodded before they turned around and left. Demon City slowly calmed down, but the same couldn't be said for Rising Sun City. In today's battle, Zhao Hai didn't gain any advantage, he even lost a lot of undead. However, Zhao Hai already thought about this, so he didn't make any excessive moves. On the other hand, the kings and patriarchs of the various races had ugly expressions on their faces. Zhao Hai invited them to Rising Sun City's City Lord's mansion. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should have seen the strength of the demons. I won't hide it from you, the undead that were fighting against the god ranks are all god ranks. However, they are demigods among god ranks. They belong to the lowest tier of god ranks, about the same strength as Origin Sword Saint. I used a total of 500,000 demigods to deal with the demons. Everyone should be able to imagine how strong they are." The kings and patriarchs didn't speak. Before they saw the strength of the demons, they didn't dare to believe it. But after seeing the strength of the demons, they understood that Zhao Hai wasn't deceiving them. The Ark Continent was indeed in a very dangerous situation. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and said, "The divine race's fighting strength isn't any weaker than the demons. When it comes to god ranks, they have more than the demons. The lowest level of the divine race's army is the heavy cavalry, they have an average strength of 8th ranks. But even so, these heavy cavalry can't fly, their offensive strength isn't any lower than 9th ranks. They have innate divine strength and astonishing defensive capabilities. I'm afraid that the Beastman's elephant cavalry and the cow-headed Herculean cavalry would be able to fight them head-on. I'm afraid that the cavalry of the other races wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against them. Moreover, the races that I mentioned would need to reach 9th ranks in order to have a chance to fight them. Even 8th ranks wouldn't be able to defeat them." Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, "I'm afraid that the divine race's elephant cavalry and the cow-headed Herculean cavalry would be able to fight them head-on." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, "Besides the heavy cavalry, there are also the light cavalry. The weakest of these light cavalry is 9th rank, followed by the god ranks. Their offensive strength is also very strong. Moreover, their flying speed is very fast. I'm afraid that only the elves, who use blood lightning beads, would be able to fight against them. The other races would find it very difficult to deal with them." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the faces of the kings and patriarchs turned ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I suspect that these light and heavy cavalry aren't real divine race soldiers. Instead, they are people that the divine race captured after conquering a small plane like the Ark continent. Their position in the demon race is obviously cannon fodder. In every battle, they would be the ones in the front while the divine race's regular army would be at the back. The divine race's regular army is very formidable. They don't have any rank experts, all of them are god ranks. Their attack power is very formidable. If it weren't for the magic cannons, then I wouldn't have been able to stop them. Xiaohai nodded and said, I'm afraid that the light and heavy cavalry aren't real divine race soldiers. After saying this, Xiaohai sighed and said, this time, the Ark continent's greatest calamity in tens of thousands of years. Just one of the demons and the divine race would be enough to exhaust us. Now that there are two of them, it would be even more difficult to deal with. The reason why I had you train the civilians is because I'm afraid that when the divine race and the demon race attack, I wouldn't be able to deal with them. When the time comes, I'll have to move the troops from the rear. Nobody spoke. Although they hadn't seen the divine race, it was clear that Xiaohai valued the divine race more than the demons. From this point, one could see that Xiaohai wasn't lying. Xiaohai looked at them, then he smiled bitterly and said, actually, there's one more thing that I didn't tell you. I was afraid that this matter would be too terrifying and frighten you. When the Rosen Emperor heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare, then he stared and said, what else do you have to say? Do you think that I'm too old to be scared? Tell me, what is more terrifying than the arrival of the demons and the divine race? Xiaohai smiled bitterly as he looked at Lawson and said, Father-in-law, this matter is really. Alas, let's put it this way. I've only fought with the divine race twice in the past few days. Each time, their vanguard was composed entirely of divine race soldiers. Their fighting strength was very formidable. I used magic cannons and magic crystals as well as the fearless undead to repel the divine race. The second time, I encountered the divine race's regular army. This army was composed of heavy cavalry, light cavalry, infantry, as well as summoners. I've already told everyone about the strength of the heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The infantry was made up of divine race soldiers while the summoners were also trained by the divine race. These summoners were able to summon a large number of magic beasts. These magic beasts were very strong. But the summoners were able to summon a single person. Xiaohai smiled bitterly as he looked at Lawson. Everyone stared. This was the first time they heard about a summoning of a person. They heard that there were some powerful summoners who could summon humanoid magic beasts. But from Xiaohai's tone, it seems like the divine race had summoned a person and not a magic beast. What was going on? Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, to be exact, it's just a projection of a person. The divines call that person a deity, which is very strange. Later on, this projection was able to put me in a disadvantageous position. His last attack injured me, causing me to fall to the ground. I almost lost my mind and was killed by him. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's right, it's the projection of a person. Everyone stared, although they didn't understand what a projection meant, they knew that it wasn't a person's real body. Perhaps it was something like a shadow. How could a shadow almost kill Xiaohai? Everyone couldn't help but feel panic in their hearts. Xiaohai looked at them and smiled bitterly. To be honest, this was the most dangerous situation I've ever been in. If it weren't for Lizzie and the others, then I wouldn't have been able to resist. Fortunately, I had some potions on me that allowed me to recover. That person didn't expect me to recover this quickly. In the end, I was able to break his weapon and kill the projection. Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that I'll die. At this point, the people in the room relaxed. Although they didn't believe Xiaohai's words, they didn't doubt Xiaohai's strength. Although they saw Xiaohai standing there, they couldn't help but worry when they heard the thrilling news. Xiaohai looked at them and said, after killing that person's projection, I used a dark magic technique to obtain some information from his mouth. But this information surprised me the most. The kings and patriarchs looked at Xiaohai, waiting for him to continue. Xiaohai looked at them and said, from that person's memories, I learned that there are many planes like the Ark continent, the divine realm, and the demon realm. Our Ark continent, the divine realm, and the demon realm are the most inconspicuous planes. But that person was actually sent to this plane to collect faith power. In other words, in the eyes of those people, we are just providing them with faith power. Everyone stared, then they looked at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. The old king asked, Zhao Hai, what is this faith power that you're talking about? Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled bitterly. Faith power is actually an invisible thing. Let's say, if a person wholeheartedly believes in the Radiant Church and is willing to sacrifice themselves for the Radiant Church, then they would be able to produce a trace of faith power. This trace of faith power doesn't have much effect on people, but for the divine race, it's very useful. Whether it's the divine race, the demons, or the people of the Ark continent, the only use of faith power is to provide them with faith power. It's just like how we raise our gali in order to eat mutton and shear their wool. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled bitterly. Faith power is actually an invisible thing. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but go into an uproar. Who were these people? If they stomped their feet, the entire Ark continent would tremble. But in the eyes of the people summoned by the divine race, these people were nothing more than our gali. How could this be possible? Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The emperor and the patriarch were also unable to accept this news. They were usually aloof existences, but now they were just our gali in the eyes of others. How could they accept this? After a while, everyone calmed down. But their faces were still quite ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. I know that everyone feels uncomfortable, but it's no wonder that people would say that about us. You might not know what I meant by projection. Although the projection is just a virtual image, it looks exactly like that person. But this virtual image can only use 1% of that person's strength. In this case, that person was still afraid of being killed by me, so you can imagine how powerful his real body is. And that person is just an ordinary expert in the space, equivalent to a 6th-rank expert in the Ark continent. In this case, do you think that they would put us in their eyes? When Zhao Hai said this, the faces of the people in the hall turned white. They never thought that it would be like this. If the other side casually sent a person, then that person would be able to fight against 100 Zhao Hais. That would be too terrifying. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, but you don't need to worry too much. Those people wouldn't be able to easily come to the Ark continent. It's just like how the divine race couldn't easily come to the Ark continent. Although they are strong, it would be much more difficult for them to come to the Ark continent compared to the divine race. Because of this, they can only send a projection. It's impossible for them to send their true bodies. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone in the hall felt relieved. Then Zhao Hai continued, but even if they can't come, they would still be of great help to the divine race. The magic formation that the divine race used to break the spatial barrier was taught by them. Moreover, I don't know how many benefits they have given to the divine race over the years. Because of this, I'm very interested in the divine race. Everyone nodded. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, they no longer dared to underestimate the divine race. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I'm afraid that the divine race would summon people like the divine race, breaking through space and arriving here. If that happens, then we would be finished. However, this possibility is almost non-existent. If the other party had such an ability, then they would have already arrived. I don't want to scare everyone, I just want everyone to be mentally prepared. If the divine race and the demon race arrive, then we would have no choice but to abandon the Buddha Empire and retreat to Akra Mountain to defend. If the Akra Mountain can block the attack of the demons and the divine race, then the Ark continent would have a chance to survive. Later on, when I develop a God-rank potion, the Ark continent would have a chance to counterattack. Moreover, as long as we can block the attack of the demons and the divine race, then it would be possible for the Ark continent to fight back. This would be very beneficial for us. Because of this, everyone needs to go back and train those who are in reserve. In the future, we might need to use them in the future. Even if we don't need them, we still need to be prepared. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm afraid that the demons and the divine race would be able to break through space and arrive here. Even if we don't use the divine race, we might not be able to use them in the future. The patriarchs and the kings nodded. After seeing the strength of the demons, their previous disdain had already disappeared. To be honest, they couldn't wait to go back and train the commoners into warriors. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled bitterly and said, I know that everyone is very busy, so I won't keep you here. I just hope that after you return, you can train your troops. The divine race has already turned the entire Radiant Empire into a huge barracks, waiting for their reinforcements to arrive. At the same time, the demons are also constantly sending troops. It can be said that the combined strength of the two races is much more than our own. If I didn't have a lot of undead, then we wouldn't be able to fight them. In the future, we'll have to rely on our military strength. Everyone's mood was heavy. However, just like what Zhao Hai said, their status wasn't ordinary, so they couldn't go out for too long. Because of this, they didn't say anything as they had Zhao Hai send them back to the space. After sending off the kings and patriarchs, Zhao Hai let out a long breath before he returned to the space and sat down. Meg came in with a cup of tea and placed it on the table. Laura and the others also sat down. Although Zhao Hai didn't tell them the truth, Laura and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. There were some things that cannot be said, especially when it might expose the existence of the space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I believe that after this, the kings and patriarchs would pay more attention to this matter. We wouldn't have to work so hard anymore." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I hope that they would pay more attention to this matter. Otherwise, all of our efforts would be in vain." Lizzie was puzzled as she said, "Big brother Hai, why don't we attack the divine race and let them know how formidable the divine race is? We can also let my imperial father know about this matter." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Attacking the demons and the divine race is different. The demons are currently afraid of us. Moreover, they have already made up their minds to make us fight the divine race. Because of this, they wouldn't make any big moves. However, the divine race is different. We've been fighting the divine race for a while now, and we've been monitoring them for a long time. Haven't you noticed that the divine race are very arrogant? The divine race are very arrogant. If we attack them, then they would dare to go all out against us. When the time comes, the demons might also make a move. The Demon Dragon King isn't a simple character. Additionally, the demons don't have magic cannons. On the other hand, the divine race have magic cannons that are bigger than the ones we use. Although we haven't seen the might of these cannons, the fact that the divine race used them shows that they are a threat to the divine race. If the divine race felt threatened, then naturally, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. If we attack the divine race, then we would lose even more undead." Lizzie understood what Zhao Hai meant. If they attack the demons, then the demons wouldn't have any defensive capabilities. They could only fight in the open. The divine race were different. The divine race's defenses were very good, their magic cannons weren't just for decoration. If Zhao Hai really attacked the divine race, then the losses would certainly be huge. Moreover, Zhao Hai's forces couldn't be lost. Lizzie sighed and said, "Big brother Hai, you're working too hard. You actually thought about these things. Why do I feel so useless? I can't help at all." Zhao Hai looked at Lizzie's expression and smiled faintly. "Who said that you can't help? Aren't you and Megan the ones in charge of the undead? With Laura, Ryan, and Meg's help in allocating supplies, I can do these things. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my time would be used to deal with these things. Moreover, you all know how good my commanding skills are. If I were to command them, I'm afraid that I would lose all of these undead." Zhao Hai nodded. When Lizzie and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, do you really think that the immortal cultivator wouldn't come to the Ark continent? What do we do if he comes?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Nobody knows. However, Lu Wei's status isn't high. Moreover, if he wants to come to the Ark continent, then he would certainly have to pay a huge price. It's just like how the divine race came to the Ark continent. Didn't they sacrifice the entire Radiant Empire to the divine race? I think that the immortal cultivator would have to pay a bigger price compared to the divine race. Because of this, they wouldn't come easily. Even if they do, I'm afraid that Lu Wei wouldn't be able to afford it. Because of this, we don't need to worry too much about it. What I'm worried about is that once we ascend to the immortal realm, then we might have to face Lu Wei. That would be the most troublesome time." Lizzie smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother Hai. Even if we ascend, we don't know how long it would take. Moreover, we have the space, so there's no need to be afraid of him. Big brother Hai, when do you think the divine race would attack?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know. No matter how I look at it, the divine race doesn't seem to be in a hurry. I'm still not sure what the divine race are thinking. Alright, let's not talk about this. In a few days, the god rank potion will be ready. When the time comes, we'll have Shun take it and have him form his domain. That way, our fighting strength would be even higher. Kair, how long will it take for the magic world's herbs to be ready? Kair smiled and said, Young master can rest assured, it'll be ready in a few days. Originally, some of the herbs were ready to be used, but they haven't mutated yet. Because of this, I want to wait for the herbs to mutate before using them. This way, the effects would be even better. Moreover, with these mutated herbs, it would be much easier for us to produce god-rank potions in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Right, you're right. I'll leave the matter of the herbs to you, I won't take care of it. I'm tired today, so I'll be taking a rest. Then he stood up and returned to his room. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After having his breakfast, he went to the living room and looked at the monitor. The divine race's movements weren't small. The dwarven slaves that they sent had started to cultivate the land. At the same time, reinforcements from the new continent arrived at the Buddha Empire. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but sink. He knew that with the arrival of reinforcements, the divine race would attack. And this time, their attack would be like a storm. Laura and the others also had ugly expressions on their faces as they looked at the monitor. Although they had already expected this, they still couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, It seems like we'll have to fight a big battle this time. I wonder how long it would take for the divine race to attack. These fellows didn't put the demons in their eyes. They knew that doing so would give the demons a chance to retaliate, but they still did it. They're too arrogant. Laura and the others also sighed, they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai turned to the monitor and looked at the current situation of the continent. After looking at it, he felt relieved. At this time, the continent and the other races had begun to train their civilians. Although this was just the beginning, it was still a good start. After looking at the monitor, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, Immediately send letters to the other countries. Tell them that the divine race's reinforcements have arrived. They might attack in a few days. Give them the 9th rank potions so that everyone in the army can become 9th ranks. Laura and the others nodded and immediately went to do it. Lizzie and the others also went to help. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still worried. Having more 9th ranks was naturally a good thing. However, he didn't know how much strength these 9th ranks could contribute to the war against the divine race. Shaking his head, Zhao Hai threw these thoughts out of his mind. Then he released Fua and asked him about the dragons in the pagoda. Fua told him that it would take a few days for them to return. Zhao Hai didn't have any other choice, there was no need to fight right now. If there was a battle, then Zhao Hai would be even more afraid. God-rank experts were truly difficult to deal with. The next day, the God-ranked potion was finally made. Zhao Hai immediately called Shun over and had him take the potion. Shun had also successfully become a God-ranked expert. The only thing missing now was his domain. However, Zhao Hai didn't specifically bring Shun to the demons and the divine race. This was a very dangerous time, it was better to let Shun familiarize himself with his strength first. Needless to say, Zhao Hai's move was the right one. Although Shun couldn't create clones like Shu, he was still a death warrior. And with his hidden weapons, his strength had increased to God rank. Zhao Hai estimated that even 10 demigods wouldn't necessarily be Shun's opponent. Shun's hidden weapons were simply impossible to guard against. Shun and Shu, these two old friends, were finally together. Next, Zhao Hai prepared to promote Rockhead and Blockhead to God rank. These two fellows' joint attacks were very strong. If they were promoted to God rank, then their combined attacks would certainly become even more formidable. At this point, Zhao Hai was like a businessman. He wanted to make the most out of the things in his hands. Therefore, every step he took was carefully calculated. Zhao Hai and Shu helped Shun familiarize himself with his current strength. In order for Shun to display his strength to the maximum, Zhao Hai spent some gold coins to have Shun make some hidden weapons. At the same time, he also gave Shun 1 or 2 spatial bags filled with hidden weapons. This should be enough for Shun to use for several decades. With Shun and Shu by his side, Zhao Hai felt more relaxed. In the past, Shun and Shu were always with him, so they knew what he needed to do. Now that they were with Zhao Hai, there were a lot of things that Zhao Hai didn't need to do, he could just leave it to the two of them. For example, keeping an eye on the monitor was left to the two of them. At the same time, Zhao Hai found a place to familiarize himself with the pagoda's attacks. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to wait for the pagoda to upgrade its first batch of undead before testing the pagoda's offensive and defensive capabilities. But now, it seems like that wouldn't be possible. He didn't know when the divine race would attack, and Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with the pagoda's offensive and defensive capabilities. If the pagoda couldn't display 100% of its strength, then it would be a huge loss. This was more important than upgrading god rank experts. The pagoda was only a demigod rank expert. If it could display 100% of its strength, then its attack wouldn't be inferior to several hundred demigods. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted to familiarize himself with the pagoda first. Familiarizing himself with the pagoda would require energy. This way, the pagoda would take a long time to become a demigod. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this right now. 2 days after Shun became a demigod, the divine race's reinforcements arrived at the Ark continent. A war was about to break out. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race on the monitor. This time, the divine race's reinforcements were mainly infantrymen. In other words, most of these people were genuine divine race. Besides these infantrymen, there were also summoners and other races that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. There wasn't anything strange about these people, the only strange thing was their height. These people were actually 6 meters tall, which wasn't any shorter than the beast men. Moreover, their bodies were very sturdy. They wore clothes made of animal skin and the weapon in their hands was a huge club. This club was engraved with strange patterns. These people looked like barbarians, which made Zhao Hai very confused. However, Zhao Hai didn't doubt the strength of these people. Each and every one of them had god-rank strength. Moreover, there were a lot of them, about 100,000 of them. 100,000 people in front of an army of 10 million wasn't a lot. However, one shouldn't forget about their stature. 100,000 tall and sturdy men standing together were quite astonishing. Laura and the others were sitting beside Zhao Hai as they looked at the reinforcements. This time, the total number of reinforcements that the divine race had sent was 20 million. In addition to the troops that they had sent to the Ark continent, the total number of divine race troops in the Ark continent had reached 30 million. What kind of concept was 30 million troops? With the addition of the dwarven slaves that the divine race used for farming, the Radiant Empire's cities were now filled to the brim. Laura knit her brows and said, "It seems like the divine race is serious this time. Brother Hai, what do we do now? These guys aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The divine race aren't easy to deal with. But even if they aren't, we still have to deal with them. In any case, most of the soldiers in the army have already reached 9th rank. What we need to do now is to deal with the divine race. To be honest, we aren't afraid of the divine race. The space can make undead to replenish our strength. Unlike the demons would go all out and self-destruct. They are truly ruthless characters." Laura nodded and said, "We should also equip those people with magic beasts. It would be best if they were fast." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's do it immediately. In the future, we can only use this method to fight the enemy." Laura nodded, then she led Lizzie and the others to make arrangements. This was also the method that they had discussed before. They would equip the Ark continent's army with fast magic beasts. Then they would make full use of these beasts' mobility. As long as the divine race dares to attack, these beasts would constantly harass them. Moreover, the beasts would use blood lightning beads to harass the divine race. In any case, the divine race wouldn't have an easy time. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was the same as what the Grand Master had done in the past. He wanted to use guerrilla warfare to delay the divine race so that they could not rest. This method can be used by Zhao Hai. With the space, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that the divine race would ambush the soldiers. Therefore, this was the best method. Zhao Hai didn't have any other choice. At this time, the enemy was strong while they were weak. In this case, they could only use this tactic to deal with the divine race. With Zhao Hai's command, a large number of magic beasts were distributed to the various armies. The beastmen already had their own mounts, so naturally they didn't need more. Although the beastmen had iron armor beasts as mounts, they didn't have a lot of cavalry. Moreover, iron armor beasts were mainly used for digging holes. Their speed wasn't very fast, so they weren't suitable as mounts. At this time, the elves had completely transformed into the space. Because of this, their mounts were all blood hawks. This time, the fishmen had special bodies. Although they had reached 9th rank and were able to leave the water for a long time, they still needed some time before they could fight on land. The divine race had just arrived at the Ark continent, so they needed to rest for a few days. In any case, they weren't in a hurry. In their minds, the Ark continent was already in their bag, so there was no need to be anxious. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Hai quickly divided the magic beasts inside the space. These magic beasts had already reached 9th rank, their speed was very fast. He believed that even the Pegasus cavalry wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Zhao Hai didn't think that the divine race's Pegasus cavalry would be able to catch up to them. After distributing the magic beasts to the armies, Zhao Hai immediately had them move to the various cities of the Buddha Empire. Zhao Hai had already prepared all kinds of supplies. As long as these people arrived, they would be able to use them. And once they leave, these things would be immediately taken back by the space. With the space as a killing machine, Zhao Hai was confident that he could deal with the divine race. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't very good at using the space in the past. After all, he wasn't very good at commanding. But in the past few days, he had been discussing with Lizzie and the others about how to deal with the demons and the divine race. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how to command an army, one shouldn't forget that he lived in an era where information was exploding. Even if he didn't know how to command an army, he still heard about the classics of tactics. Because of this, Zhao Hai proposed guerrilla warfare. Lizzie and Megan were shocked. They believed that guerrilla warfare was the best way to combine with the space. When Zhao Hai heard what the two said, he understood that he had underestimated the space. Combining guerrilla warfare with the space wasn't a good idea. At this point, he still didn't want the soldiers to know about the space. If he wanted them to know about the space, then he could use the space to send the soldiers to any place in the continent and then have them return at any time. This was definitely better than guerrilla warfare. Now that Zhao Hai didn't want the soldiers to know about the space, the only way was to equip the soldiers with fast mounts. This way, they would be able to use the speed of these magic beasts to deal with the enemy. Since Zhao Hai was going to switch to guerrilla warfare, he didn't want to care about the gains and losses of the cities. Therefore, the magic cannons that were originally placed on the city walls were taken away by Zhao Hai and placed on the undead. The corpses of the magic beasts that were originally prepared to be used as rations were turned into undead by Zhao Hai. Especially the large ones, Zhao Hai made them into mobile forts. The main function of these mobile forts was to help the army in their attack. Zhao Hai planned to give the army some undead mobile forts in order to make them cooperate with the army. This way, they would be able to deal more damage to the divine race. At the same time, this would also allow Zhao Hai to obtain more undead. The might of the blood lightning beads was too overbearing. Once one was hit by the blood lightning beads, they would be vaporized. Zhao Hai simply couldn't collect any undead. Therefore, he decided to use the magic cannons. Zhao Hai had already told the soldiers about his plans. Naturally, the soldiers would follow Zhao Hai's arrangements. Almost all of them were able to reach 9th rank because of Zhao Hai, so they were very grateful to him. Therefore, they would follow Zhao Hai's arrangements. It can be said that even if Zhao Hai ordered them to kill their kings, the human army would still do it. In any case, the entire human army was relying on Zhao Hai to resist. The kings weren't as reliable as Zhao Hai. This wasn't the case for the foreign races. However, Zhao Hai's prestige among them was very high. Even if the foreign races didn't listen to anyone else, they would still listen to Zhao Hai. The Ark continent was fully prepared for war. The defensive line in Akra Mountain was also being constructed. However, at this time, the demons also made a move. The demons had been paying attention to the movements of Zhao Hai and the divine race. Since the divine race had sent so many reinforcements, it was impossible for the demons to not know about it. Moreover, the Ark continent's movements weren't small. How could the demons let go of this opportunity? The demons were very clear about the strength of the Ark continent's armies. They knew that Zhao Hai had a potion that could turn a person into a 9th-rank expert in a short period of time. They had even obtained some potions and were preparing to research them. However, the spatial water wasn't something that could be researched easily. The reason why the demons knew about this was because they had spies in the Ark continent. One shouldn't forget about the engraved Arkansas. Zhao Hai still couldn't find out how many people the organization had. Even if he had the space, it was still impossible for him to find all of them, especially at this time. When the demons made a move, Zhao Hai knew that the real war was coming. He was afraid that the demons wouldn't stay idle. If they didn't take this opportunity to attack, then they wouldn't be called the demons. Zhao Hai nodded his head. In the face of this situation, the only thing Zhao Hai could do was to turn the Buddha Empire into a guerrilla warfare battlefield. He wanted to stall for as long as possible. The divine race didn't make Zhao Hai wait for long. 5 days after the divine race's army arrived in the Ark continent, the divine race finally made their move. They gathered a brigade of 20 million people, mainly consisting of divine race infantry and giants. They went straight to Upper Bank City while the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry formed the second and third lines of the army to attack the Buddha Empire's hinterland. In any case, the divine race already had enough troops. Moreover, they believed that their fighting strength was much stronger than the human armies. The first line of the army would drag Zhao Hai to Upper Bank City while the second and third lines of the army would clean up the other cities in the Buddha Empire's hinterland. After that, they would be able to easily destroy Zhao Hai's army in one fell swoop. Even if they couldn't destroy Zhao Hai, they would still be able to make him escape from Upper Bank City and take control of the Buddha Empire's territory. This idea was good. However, what the demons didn't know was that the Ark continent's army had increased their strength. Moreover, they had also changed their tactics. They were no longer fighting to the death with the demons. Thunder Yun was the most famous general of the divine race. He was called the Thunder God because he was a lightning divergent ability user. His lightning divergent ability was very strong. Secondly, his voice was very loud. Thirdly, it was because of the Thunder God Legion that he formed. The Thunder God Legion was a very famous legion among the divine race. This legion had a large number of foreign races. Just as Zhao Hai thought, these foreign races were subdued by the divine race when they conquered small plains. For example, the heavy cavalry, the Pegasus light cavalry, and the giant legion were all foreign races. These people didn't have a high status among the divine race. Just like the heavy cavalry, their status was only slightly higher than the green dwarves who were used for farming. According to the humans, the green dwarves were slaves while the heavy cavalry were war slaves. Although their status was higher than the green dwarves, they were still slaves. Among these slaves, there were also differences in status. The heavy cavalry had a lower status than the Pegasus cavalry, and the Pegasus cavalry had a lower status than the giant legion. But the giant legion's status was no less than the divine race's. The giant legion was a part of the Thunder God Legion called the Totem Vine Division. It was also a formidable fighting force of the Thunder God Legion. The giant legion's totem vine pillars weren't only used for close combat, they were also used for ranged attacks. They can use the totem vine pillars in their hands to summon their totem vines to fight for them. Their totem vines were thunder variant beasts, their strength was very formidable. Thunder Yun had been fighting for the divine race for many years. With the help of the Thunder God Legion, the divine race didn't treat him unfairly. They even rewarded him with a plain as his territory. This plain was where the Tug Vine Division was located. The Thunder God named the plain Thunder God Territory. The original name of the plain was the Thunder God Continent. This was because the people there used thunder beasts as their tug vines. Thunder Yun was already more than 400 years old. This age wasn't very high among the divine race, he was only equivalent to a middle-aged human. He had a very beautiful silver-white hair. His hair was very strange, it was messy on his head. He looked like a person who had just been struck by lightning. His hair seemed to be standing up, but it was also somewhat burnt. His face had a silver beard that was also silver-white in color. He was also wearing silver-white battle armor. His weapon was a silver-white tug-vine division. He was riding a silver-white horse. However, this horse was different from ordinary horses. It had a silver horn on its head, but it didn't have wings. However, its horn had lightning flashes from time to time. Although Thunder Yun didn't think that the people of the Ark continent would bring him any trouble, his many years of fighting made him develop a habit of collecting information. Because of this, when he arrived at the Ark continent, he immediately asked Clouding and Silver Shook about Zhao Hai's situation. In the past, the Radiant Church had collected a lot of information about Zhao Hai. However, this information was obviously inaccurate. When Zhao Hai and the divine race went to war, the Radiant Church discovered that Zhao Hai's strength was much greater than what they had imagined. In this case, the information that they had collected before was useless. The information that they had collected was only from the 2 battles. Although it wasn't very useful, it was still enough to let Thunder Yun know about Zhao Hai's current strength. When Thunder Yun saw Zhao Hai's current strength, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this formidable. He was actually able to repel their attacks twice and even cause them to suffer heavy losses. Although Thunder Yun looked down on Silver Shook and Clouding, he still paid attention to Zhao Hai. He was very clear about the strength of Silver Shook and Clouding. Silver Shook's army was the vanguard. This in itself was a proof of their strength. On the other hand, the Clouding army had a summoner who could summon deities, as well as heavy cavalry and Pegasus cavalry. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. For these 2 legions to be unable to deal with Zhao Hai was a testament to Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, although Thunder Yun believed that Silver Shook and Clouding couldn't take down Upper Bank City, he was still paying attention to Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that even if Silver Shook and Clouding had a problem with their command, the 2 legions still had their fighting strength. In this case, Zhao Hai was still able to repel them. This was enough to prove Zhao Hai's strength. Thunder Yun was sitting on his cloud beast. Beside him were some divine race people who were looking for his silver staff. This person was very tall, about 4 meters tall. In addition to carrying Thunder Yun's staff, he also carried a Rot-10 staff. This person was a giant from Thunder Yun's territory. Thunder Yun looked at Thunder Yun and said, "Don't worry, I don't care." Although this person wasn't as tall as the average giant, he still had the strength of a deity. And with his flying feet, he was able to run very fast. After becoming a god rank expert, his speed wasn't slow at all. He was able to keep up with Thunder Yun's mount. Because of this, he was chosen to be Thunder Yun's guard. Thunder Yun wasn't in a hurry as he moved forward. In front of him was an endless divine race army. Behind him was the giant's Rot-10 army. To be honest, the giant's Rot-10 army was the army that Thunder Yun trusted the most. This was because these people were from the Thunder God territory. Their families were also living in the territory, making them absolutely loyal to Thunder Yun. Moreover, their fighting strength was very strong. They weren't afraid of death in battle, making them Thunder Yun's most capable subordinates. In the previous battles, the giant's Rot-10 army was the one that dealt the fatal blow. Because of this, Thunder Yun was very fond of these giants. It can be said that the status of these giants in the Thunder God army was even higher than the divine race. While moving forward, Thunder Yun suddenly muttered, "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent. Fei, how do you think Zhao Hai will deal with us?" Fei was the giant who was following Thunder Yun. Although he looked silly, he wasn't stupid. He was also one of Thunder Yun's most trusted subordinates. Thunder Yun liked to discuss everything with him. Fei looked towards Upper Bank City and said, "If I were Zhao Hai, then I wouldn't fight against Mr. From what we've gathered, the only person in the Ark continent who can fight against Mr. is Zhao Hai. If his losses are too heavy, then the Ark continent would lose its ability to resist. In this case, as long as Zhao Hai leads his army, then he wouldn't fight against Mr. He would either retreat or mobilize his army, turning the entire Buddha Empire into a huge battlefield. From what we've gathered these days, Zhao Hai seems to be doing just that." Fei nodded and said, "But Zhao Hai doesn't want to fight against Mr. Thunder Yun nodded, then he smiled and said, "Right, Fei, you're a fast learner. But have you ever thought that Zhao Hai would send a small army to harass us?" Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. Fei nodded and said, "I've thought about it. But this kind of harassment is meaningless against an army of tens of millions. It shouldn't be worth Mister's attention. Thunder Yun laughed, then he said, right, Fei you're right. Using small troops to harass is a good tactic. But in the face of an army of tens of millions, this kind of harassment is simply useless. I hope that Zhao Hai can send some people to harass us. This way, we can understand the strength of the Ark continent better. Thunder Yin smiled and said, you're right. Fei didn't speak, he just looked towards Upper Bank City. He was also thinking about what Zhao Hai would do. Fei also knew about Zhao Hai's matter. Because he was by Thunder Yun's side every day, he knew that Zhao Hai defeated Silver Shook and Clouding. This made Fei curious about Zhao Hai. Fei's status wasn't as high as Thunder Yun's, nor did he have as many achievements as Thunder Yun. Because of this, Fei admired Silver Shook and Clouding. To be honest, in the divine race, a commander who could lead an army wasn't a simple person. In the past, the Thunder God continent had resisted the divine race's invasion, but in the end, they were defeated. Clouding and Silver Shook were among the people who dealt with them. Many giants knew how formidable these two were. In the past, they had made the people of the Thunder God continent suffer a lot. However, they didn't expect that they would be defeated by Zhao Hai. Although they weren't completely defeated, for the two, it was still a loss of face. Whether it was Fei or Thunder Yun, they didn't expect that the harassment tactic that they thought was useless was actually Zhao Hai's tactic. When the Divine Race army left the Radiant Empire's territory, they were immediately targeted by Zhao Hai's army. This time, Zhao Hai didn't send the elves or the other races, but instead, it was a pure human army. Zhao Hai's purpose in sending the human army was to let them adapt to this tactic. At the same time, he wanted to show the other races that he wasn't against sending the human army out. He was very fair to all races. Although Zhao Hai's actions were superfluous, he still did it. He knew that if he didn't send the human army out, then the other races would be dissatisfied with him. They would think that he was protecting the human army too much. Moreover, he wanted to use the demons and the divine race to attack the other races. Zhao Hai couldn't let this happen. Once this happens, then his status among the other races would plummet. The Ark continent would lose its unified command, and when that happens, it would be the end of the world. Fairness was something that a leader should do. This was especially true when the composition of the races was very complex. If Zhao Hai can't be fair, then the Ark continent would turn into a pile of loose sand. When that time comes, even if he promoted everyone to 9th rank, it would still be impossible for the Ark continent to resist the demons and the divine race. Aiken was a 10-man commander of the Rosen Empire. He used to command the Rosen Empire's most elite heavy infantry. Although he was only a 10-man commander, his status in the empire wasn't low. He was comparable to a commander of a local legion. In Rosen Empire, the legion commander of a local legion generally commanded between 100,000 to 150,000 troops. And as a 10,000-man commander, his status was almost equal to the legion commander of a local legion. Aiken was only 45 years old. In the past, he was an 8th rank expert. But recently, he became a 9th rank expert. All of this was thanks to Zhao Hai. Aiken really admired Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to turn the Buddha clan into one of the most prestigious clans in the continent in a short period of time. This in itself was amazing. Later on, he even married several beautiful women. This made people envious. But the most admirable thing about Zhao Hai was his fighting strength. Zhao Hai's fighting strength was too strong. Not only did he exterminate the dragons, he was also able to block the attack of the demons and the divine race. Aiken was the first batch of people to be transferred to Upper Bank City. Therefore, he was very clear about the strength of the divine race. Zhao Hai was able to repel the divine race. This in itself made Aiken admire Zhao Hai. Additionally, Aiken also became a 9th rank expert. This made Aiken extremely grateful to Zhao Hai. This time, Aiken was very clear about Zhao Hai's tactics. Zhao Hai gave them horse-shaped magic beasts. Moreover, they also took off their heavy armor and wore light leather armor. Their weapons were also no longer heavy spears and shields. Instead, they were equipped with javelins. These javelins were very simple, they looked like sharpened wooden sticks. However, Aiken didn't underestimate the might of this javelin. This was because he knew that although the javelin looked simple on the surface, it actually had a blood lightning bead hidden within. However, Achan wasn't in the mood to think about these right now. From time to time, he would touch the small cloth pouch on his waist. The people around him were looking at the pouch with envy, as if it was a rare treasure. It must be said that this pouch was indeed a treasure. This pouch was a space pouch, but it was one of the smallest ones. It only had about 10 cubic meters of space, so it couldn't hold a lot of things. But now, this pouch was actually filled with something good. To be exact, it was a messenger fish inside a bottle. At this time, Zhao Hai had a lot of messenger fishes inside the space. Zhao Hai took out all of these messenger fishes and gave them to each squad leader. For example, Madame Wan, Achan, was the only one with a messenger fish in his squad that was prepared to harass the divine race. Of the entire squad, only Achan had a messenger fish. Although Achan and the others were now 9th ranks, their flying speed wasn't very fast. However, the magic beasts that Zhao Hai gave them were very good. These magic beasts weren't from the Ark continent, they were from the beast men. They were magic beasts that Zhao Hai already had in his store, the Fergana horse. Fergana horses were a breed of horses from Earth. They were the most expensive breed of horses on Earth. Not only were they fast, they also had great endurance. However, these Fergana horses were completely different from the ones back on Earth. These Fergana horses were now 9th rank magic beasts, so they could fly in the sky. Moreover, they had inherited the two advantages that they had back on Earth, speed and endurance. They were the most suitable mounts, especially for rangers. The place that they stopped at wasn't far from the border of the Radiant Empire. However, they couldn't see the Divine Race Army from here. If they could see the Divine Race Army, then they would be able to see the Divine Race Army as well. When the time comes, they wouldn't be able to launch a surprise attack. However, they still sent people to monitor the Divine Race Army. This didn't cause the Divine Race Army to be dissatisfied. The Divine Race Army already knew that Zhao Hai would send people to monitor them. If they didn't do it, then it would cause the Divine Race to be suspicious. Achan stood there with an excited expression. He knew that they were the first army to face the Divine Race. For them, this was a great honor. It also represented Zhao Hai's trust in them. Achan was also a valiant general, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the position of 10,000-man heavy infantry. His family didn't have a deep background, they were just an ordinary middle-class noble family in Rosen Empire. Achan relied on his military merits to become a 10,000-man commander. Because of this, he wasn't afraid of war. On the contrary, he liked to fight. Only when he fought would he be able to gain military merits. Achan couldn't help but touch the spatial bag on his waist as he muttered, "It should be soon, right?" When the guard beside him heard Achan, he calmly replied, "Sir, it should be soon. Mr. should be sending you a letter soon." Just as Zhao Hai said that, Achan's eyes lit up. Then he patted his spatial bag as a small glass bottle appeared in his hand. As soon as the bottle was taken out, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Achan, immediately head towards the left. If you see the Divine Race's troops, attack them and then immediately retreat." Achan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Achan nodded, "Yes, Mr. We'll leave immediately." Zhao Hai's voice was heard again, "All right, be careful. Don't get too close. I don't care how many people you kill, I want you to live." Achan nodded, then he placed the messenger fish back into the spatial bag. After placing the messenger fish, Achan turned his head to his subordinates and loudly said, "Brothers, Mr. has ordered us to attack. Raise our flags, we have 12 javelins in each of our hands. Javelins are our specialty. When we rush forward and see the Divine Race Army, we must throw all of our javelins in the shortest time possible. After throwing them out, immediately retreat. Don't hesitate, don't forget Mr.'s words." Zhao Hai's prestige was absolutely supreme among the frontline soldiers. As long as it was Zhao Hai, they certainly wouldn't react. Zhao Hai's words were like thunder to them, but he didn't say anything. A person beside Achan waved his hand as he raised a flag. This flag had a bull embroidered on it, it was Achan's flag. Seeing the flag being raised, Achan immediately said, "Let's go." After he said that, he patted his mount and galloped forward. Although they were heavy infantry, they were still able to ride horses. In the Ark continent, there were a lot of magic beasts. Generally, families would raise low-level magic beasts for transporting goods or for farming. Since Achan was a noble, it was impossible for him to not know how to ride a horse. Riding a horse was a compulsory course for nobles. The others were the same. Some of them were cavalry before they became heavy infantry. Because heavy infantry was the Roman Empire's most elite army, they received the best treatment. Because of this, many outstanding soldiers would find ways to join the heavy infantry. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai was relieved to give them mounts. This was because these people didn't need to be trained to become qualified cavalry. Achan's speed was very fast. The four hooves of the Fergana horses were flying as if they were running on clouds. However, their speed was beyond imagination. Before long, they could see the divine race army. The army of the divine race was composed of 20 million people. It could be said that they were overwhelming. People said that more than 10,000 soldiers were boundless. What kind of concept was this army of 20 million? It could only be said that it was too terrifying. Those who were timid would be scared to death just by looking at the number of soldiers. Achan wasn't afraid. In the past, Zhao Hai had used more than 10 million undead and the divine race army. They had already seen how many people Zhao Hai had. When the divine race army discovered them, they immediately sent a squad of 10,000 people to meet them. When Achan saw the divine race squad, his eyes flashed as he shouted, "Get ready!" After saying that, he took out 2 javelins from the 2 leather pouches on the front of his saddle. The others did the same as him. They didn't stop as they rushed towards the 10,000 divine race soldiers. The 10,000 divine race soldiers were all infantrymen. One could see at a glance that they were made up of divine race soldiers, their strength wasn't weak. When these people met Achan's group, they slowly adjusted their formation. Their formation was very fast. When they were about a kilometer away from Achan's group, they simultaneously used their domains. Although these people were ordinary god ranks, they were still very formidable. It can be said that there were no demigods among the divine race. As long as a god rank expert becomes a god rank expert, they would be able to become a true god rank expert in a short period of time. Demigods would either comprehend their domain or die in battle. Achan already knew what these things were, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to fly forward. At this time, the divine race's domain was revealed. It was a spear-shaped domain. Achan said, "Be careful of their long-range attacks." Although he said this, he didn't stop as he continued to rush towards the other party. Achan nodded and said, "Be careful of their long-range attacks." Although he said this, he didn't stop as he rushed towards the other party. The distance was getting closer and closer. When they were about 200 meters away, the divine race squad suddenly released 10,000 spear-shaped energy beams towards Achan's group. Achan felt that these energy beams weren't ordinary, so he immediately shouted, "First spear, fire!" Then he threw the javelin in his hand as he shouted, "Second spear, fire!" The 2 javelins were like black clouds as they flew towards the 10,000 divine race squad. However, these 2 waves of javelins didn't hit the divine race. Instead, the javelins collided with the divine race's javelins. A loud explosion was heard before the javelins and the divine race's javelins disappeared in midair. Achan didn't stop, instead, he shouted, 10 consecutive javelins, release. As he shouted, his arms rotated like a wheel, and the remaining 10 javelins were quickly thrown out by him. After throwing the javelins, Achan immediately said, "Retreat." He didn't delay as he turned his horse around and rode away. When the divine race soldiers released their javelins, they thought that they would be able to engage in close combat with Achan's group. They already knew that Achan's group was 9th ranks, so they didn't have a domain. Therefore, they thought that Achan's group wouldn't be able to make strong ranged attacks, so they didn't take them seriously. However, they didn't expect that Achan's group would only throw 2 javelins before they perished together with the divine race's javelins. Just as the divine race soldiers were stunned, Achan's javelins had already arrived. 10 consecutive javelins were thrown, causing the divine race soldiers to be unable to tell north from south. The divine race soldiers were prepared for the Ark continent's army to use blood lightning beads. Because of this, they had prepared their domains in advance. However, they didn't expect the other party's attack to be this ferocious. While the divine race soldiers were stunned, the 10 waves of javelins exploded in their midst. The first 5 javelins had already destroyed their domains. Then the last 5 javelins exploded, causing the divine race soldiers to lose their lives. If there were 10,000 divine race soldiers and their domains, then the area they occupied wouldn't be small. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to use javelins to attack such a large domain. However, it shouldn't be forgotten that Aiken and the others were 9th ranks. 9th ranks were already considered top existences in the Ark continent. Naturally, they weren't simple existences. Their javelins were able to reach a distance of a kilometer. On the other hand, the divine race were still in a battle formation. Although they were spread out, they still couldn't escape from Aiken and the others' javelins. This was because they were too close to Aiken and the others. When the distance between the two sides was about 200 meters, they simultaneously attacked. It can be said that when they attacked, they were already in close combat. Fortunately, the Fergana horses that Aiken and the others were riding were very formidable. They made a turn and went around the divine race's formation. At the same time, this made it easier for Aiken and the others to attack. When the divine race soldiers finally reacted, they sent people to chase after Aiken and the others. However, Aiken and the others were already out of sight. It was certain that they wouldn't be able to catch up. Thunder Yun didn't care about the small contact. In his opinion, it was impossible for a small team of 10,000 people to make a move against a 20 million strong army. Moreover, the enemy was a team of 9th ranks. Just sending an army would be enough to destroy them. However, Thunder Yun didn't expect that because of his underestimation of the enemy, he would suffer a huge loss. Not a single one of the 10,000 people came back to check. They weren't even injured, there weren't even any corpses. All of them had been vaporized by the explosion of the blood lightning bead. Thunder Yun looked at the place where Aiken and the 10,000 divine race soldiers fought. He couldn't help but knit his brows as he muttered, "This is interesting. Fei, pass down my orders. In the future, when we encounter an attack from the Ark continent, we have to use ranged attacks. Don't get too close to them." Fei nodded and then went to pass down the order. However, the divine race soldiers weren't in a good mood. They had just come out of the Radiant Empire and had already lost 10,000 people. It can be said that they were at a disadvantage. This wasn't a good sign. At this time, another group of Ark continent cavalry appeared on their right. This group of Ark continent cavalry was also riding Fergana cavalry with javelins on their saddles. However, Zhao Hai's order for this group of people was to throw their javelins from afar and then immediately retreat. Zhao Hai's group knew that although domains were capable of ranged attacks, they couldn't reach a distance of a kilometer. On the other hand, a javelin thrown by a 9th rank expert could reach this distance. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have them throw their javelins like Aiken did. Instead, he had them throw their javelins outside of the range of the divine race's domain and then immediately retreat. This tactic was similar to the tactics that the prairie cavalry used to deal with infantry. They would hang from a distance and then seize the opportunity to shoot a rain of arrows. After that, they would retreat. Then they would seize the opportunity to shoot another wave of arrows. This was the method that Zhao Hai was using right now. The divine race's army rarely encountered such a situation. In the past, when they fought with people from other planes, if the other side was also a divine race expert, then they would just set up a formation and rely on their large number of god ranks as well as their powerful formations to defeat the other side in one go. If the other party wasn't a god rank, then it would be even easier to deal with them. This was because the other party simply didn't have any weapons that could hurt them. In the past, the Thunder Continent was the most formidable existence that the divine race had ever encountered. In order to conquer the Thunder Continent, the divine race had to pay a huge price. This was because the Thunder Continent had a lot of god ranks as well as battle formations. If the divine race didn't have a lot of god ranks as well as a lot of slaves, then it would have been very difficult for them to conquer the Thunder Continent. Even so, the divine race had to pay a price of several million people in order to conquer the Thunder Continent. This was the most dangerous battle that the divine race had ever encountered. However, the divine race had never encountered a situation like the Ark continents. It was obvious that the Ark continent's army didn't have god rank strength. It can be said that there were only a few god rank experts in the continent. However, the Ark Continent's army was able to make blood lightning beads that were lethal to God-rank experts. This made the Ark Continent's army very puzzled. Although the divine race had a lot of god ranks, it was impossible for them to produce blood lightning beads like the Ark Continent's army. In fact, blood lightning beads weren't their standard weapons at all. This was because the production of blood lightning beads was very troublesome. Even if god ranks were to make them, they would still suffer a lot of damage. Because of this, blood lightning beads simply couldn't be used as a standard weapon by the divine race. However, the divine race didn't expect Xianxia to have the space. To put it bluntly, blood lightning beads were just a manifestation of energy. The space had already recorded the energy of the divine race's blood. And with the addition of Xianxia's lightning element, blood lightning beads could be produced without limit. This made the divine race's army unable to deal with the blood lightning beads. After the cavalry launched 12 waves of village spears, they retreated. The divine race couldn't chase after them, their speed was just too fast. However, the casualties they caused to the divine race weren't that high, less than 1,000 casualties. For the 20 million strong divine race army, this wasn't a big deal. However, Thunder Yun wasn't happy about this. He frowned as he thought about how to deal with this situation. The enemy's attacks were giving him a headache. While Thunder Yun was thinking about this, another wave of attack came. It was still cavalry, javelins, and they were still very far away. They didn't give the divine race any chance to get close. Thunder Yun's brows knit together. After some time, he turned his head to Fei and said, "Fei, pass down my orders. Have the strongest long-range attackers and the fastest ones move to the outermost part of the army. If the Ark Continent's army is still here, then they should immediately attack. We can't let the divine race be harassed like this." Fei nodded and then went to pass down the order. Before long, the divine race army was in an uproar. Groups of soldiers were sent to the outermost part of the army. These people were people who relied on the archery domain. Just like what Thunder Yun said, the archery domain's long-range attacks weren't only long-range, they were also very fast. Just as the divine race army finished changing their formation, the Ark Continent's fourth wave of attack came. This time, it was still cavalry. But this time, when the divine race army saw the incoming attack, they immediately sent a squad of archers to meet them. It was obvious that they wanted to take the initiative and eliminate the Ark Continent's cavalry. However, the Ark Continent's cavalry weren't stupid. When they saw the divine race taking the initiative to meet them, they immediately understood what was going on. They immediately turned their horses around and ran away, they didn't even need to attack. When the divine race archers saw that they couldn't catch up to the enemy, they could only return to their own formation. However, just as they returned, the Ark Continent's cavalry returned as well. Once again, the divine race archers met them head-on, forcing them to retreat. After repeating this several times, the divine race's archers were finally enraged. When they saw that the enemy had retreated, they didn't immediately return to their formation. Instead, they chased after the Ark Continent's cavalry, vowing to destroy them. When Thunder Yun saw the movements of the Ark Continent's cavalry, he couldn't help but get angry. The Ark Continent's way of fighting was too shameless. Obviously, they couldn't defeat the Ark Continent's cavalry, but they still stuck to the Ark Continent's cavalry. This made the Ark Continent annoyed. Because of this, Thunder Yun didn't stop the archers from chasing after the Ark Continent's cavalry. He wanted to see how far the Ark Continent's cavalry could run. However, it didn't take long before Thunder Yun regretted his decision. Not long after the archers left, undead archers suddenly appeared. These undead were skeletons, and their speed was very fast. They didn't run like the Ark Continent's cavalry, instead, they looked as if they wanted to go all out against the divine race's archers. The divine race's archers immediately stopped and readied themselves to meet the enemy. But at this time, a change occurred. Just as the divine race's battle formation was set up, blue and red rays of light were suddenly emitted from the undead. When these rays of light hit the divine race's battle formation, the divine race soldiers immediately fell down like dumplings. On the other hand, the divine race soldiers that fell down were magically suspended in midair. This wasn't the end of it. The undead would release blue and red lights from time to time. As long as they hit the divine race soldiers, they wouldn't be able to run. Thunder Yun calmly looked at the battle. The Ark Continent's choice of attack was very strange. The divine race weren't too far away, but they weren't too close either. They could see the Ark Continent, but they couldn't chase after them. This was simply a show of force to Thunder Yun. Thunder Yun didn't get angry, he just calmly looked at the battlefield. To be honest, after the past few days of attacks, Thunder Yun had already understood the Ark Continent's plan. They wanted to use this method to delay the divine race's advance and kill their forces. Thunder Yun had also encountered this situation in the past. However, the divine race's lethality couldn't be compared to the Ark Continent's. The Ark Continent's attack would certainly cause casualties, at least a few hundred, maybe even 1,000. Although these scattered attacks weren't very conspicuous, it was still a huge blow to the divine race's morale and strength. Although Thunder Yun looked calm on the surface, his heart wasn't calm at all. The Ark Continent's method of attack was completely different from before. In just a short period of time, they had already encountered 4 attacks. Although the number of people wasn't a lot, it wasn't a small number either. 10,000 people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Moreover, they didn't know how many people would attack them in the future. This made Thunder Yun even more worried. Most importantly, Thunder Yun knew that the Ark Continent's people weren't stronger than them. First was the mounts of the Ark Continent's people. Thunder Yun was a veteran of the battlefield, so he was very clear about the strength of a 9th rank expert. It was impossible for a 9th rank expert to have that kind of speed. The only reason why they were able to do so was because of their mounts. Thunder Yun looked at the mounts of the Ark Continent and saw that there weren't any in the continent. The second thing was their magic cannons. Thunder Yun had already heard about the magic cannons in the Ark Continent from Clouding. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. He knew about the magic cannons in the Ark Continent. Not to mention the Ark Continent, even the Divine Realm had spent a lot of effort in order to make those magic cannons. But to be honest, Thunder Yun wasn't satisfied with the power of those magic cannons. Because of this, he thought that the Ark Continent wouldn't have such powerful magic cannons. However, this battle had taught Thunder Yun a lesson. He didn't think that the Ark Continent's magic cannons would have this much power. This was too surprising. Thunder Yun didn't think that the Ark Continent's magic cannons would be this powerful. However, Thunder Yun couldn't just watch the people from the Ark Continent slaughter his subordinates. He immediately sent people to support them. And when he saw the movements from the Ark Continent, the undead and the cavalry immediately retreated, leaving nothing behind. However, when Thunder Yun looked at the results of the battle, he wasn't happy at all. He had just sent out 10,000 people, but this time, he only managed to return with less than 4,000 people. In just a single confrontation, 5,000 of them were killed by the Ark Continent's people. This kind of loss couldn't be considered small. Thunder Yun frowned, he had a headache. If the Ark Continent continued to use this method, then he would have a headache. Although 20 million might seem like a lot, they wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. The Radiant Empire wasn't far from the Ark Continent's territory, but they had already lost 20,000 people. Although 20,000 was nothing compared to 20 million, one mustn't forget that it was less than a day ago. Thunder Yun didn't expect such a huge loss to happen in less than a day. After some time, Thunder Yun turned to Fei-Er and said, "Fei-Er, what do you think we should do?" Fei-Er replied, "Master, didn't we encounter this kind of situation before? Although the Ark Continent's people are much more lethal, their tactics are still the same." Thunder Yun smiled and said, "You really know me. Good, order the troops to speed up. Since they want to play with us on the way, then we won't play with them on the way. We'll go straight to their base. Let's see if they still want to go all out against us. As long as we face them head-on, humph." Fei-Er nodded and immediately gave the order. The speed of the army increased a lot. But it was a pity that even if they increased their speed, it would be useless. After all, this was a 20 million strong army. It wasn't easy to increase their speed while maintaining their formation. If they wanted to maintain the formation, then they wouldn't be able to do it. But if they don't maintain the formation, then the Ark Continent soldiers would suddenly appear and bite them. Thunder Yun couldn't do anything about this. He can only hope that he can find the Ark Continent's people as soon as possible so that he can have a fair fight with them. The Radiant Empire's border wasn't very far from Upper Bank City. If they were to fly fast, then it would only take half a day to reach it. However, Thunder Yun's army had been attacked along the way, which greatly reduced their speed. By the time they reached Upper Bank City, it was already 2 days in the afternoon. Thunder Yun was very clear that they didn't have much time left. They couldn't camp in the wild. Unlike the Radiant Empire, they didn't have magic cannons in their camp. Moreover, they also had walls to rely on, allowing them to rest in peace. In the Buddha Empire, they didn't have anything. If they were to camp in the wild, then they would certainly become the targets of the Ark Continent's cavalry. When the time comes, their casualties would only increase. Because of this, they needed to capture Upper Bank City before nightfall. When the army saw Upper Bank City, their speed increased. It didn't take long before they arrived at the city. However, when they arrived at Upper Bank City, they were dumbfounded. There was no one inside the city, it was completely empty. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a single mouse inside. When Thunder Yun saw this, his expression couldn't help but sink. He knew what Zhao Hai was planning. Zhao Hai wanted to use the Buddha Empire space to trap them here. One must know that since the morning, they had been attacked 24 times by the Ark Continent's cavalry. And every time, they would suffer losses. At this point, their casualties had already reached 30,000 people. With 30,000 casualties, they didn't even manage to touch a single hair of the enemy. This made Thunder Yun lose face. Originally, he thought that the enemy would arrange for people to fight in Upper Bank City. This way, they would be able to vent their anger. However, he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him such an opportunity and directly gave up on Xianxia City. Thunder Yun looked at the empty Xianxia City and sucked in a cold breath. Regardless of the other party's commanding ability, the other party's oppressive force was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Naturally, the divine race had their own divine sense. Thunder Yun scanned the city with his divine sense. The layout of Upper Bank City was very good. Not only inside the city, but outside as well. The crisscrossing underground showed how much importance the Ark Continent placed on this place. However, when the divine race sent out their troops, the enemy immediately gave up on this place and started to ambush them. This wasn't something that an average person could do. Actually, Thunder Yun's biggest mistake was the fact that he didn't include the Ark Continent's commoners. In the entire Buddha Empire, aside from the army, there weren't any commoners. In this case, Zhao Hai had a lot of options. For example, he could give up on Upper Bank City because there were no commoners that needed his protection. There was no reason for him to stay here and fight the enemy. Thunder Yun didn't think about this point. Therefore, when he saw the empty city, he couldn't help but be startled. After being startled, his expression turned ugly. This was because he knew that if the enemy didn't fight in Upper Bank City, then the ambushes wouldn't stop. Whether it was day or night, the divine race wouldn't have a moment of peace. All the divine race people looked at Upper Bank City in a daze. They didn't know what to do next. Originally, they wanted to exterminate the Ark Continent's resistance. But now, not only were they unable to do so, they were even ambushed from time to time. This made the divine race people feel very depressed. Thunder Yun looked at Upper Bank City, then he clenched his teeth and said, "Let's enter the city and rest. Tomorrow, we'll head towards the Ark Continent." I don't believe that they would give up on Upper Bank City, the Buddha Empire, and the Ark Continent. Make sure to stay vigilant and keep your guard up. The divine race people nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. However, Thunder Yun brought too many people with him. Upper Bank City simply couldn't accommodate all of them. In the end, only some of them could live outside. However, the divine race people were also very good. They used their earth element magic to make a room outside and settle down. However, what made the divine race people feel strange was that ever since they got close to Upper Bank City, they hadn't encountered any ambushes. This made the divine race people very confused. However, the ambushes during the day had given them a headache. Because of this, the divine race people were still on guard. They even sent a squad of 1,000,000 people to patrol outside their camp. As the sky turned dark, the majority of the divine race had already rested. Although god ranks wouldn't be affected if they didn't rest for a few days, Thunder Yun was a soldier. He knew that not resting for a few days would have a negative effect on the divine race. the divine race's fighting strength would decrease. In the face of the Ark continent's cunning enemies, not being in a good state was the same as courting death. Therefore, Thunder Yun ordered everyone to rest. Although it was already late and the divine race didn't encounter any attacks, Thunder Yun's heart was still restless. He didn't believe that the other party would be so kind as to give them time to rest. From what he can see, it was impossible for the other party to give them such an opportunity. However, it was already late and the sentries outside didn't sound any alarms. There was also no one in Upper Bank City. What did the other party want to do? If Zhao Hai continued to harass Thunder Yun like he did during the day, then Thunder Yun wouldn't be worried. After all, Zhao Hai had his own tactics, so there was nothing to worry about. But now, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. This was what worried Thunder Yun the most. He didn't understand why the other party would do this. Unknown dangers were the most troublesome. Suddenly, Thunder Yun sat up. This was because he heard a buzzing sound in his ears. This sound was very clear in the silent night. Thunder Yun's ears perked up as he listened carefully. Before long, he discovered that this was the sound of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes existed in all planes, but they weren't particularly powerful. They could be easily killed. When Thunder Yun heard that this was a mosquito, he didn't care anymore. He took a deep breath before lying down again. However, the buzzing sound was getting louder and louder. Thunder Yun couldn't sit still. He stood up and said, "Fei, what's going on? Why are there so many mosquitoes in the city? Let's go out and see what's going on." Fei was sleeping right outside Thunder Yun's room. Therefore, when he heard Thunder Yun, he immediately stood up and went outside. Just as he opened the door, Fei couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He was also a god rank expert, but this was the first time he saw something like this. They saw that the entire sky above Xianxia City was surrounded by dark clouds. This dark cloud was too big, and it was constantly changing its shape. What surprised them the most was that the loud buzzing sound was coming from this dark cloud. Fei's figure moved as he flew towards the black cloud. But when he was a few hundred meters away from it, he stopped. He could feel his hair standing up. What kind of black cloud was this? It was clearly just a bunch of mosquitoes, a bunch of countless mosquitoes. This was the first time Fei had seen so many mosquitoes. What scared Fei the most was that these mosquitoes were too big. Each one of them was the size of a palm, and their blood-red bodies were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Most importantly, Fei recognized these mosquitoes. They were the devouring blood mosquitoes of the divine realm. Fei had seen them in the divine realm before. Even in the divine realm, these mosquitoes were very terrifying existences. Naturally, one or two of them weren't scary. What was scary was a large number of them. This was a huge disaster for the divine realm. Fei slowly retreated. He was afraid of disturbing these mosquitoes. Because of this, Fei didn't notice that there was a small spatial crack in the middle of these mosquitoes. One by one, the mosquitoes flew out from the spatial crack. Their speed was very fast, and the number of mosquitoes was also increasing. When Fei was a kilometer away from the mosquitoes, he suddenly accelerated and flew back to the city lord's mansion. Thunder Yun was resting inside the mansion. At this time, Thunder Yun also woke up. He was looking at the sky with a shocked expression. When Fei saw Thunder Yun's expression, he immediately shouted, "Master, it's a mosquito disaster. Quickly call everyone up, it's a mosquito disaster." Upon hearing the word mosquito disaster, Thunder Yun's face couldn't help but turn pale. He immediately shouted, "Ring the alarm! Ring the alarm!" Fei couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately flew to the top of the city wall. There was an alarm bell there, so Fei immediately rang it. The ringing of the bell woke all the sleeping divine race people up. These divine race people quickly wore their armor and rushed out of their houses. At the same time, they immediately released light element magic in the sky as they scanned their surroundings. It didn't take long for someone to discover the large swarm of devouring blood mosquitoes. Everyone's face was completely drained of blood. Blood-devouring mosquitoes were magic beasts that caused headaches in the divine realm. They didn't expect to encounter so many of them in the Ark continent. This was too terrifying. At this moment, the devouring blood mosquitoes seemed to have received an order as they scattered and rushed towards the divine race experts. The divine race experts' complexion changed as they simultaneously activated their domains to block the attacks of the devouring blood mosquitoes. However, there were too many devouring blood mosquitoes. They didn't know how many there were, and they were constantly attacking them. Although these people were constantly using magic to attack the mosquitoes were still advancing one after the other, and were constantly attacking them. The mosquitoes seemed to be under someone's command. Some divine race people only had mosquitoes flying around their domains. Some divine race people were being attacked by a large number of mosquitoes. For a while, their domains were on the verge of collapsing. The divine race people who were being attacked by the mosquitoes had pale faces. They desperately sent energy into their domains. They knew that once their domains were broken by the mosquitoes, then the only thing that awaited them would be death. Thunder Yun's expression was also ugly as he looked at the mosquitoes. They hadn't seen such a large number of mosquitoes in the divine realm. If so many mosquitoes were to appear in the divine realm, then it would be a disaster for the divine realm. Whether it was inside or outside the city, all the divine race people began to move. They kept using their best methods to kill these mosquitoes. A war between humans and mosquitoes unfolded just like that. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space with a calm expression. Naturally, these mosquitoes were released by him. Originally, he had forgotten that there were mosquitoes inside the space. This was because he had even sent Zhao Wen outside the space to cultivate. He wanted to wait for her to reach God rank before bringing her back. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Wen, who was at the bottom of the carrion swamp, would actually reach God rank faster than the other 9th ranks. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. This afternoon, Kai'er suddenly told Zhao Hai that Zhao Wen had reached God rank. This made Zhao Hai startled. When Zhao Hai summoned Zhao Wen to the space, he discovered that although Zhao Wen's appearance didn't change, her strength had indeed reached God rank. This made Zhao Hai very confused. He asked Zhao Wen what happened, but Zhao Hai didn't know. In the end, Zhao Hai concluded that it might be because of the drop of blood that Zhao Wen drank. At that time, he speculated that the drop of blood that Zhao Wen drank might be divine race blood. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to reach 9th ranks in such a short time. However, when Zhao Wen was summoned to the space by Zhao Hai, she also obtained a lot of benefits. She was the one who stayed in the space the longest. Therefore, she obtained the most benefits. Additionally, the drop of blood that Zhao Wen drank was divine race blood. It was very likely that it was the blood of a God rank expert. The power that was contained in it was very formidable. Not only did it allow Zhao Wen to reach 9th rank, as long as she rested well, reaching God rank wouldn't be a problem. Among the magic beasts in the carrion swamp, Zhao Wen's relationship with Zhao Hai was the best. She wanted to stay by Zhao Hai's side and didn't want to leave. However, in order to ensure her safety, Zhao Hai had her leave with the other magic beasts in the carrion swamp. After Zhao Wen left, she didn't hate Zhao Hai, she just wanted to return to Zhao Hai's side. She wasn't stupid, she knew that as long as she reached God rank, she would be able to return to Zhao Hai's side. Therefore, she continued to cultivate outside. In the end, she became the first magic beast in the carrion swamp to reach God rank. Sure enough, when she reached God rank, Kai'er immediately took her back to the space. If it was someone else who reached God rank, Kai'er wouldn't do this. However, Zhao Wen was different. Zhao Wen's relationship with Kai'er was the best. Because of this, Kai'er immediately took her back to the space. Upon seeing Zhao Wen's return, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. It was the blood-devouring mosquitoes. He could release countless blood-devouring mosquitoes from the space. This was definitely a powerful weapon. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use the blood-devouring mosquitoes in his previous battles was because he was fighting against the people of the Ark continent. Using the undead was more than enough. Because of this, Zhao Hai only used the blood-devouring mosquitoes once in the prairie. But now, they were fighting against the divine race, and these divine race fellows were already dead. Because of this, when Zhao Hai saw Zhao Wen, he immediately thought about the blood-devouring mosquitoes. Because of this, he didn't have the human army attack in the afternoon. Instead, he waited until the evening before releasing the mosquitoes. Zhao Hai didn't know how many blood-devouring mosquitoes he had released. The total number was more than the divine race. Although these mosquitoes weren't high level, their attack power was quite weak. Using them to deal with the divine race wasn't a good idea. Although the space had leveled up a lot, because the blood-devouring mosquitoes were pests, they weren't of any direct help to Zhao. Although the space had leveled up many times, the level of the blood-devouring mosquitoes had never been high. If it wasn't for Zhao Wen's appearance, Zhao Hai would have already forgotten about the existence of the blood-devouring mosquitoes. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the divine race would recognize the mosquitoes. This made him very confused. Zhao Hai thought that the divine race shouldn't have any blood-devouring mosquitoes. So why did it seem like the divine realm didn't only have blood-devouring mosquitoes, they were also very powerful? Zhao Wen was still lying on Zhao Hai's head like before. Her small eyes were looking at the screen. Her body didn't change, she still looked like a red crystal sculpture. As long as she didn't move, people would think that she was just a sculpture. But now, Zhao Wen was indeed a god-rank expert. Zhao Wen was a god-rank expert. Zhao Hai looked at the nervous divine race on the monitor. He couldn't help but ask, "Little Wen, why do the divine race seem to be afraid of the blood-devouring mosquitoes? Could it be that your race has someone in the divine race?" Zhao Wen shook her head and said, "Young master, I don't know about this. I was born in the Ark continent and grew up here. I don't know anything about the divine realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Although the attacks of the blood-devouring mosquitoes aren't weak, most of the divine race would still be able to withstand them. Moreover, as long as the mosquitoes are killed 30 times, they would automatically disappear. It seems like they aren't much of a threat to the divine race." Zhao Hai only learned about this recently. In the past, he thought that the pests and mosquitoes that were released from the space wouldn't die in a short period of time. However, he discovered that this wasn't the case. Just like mosquitoes, as long as a mosquito was killed 30 times, it would disappear forever. The same was true for the pests. But even so, it was still very shocking. 30 times, a mosquito would need to be killed 30 times before it would die. What if there were 10,000 of them? This was equal to 10,000 multiplied by 30. This was equal to 300,000 mosquitoes. What if there were 100,000? What if there were 100,000 mosquitoes? And the number of mosquitoes that Zhao Hai released today was more than 1 million. One shouldn't forget that the divine race army had more than 20 million people. If he released 1 million mosquitoes, would the 20 million divine race soldiers be surprised? Certainly not. Because of this, the number of mosquitoes that Zhao Hai released today was actually more than the number of divine race soldiers. This wasn't like what Zhao Hai did at night, where he opened the spatial rift and released the mosquitoes one by one. In fact, ever since Zhao Wen came back, Zhao Hai had been releasing these mosquitoes into the space. He waited until night came before releasing them. At this time, the entire area outside the city was filled with blood mosquitoes. The divines were exhausted from dealing with them. Although no divines were injured, dealing with so many blood mosquitoes was still a headache for them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Zhao Hai wasn't idle at this time. He wanted to release more blood mosquitoes into the space. Once this batch of mosquitoes was destroyed, he would release another batch to grind the divines to death. Zhao Hai's plan was very good. He discovered that the space can only release blood mosquitoes once a day. After releasing one, he couldn't release any more for 24 hours. Moreover, the first time he released blood mosquitoes, he couldn't release more than 6 hours. In other words, he could only release as many blood mosquitoes as he could. This was the limit for a day. Although there were many restrictions, Zhao Hai still thought that the blood mosquitoes were a great weapon. Zhao Hai didn't know how many blood mosquitoes he could release in 6 hours, but he knew that the number would be astonishing. When the time comes, these blood mosquitoes would be enough to give the divines a headache. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the divines were very strong. Up until now, the divines hadn't suffered any casualties. On the contrary, it was the blood mosquitoes that suffered some casualties. One must know that a blood mosquito would need to be killed 30 times before disappearing. Now that there were casualties, it meant that the mosquitoes were killed more than 30 times. It seems like the divines had some skills. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. The divines finally suffered some casualties. The domain of one of the divines was broken. Then a swarm of blood mosquitoes flew towards the divine race. the divine race wanted to protect himself, but it was useless. The blood mosquitoes broke through his shield and landed on his body, causing the divine race to let out a blood-curdling screech. Xiao Hai didn't let the mosquitoes suck the divine race's blood dry. He was afraid that it would affect his ability to turn the divines into undead. Because of this, when the divine race was attacked, Xiao Hai immediately took them into the space and turned them into undead. But to Xiao Hai's surprise, just as the mosquitoes were about to bite the divine race person, a prompt was heard from the space. Space mosquitoes have absorbed the blood of a powerful being. Blood mosquitoes have evolved. Each blood mosquito's strength is equivalent to a 6th-rank magic beast. Every 24 hours, the host can release mosquitoes for 7 hours. If the mosquitoes are attacked 40 times or stay there for 10 days, they will automatically disappear. Xiao Hai was surprised for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He didn't think that the space mosquitoes would be able to level up in this way. In other words, the space mosquitoes could absorb higher level blood and level up again. God, this was definitely a good thing. Although the individual strength of the mosquitoes was only around 6th rank, one shouldn't forget about their terrifying numbers. Moreover, the vitality of the mosquitoes was very strong. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. No matter how powerful a deity was, being surrounded and attacked by tens of thousands of fearless magical beasts of the 6th rank at the same time would only result in death. The divine race were still fighting against the mosquitoes. When Xiao Hai discovered that he couldn't release the mosquitoes today, he immediately called the cavalry that were preparing to attack the divine race to the vicinity of Upper Bank City. After the divine race eliminated the mosquitoes, the cavalry would immediately attack the divine race. At this time, Lizzie and Megan were doing something else. It was something that would have a huge impact on the divine race. This time, the divine race's attack was divided into 2 parts. The first part was led by Thunder Yun. Even if they couldn't eliminate Xiao Hai, they would at least make it so that Xiao Hai wouldn't be able to go to other places. The second part was led by Thunder Yun. They had the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry sweep through the Buddha Empire's cities. On the other hand, the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry set out 2 hours after the divine race's main army. This was to attract Xiao Hai's attention while the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry acted as a surprise attack. However, what they didn't know was that Xiao Hai was already aware of their movements. When the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry set out, Xiao Hai was already prepared. However, Xiao Hai wasn't prepared to deal with the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry the same way he dealt with Thunder Yun. Xiao Hai wanted to use the undead to wipe out the 2 armies. This way, he would be able to obtain a large number of undead to replenish his energy while at the same time cutting off the arms of the divine race. At this time, Lizzie and Megan were doing just that. They were commanding the undead to attack the heavy cavalry. This was because the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry weren't moving together. They were divided into 2 arcs, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to attack the Buddha Empire's hinterland. How could Xiao Hai miss this opportunity? Although the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry weren't divine race soldiers, their fighting strength wasn't weak. However, it was clear that they had been ruled by the divine race for too long. They had been completely enslaved by the divine race. Because of this, Xiao Hai didn't plan on letting them go. It would be best if he turned them into undead. When the heavy cavalry were turned into undead, they would become 9th ranks. And with their innate strength, their attack strength shouldn't be any worse than a god rank expert. The strength of the light-winged Pegasus cavalry couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, Xiao Hai decided to deal with them one by one. After dealing with the heavy cavalry and the light-winged Pegasus cavalry, Xiao Hai would be able to deal with Thunder Yun. At the same time, the matter of dealing with Thunder Yun was handed over to Xiao Hai. Meanwhile, Lizzie and Megan were commanding the undead to deal with the heavy cavalry. Although the heavy cavalry were very strong, they were still dealing with Xiao Hai's undead. One shouldn't forget that Xiao Hai had a lot of Beastman undead. These Beastman undead were all 9th ranks. Moreover, their strength wasn't small. Dealing with the heavy cavalry would be a piece of cake. Xiao Hai didn't have to worry about Lizzie and Megan. His commanding ability wasn't as good as Lizzie and Megan. Letting the 2 deal with the heavy infantry and light cavalry shouldn't be a problem. What he needed to do now was to give Thunder Yun a headache. In addition to these matters, there was also the matter of the demons. Zhao Hai had already changed his strategy. Therefore, he no longer needed to fight the demons in Rising Sun City. However, he still arranged a large number of troops in Rising Sun City in order to numb the demons. This way, the demons wouldn't think that the demons were fighting the divine race. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this matter couldn't be hidden for more than a few days. The demons were certainly monitoring the divine race. Once the divine race made a move, the demons would certainly know. When the time comes, they would certainly come to join in on the fun. Fortunately, the demons weren't making a move. Zhao Hai also had enough troops in his hands. He could use this time to deal with the divine race as much as possible. He wanted to make the divine race suffer, making them behave for a while. What Zhao Hai needed was time. He wasn't afraid of fighting the demons and the divine race at the same time. After adjusting his strategy, whether it was the demons or the divine race, both of them would have a headache. However, he needed time to make sure that the demons and the divine race couldn't attack at the same time. This way, he would be able to deal with the two races. In Upper Bank City, the battle between the divine race and the blood-devouring mosquitoes was still going on. At the same time, the Ark Continent's cavalry had already arrived. Originally, many of them were supposed to attack the divine race from the afternoon to the evening. However, because of the appearance of the blood-devouring mosquitoes, Zhao Hai cancelled their attack and gave them a good rest. Only now did they arrive at Upper Bank City. This time, the number of troops that Zhao Hai sent to deal with the divine race wasn't small. There were more than 2 million of them. There were humans, elves, beastmen, as well as dwarves. Although 2 million troops weren't a lot compared to the 20 million troops of the divine race, it was still a lot when it came to guerrilla warfare. These troops could take turns to attack the divine race's army day and night. And now, with the addition of the blood-devouring mosquitoes, the divine race would have a hard time. Thunder Yun didn't know how many blood mosquitoes he had killed. It was as if there was no end to these mosquitoes. Every time he killed a batch, another batch would appear, and another batch would appear. In Thunder Yun's opinion, these mosquitoes were even more annoying than the Ark Continent's cavalry. Although the Ark Continent's cavalry attacked, it was impossible for them to attack all of them at once. In fact, only those on the periphery would be attacked, those in the middle wouldn't be affected. However, these mosquitoes were different. There were too many of them, they could attack almost anyone. Nobody had time to rest, this wouldn't be good, it would affect their fighting strength too much. At this point, the divine race had already suffered casualties. Although Thunder Yun didn't know how many casualties there were, he still couldn't help but frown. The mosquitoes' attacks were different from human attacks. When humans attacked, they could form a formation. However, the mosquitoes couldn't. Their bodies were too small, even if they formed a formation, it would still be impossible for them to block the overwhelming attacks. In the end, everyone would have to fight for themselves. Thunder Yun looked at the mosquitoes and thought about how to deal with them. But at this time, there weren't many mosquitoes left. At the very least, there were less than before. This made the pressure on the Ark Continent a lot lighter. Looking at this situation, Thunder Yun let out a long breath. But at this time, an explosion was heard. Thunder Yun was startled as he looked at the explosion. He saw that the Ark Continent's cavalry had finished throwing their javelins and were retreating. Thunder Yun's expression sank. He didn't expect the Ark Continent's cavalry to come and take advantage of the situation. This was too infuriating. Although Thunder Yun's teeth were itching, there was nothing he could do. This was war, the goal was to eliminate the enemy. Although the Ark Continent's actions were hateful, Thunder Yun had to recognize that this was the best time to deal with the divine race. After thinking about this, Thunder Yun couldn't help but sigh. This time, he didn't even get to see the face of the legendary Zhao Hai. Instead, he suffered heavy losses. Compared to Clouding and Silver Shook, Thunder Yun's situation was even worse. This made him feel ashamed. However, this situation wasn't within his expectations. He didn't think that the Ark Continent would use such a method to deal with him. Moreover, he suspected that these mosquitoes were also from the Ark Continent. The timing of these mosquitoes' attack was too good. In the afternoon, they didn't encounter any attacks from the Ark Continent, nor did they encounter any attacks during the night. Just as they were about to relax, these mosquitoes suddenly appeared. If one were to say that these mosquitoes had nothing to do with the Ark continent, then even if one were to beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. After the Ark continent's 10,000-man team retreated, another 10,000-man team attacked and retreated. They didn't stay for long, then a third team, a fourth team, a fifth team, and so on. While they were dealing with the remaining mosquitoes, their continent had already been attacked by the Ark continent's cavalry. In just an hour, the number of attacks they received was almost equal to the number of attacks they received in a day. It can be seen that the people from the Ark continent were waiting for this opportunity, but Thunder Yun couldn't do anything about it. He didn't dare to send out small groups to attack the other cities of the Ark continent. This was because he knew that as long as he dared to send out small groups, the other party would certainly annihilate them. It can be said that they were now in a dilemma. Thunder Yun loudly ordered, "Peripheral personnel, pay attention. Everyone else, kill the mosquitoes." Along with his command, the divine race soldiers on the periphery began to deal with the Ark continent's cavalry. At the same time, the other people went all out to kill the mosquitoes. In less than an hour, all of the mosquitoes were exterminated. In this hour, they were attacked by more than 10 waves of cavalry. In just 2 hours, the number of attacks they received was more than the number of attacks they received during the day. Moreover, their casualties were also very high. The 30 waves of cavalry had caused about 40,000 casualties. And with the addition of the mosquitoes, the divine race had already suffered 50,000 casualties. Moreover, the number of casualties would continue to increase as the Ark continent's cavalry continued to attack. It wasn't until dawn that the Ark continent's cavalry stopped their attacks. The divine race people could finally relax. In just one night, they had already lost about 100,000 people. And with the number of casualties during the day, the divine race's casualties had reached 150,000. When he heard this number, Thunder Yun felt like he was in a dream. He really hoped that he was dreaming, that all of this was just an illusion. But when he looked at the tired Fei beside him, Thunder Yun knew that this wasn't an illusion, this was reality. Thunder Yun rubbed his temples, then he turned to Fei and said, "Beat the drums and gather the generals." Fei nodded, then he went outside and started to beat the 100 drums outside the city lord's mansion. Before long, several people wearing white robes arrived at the city lord's mansion. In the divine race, only generals were allowed to wear white robes. It can be said that wearing white robes was a sign of status. On the other hand, Thunder Yun liked to wear armor. This made him different from the other generals. In the divine race, the number of people who wore white robes was at least 500,000. And now, there were more than 40 of them in the city lord's mansion. Thunder Yun was currently sitting in the hall of the city lord's mansion. There were some chairs in the hall that were placed there after Thunder Yun moved in. When Zhao Hai left, he took everything that he could from the city lord's mansion. He didn't leave anything useful behind. After the generals entered the hall, they gave Thunder Yun a salute. Then they sat on the chairs according to their status. Clouding sat in the first row while Silver Shook sat in the second. After everyone was present, Thunder Yun looked at the group and said, "Our journey hasn't been very smooth. We haven't faced the Ark continent's army yet, but we've already lost more than 100,000 people. For the divine race, this is unprecedented. Everyone, tell us what you think about this matter." Thunder Yun nodded and said, "All right, let's talk about this matter." Everyone was silent, they didn't know what to say. After some time, Clouding opened his mouth and said, "General, I discovered something. Yesterday, we had a big fight with the blood mosquitoes. There should be a lot of them. Although we killed a lot of them, I didn't find any corpses inside or outside the city. This matter is very strange." Clouding nodded, he didn't know what to say. Upon hearing Cloud Ying's words, many of the generals reacted. Indeed, they had fought with the blood mosquitoes yesterday. Although some of them had been burned to ashes by their fire element magic, there should still be some mosquito corpses left behind. But now, not a single mosquito corpse could be seen inside or outside the city. This matter was really strange. Thunder Yun nodded and said, "You're right, you're very observant. I also noticed that the mosquitoes were attracted by the people from the Ark continent. Otherwise, the timing of their appearance wouldn't have been so coincidental. It seems like the people from the Ark continent have a lot of methods." Thunder Yun nodded and said, "You're right." Upon hearing Thunder Yun, everyone couldn't help but be startled. However, generals weren't fools. They immediately responded. Not to mention the corpses of the mosquitoes, even the corpses of the divine race weren't found. Naturally, most of the corpses were vaporized by the blood lightning beads. However, most of them were taken away by Zhao Hai. Clouding knit his brows and said, "If those blood-devouring mosquitoes were really from the Ark continent, then we'll be in a lot of trouble. What do we do if they manage to get more blood-devouring mosquitoes?" Thunder Yun knit his brows and said, "Blood mosquitoes aren't easy to get. Otherwise, the Ark continent would have already used them. However, we can't just ignore them. If we encounter a blood mosquito attack again, we'll form teams of 3. One person will kill the mosquitoes while the other 2 will rest. This way, the mosquitoes wouldn't pose a threat to us. What we need to pay attention to is the Ark continent's cavalry. Everyone, think of a way to deal with the Ark continent's cavalry." Everyone frowned, they didn't speak for a long time. Then one of them stood up and bowed to Thunder Yun, "General, I think that we're relying too much on our domains. Domains have their own attack range, but their attack range isn't as far as the javelins of the Ark continent's 9th ranks. We can only passively take a beating, this isn't worth it. Therefore, I want to do the same as the Ark continent's cavalry. We need to cut down some trees and make some wooden javelins. Although we can't equip them with blood lightning beads, with our god rank strength, the javelin's lethality wouldn't be small. Most importantly, we would have a way to counterattack, we wouldn't be completely passive anymore." Upon hearing this, Thunder Yun's eyes couldn't help but shine. He looked at the person and said, "Good, Yunyi, your idea is very good. Although these javelins can't deal with the mosquitoes, it should be enough to deal with the Ark continent's cavalry. Moreover, it's very simple to make." "Good, when everyone returns, immediately inform everyone to cut down trees and make javelins for me. If there aren't any trees to cut down, then just pick up some stones to carry with you. In any case, we can't afford to be beaten like this. Otherwise, we'll just have to suffer." Everyone agreed, they also thought that this was a good idea. The gap between god ranks and 9th ranks was very big. The javelins and stones that they throw would have a longer range than 9th ranks. When the time comes, they wouldn't even wait for the enemy cavalry to reach them. Even if they couldn't kill them, they wouldn't be able to let them off easily. They didn't want to use this method to eliminate the Ark continent's cavalry. It was impossible to do so since they weren't as fast as the enemy. However, this method could reduce their losses. As long as they don't have to worry about the enemy cavalry's harassment, they would be able to drive straight towards the Ark continent's base. When the time comes, the people of the Ark continent would have no choice but to go all out against them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't know the contents of the Divine Race's meeting. When the Divine Race held their first meeting, they would use a formation that could isolate divine sense. This formation was also effective against the space. At this time, Zhao Hai was monitoring the demons. He was afraid that the demons would receive some information and attack the Ark continent. Therefore, Zhao Hai had stationed a lot of troops near Demon City. These troops were just there to numb the demons. However, if the demons were to attack, these troops would immediately switch to cavalry and fight against the demons. The number of troops that were sent to deal with the demons wasn't much less than the number of troops sent to deal with the Divine Race. At this time, the number of troops was about 2 million. Moreover, more and more troops were arriving from the continent. There were a lot of armies in the continent. Although there weren't a lot of elite troops in each country, there were still a lot of local legions. But now, these local legions could be transferred to the continent. They were all 9th ranks, they weren't any worse than the elites of the continent. In addition to the human army, there were also the elves, dwarves, beastmen, and fishmen. The Ark continent had an army of several tens of millions. This was especially true for the fishmen. Nobody knew how big the endless sea was, and nobody knew how many fishmen there were. These fishmen all had their own armies. Even the mermaids didn't know how many fishmen there were. At this time, there were still a lot of foreign races who hadn't drunk the spatial water and hadn't leveled up. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Zhao Hai had already announced that the spatial water would be freely available, anyone could drink it. In any case, drinking it once would be no different from drinking ordinary water. What Zhao Hai wanted to do at this time was to stimulate the Ark continent's war potential in order to deal with the demons and the divine race. It can be said that this was a process of the Ark continent's evolution. In the past, the Ark continent was just a subordinate continent of the divine realm. But now, things were different. The divine race had connected the two realms. The laws of the Ark continent were now the same as the laws of the divine realm. In this case, if the people of the Ark continent don't undergo a major evolution, then they would certainly be eliminated. Zhao Hai thought that the Ark continent would be a step closer to the divine realm. In the past, the Ark continent was just a subordinate continent of the divine realm. But now, things were different. If there wasn't Zhao Hai in the space, then it would be impossible for the people of the Ark continent to evolve. But with Zhao Hai in the space, they were able to evolve. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that this war was a process of the Ark continent's evolution. However, the situation of the foreign races wasn't the same as the humans. The humans lived in a relatively centralized area. Moreover, the management of the humans was very complete. For example, the Rosen Empire's management was divided into different levels. The lower levels were divided into villages and managed by the village chief. On the other hand, the foreign races were different. The dwarves and the elves lived in a relatively centralized area. However, the same couldn't be said for the beastmen. The beastmen lived in the prairie, and the prairie was very big. However, the beastmen had always lived a nomadic lifestyle. A small tribe might have a few families or even a dozen families. Moreover, they were nomadic in the prairie. In this case, it was very difficult to manage them. The beastmen were a bit worse compared to the fishmen. After all, the prairie was very big while the endless sea was much bigger than the prairie. It was very difficult to manage them. In fact, the management of the fishmen was very relaxed in the past. It was just that all the fishmen knew that the mermaids were the rulers of the sea, so they obeyed their management. However, the mermaids didn't need to pay taxes. Because of this, their management was very lax. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was having a headache. The management of the fishmen was too lax. In the entire Ark continent, the fishmen were the ones who could send the most troops. Moreover, the fishmen weren't used to fighting on land. Even if they were 9th ranks, their fighting strength would still be greatly reduced. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was having a headache. Because of this reason, a lot of fishmen who had reached 9th rank didn't go directly to the battlefield. Instead, they were training in the rear. Their mounts were also magic beasts that were provided by Zhao Hai. At this time, the total number of human troops in the Buddha Empire was less than 10 million. This was something that couldn't be helped. At the rear, there were also troops who had adapted to their mounts. Actually, if they used Zhao Hai's method, then they wouldn't need so many troops. However, Zhao Hai wanted to let these people know what it was like to fight against the demons and the divine race. Because of this, he decided to have these troops enter the Buddha Empire. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the demons. Fortunately, this was only the first day of the divine race's attack. The demons didn't make any big movements. However, Zhao Hai knew that they would make a move soon. Seeing that the demons didn't make any movements, Zhao Hai turned his head to see what the divine race were doing. When he saw the divine race, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The divine race were cutting down trees and picking up stones. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race in confusion, he didn't understand what they were doing. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai understood. After the divine race cut down the trees, they turned the trees into wooden javelins. Although these javelins were very simple, they were just sharpened sticks. If the divine race threw these javelins, their lethality wouldn't be small. Upon seeing the divine race's actions, Zhao Hai immediately understood what they were doing. It seems like the divine race wanted to use long-range weapons to deal with them. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Although the divine race's javelins couldn't be compared to their javelins, the divine race's numbers were still huge. The javelin's power couldn't be underestimated. When he thought about 20 million divine race soldiers throwing javelins, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shiver. This scene made Zhao Hai think about the movie hero that he saw back on Earth. The rain of arrows was something that Zhao Hai couldn't forget. At the same time, the javelins thrown by the divine race were several times stronger compared to the arrows shot by the Qin people in the movie. On the other hand, the Buddha Empire had a lot of trees. But for the divine race, these trees couldn't withstand a single attack. Turning them into javelins was just too simple. As for the stones, Zhao Hai also understood what was going on. The divine race and the divine race were too many in number. If they were only throwing javelins, then they certainly wouldn't have enough trees. The stones that the divine race picked up weren't very big, they were very easy to carry. If they were thrown, then it's likely that they would be thrown far away. If these things were used by ordinary people, then it would be impossible for them to deal with cavalry. However, if these things were in the hands of the divine race, then they would be very difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai knit his brows. It seems like these divine race people were veterans of the battlefield. Their reaction speed was very fast. How could they deal with the javelins? Zhao Hai couldn't help but think. Zhao Hai sat there and thought. At this time, Laura came over and sat beside Zhao Hai. She looked at the divine race soldiers on the monitor and asked, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? What are those divine race soldiers doing?" "They're picking up stones and making trees." "Are they planning to build a city?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "How could that be? Those fellows are preparing to deal with our cavalry. The javelins and stones that the divine race threw have a lot of lethality. Using them to deal with our cavalry wouldn't be bad." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but knit her brows. The cavalry under Zhao Hai had just reached 9th rank. Their fighting strength couldn't be compared to those who reached 9th rank bit by bit. However, javelins didn't require too much skill. Zhao Hai didn't require them to be accurate, as long as they threw with all their strength, it was very simple. Because of this, these people weren't very proficient in using their energy. Under the attack of the javelins, it would be good if they could protect themselves. If they couldn't protect their mounts, then the cavalry would become a dish for the divine race soldiers. Additionally, the javelins thrown by the divine race soldiers weren't easy to deal with. A single mistake could lead to casualties. This would be a huge blow to the cavalry's harassment tactics. If the harassment tactics couldn't be used, then the situation wouldn't be good. Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think we should do now? Right now, the people in our army can't be called 9th rank experts. I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult for them to defend against the javelins and stones of the divine race at the same time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "I'm also worried about this matter. God ranks and 9th ranks aren't on the same level. Aside from those abnormal demons, I haven't seen any 9th ranks that can injure God ranks. Especially when the other party has a domain. On the other hand, almost all of the divine race's troops are God ranks. The javelins that they throw have a lot of lethality. With the current strength of the continent's armies, there aren't many that can block them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "I'm also worried about this matter." Laura knit her brows, then her eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "Brother Hai, I have an idea. Do you remember how the Radiant Church used formation discs to deal with you? If we make some formation discs, wouldn't it be useful?" Zhao Hai stared and said, "Make formation discs? What kind of formation discs?" Laura smiled and said, "Defensive formation discs. You forgot that the major cities in the continent have defensive formations. Moreover, those formations aren't very complicated. We can shrink those formations and then use metal to make formation discs. Every cavalry squad will carry a formation disc. When we encounter a divine race person, we can place a crystal on the disc and activate it. Then whether the divine race throws javelins or stones, they would be useless." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's take a look at the divine race's formation discs." When he heard Laura, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. He nodded and said, "That's a good idea. We can have the continent make it immediately. However, the magic formation still needs to be tested. It can't be too big or too small. If it's too big, then it would waste the energy of the crystals. If it's too small, then it wouldn't be able to defend." Laura smiled and said, "This isn't easy to handle. In the entire continent, your words are more effective than anyone else's. Also, my father has been doing a lot of research these past few years. Just leave it to them, I'm sure they'll have a result soon." Zhao Hai nodded. All right, then you should immediately contact father-in-law and tell him about this matter. I think that father-in-law would certainly know how to make this formation. Have them study it and make it as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded. All right. Laura nodded and said, I'll take care of that. But Big Brother Hai, we can't just stay idle for a while. You should ask Lizzie and Megan how they are doing. If they can't, then we can mobilize some undead to attack the divine race. Those javelins and stones might be lethal to humans, but they're much less lethal to the undead. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll take care of that. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll tell them about this matter. I think they should be able to deal with the heavy cavalry. Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, Lizzie's voice was heard. It seems like Megan and I didn't delay Brother Hai's matter. Brother Hai, the heavy cavalry has been dealt with. Zhao Hai turned his head to see Lizzie and Megan excitedly walking towards him. Zhao Hai smiled and said, how was it? Did you really manage to deal with the heavy cavalry? Tell me, how many heavy cavalry are there now? Although most of the divine race's reinforcements were from the divine race, there were also heavy cavalry and Pegasus light cavalry as well as other races. These races didn't follow the divine race's main force this time, instead, they were used by the divine race to deal with the other cities of the Buddha Empire. Therefore, Zhao Hai asked about the total number of heavy cavalry units that were dealt with. Megan smiled and said, this time, we managed to deal with a lot of heavy cavalry. Brother Hai, you can't even guess how many there are. There are about 5 million of them, 5 million. When Zhao Hai heard Megan, he couldn't help but be happy as he said, that's great. We'll have 5 million more undead. This is a big harvest. The winged Pegasus cavalry is more numerous than the light armored cavalry. Our strength will be greatly enhanced. Good, very good. You take a good rest before you deal with the winged Pegasus cavalry. Right, give me the fast undead, I'll use them to deal with the divine race army. Lizzie and Megan nodded. Commanding the heavy cavalry this time was very troublesome for them. The other party wasn't weak. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Dealing with them in a short period of time wasn't easy. However, Lizzie and Megan thought of a way. The dwarves dug traps in the 3 directions of the heavy cavalry. When the heavy cavalry encountered the traps, they would have to stop. The strongest point of the heavy cavalry was their charging power. Once they stopped, their charging power would be greatly reduced, and their power would be greatly reduced. The purpose of the traps was to make them stop. When the heavy cavalry saw the traps, they immediately knew that they had fallen into the dwarf's trap. They immediately launched earth element magic towards the ground. This type of earth element magic had only one function, it was to make the ground as hard as iron. This effect would last for about an hour. This way, the heavy cavalry wouldn't have to worry about the dwarfs attacking them from underground. However, they were wrong this time. Lizzie and the others didn't attack them from the ground. Instead, they used another method. Just as the heavy cavalry were about to use their earth element magic, undead suddenly appeared around them. These undead began to attack the heavy cavalry. These undead were too sudden. Moreover, all of them had 9th rank strength. Because of this, the heavy cavalry didn't have time to react before they were exterminated. Only Zhao Hai and the others could do this. They have the space, so they can make their undead appear anywhere in the continent. Lizzie and Megan took advantage of this feature of the space to place their undead in the middle of the heavy cavalry. Before the heavy cavalry could react, the undead were already killed. Zhao Hai and the others were already dead. Zhao Hai and the others were already dead. This plan looked very simple, but it wasn't. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of people with him. The others were given to Lizzie and the others to command. Because of this, Lizzie and the others were able to complete the task quickly. However, Lizzie and the others still needed to think about how to deal with the Pegasus light cavalry. The Pegasus light cavalry could fly, and their speed was very fast. Lizzie and Megan went to rest while Laura and Karen went to discuss the matter of making the magic disc. On the other hand, Zhao Hai stayed behind to monitor the movements of the divine race. In addition to monitoring the divine race, Zhao Hai also needed to resupply the cavalry. The most important thing to resupply was the javelins. At this time, there were a lot of places in the continent that were making javelins. Besides wooden ones, there were also bamboo ones. Javelins made from bamboo were more powerful and more convenient. At this time, Zhao Hai had planted a lot of bamboo in the space, specifically used to make javelins. Making javelins from bamboo was very simple, one person could make a lot of them in a day. The cavalry supplies were also very interesting. Zhao Hai would place the supplies in a place in the continent and then have the people go get them. When the people get there, not only would they be able to get weapons, they would also be able to eat, drink, and have a good rest. The locations of these supplies were also different. Some of them were in the cities of the Buddha Empire while some were in rural areas. The locations weren't very difficult, and the supplies weren't a lot. At most, they would only be able to eat 1 or 2 meals. At this time, Zhao Hai had already given the captains of the cavalry a large spatial bag. These spatial bags were about 1,000 cubic meters in size. Besides messenger fishes, there were also food and drinks inside. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he didn't provide them with food, then they would starve. However, the weapons were provided by Zhao Hai. At this time, all of the cavalry had been replenished and were resting. At the same time, the divine race were also resting. They had been tortured by the blood-devouring mosquitoes. Although the blood-devouring mosquitoes were upgraded yesterday, the ones that were released weren't. Zhao Hai couldn't release the blood-devouring mosquitoes at this time. This was because less than 24 hours had passed since he released the mosquitoes. However, the mosquitoes that were released today were the ones that had been upgraded. After upgrading, the blood-devouring mosquitoes were twice as strong as before. Zhao Hai believed that the mosquitoes that were released this time would be enough to make the divine race suffer. Although the divine race army was made up of god ranks, Zhao Hai could see that they were very tired. Some of the divine race soldiers who had finished preparing their javelins and stones immediately went to rest. It seems like they were very tired. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the divine race soldiers would be so tired. However, there were still some divine race soldiers guarding the perimeter. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. If he wanted to deal with the divine race immediately, then he could have the undead appear in the middle of the divine race army and launch a surprise attack. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to use this move right now. The divine race army was different from the heavy cavalry and the Pegasus light cavalry. The divine race army had god rank strength, they were much stronger than the heavy cavalry and the Pegasus light cavalry. Even if the undead were to suddenly appear in the middle of the divine race army, Zhao Hai could only use his own method of throwing blood lightning beads in the middle of the divine race army. It was impossible for the undead to directly kill the divine race army. After all, there was a huge gap between their ranks. Zhao Hai didn't plan to use this move. This didn't mean that this move was useless. On the contrary, this move was very useful. However, it could only be used once. The next time the divine race were prepared, it wouldn't be useful. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to use this move easily. He planned to use it at a critical moment. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai didn't send people to harass the divine race. He wanted to let them rest. However, Zhao Hai believed that even if the divine race were to sleep, they would at least keep one eye open. After being harassed for more than a day, the divine race were already afraid. After seeing that the divine race army was fine, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He took some time to return to the Black Wasteland. At this time, a lot of people in the continent who specialized in magic formations had already arrived at the Black Wasteland. At this time, Karen had set up a research lab in the wasteland. They were researching weapons and other things that Zhao Hai wanted them to research. This time, Zhao Hai handed over the matter of researching defensive magic formations to Karen. Karen and the others immediately began their research. They were very familiar with defensive magic formations, in fact, they had already begun to research them. Since the demons and the divine race invaded the continent, Karen had been researching defensive and offensive magic formations. Because of this, when Zhao Hai gave the order, Karen and the others weren't in a hurry to prepare. Instead, they immediately shifted their research to Zhao Hai's request. In the past, when they researched defensive magic formations, they researched how to make them stronger and more energy efficient. For this research, they only needed to use stones to make small formations, they didn't need to use metal. However, during their research, they also had a certain understanding of how large a formation could be. Because of this, it wasn't very difficult for them to research formation disks. When Zhao Hai saw that Karen and the others' research was going smoothly, he was relieved that they would be able to make a formation disk in a few days. Zhao Hai had also changed his habits. Before, he didn't talk about the front lines to the people of the continent. Now, he would talk about the situation of the front lines every day. He would have Kyer write a document and then send it to the people of the continent. This way, they would have a more direct understanding of the situation in the front lines. This was done in order to make them more aware of the situation in the front lines. This way, they wouldn't think that the war was far away. While the divine race was resting, Zhao Hai's army was also resting. On the other hand, the demons weren't resting. The demon dragon king had already received the news that the divine race had launched an all-out attack. Upon receiving this news, the demon dragon king immediately summoned all of his high-ranking officers and informed them about the divine race's attack. When the high-ranking officers heard that the divine race had launched an all-out attack, they immediately became excited. One of them loudly said, "Great, the divine race has finally launched an attack. Your Highness, should we attack as well?" The demon dragon king smiled and said, "The divine race has been attacking for a day and a night. I don't know what the situation is right now. However, the defenders of Rising Sun City haven't made any moves. But I think that the only ones left in the city are human defenders. Zhao Hai shouldn't have the time to block us. Our time to attack has arrived." Everyone cheered. The demon dragon king looked at everyone and said, "If we attack at this time, we can obtain more benefits. However, we also need to be prepared to deal with the divine race." Just like Zhao Hai said, the divine race wouldn't divide the Ark continent equally with us. Naturally, we also don't want to divide the continent equally with the divine race. The divine race aren't weak. Therefore, we need to be prepared. Everyone nodded in unison. However, all of them had happy expressions on their faces. The demon dragon king looked at them and smiled faintly. "Go back and organize the army. After 1 hour, the army will set out. Our target is Rising Sun City." Everyone loudly shouted before they turned around and left. These demons who had been to the Ark continent didn't want to attack the humans as soon as possible. This was because they wanted the Ark continent to become part of the demon race's territory as soon as possible. The Ark continent's environment was just too good. After staying here for a day, they didn't want to return to the demon realm. After 1 hour, the demon army had finished assembling. Under the demon dragon king's command, 30 million demons set out from the demonic abyss and headed straight towards Rising Sun City. Just as the demon army set out, Zhao Hai ordered the garrison of Rising Sun City to be reduced to 0. They were preparing to engage in guerrilla warfare against the demons. Zhao Hai's army had already left Rising Sun City. Using this tactic against the demons would be more convenient compared to the divine race. This was because the demons didn't have a lot of god ranks. It was impossible for them to support their domains. Because of this, Zhao Hai was more confident in dealing with the demons. Before long, the first confrontation between the demons and the demon cavalry arrived. This time, it was still a group of human cavalry that was harassing the demons. They were about 1 kilometer away from the demons and started to throw their javelins. This time, more than 10,000 demons were killed. It was obvious that the demons, who didn't have as many god ranks as the divine race, suffered a huge loss due to the blood lightning beads. The demons were also startled. They didn't know what kind of weapons were used by the Ark continent. They also didn't know why they were able to cause such a huge explosion. This made them very puzzled. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai discovered that they were in trouble. These demons weren't like the divine race. Most of them had domains, so the divine race didn't have long-range weapons. On the other hand, most of the demons were 8th or 9th ranks, so they had long-range weapons like javelins, bows, and arrows. After losing more than 10,000 people, the demon dragon king immediately made adjustments. He had the demons who used bows, arrows, and javelins moved to the periphery of the Ark continent. Moreover, they also kept a certain distance from the Ark continent. As long as they see a human cavalry, they would immediately shoot at them. This caused Zhao Hai to have a headache. He didn't expect the demons' bows and javelins to be this powerful. Moreover, their range was very long. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to eat a small loss. Although the demons suffered more casualties, Zhao Hai wasn't too happy about it. This adjustment of the demons also showed their urgent need for defensive formation discs. Zhao Hai had already discussed with Karen and the others. He wanted them to make a prototype of the discs as soon as possible. Then he would have the dwarves help him make the discs in the shortest time possible. Not long after the demons made their move, the divine race's army had also rested. They also began to move, preparing to continue their advance towards the Ark continent. This time, Zhao Hai was facing a two-sided battle. However, he was already prepared. He immediately sent out the undead that Lizzie gave him to harass the divine race. On the other hand, he didn't change the demons. Instead, he used the cavalry of the continent to harass the demons. Even if the damage they caused was very low, they still couldn't let the demons advance smoothly. At this time, Lizzie and Megan had already led the undead and the other armies to deal with the Pegasus Light Cavalry. This army was sent by the divine race. There were about 7 million of them, and all of them were Pegasus Light Cavalry. Because they moved very fast, the other units couldn't keep up with them. Therefore, there were no soldiers of other races in this army. Zhao Hai actually wanted to use the Pegasus as mounts for the human army. This way, they would be able to harass the demons and the divine race. This way, they would be able to move faster and have more mobility. However, Zhao Hai's space had just received the Pegasus, so he couldn't immediately equip them with the army. Although the space could speed up the maturation of the Pegasus, they still needed a lot of them. It would take a long time to replace the Fergana horses with the Pegasus. It didn't take long before Thunder Yun discovered that Zhao Hai had changed the army to deal with them. In the past, it was the human army that dealt with them. But now, all of them were undead. These undead were very fast. Moreover, they seemed to be more familiar with javelins compared to the human army, making them more lethal. Naturally, Thunder Yun didn't know that the human army and the other armies had just reached 9th rank. Their control over 9th rank wasn't very good. On the other hand, the undead had reached 9th rank for quite some time. Moreover, they had experienced several battles, so they were very proficient in using their strength. Naturally, their strength was much stronger compared to the other armies. What made Thunder Yun even more worried was Zhao Hai's adjustment. Zhao Hai's adjustment was very timely. Just as the divine race were thinking about how to deal with the cavalry, Zhao Hai had already made the adjustment. Just as Laura said, the javelins and stones were very lethal to the cavalry. However, against the undead cavalry, their damage was very limited. Unless a javelin hit the undead's head or a stone smashed the undead's head, the undead wouldn't be harmed. Even if a javelin pierced through their chest, they would still be able to fight. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead had a certain amount of self-healing ability. As long as their souls weren't destroyed, the undead could be said to be immortal. In this case, the divine race's javelins and stones were very limited. Thunder Yun didn't know if Zhao Hai's arrangement was because he knew about the javelins that were waiting for him, or if it was just a coincidence. If it was because Zhao knew about their arrangement that he replaced the harassing army with undead, then it meant that they had been under Zhao's surveillance all along the way. After thinking about this, Thunder Yun couldn't help but be startled. He immediately strengthened his reconnaissance in order to see if there were people from the Ark continent lurking around to spy on them. However, this slowed down their marching speed, which was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. At this time, Zhao Hai needed time to eliminate the Pegasus cavalry, to research the magic formation, to build the Accra Mountains defensive line, and to turn more people into god ranks. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the divine race off just because their marching speed was slow. The undead cavalry harassed the divine race more frequently than the living cavalry. This was because the undead cavalry didn't get tired. Moreover, their supplies were very easy to deal with. As long as the undead left the divine race's line of sight, Zhao Hai could take the undead back to the space and have them carry weapons. Thunder Yun and the others were now moving at the speed of a tortoise. The distance from Upper Bank City to the next city would only take 3 or 4 hours if they flew at normal speed. However, Thunder Yun and the others had already been out for 5 hours and they still hadn't covered half of the distance. This speed could no longer be described as tortoise speed, it could only be described as ox speed. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. What he needed to do now was to delay the demons and the divine race. Once Lizzie and the others eliminate the Pegasus cavalry, he would be able to free up a lot of manpower to deal with the two races. At the same time, Zhao Hai had a more ruthless plan, which was to besiege Wei and ask for help from Zhao. As long as Lizzie's forces are free, Zhao Hai would have the Pegasus cavalry turn into zombies and attack the cities of the Radiant Empire. When the time comes, Zhao Hai wanted to see if the Divine Race army would retreat or not. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't think that this method would be able to force the Divine Race back to the Divine Realm. This was simply impossible. Just by looking at the giants, heavy cavalry, and Pegasus cavalry, one could see that the Divine Race had already conquered a lot of small plains. They would definitely be able to mobilize their forces from those small plains to fight against the Ark continent. Because of this, it would be impossible to force them back to the Divine Realm in a short period of time. However, attacking the Radiant Empire had several advantages. First, they could force the Divine Race to retreat. Second, they could obtain the magic cannons of the Divine Race and study them. Third, they could capture some green dwarves and ask them about the Divine Race. However, the construction of the capital city needed time. As long as Zhao Hai had enough time, Zhao Hai would be able to make the Divine Race unable to reach the Accra Mountains. The construction of Accra Mountains' defensive line had also sped up a lot. Because of this, Zhao Hai's requirements were very strict. Not only were there defensive magic formations, the materials used to build the defensive line were also very strict. These materials not only had strong resistance to physical attacks, they also had to be resistant to magic attacks. In other words, if someone wanted to use these materials to cast magic, it would be absolutely impossible for them to do so. For example, Upper Bank City's defensive formation was very good. However, once the Divine Race broke through the defensive formation, they would be able to use their magic on the walls. If they use earth element magic on the walls, then the stones on the walls would turn into stone giants and attack the defenders. On the other hand, Accra Mountain's defensive line didn't have this kind of situation. Zhao Hai requested that the walls here not be made of stone, but concrete. This concrete wasn't the same as the concrete used on Earth. It used materials from the Ark continent such as gravel, rice milk, and some other things. However, these things needed to be mixed with some materials that can eliminate magic. In the Ark continent, anti-magic materials weren't very hard to find. There were a lot of materials that didn't require magic. However, these materials weren't used in the past. Only the imperial palaces of some empires would use these materials for their construction. And this concrete theory was something that Zhao Hai proposed. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had another requirement for the Accra Mountains. This defensive line had to be focused on the Buddha Empire and not the Lion Empire. Zhao Hai didn't think that the defensive line would be able to defend against the Lion Empire. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he was afraid that one day, the Accra Mountains' defensive line would collapse. If the Divine Race were to use this defensive line to deal with the Ark continent's people, then Zhao Hai would be able to defend the southern part of the continent. When the time comes, even if Zhao Hai was stronger, it would still be very difficult for him to return to the southern part of the Ark continent. Actually, this method had both advantages and disadvantages. However, Zhao Hai could only do this at this time. Before doing this, he had already informed the Emperor of the Buddha Empire that this method of construction wasn't to deal with the Buddha Empire, it was to deal with the Divine Race. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't care much about the continent's matters. His thoughts were very simple, he only cared about the Buddha clan. As long as it was beneficial to the Buddha clan and himself, then he would do it. But now that he was in his current position, he discovered that there were a lot of things that he needed to think about. Take the Accra Mountains as an example. If this place wasn't handled well, then it might cause the Buddha Empire to be dissatisfied. Although the people of the Buddha Empire had already retreated to the Lion Empire, Zhao Hai still gave the emperor a city in the Lion Empire. This allowed him to rule over the people of the Buddha Empire. In this case, the people of the Buddha Empire were very sensitive. Although they were forced to leave the Buddha Empire, the more they left, the more sensitive they became. Zhao Hai wanted to build a defensive line inside the Accra Mountains. Naturally, this meant the Lion Empire, Rosen Empire, and Aksu Empire to the north. On the other hand, this meant the Buddha Empire and the Radiant Empire to the south. In the eyes of the Lion Empire, Rosen Empire, and Aksu Empire, this didn't have any problems. This was to be used for the decisive battle against the demons and the divine race. However, in the eyes of the Buddha Empire, the more the defensive line was built, the more the people of the Buddha Empire thought that Zhao Hai didn't care about the Buddha Empire. This was equivalent to giving the Buddha Empire and the Radiant Empire to the demons and the divine race. They wouldn't be able to return home. This wasn't enough. The Buddha Empire's emperor even thought that if one day Zhao Hai repels the demons and the divine race, then the Accra Mountains defensive line would no longer be used to defend against the demons and the divine race, but instead, it would be used to defend against the Buddha Empire. Because he was afraid that the Buddha Empire's emperor would have such thoughts, Zhao Hai had already communicated with the emperor before the fortress was built. He even promised that once the demons and the divine race were repelled, then the Lion Empire wouldn't station any troops in the Accra Mountains. Zhao Hai did all of this to stabilize the rear. Only by stabilizing the rear would he be able to face the enemy in the front lines. Although the Buddha Empire was currently living under someone else's roof, their influence wasn't small. This was because they gave up their country for the sake of the continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to give them preferential treatment. Otherwise, the other countries wouldn't listen to Zhao Hai's arrangements. These emperors had the same status as the Buddha Emperor. How Zhao Hai treated the Buddha Emperor today would be how he would treat them in the future. Since these emperors knew about the strength of the demons and the divine race, they didn't think that they would be able to repel the demons and the divine race. This was because they knew that it was impossible. Because of this, they were afraid that one day, the divine race would attack the Accra Mountains. At that time, they would face the same fate as the Buddha Emperor. If Zhao Hai didn't treat the Buddha Emperor well, then they wouldn't expect Zhao Hai to treat them well in the future. They might even think that Zhao Hai treated them badly because he wanted to eliminate them and take control of the continent. Although Zhao Hai's current strength was enough to abolish the emperors and take control of the continent, he didn't want to do so. These emperors and great nobles had ruled the continent for more than 1,000 years. Their influence in the continent could be said to be deeply rooted. The commoners had a good impression of these emperors, so it wouldn't be easy to abolish them. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to take control of the Lion Empire so quickly was because the dragons had eliminated the emperor. At the same time, the commoners had a very bad impression of the dragons. Because of this, after Zhao Hai eliminated the dragons, if the great nobles didn't choose Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't be able to protect their families. Because of this, they chose to be loyal to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted the people of the continent to listen to him. He didn't need to use these methods. Otherwise, if he wanted to deal with the imperial family, then the great nobles and the great nobles would unite against him. When that time comes, the continent would be in chaos. Not to mention fighting the demons and the divine race, they might even start fighting among themselves. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to consider all kinds of factors. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to say that he wouldn't station his troops in the Accra Mountains after the war was because of his status. One shouldn't forget that he was still the emperor of the Lion Empire. The Lion Empire and the Buddha Empire were bordering each other. Between the two countries was the Accra Mountains. With Zhao Hai's status, if he agreed to not station his troops in the Accra Mountains, then it would be the same as giving the Accra Mountains to the Buddha Empire. Naturally, the Buddha Emperor wouldn't have any objections. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't intend to give the Accra Mountains to the Buddha Empire. Naturally, the Accra Mountains wouldn't be under the control of the Lion Empire. Zhao Hai already thought that as long as they can repel the demons and the divine race, then the Accra Mountains would be handed over to the dwarves and the elves. This was the safest way to do things. The passage between the Dwarf Mountains and the Elven Forest was under the Accra Mountains. If the Buddha Empire or the Lion Empire were to take control of the Accra Mountains, then it would certainly affect the elves and the dwarves. Therefore, Zhao Hai's plan was to hand over the Accra Mountains to the elves and the dwarves. Naturally, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Zhao Hai only promised the Buddha Empire that the Lion Empire wouldn't station their troops in the Accra Mountains. However, he didn't say that he would hand over the Accra Mountains to the Buddha Empire. If that's what the Buddha Empire thinks, then that's their own business, it has nothing to do with Zhao Hai. This was a method that must be used when necessary. After all, the Buddha Emperor wasn't a diehard follower of Zhao Hai. It was normal for him to use this method to get what he wanted. Besides the war in the front lines, Zhao Hai also did something else. In addition to having Kai write down the situation in the front lines for the emperors, he also had people read these documents in the major cities of the continent. This way, the people would know the situation in the front lines. Zhao Hai did this in order to stabilize the emotions of the people in the continent. Just as the emperors were worried about, when they started to organize and train the civilians, all kinds of rumors began to spread. Some people said that the front lines couldn't be defended anymore, that Zhao Hai was seriously injured, and that the demons and the divine race were about to attack. There were a lot of rumors like this. Some of them were spread by people with intentions, while some of them were the worries of the people themselves. Moreover, most of the soldiers in the continent were civilians. Because of this, the civilians were very concerned about the situation in the front lines. The reason why they didn't care about it before was because at that time, Zhao Hai didn't transfer a large number of troops from the continent to the Buddha Empire. At that time, the ones fighting in the Buddha Empire were mostly the Buddha Empire's own soldiers, the other races, and the rest were the people from the other three empires. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai began to transfer troops from the continent. Although he improved the strength of these soldiers, it was impossible for these soldiers to not worry about the situation in the front lines. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to announce the situation in the front lines to the public. This way, the civilians would know what was happening in the front lines. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of exposing his strategic intentions. What he was doing right now was stalling. Anyone with a bit of military knowledge would know about this. It can be said that Zhao Hai was using an open strategy. He wanted to let people know what he wanted to do, but they couldn't stop him. At this point, whether it was the demons or the divine race, both of them had fallen into Zhao Hai's delaying tactic. Zhao Hai used the undead to deal with the divine race while using the cavalry to deal with the demons. This arrangement was completely correct. Although the fighting strength of the demons wasn't enough, they were still able to fight head-on. They weren't afraid of death, and with their tyrannical bodies, the ninth ranks of the Ark continent wouldn't be able to defeat them. But now, Zhao Hai was using harassment tactics. Whenever there was an opportunity, they would attack the demons, slowing them down as much as possible. Although the demons' counterattack was very sharp, the casualties they caused to the cavalry were very small. If the cavalry were to harass the divine race, then it would be hard to say what would happen. The javelins and stones that the divine race threw were very lethal. Even the undead would suffer casualties, not to mention the humans. Actually, in order to deal with the demons, having the heavy cavalry undead was the most suitable choice. These people were born with divine strength, their javelins were much more powerful than ordinary undead. They were almost comparable to the god ranks of the divine race. However, in order to deal with the winged Pegasus cavalry, Zhao Hai couldn't send the heavy cavalry. As long as Zhao Hai's heavy cavalry appeared, then the divine race would know that Zhao Hai was dealing with the winged Pegasus cavalry. This would cause the divine race to adjust their tactics. This would be very disadvantageous to Zhao Hai's future plans. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use ordinary undead to deal with the divine race. Fortunately, he was only stalling the divine race, these ordinary undead were more than enough. The war between the divine race and the demon race was still going on. However, the speed at which they were advancing was terrible to look at. Moreover, the last time the divine race wanted to deal with First Order City, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this tactic. Because of this, they didn't bring a lot of supplies. Although it was impossible for them to use up all of their supplies in 1 or 2 days, it was also impossible for them to fight for a long time. The divine race still needed to transfer supplies from the Radiant Empire. At that time, it would be time for the cavalry to show their skills. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the movements of the divine race and the divine race. At this point, 24 hours had passed. Zhao Hai was currently releasing blood mosquitoes into the space. As long as the time was right, the mosquitoes would immediately be released. This time, the mosquitoes weren't targeting the divine race, but the demons and the divine race. Because of this, even though Zhao Hai had the mosquitoes stored in the space during the day, he didn't immediately order the mosquitoes to attack. Instead, he waited for the night before having the mosquitoes deal with the demons and the divine race. Actually, whether it was day or night, it didn't affect the demons and the divine race too much. After all, they were very strong. But even if it didn't affect them too much, it would still affect them. And this effect was very useful for Xiaohai. This time, he wasn't only planning to use the mosquitoes to attack the demons and the divine race. He wanted the cavalry to harass the demons as well as the mosquitoes. This way, the demons and the divine race would be exhausted. As long as Lizzie and the others eliminate the winged Pegasus cavalry, then Xiaohai's game of chess would be over. As long as Lizzie and Megan can deal with the winged Pegasus cavalry, then Xiaohai would have more than 10 million helpers. When the time comes, Xiaohai can use the cavalry to do a lot of things. For example, attacking the divine race's supply line or attacking the Radiant Empire. As for the demons, he didn't need to be afraid. Although the demons were strong, the undead weren't any worse than the demons. If an undead died, then a demon would die as well. This kind of loss was something that the demons wouldn't be able to bear. Xiaohai looked at the screen. From time to time, he would give orders to the cavalry to attack the demons. At the same time, he would also give orders to the undead cavalry. Xiaohai felt like he was playing a computer game back on Earth. The screen was filled with red and green dots. Each red dot represented an ally while each green dot represented an enemy. At this time, the red dots on the screen were constantly moving forward and backward. On the other hand, the green dots were very concentrated. Red and green dots would come in contact from time to time. Then some of the red and green dots would disappear. Looking at the disappearing red and green dots, Xiaohai's mood didn't fluctuate. Although he knew that each dot represented the loss of a life, he also knew that war was like this. There was no room for sympathy. Besides the battle with the demons and the divine race, Xiaohai was also paying attention to Lizzie and Megan. It wasn't that Xiaohai was worried about Lizzie and Megan. He believed that the two of them would be able to eliminate the winged Pegasus cavalry. However, what he needed was time. The faster the winged Pegasus cavalry was destroyed, the better it would be for Xiaohai. However, Xiaohai didn't urge Lizzie and Megan. He knew that Lizzie and Megan were also aware of his current situation. The two of them would certainly do their best to solve this matter as soon as possible. This matter couldn't be rushed. As the sky darkened, Xiaohai knew that it was time for him to show off his skills. He immediately ordered the cavalry to take a break. This was to ensure that they would be in their best condition during the night. Actually, the cavalry wasn't having a hard time. After all, they weren't the only ones that were harassing the demons. They were just taking turns. After every attack, they would be sent to a place to replenish their supplies and rest. Xiaohai's arrangement was to ensure that they would be in their best condition. At this point, the cavalry had more or less suffered casualties. However, Xiaohai only preserved the bodies of the dead soldiers and didn't turn them into undead. On the contrary, the dead horses were turned into undead by Xiaohai. After these horses were turned into undead, not only would their strength not decrease, their endurance would also increase. This was what Xiaohai needed. As the sky darkened, the divine race became even more careful. First, it was because they were being attacked by the undead. Moreover, the undead can display 120% of their strength in the dark. Second, the divine race became even more careful because of the blood mosquitoes. Yesterday, they were scared by the attacks of the mosquitoes. Although they had thought of a way to deal with the mosquitoes, they still couldn't stand being tortured day and night. Thunder Yun looked at the retreating wave of undead, then he turned to Fei and said, "Fei, how many attacks were there today?" Fei looked at Thunder Yun and smiled bitterly. "Master, please forgive me, I didn't remember." Thunder Yun smiled bitterly as well. He didn't blame Fei. The most important thing was that the undead had attacked too many times today. 10,000 people were sent to a squad, and as soon as one squad left, another would arrive. In this case, it would be strange if the divine race could remember how many times they were attacked. Looking at the sky, Thunder Yun immediately said, "Pass the order, let's take a rest and arrange for sentries. Tell everyone to be careful. If yesterday's blood mosquitoes were controlled by the enemy, then they would come again today." Fei nodded and went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Thunder Yun had a worried expression as he looked at the distant sky. Although they weren't moving very fast, Thunder Yun wasn't idle either. He was carefully observing the undead. The undead that Zhao Hai sent this time were all in the form of zombies. And after Thunder Yun observed the undead several times, he discovered that the number of undead attacking them wasn't a lot, only about a few million. Thunder Yun was able to confirm this point. This was because he saw several familiar faces among the undead that attacked them. These people had attacked them several times during the day. Thunder Yun estimated that the number of undead attacking them wouldn't exceed 5 million. According to the information he obtained from Clouding, Zhao Hai had at least 20 million undead. But this time, there were only 5 million. Zhao Hai hadn't appeared yet, so where did Zhao Hai go? Where did the other 10 million undead go? 10 million 9th rank undead wasn't a small number, but they hadn't appeared yet. Thunder Yun thought of the worst-case scenario. After the Divine Race army stopped, some people immediately used earth element magic to build a room. This room became Thunder Yun's command hall. Upon entering the hall, Thunder Yun immediately had Fei beat the drums and gather the generals. When all the generals were present, Thunder Yun looked at the generals below and said, "Yuni, come sit in the third row. Don't underestimate the promotion of one's seat." Because of this, when Yuni heard Thunder Yun's words, he immediately stood up and walked to the third row to sit down. Everyone in the hall looked at Yuni, but no one said anything. Indeed, although Yunyi's method of dealing with the harassment wasn't completely effective, it still played a big role. In this case, it was normal for his status to be promoted. Seeing that nobody objected, Thunder Yun immediately said, "Everyone should have noticed that the Arc Continent's people have turned into undead. What do you think about this?" Thunder Yun nodded and said, "Everyone should have noticed that the Arc Continent's people have turned into undead." The people below frowned, but Clouding said, "There are two possibilities for this. One is that it was a coincidence, and the other is that Zhao knew about our plan, so he let the cavalry retreat and replaced them with the undead. If it is the former, then everything is fine. But if it is the latter, then every step we take will be under the surveillance of the other side. The future is not optimistic." Clouding nodded and said. Upon hearing Clouding, the people in the hall couldn't help but frown. They weren't fools, on the contrary, they were experienced generals. It was just that they had been focusing on dealing with the undead cavalry, so they didn't think about this point. Now that they heard Clouding, they immediately understood. Although they understood, this wasn't good news for them. Their every move would be under the enemy's surveillance. For them, this wasn't good news. Thunder Yun nodded and said, "What Aing said is right. I suspect that it's the second possibility. Our actions are certainly under Zhao Hai's surveillance. However, I don't know how he did it. There's one thing that worries me." Thunder Yun nodded. After he finished speaking, Thunder Yun looked at the people below. Most of them didn't seem to understand what was going on. There were only 3 exceptions. They were Silver Shook, Clouding, and Cloudy. Seeing the reaction of the 3, Thunder Yun couldn't help but nod secretly. Their reactions made Thunder Yun very happy. This meant that the 3 of them had the potential to become famous generals. Among them, Yuni was the most optimistic. Clouding and Silver Shook had fought with Zhao Hai before, so they were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. They also had some understanding of Zhao Hai's methods. It wasn't strange that they were able to see the difference in the undead. However, Yuni was different. He hadn't fought with Zhao Hai yet, but the method he proposed to defend against the cavalry was very effective. Now that he was able to see that something was wrong, it showed that his observation skills were very good. However, Thunder Yun didn't ask Yuni about this matter. This was because Thunder Yun knew that if he asked Yuni about this matter, then he would be telling everyone that he was very optimistic about Yuni and wanted to promote him. For Yuni, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Raising Yunyi's position was because of his idea. No one objected to that. But if they were to promote him in public, it would arouse the jealousy of others. When the time came, they might cause trouble for Yuni, and Yuni might suffer a setback. Additionally, Thunder Yun also wanted to see if Moe and Yuni could become a famous general. To become a famous general, not only did one need to have good observation skills, they also needed to be calm. Because of this, Thunder Yun turned to Silver Shook and said, "Silver Shook, you're the first one to fight Zhao Hai. You should have some understanding of his strength, right?" Silver Shook nodded and said, "You're the first one to fight Zhao Hai." Thunder Yun didn't choose Silver Shook for nothing, Silver Shook was the first divine race general to fight against Zhao Hai, but he was also the first to be defeated. Because of this, Silver Shook's days weren't very good. In the beginning, Thunder Yun had some opinions about Silver Shook. But after 2 days, Thunder Yun changed his opinion. Zhao Hai was able to use such a small number of people, and they weren't as strong as Thunder Yun's group. In this case, Silver Shook's failure wasn't surprising at all. Because of this, Thunder Yun decided to help Silver Shook. He wanted to use this method to tell everyone that he didn't have any opinion about Silver Shook. Silver Shook didn't expect Thunder Yun to call his name. He stared for a moment before his eyes flashed with joy. He immediately said, "Yes, General. I found a problem today." Seeing Thunder Yun pick Silver Shook, Yuning and Yunyi's eyes flashed with disappointment. However, they didn't show it on their faces and continued to listen attentively. However, the changes in their eyes didn't escape Thunder Yun's notice. Thunder Yun looked at Silver Shook and said, "Tell me." Silver Shook nodded and said, "Yes, General. I found out that the number of undead attacking us is wrong. Zhao Hai has more than 10 million undead in his hands, but the number of undead attacking us is only a few million. The difference in numbers is too big. Where are the rest of the undead?" Silver Shook nodded and said, "Yes, General. I found out that the number of undead attacking us is wrong. I think that there are only 2 possibilities. First, the undead went straight to our headquarters in the Radiant Empire. Now that our army is outside, the headquarters defenses aren't as good as before. Even if they can't break through the headquarters, it would still cause us a lot of trouble. However, after 2 days, we still haven't received any rescue letters from the headquarters. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that they didn't send any rescue letters, and the other is that they weren't attacked. I think that the second possibility is more likely. We have left a lot of strong soldiers in the headquarters. It's impossible for them to send a rescue letter. Therefore, the only possibility is that the headquarters wasn't attacked. Since the base wasn't attacked and Zhao Hai's undead disappeared, I think there's only one possibility. They might have gone to deal with the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus clan. Since they attacked us when we left the Radiant Empire, this means that they were monitoring us. This means that the chances of them discovering the movements of the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus clan would be higher. Therefore, I think that they might have gone to deal with the 2 clans. If that's the case, then things would become more troublesome. Thunder Yun nodded. Silver Shook's analysis was in line with his thoughts. However, Thunder Yun discovered that Clouding was still frowning. It seems like he had something to say. Thunder Yun looked at Clouding and said, "Little Ling, you seem to have a different opinion. Tell me." Clouding looked at Thunder Yun and nodded, "Yes, General. I also thought of another possibility. According to the information we received before, the demons have also appeared in the Ark continent. Their fighting strength is also quite good. Could it be that after the demons knew that we had sent troops, they also sent troops to deal with Zhao Hai? And Zhao Hai was leading his undead to deal with the demons?" Thunder Yun looked at Clouding and smiled faintly. "Right, Little Ling, what you said is very possible. However, you're missing something. Besides the undead, Zhao Hai also has his cavalry. Today, only the undead came to deal with us, the cavalry didn't come. Where did the cavalry go? Would Zhao Hai just let them go? Moreover, if Zhao Hai can use this method to deal with us, then why can't he use the same method to deal with the demons? If he sends the cavalry and undead to stall the demons while he goes to deal with the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus, then wouldn't that be better? Now that the Ark continent is in the Buddha Empire, Zhao Hai's only enemies are the demons and us. The demons were the first to arrive at the Ark continent, so they should be more aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, I heard that the demons aren't as strong as the divine race. In this case, the demons wouldn't divide their forces. If they don't divide their forces, then Zhao Hai can use this method to stall them. Although the demons aren't as strong as us, they still aren't that bad. Because of this, Zhao Hai has 4 groups of enemies in the Buddha Empire: us, the demons, the barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. Among these 4 groups, we and the demons are the strongest while the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus are the strongest. Zhao Hai will certainly eat the barbarians and the Winged Pegasus first before dealing with us. This is the safest and most advantageous method for him. The people in the hall quietly listened to Thunder Yun's words. They were all convinced by Thunder Yun's words. After all, Thunder Yun's battle record was there. Although he suffered a small loss against Zhao Hai, this didn't affect his position in the hearts of these people. Because of this, when they heard Thunder Yun's analysis, everyone nodded. Nobody objected. Clouding also said, "What the general said is right." This Clouding didn't think it through. Thunder Yun waved his hand. Although he said that the barbarians and the winged Pegasus might be attacked, he didn't seem worried at all. This made everyone puzzled. Clouding looked at Thunder Yun and said, "General doesn't seem to be worried about the barbarians and the winged Pegasus? Does the general think that they can defeat Zhao Hai?" Thunder Yun laughed and said, "How could that be possible? Although I haven't fought Zhao Hai yet, I can see what kind of person he is from his actions in the Ark continent. This person's methods are extraordinary. Moreover, his tactics are also very good. How could the barbarians and the winged Pegasus defeat such a person? If I'm not wrong, then the barbarians' heavy cavalry should have already been destroyed. The winged Pegasus cavalry shouldn't be able to survive for long. However, this is also the result that I want." Thunder Yun's words made the people in the hall stare. Some of the smart ones immediately understood what Thunder Yun meant. Thunder Yun looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Does everyone understand now? Then I'll let you speak. Yuni, I can see that your butt has grown sharp. You'll be the one to speak." As soon as everyone heard Thunder Yun, they couldn't help but chuckle. Because of Zhao Hai's constant harassment in the past few days, everyone's mood slowly disappeared. When Yuni heard Thunder Yun, his face couldn't help but turn red. However, he was also happy. This was because Thunder Yun didn't treat him as an outsider. For Yuni, this was definitely a good thing. Yuni stood up and bowed to Thunder Yun before he said, "What general means is that both the barbarians and the winged Pegasus are very vengeful races. When the divine race conquered these two races, they didn't listen to us. Because of this, when we asked them to send troops, they refused to do so. Although they did send troops, they only sent second-line troops. They didn't send any real elites. However, Zhao Hai has killed a lot of their people. With their vengeful nature, they would certainly send more troops. Moreover, they would send their elites. When the time comes, it would be much easier for us to deal with the people from the Ark continent." Thunder Yun laughed and said, "Right, Yuni is right. Whether it is the barbarians or the winged Pegasus, they hold grudges. This time, Zhao Hai killed a lot of their people. The two clans certainly wouldn't let them off. When the time comes, we can use them as cannon fodder." Everyone in the hall laughed. The originally low morale suddenly rose. Clouding and Yuni looked at Thunder Yun with admiration. They knew that raising morale was Thunder Yun's goal today. Clouding seemed to have understood Thunder Yun's idea. He looked at Thunder Yun and said, "General, what do we do next?" Thunder Yun replied, "In the past 2 days, the people from the Ark continent simply didn't attack us head-on. They only harassed us, causing us to be passive. Because of this, I plan to withdraw our troops tomorrow and see if Zhao Hai really destroyed the barbarians and the winged Pegasus. If he really did, then we will immediately inform the two races so that they can send their troops. The winged Pegasus are very fast, they aren't any worse than the magic beasts that harassed us. Moreover, their elites are also stronger than the people from the Ark continent. As long as their elites arrive, then we can send our troops and flatten the Ark continent in one fell swoop." If it wasn't for Thunder Yun's words, then the divine race's morale would have been greatly affected. However, with Thunder Yun's words, the situation was completely different. The divine race's morale was now very high. They believed that this retreat was for the sake of their next attack. Not only would this not affect their morale, it would also make them hold their breaths. When the time comes to attack the Ark continent, then they would surely work harder. This was the result that Thunder Yun wanted. A general doesn't only look at how many victories you can win, but also how you perform in the face of adversity. Clouding and the others knew that if they were in Thunder Yun's position, then they wouldn't be able to do what Thunder Yun did. Sometimes, a defeat could be called a strategic change. However, strategic change was completely different from an ordinary defeat. Strategic change meant that one had to give up on their own initiative. On the other hand, a defeat was a defeat. These were two completely different concepts. To give a good example, after the end of the War of Resistance, the National Army launched a large-scale civil war against the China Party. At that time, the party had to give up Yan'an, the holy land of the revolution. This might seem like a big defeat, but most of the people were still alive. Moreover, the morale of the people wasn't affected. In the end, Yan'an was exchanged for the entirety of China. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know that Thunder Yun had already decided to withdraw. Even if he knew, he still wouldn't let Thunder Yun go. After all, the hatred between him and the divine race was too deep. As long as he can kill the divine race, then he would kill them all. Zhao Hai didn't mind. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately released the mosquitoes when the sky turned dark. The demons and the divine race split the mosquitoes evenly. At the same time, the cavalry and the undead were ready to attack at any time. Zhao Hai looked at the time and saw that it was about time for the divine race to set up camp. Moreover, the generals were in a meeting, so it was time to attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the mosquitoes to attack the divine race's camp. At this time, Thunder Yun and the others were discussing how to retreat. Just as they were discussing who should be the one to bring up the rear, an ear-piercing alarm was suddenly heard. Then Fei ran in and reported to Thunder Yun, "Master, the blood-devouring mosquitoes have appeared again." Upon hearing Fei, Thunder Yun's expression turned ugly. What he was worried about had happened. The mosquitoes were indeed under the control of the other party. Moreover, there were a lot of them. However, he didn't have the time to think so much. He immediately said, "Pass down the order. Follow what I said today. Kill the blood mosquitoes in groups of 3. Don't panic. The other party might use this opportunity to send undead creatures to attack. Everyone, return to your groups immediately." Although Thunder Yun was talking and laughing with the others, at this time, his words were in order. Nobody dared to say a word. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. When Thunder Yun saw that everyone had left, he stood up and took his own totem pole. Then he turned to Fei and said, "Fei, gather our people. Let's show the Arc continent the might of our divergent lightning abilities." Fei nodded, then he took his own totem pole and followed Thunder Yun out of the room. When they arrived outside, they saw that the situation was the same as yesterday. The blood-devouring mosquitoes were flying towards them. Thunder Yun coldly snorted as he waved his staff. An electric light flashed as the blood-devouring mosquitoes in front of him turned into ashes. However, Thunder Yun didn't notice that the blood-devouring mosquitoes had appeared in the sky and were flying towards him once again. At this time, Fei gathered the giants. Then the giants took out their totem poles and formed a formation. At the same time, they began to mutter incantations. Before long, small bolts of lightning appeared around their bodies. Then the bolts of lightning became stronger and stronger. In the end, they formed a huge net of lightning. Fei stood in the middle of the net and said, "Go." Just as his voice fell, the net of lightning flew towards the sky. All the mosquitoes that came in contact with the net were instantly turned into ashes. On the other hand, Fei and the others were controlling the huge electric net as they wandered back and forth above the Divine Race army. Before long, a large number of blood-devouring mosquitoes disappeared. But after they heard the news, they immediately reappeared and attacked the Divine Race army. Naturally, the giants wouldn't be able to control the net for a long time. Before long, the net disappeared, but the number of mosquitoes didn't seem to decrease. While Fei and the others were using the net of lightning, Thunder Yun was also observing the mosquitoes. He couldn't help but feel strange. One must know that he was leading an army of 20 million. Logically speaking, they should have eliminated the mosquitoes yesterday. However, they spent a lot of effort and suffered a lot of casualties in order to eliminate the mosquitoes. Moreover, they didn't even see the bodies of the mosquitoes. Because of this, Zhao Hai carefully observed these blood-devouring mosquitoes. Needless to say, he was able to see some clues. Fei and the others should have killed a lot of blood-devouring mosquitoes. However, not long after the net disappeared, a large number of blood-devouring mosquitoes appeared out of thin air. Thunder Yun was startled when he saw this. In order to confirm that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he carefully observed the area where the electric net passed through. After the net passed through, the mosquitoes disappeared. However, it didn't take long before more mosquitoes appeared. Thunder Yun was sure that the mosquitoes didn't come from anywhere else. They just appeared out of nowhere, as if they weren't eliminated. This discovery made Thunder Yun startled. Cold sweat began to drip down his back. He was very clear about what this meant. First, it was possible that someone was using a spatial divergent ability to send the mosquitoes here. However, Thunder Yun didn't see any spatial divergent ability. Therefore, he rejected this possibility. The other possibility was that the mosquitoes could be reborn, rebirth. This wasn't a strange name in the divine realm. In the divine realm, there were several kinds of demons that had this ability. When you want to kill these beasts, you have to turn them into ashes. Otherwise, they can use a drop of their blood or a strand of hair to attach themselves to another beast. Then they can absorb the energy, flesh, and blood of that beast and undergo rebirth. Of course, after rebirth, their strength would be affected to a certain extent. However, this ability was very amazing. In the divine realm, these beasts were existences that nobody dared to provoke. Fortunately, there weren't many of these beasts in the divine realm. Moreover, these beasts weren't impossible to eliminate. Because of this, there weren't many beasts in the divine realm. Because of this, no one dared to provoke them. Fortunately, there weren't many of these beasts in the divine realm. However, these devouring blood mosquitoes couldn't be reborn. Although the devouring blood mosquitoes were considered a threat in the divine realm, they weren't difficult to deal with. Thunder Yun discovered that these mosquitoes were at least twice as powerful compared to yesterday's ones. If they had the ability to regenerate, then these mosquitoes wouldn't be devouring blood mosquitoes. After thinking up to here, Thunder Yun carefully observed the blood-devouring mosquitoes. He wanted to see if there were any differences between the attacks of these mosquitoes and the ones he had seen before. However, after observing for a long time, Thunder Yun couldn't find anything different about these mosquitoes. He didn't doubt his judgment. There was only one explanation for this: these mosquitoes were indeed devouring blood mosquitoes. However, they were a variant. After thinking up to here, Thunder Yun relaxed. He wasn't afraid of the blood-devouring mosquitoes, he wasn't even afraid of the blood-devouring mosquitoes that could regenerate. Since these mosquitoes were able to regenerate, then the ones from yesterday would also be able to do the same. No wonder they felt that they had killed a lot of blood-devouring mosquitoes yesterday. It was probably because of their regenerative ability. However, in the end, they still managed to kill these mosquitoes. This proved that the mosquitoes' ability to regenerate was limited. It was impossible for them to reproduce without limit. This was the same as regenerating beasts. After thinking about this, Thunder Yun couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, he didn't tell the others that the mosquitoes had the ability to regenerate. One must know that the ability to regenerate was a headache for the divine race. If he told the others about it now, then it would affect the morale of the divine race. After Fei commanded the giants to create an electric net, he returned to Thunder Yun's side and killed all the mosquitoes that approached him. Fei had been following Thunder Yun for a long time. He noticed that Thunder Yun had been standing there for a long time, so he knew that Thunder Yun was observing the mosquitoes. Naturally, Fei didn't want the mosquitoes to disturb Thunder Yun. Therefore, Fei took care of the mosquitoes for Thunder Yun. At this time, an explosion was suddenly heard in the distance. Thunder Yun recovered from his shock. He looked at the direction of the explosion and said, "Sure enough, this Zhao Hai is really hard to deal with." Thunder Yun nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is really hard to deal with." Fei naturally understood what Thunder Yun meant. Thunder Yun said that Zhao Hai would use the mosquitoes to ambush the undead. Sure enough, his prediction came true. Fei turned to Thunder Yun and said, "Master, what do we do now?" Thunder Yun sighed and said, "Hold on, we don't have any good methods right now. This is also the reason why I decided to retreat tomorrow. The other party has too many tricks up his sleeves, more than I expected. We need to go back and think of a way to deal with him." Fei didn't say anything. He had been with Thunder Yun for so many years, but this was the first time he heard Thunder Yun speak like this. From Thunder Yun's words, Fei could feel a trace of helplessness. This was the first time Fei felt this way from Thunder Yun. This made Fei even more curious about Zhao Hai. He really wanted to know what kind of person this Zhao Hai was. He wanted to know why Thunder Yun, who had always been full of confidence and fighting spirit, felt so powerless in front of him. This person was too powerful. Then, could he become a key figure? Although he was thinking about this, Fei Er's hands didn't stop moving. If Thunder Yun could see Fei Er's expression at this moment, then he would certainly be surprised. Fei Er's eyes were shining, it was clear that he was thinking about something important. Moreover, Fei Er's eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at the divine race. The attack of the mosquitoes continued, as did the undead. Although they had thought of a way to deal with the mosquitoes, they didn't think of a way to deal with the undead. The undead's attack was very fast. Moreover, they didn't get too close to the divine race just because of the mosquitoes. Just like how they harassed the divine race during the day, the undead kept throwing javelins and retreating. Then they would come back and repeat the same process. Because of Thunder Yun's plan yesterday, the mosquitoes' lethality towards the divine race had been greatly reduced. Although the mosquitoes' attack power had been increased, their lethality had been greatly reduced. The 3 divine race members were now resting. When one of them got tired, the other would immediately take over. This process made it so that the mosquitoes couldn't do anything to the divine race. However, it didn't mean that the divine race didn't suffer any casualties. The undead's javelins and the blood mosquitoes caused more casualties compared to the previous night. The Demon Dragon King looked at the empty rising sun city in the distance. With Zhao Hai's actions, the Demon Dragon King was able to understand Zhao Hai's plan. To be honest, this harassment tactic was giving the Demon Dragon King a headache. Although Zhao Hai's harassment tactic wasn't able to take advantage of the Demon Dragon King, it was still able to slow down their progress. When the Demon Dragon King and the others arrived at Rising Sun City, the sky was already dark. In just a few hours, the sky would turn dark. But at this time, there was no one in the city. What annoyed the Demon Dragon King the most was the fact that he didn't dare to divide his forces. The Demon Dragon King estimated that Zhao Hai had sent at least a few million cavalry to stall them. If he were to divide his forces now, then there would only be one result: he would be defeated by Zhao Hai and the others. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King didn't dare to divide his troops. He could only concentrate his forces. When he fought against Zhao Hai before, he mostly fought against the undead. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King didn't have a good understanding of the strength of the people in the Ark Continent. He only knew that the people in the Ark Continent didn't have high cultivations, it was impossible for them to be a match for the demons. However, the Demon Dragon King recently received news that Zhao Hai had a potion that could increase a person's strength to 9th rank in a short time. The Demon Dragon King was skeptical at first, but after seeing the cavalry today, the Demon Dragon King was convinced that Zhao Hai had a way to increase a person's strength to 9th rank in a short time. This discovery made the Demon Dragon King even more worried. The reason why the demons were confident in dealing with the people in the Ark Continent was because their ordinary soldiers were much stronger than the Ark Continent's soldiers. In addition, they also had a lot of god ranks. But now, the Ark Continent's soldiers had a way to increase their strength to 9th rank, making them comparable to the ordinary soldiers of the Ark Continent. Additionally, Zhao Hai had something that could injure god ranks. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for the demons to deal with the Ark Continent. Moreover, there was also the divine race eyeing them from the side. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King lost his confidence in conquering the Ark Continent. He didn't know how Zhao Hai did it. How could he make such a potion? Moreover, the Demon Dragon King had arranged people in the Ark Continent to provide him with potions that could increase a person's strength to 8th and 9th rank. This potion wasn't only effective for humans, it was also effective for the demons. The Demon Dragon King also asked the wizards of the Demon Dragon race to study it. However, the results of the wizards disappointed him. The wizards said that the 8th rank potion was just a bottle of water, while the 9th rank potion was the blood of an unknown creature. Naturally, the Demon Dragon King was very disappointed with the wizard's answer. He hadn't heard of any potions that could increase a person's strength to 8th rank. Even the elf's life liquid didn't have such an effect. Also, the Demon Dragon King had never heard of a magic beast that could increase a person's strength to 9th rank. If it was such a creature, then it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to subdue it. It was even more impossible for him to provide such a large amount of blood. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King found himself in a passive position. Dealing with Zhao Hai wasn't an easy thing to do. Looking at Rising Sun City, the demon dragon king sighed and said, "Let's rest here tonight. Inform everyone to set up camp." Then everyone nodded and went to prepare. The efficiency of the demons wasn't any slower than the divine race. And with the fact that they were using the same arc as the divine race, it was natural for them to set up camp in Rising Sun City. After the camp was finished, the demon dragon king summoned the god ranks of the various races to his room for a meeting. After everyone arrived, the demon dragon king looked at them and said, "Now that we've arrived at Rising Sun City, Zhao Hai's tactics are giving me a headache. Moreover, the strength of their soldiers is increasing rapidly. I'm afraid that it would be impossible for us to destroy the Ark continent in a short period of time. I've already reported this matter to the great demon king. What we need to do now is to wait for Zhao Hai's war with the divine race and defend those places while waiting for the great demon king's arrival." The people below naturally didn't have any objections. To be honest, they were very annoyed by the cavalry today. However, they couldn't do anything about it. The speed of the cavalry was too fast, even god ranks wouldn't be able to catch up to them. In this case, the only thing they could do was counterattack. Because of this, following the demon dragon king's plan was the most suitable method for them. Seeing that no one objected, the demon dragon king continued, "Now that Zhao Hai has changed his tactics, his strength isn't any worse than ours. What we need to do now is to steadily advance and occupy more territory. However, I don't think Zhao Hai would let us do this so easily. Pass down the order to strengthen our vigilance." The demon dragon king nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded before they turned around to make arrangements. What the demon dragon king didn't expect was that the cavalry didn't attack even after the sky had turned dark. After the sky turned dark, the demon dragon king felt relieved. This was because the sky of the demon realm was much darker compared to the Ark continent. The demons were more suited to fight in the dark compared to the Ark continent. Therefore, the demon dragon king wasn't afraid. After making his defenses, the demon dragon king felt relieved and rested. His method was similar to Thunder Yun's. However, it didn't take long before he encountered the same problem as Thunder Yun. A buzzing sound woke the demon dragon king up. He stared for a moment before he immediately sat up. This was because he felt that this sound was very familiar. He remembered that he had heard it before, but he couldn't remember where he heard it from. The demon dragon king was a very cautious person. He immediately shouted, "Where did that buzzing sound come from? Let's go and take a look." The guard outside immediately complied before the sound of footsteps faded away. Before long, the guard arrived outside the demon dragon king's room. With a frightened tone, he said, "Your Majesty, a large number of magic mosquitoes have appeared outside. It's possible that a mosquito tide will appear soon." The demon dragon king's complexion changed. He finally knew where he heard the buzzing sound. It was a memory that he didn't want to remember. Before the demon dragon king became a god rank expert, he was just an ordinary member of the fiend race. He wandered around the demon realm, wanting to increase his strength as quickly as possible. At that time, he and his friends went to a dangerous place in the demon realm to explore. But they didn't expect to encounter a mosquito tide. In the end, aside from the demon dragon king himself, all of his companions died in that place. The demon dragon king clearly remembered that when the overwhelming number of magic mosquitoes rushed towards him, he was scared silly. Then he ran for his life. His companions at that time were stronger than him, but in the end, all of them died in the mouths of the magic mosquitoes. Whenever he thought about that scene, he would still have nightmares. The demon dragon king immediately rushed out of the room and shouted, "How can there be magic mosquitoes? How can the magic mosquitoes appear in the Ark continent? Quick, sound the alarm." Along with his order, the alarm bell was rung. In the night, the melodious sound of the bell was ear-piercing. In an instant, the entire demon camp became lively. The demon dragon king looked at the mosquitoes in the sky with an ugly expression. He didn't think that the magic mosquitoes would appear in the Ark continent. At this time, the experts of the other races arrived beside the demon dragon king. Their expressions were also ugly as they looked at the mosquitoes. For a while, they didn't know what to say. One of the demon experts said, "How can the magic mosquitoes appear in the Ark continent? If the magic mosquitoes really appeared in the Ark continent, then how could the people of the Ark continent survive until now?" At this time, the demon dragon king calmed down and said, "I've seen the clan's information about the Ark continent. There was a record about the magic mosquitoes. However, in the Ark continent, the magic mosquitoes were called blood-devouring mosquitoes. At that time, a small group of blood-devouring mosquitoes appeared in the Ark continent. In the end, the Ark continent's 9th ranks worked together to extinguish the mosquitoes. When I read the information, I thought that the blood-devouring mosquitoes were the magic mosquitoes. I didn't expect it to be true. Everyone should be prepared for battle. Everyone should know how terrifying the magic mosquitoes are." Everyone nodded before they turned around to prepare. But just as the demon dragon king finished speaking, the attack of the mosquitoes arrived. In an instant, the demon camp was in chaos. However, the ferocity of the demons was perfectly displayed at this moment. The demons went all out to kill the mosquitoes. If they felt that they couldn't handle the mosquitoes, then they would immediately fly up and blow themselves up. This way, they would be able to kill more mosquitoes. The demon dragon king's heart ached as he looked at all of this. The first explosion was the sacrifice of a demon. And in the short period of time that the demon dragon king was fighting against the mosquitoes, he had already heard several explosions. At this time, a violent explosion was heard. The demon dragon king stared before his expression changed. This was because he was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the javelins used by the Ark continent's cavalry. When the demon dragon king heard the explosion, he knew that the people from the Ark continent had taken the opportunity to attack. However, this wasn't what the demon dragon king was worried about. What the demon dragon king was worried about was that the people from the Ark continent didn't fear the attack of the mosquitoes. If they weren't afraid of the mosquitoes, then there was only one possibility. The mosquitoes wouldn't attack them. And the reason why the mosquitoes didn't attack them was because someone was controlling them. This was what the demon dragon king was worried about. The demon dragon king was very clear about how terrifying the magic mosquitoes were. If someone from the Ark continent could control the mosquitoes, then it wouldn't be good news for the demons. What made the demon dragon king even more worried was the strength of the mosquitoes. If this continues, then the demons would be in danger. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the space, looking at the movements of the demons and the divine race. He didn't know if the demons and the divine race would retreat or not, but regardless, he would still do so. These two races were his enemies, and Zhao Hai had never shown any mercy to his enemies. Zhao Hai knew that tonight's attack would be a huge blow to the demons and the divine race. The appearance of the blood-devouring mosquitoes would certainly give the demons and the divine race a headache. And with the addition of the blood lightning beads used by the cavalry, Zhao Hai believed that the casualties of the demons and the divine race wouldn't be small. However, what Zhao Hai needed to do tonight was a lot easier. He placed the javelins and some other useful items near the demons and the divine race's camp so that the cavalry could take them. Moreover, the amount of javelins that Zhao Hai took out this time was very large. Even if the cavalry and the undead attacked the demons and the divine race without rest, the amount of javelins would still be enough. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the two races would react to the blood-devouring mosquitoes. However, when he saw this, Zhao Hai noticed something very interesting. Whether it was the divine realm or the demon realm, there were actually blood-devouring mosquitoes. This made Zhao Hai very confused. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that the blood-devouring mosquitoes were a specialty of the Ark continent. However, when he used the mosquitoes to attack the divine race actually called out the name of the mosquitoes. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He didn't think that the divine race would actually have these mosquitoes. Moreover, they didn't even change their name. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was the fact that the demons also knew about the blood-devouring mosquitoes. However, their name was different, they were called magic mosquitoes. This made Zhao Hai curious. Zhao Hai knew that the environment of the Ark continent was very different from the demon realm and the divine realm. Moreover, the environment of the demon realm was very different. Even the magic beasts of the Ark continent would mutate in the demon realm. However, from the words of the demon dragon king, these blood-devouring mosquitoes were actually the same as the magic mosquitoes of the demon realm. This made Zhao Hai very confused. Why would the magic mosquitoes exist in the three realms? Was there a connection between the two? Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. If he had time, he would definitely research this matter. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai was looking for trouble. At this point, Zhao Hai felt a sense of crisis. Not to mention the demons and the divine race, the immortal cultivator. The strangeness of the blood-devouring mosquitoes made Zhao Hai feel uneasy. He wanted to see if there was a connection between the blood-devouring mosquitoes and the immortal cultivator. If there was a connection, what kind of connection would it be? While Zhao Hai's mind was filled with these thoughts, the battle between the demons and the divine race had reached its climax. The demons had lost a lot of their strength. Most of them were 8th ranks, and these 8th ranks couldn't even escape from the attacks of hundreds of blood-devouring mosquitoes. Because of this, most of the 8th ranks chose to blow themselves up. If they were facing ordinary blood-devouring mosquitoes, then this move would be very useful. After all, once the mosquitoes died, they wouldn't be able to come back to life. But it was a pity that they were facing Zhao Hai's blood-devouring mosquitoes. After dying, they could still come back to life. At this point, most of the demons that died were 8th ranks. However, Zhao Hai was still satisfied. 8th ranks weren't easy to deal with, they weren't weak. If the Arc Continent's army were to fight, then even 9th ranks wouldn't necessarily be their opponents. Most importantly, the demons' method of self-detonation was very annoying. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the demons would be able to deal with the 8th rank demons. Instead, the demons' self-detonation method was very annoying. At the same time, the cavalry and the undead were also doing a lot of damage to the two races. Although the javelins that they threw might injure the mosquitoes, Zhao Hai didn't care about the consequences. In any case, the blood-devouring mosquitoes would be released after 24 hours, so Zhao Hai wouldn't feel any heartache even if they died. The battle lasted for an entire night. In this night, the divine race's casualties reached an astonishing 300,000 while the demons' casualties reached 500,000. It can be said that both sides suffered heavy losses. It wasn't until dawn that the demons and the divine race managed to extinguish most of the mosquitoes. Only a few were left, but they were no longer a concern. At the same time, Zhao Hai ordered the cavalry and the undead to rest. He also ordered them to stop attacking the demons and the divine race. After the demons and the divine race counted their casualties, their expressions weren't very good. Thunder Yun immediately summoned the generals to his room and said, "It seems like Zhao Hai still hasn't dealt with the winged Pegasus and the barbarians. If he wasn't here, then he would have sent an army to attack us. Our casualties would have been even greater." Moreover, this was the second batch of mosquitoes that Zhao Hai released in 2 days. It can be seen that the Arc Continent is trying to control the mosquitoes. Even if it wasn't Zhao Hai, then it would be someone else. Let's return to the Radiant Empire and report this situation to the Divine Realm. We'll ask them to send us some medicine to restrain the mosquitoes. Otherwise, we'll only increase our casualties. Naturally, no one objected. However, Clouding clenched his teeth and said, "I think we should send a letter to the winged Pegasus and the barbarians. Let them know that their people have been killed." If Zhao Hai wasn't dealing with the barbarians and the winged Pegasus, then he wouldn't have sent only a small number of troops. As long as the two races arrive along with the medicine, then we can dispatch our troops and flatten the Arc Continent in one fell swoop. When that time comes, I will definitely tear Zhao Hai into 10,000 pieces. Yuning also voiced the thoughts of the majority of the god race. The god race had never suffered such a big loss in their battles against other worlds. Even when they conquered the Thunder God world, although they had suffered casualties, the other side had suffered even greater casualties. But now, only their own people had suffered casualties, while the other side had suffered no casualties. This was unacceptable to these arrogant god race. Thunder Yun looked at everyone and said, "Pass down my order. We'll rest for 2 hours. After that, we'll head back to the Radiant Empire. We don't want to be entangled with the undead. Go." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Thunder Yun relaxed. Then he turned his head to Fei and said, "Fei, did you notice anything unusual about those blood-devouring mosquitoes?" Fei had a strange expression as he said, "Unusual? No, aren't those blood-devouring mosquitoes? Although they're stronger than our Divine Realm's blood-devouring mosquitoes, they aren't that much stronger." Thunder Yin smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you think that there are too many blood-devouring mosquitoes? The blood-devouring mosquitoes that came last night weren't as many as the ones we encountered the day before. However, we still couldn't defeat them easily." "Why is that?" Feier looked at Thunder Yun with a puzzled expression, then he said, "I'm sorry, Master. I didn't notice this." Thunder Yun smiled bitterly and said, "I can't blame you. Nobody noticed that the Ark Continent's blood-devouring mosquitoes can regenerate. Moreover, they can do so in an instant. Moreover, they can regenerate more than 25 times." When Feier heard Thunder Yun, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Regenerate? Master said that the blood-devouring mosquitoes can regenerate? How is that possible? If the blood-devouring mosquitoes were that powerful, then the people of the Ark Continent would have already been exterminated. How could they be controlled?" Thunder Yin smiled bitterly and said, "It's true. I observed the blood-devouring mosquitoes for a long time before coming to this conclusion. No matter what method the people of the Ark Continent used to control the blood-devouring mosquitoes, it wouldn't be a good thing for us. We need to be more careful in the future." Feier nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, the Divine Barracks continent was already very quiet. Thunder Yin sighed and said, "All right, you're tired today. Go and rest. Don't forget that we'll be withdrawing in 2 hours." Feier nodded and then went outside. However, when he turned his back to Thunder Yun, his eyes shone. It was obvious that he was thinking about something that he didn't want Thunder Yun to know. Compared to the divine race, the demons were in a similar situation. Their casualties were almost twice as much as the divine race. Although this loss wasn't unbearable for an army of tens of millions, it could still be described as disastrous. In just one night, the demons' casualties had already reached 700,000. This was something that the Demon Dragon King wouldn't have thought of in the past. At this time, the Demon Dragon King was sitting in his room, thinking about a problem. The problem was whether or not he should withdraw his army. In just one night, they had lost a lot of people. Although most of them were 8th ranks, this number wasn't small. If it weren't for the demons' innate bravery, then there would have been deserters. The Demon Dragon King frowned as he sat there. This loss wasn't something that he couldn't bear. However, the Demon Dragon King couldn't help but worry. He didn't think that there would be someone in the Ark Continent who could control the mosquitoes to attack them. This was what the Demon Dragon King was worried about. After thinking for a while, the Demon Dragon King finally decided to not withdraw his army for the time being. He knew that even if he withdrew his army, the people from the Ark Continent would still be able to deal with them. When the time comes, not only would they lose their territory, they would also be in a passive state. However, they couldn't just stand there. The Demon Dragon King had already sent people back to the Demon Realm to report the situation of the Ark Continent to the Great Demon King. While requesting for reinforcements, he also asked the demons to make potions to deal with the mosquitoes. In the Divine Realm and the Demon Realm, the situation of the blood-devouring mosquitoes was different compared to the Ark Continent. In the Ark Continent, there was only one mosquito disaster, and it wasn't long before it was eradicated. Because of this, the people of the Ark Continent didn't take the blood-devouring mosquitoes seriously, they just recorded them down. On the other hand, in the Demon Realm and the Divine Realm, mosquito disasters were quite common. Because of this, they were able to develop potions to deal with the mosquitoes. However, the two races didn't expect to encounter mosquitoes in the Ark Continent, so they didn't bring any potions. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the monitor. He didn't think that the divine race would actually retreat. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. When he saw that the divine race had rested for 2 hours, they immediately packed their things and headed towards the Radiant Empire. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't have the undead chase after them. Even if the divine race wanted to retreat, it would be useless. At this point, Lizzie and Megan were almost done with their preparations. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to eliminate the winged Pegasus light cavalry. When that time comes, Zhao Hai's strength would become even more formidable. Once the divine race retreated, Zhao Hai would be able to focus on dealing with the demons. The pressure on him would lessen, and he would also have more time. Time was what Zhao Hai needed the most. Zhao Hai hoped that the demons would also retreat. When the time comes, he would have more than 1,000 undead in his hands. At the same time, the god-rank undead inside the pagoda would be the second batch, and the god-rank potion would soon be produced. For Zhao Hai, this was something to be happy about. As long as he had more time, he would be able to do even better. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the demons didn't retreat. The demons didn't retreat after resting for 2 hours like the divine race. On the contrary, the demons rested for a long time, a full 5 hours. After some simple repairs, the demons left Rising Sun City and proceeded to advance towards the Buddha Empire. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the demons would retreat. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but knit his brows. The demons were very cautious before, therefore, Zhao Hai thought that the demons would be the first to retreat while the divine race would be the one to advance. However, he didn't expect the situation to be reversed. The demons were the ones to retreat while the demons were the ones to attack. Zhao Hai looked at the demons, then he coldly snorted and said, "Since you don't want to give face, then don't blame me." Although Zhao Hai was still monitoring the divine race, he didn't attack them. He was afraid that if he angered the divine race, they would turn around and attack him. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. In any case, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with the divine race in the future. At the same time, the demons were currently heading towards the center of the continent. If they were to be given 2 days, then they might encounter Lizzie and the others, which would be troublesome. In any case, with the space monitoring the divine race, Zhao Hai can transfer the undead that were dealing with the divine race to the demons. With the undead and the cavalry dealing with the demons would find it more difficult to advance. As long as Laura and the others managed to destroy the Pegasus light cavalry, then everything would be much easier. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that although the demons had left Rising Sun City, they still left a lot of troops in the city. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that the demons wanted to occupy this place and not leave. Zhao Hai didn't expect the demons to leave. This time, the demon race had left behind 1 million people to defend Rising Sun City. Among them, there were close to 1,000 god-rank experts. Moreover, there was an endless stream of demon race troops heading towards Rising Sun City. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to eliminate all of Rising Sun City's troops in one fell swoop. As long as he doesn't kill the troops, then they would immediately send reinforcements to Demon City. When that time comes, the two sides would have to fight again. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. After all, he didn't have a lot of troops in his hands right now. As long as Lizzie's battle is over, then he would be able to lead his army to repel the demons. The Demon Dragon King also discovered this point. He discovered that it wasn't only the cavalry that attacked them today, there were also a lot of undead. These undead were much more difficult to deal with compared to the cavalry. The spears, bows, and javelins in the hands of the Demon Dragon King couldn't do much damage to the undead. On the other hand, the javelins of the undead were much more lethal. 2 god-ranked experts had already been sacrificed, there was no need to mention the 9th ranks. To be honest, the Demon Dragon King was very curious about the weapons that Zhao Hai and the others were using. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't use these weapons. But this time, not only did Zhao Hai change his tactics, he even used these weapons. This made the Demon Dragon King very curious. On the surface, this weapon looked like a wooden javelin. Not only was it very simple, it could also be described as crude. However, the lethality of this weapon was very astonishing. To be honest, the Demon Dragon King was having a headache right now. Although he wanted to occupy more territory during the war between Zhao Hai and the divine race, the losses that he suffered were still very troublesome. After the Demon Dragon army left, the cities behind them still had to defend against Zhao Hai's cavalry. It can be said that the Demon Dragon King was constantly on the edge. While Zhao Hai was still entangled with the demons, a change was happening in another place that Zhao Hai didn't know about. It was the northern icefield. A spatial rift had appeared in the northern icefield. Then a large number of undead came out of the rift. They were exploring the icefield, but they couldn't leave it. This was because the icefield was too big. However, it didn't take long for them to find the volcano. Then some undead discovered Stone City. Before long, more and more undead came out of the rift. At this point, a lot of undead began to appear in the direction of the Beastman Prairie. Moreover, these undead didn't get tired, so the ice and snow didn't affect them too much. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take more than a few days for them to appear in the Beastman Prairie. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. Another thing that Zhao Hai didn't know about was that a spatial rift had appeared on a large island in the Radiant Empire. However, this spatial rift was much smaller and there weren't any creatures coming out of it. Because of this, neither Zhao Hai nor the fishmen were able to discover it. However, Zhao Hai believed that this spatial rift wouldn't appear for nothing. In the future, this place would become a variable in the Ark continent. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. At this point, he only thought that his enemies were the demons and the divine race. Now that the god ranks had returned to the Radiant Empire, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make a move on them for the time being. Lizzie and Megan had been preparing to deal with the winged Pegasus cavalry for 3 days. They only needed 1 more day before the god rank potion would be ready. However, the two didn't have any news. Zhao Hai wasn't worried, he knew that Lizzie and the others were about to make their move. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was the demons. These days, Zhao Hai had been harassing the demons day and night. Moreover, he had already used the blood mosquitoes, causing the demons to suffer about 1 million casualties. However, the demons still didn't retreat. On the contrary, they were still moving forward. Although their speed was very slow, they were still moving forward. Zhao Hai admired the tenacity of the demons. However, even if he admired them, the war still needed to be fought. In the past few days, the harassment had become even more frequent. At the same time, the demons' casualties had also increased. It can be said that the demons had to pay a heavy price for every step they took. Zhao Hai didn't understand why the demons didn't retreat. After being harassed day and night, the demons were already very tired. They didn't get a good night's sleep, nor did they eat a good meal. However, they still kept moving forward, not retreating even a single step. Zhao Hai didn't know why the demons didn't retreat. Zhao Hai didn't know that the reason why the demons didn't retreat was very simple. It was because Zhao Hai hadn't sent his main army to deal with them. This made the demons think that Zhao Hai's main army was still fighting the divine race. If they didn't occupy more territory now, then once Zhao Hai's main army returns, they wouldn't be able to take any advantage. Although the demons had sent some spies to the divine race, they didn't dare to get too close to the divine race. Additionally, Thunder Yun discovered that Zhao Hai had stopped harassing them. Therefore, the demons weren't anxious anymore. They slowly moved towards the Radiant Empire. First, they wanted to rest, and second, they wanted to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. On the other hand, the demons had been monitoring the divine race in the Radiant Empire. They didn't follow the divine race army, therefore, they didn't know that the divine race had already retreated. If they knew that the divine race had retreated, then they would certainly report this to the Demon Dragon King. Another day passed by, and another bottle of god rank potion was made. However, Zhao Hai didn't give it to anyone else. He was planning to make another bottle and give it to Blockhead and Blockhead. Blockhead and Blockhead were twin brothers, they had an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Zhao Hai was afraid that if either of them were to increase their strength, then this tacit understanding would be destroyed. Therefore, he would rather wait a few days for the second potion to be made so that Blockhead and Blockhead could use it. It has to be said that sometimes Zhao Hai's worries were superfluous. But in any case, he wasn't in a hurry. In this case, having another demigod wouldn't be of much help to Zhao Hai. He just needed to wait for a few days, there was no need to worry. Another day passed by, this was the 5th day since the demons set out. They were still moving forward, but their losses had already exceeded 3 million. This meant that they had lost 1/10 of their forces. In these 5 days, they had passed through 2 major cities of the Ark continent, leaving behind 2 million soldiers to defend the cities. This caused the demons to lose 1/5 of their numbers compared to when they first came out of the Ark continent. The demons were tenacious. Zhao Hai couldn't help but admit that the demon's tenacity had exceeded his imagination. However, he also knew that the demon's luck had come to an end. This was because Lizzie and Megan had already dealt with the winged Pegasus cavalry. Zhao Hai's army had also returned. Now, it was time for them to attack the demons. Lizzie, Laura, and the others were chatting and laughing in the living room. However, Xiaohai wasn't there. In the past few days, he had been dealing with the demons and the divine race. He was very tired, and he was also worried about his wife. After Lizzie and Megan destroyed the Pegasus Light Cavalry, Xiaohai immediately ordered Lizzie and Megan to take a rest while he stared at the demons. He waited for Lizzie and Megan to rest before he went to take a rest. Because of this, Xiaohai's shadow wasn't present in the living room. Lizzie looked at the tired faces of the demons and couldn't help but smile. It seems like Big Brother Hai has been tormenting them these past few days. Look at how tired they are. Xiaohai nodded and said, "You're right." Laura looked at her and said, "You're still talking about it. Brother Hai has been staring at them for several days. Why didn't you destroy the Pegasus cavalry unit so that Brother Hai could rest earlier?" Megan smiled and said, "Sister Laura, we've already done well. In any case, we didn't let any of the Pegasus cavalry unit escape." Laura snorted and said, "Forget it. Call those two races over and ask them what race they are. See if we can get more information about the divine race." Xiaohai nodded and said, "All right." Laura had been with Xiaohai for a long time. Although she wasn't a commander, she was still in charge of the Buddha clan's affairs. Because of this, her status among the women was naturally the highest. Lizzie didn't hesitate and immediately called over a heavy cavalry unit and a light cavalry unit. This was also Xiaohai's idea. When he turned the two races into undead, he also turned their leaders into advanced undead. This way, they would be able to get more information from them. These heavy armored soldiers were very tall, they were even taller than the average beastman. On the other hand, the winged cavalry weren't very tall. Instead, they looked very slender. Just by looking at their appearance, one could see that they looked like elves. However, the elves had pointed ears while the winged cavalry had ears that looked like wings. There were even feathers growing out of them. Lizzie and the others curiously looked at the two races. After some time, Lizzie looked at the tall heavy cavalry unit and said, "What's your name? What race are you? Are you from the divine race?" The heavy cavalry unit gave Lizzie a salute and said, replying to "Madam, I'm called Barbarian Ding. We're from the barbarian race, not the divine race. It's just that we were conquered by the divine race. Whenever the divine race wanted to deal with someone, they would send us troops." Lizzie nodded, then she looked at Barbarian Ding and said, "Are the people of your race as powerful as you? How many troops do you have?" Barbarian Ding shook his head and said, replying to "Madam, we can only be regarded as a second-line army. The real elites haven't come out yet. Our elite infantry units are mostly 9th ranks. As for the Golden Horned Cavalry, they are God ranks. However, their numbers aren't a lot, only about 50,000 people. On the other hand, our elite units have more than 10 million people. As for our second-line army, we have even more people. As for how many we have, I don't know." Lizzie and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the barbarians to be this strong. It seems like if they didn't have too few god ranks, then they wouldn't have been conquered by the divine race. After thinking about this, Lizzie immediately said, "Then will you still send troops? I mean, you've lost so many people this time. Will your race still send troops to help the divine race? Do you have a good relationship with the divine race?" Barbarian Ding replied, replying to "Madam, our relationship with the divine race isn't very good. We usually listen to orders and don't listen to orders. However, I think that our race will still send troops. Perhaps they might even send their elite Golden Horned Cavalry. This is because we barbarians are very particular about revenge. Since Madam has turned us into undead, our clansmen will certainly send troops to avenge us." Lizzie and Megan's complexion changed. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. At this time, Megan couldn't wait any longer. She turned to the winged Pegasus soldier and said, "What about you? What race are you? Do you have a good relationship with the divine race?" The winged Pegasus soldier looked at Megan and said, replying to "Madam, we are from the winged Pegasus clan. Our relationship with the divine race is similar to that of the barbarians. We also listen to orders and don't listen to orders. However, this time our clansmen might send troops. This is because our clansmen are very similar to the barbarians. Since Madam has turned us into undead, our clansmen will certainly send troops. Lizzie and Megan couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. Laura didn't care too much. She just looked at the winged Pegasus soldier and said, "What's your name? How many troops do you have? How strong are you compared to your clansmen?" The winged Pegasus soldier replied, replying to Madam, "My name is Xianxia. Our army can only be considered as a second-rate force. Our god-ranked cavalry is stronger than us, they number in the tens of millions. There are also god-ranked silver-winged cavalry that number about 100,000. This time, Laura couldn't help but smile bitterly. The division of god ranks was something that they knew from the undead of the divine race. Naturally, they also knew that god ranks were peak god ranks. The winged Pegasus clan actually had more than 100,000 god-ranked cavalry and more than 10 million god-ranked experts. Such numbers were too astonishing. However, if the winged Pegasus and the barbarians sent their elites, then the winged Pegasus clan would have a hard time. Lizzie smiled bitterly and said, "Then do you know what race those giant sticks belong to?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I know, they're from the Thunder clan. They believe in the Thunder divine beasts and their weapons are totem sticks. I heard that these Thunder divine beasts look like oxen, but they only have 1 foot. Nobody has ever seen a real Thunder divine beast. These Thunder divine beasts only appear when the Thunder clan summons totems. They are very strong. Not only do they have extraordinary strength, their defense is also very strong. Additionally, they can use their totem sticks to cast lightning element spells. I heard that when the divine race conquered the Thunder continent, they spent a lot of effort and lost a lot of people. Later on, they massacred the Thunder clan in order to intimidate the Thunder clan. Now, the Thunder divine continent has become the territory of the Thunder divine warrior, Thunder Yun. Thunder Yun is the commander of the divine race's army this time. Lizzie smiled bitterly. It was another demon race. Megan immediately said, "I also saw a group of green-skinned dwarves in the Radiant Empire. What race are they? Why do they look like slaves?" Barbarian Ding replied, replying to the madam, "They are indeed slaves. They were originally goblins, a native race of the divine race. Their fighting strength is very low, but they are very interested in machines. They are also very good at using magic formations. I heard that they were able to make machines that can fly in the sky. However, they didn't like making weapons. Because of this, the divine race declared them to be heretics, and the entire race was reduced to slaves." Laura continued, "Did the divine race conquer other races? If so, are there any powerful races?" Barbarian Ding shook his head and said, "I don't know about this." Jean Tian replied, replying to the madam, "There are no other races in the divine race army. This time, the divine race army that attacked the Ark continent is the Taurus divines from the divine realm. The Taurus divines have only conquered us, there are no other races. As for the other divines, I don't know." Jean Tian nodded, then he said, "The divine race army has no other races." Laura stared, then her expression changed as she said, "Then will the other divines attack the Ark continent? Didn't you say that the divine race was still fighting with the divine race? Has the war subsided?" Jean Tian shook his head and said, replying to madam, "We don't know if the other divines would come." The Taurus divines also didn't say anything. However, I've heard about the divine race. It seems like they haven't been conquered yet. However, the divine race's strength isn't as good as the divine race's. Laura frowned and said, "I heard that the divine race has 13 continents. Do you know the ratio of the divine race to the divine race?" Jean Tian nodded and said, "I've heard about this. Of the 13 continents of the divine race, 10 of them are occupied by the divines. Only 3 of them are controlled by the divines. They are the Aries continent, the Goddess continent, and the Libra continent. Aside from these 3, the remaining 10 continents are controlled by the divines." Laura let out a long sigh and said, "Then do you know that the 3 continents controlled by the xenogeneic gods also have xenogeneic gods?" Jean Tian nodded and said, "I've heard about it. The Aries continent is controlled by the Beastman divines. The Libra continent is controlled by the Dwarf divines. As for the Goddess continent, it's controlled by the elves. Besides these 3, there are also other divines as well as divine beasts living in the 3 continents. They have been resisting the divine race for many years and have never surrendered. Laura and the others nodded. To be honest, this matter was beyond their expectations. They didn't think that the divine race would be this strong. The Taurus divines were already hard to deal with, not to mention the other divines from the other continents. If all of them were to come, then the Ark continent would have already been destroyed. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. However, Laura also thought that this was impossible. Judging from the number of troops sent by the Taurus divines, the Taurus continent shouldn't be smaller than the Ark continent. It might even be bigger. In this case, there was no need for the divine race to mobilize all 10 continents to deal with the Ark continent. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Additionally, there were still the divine race in the divine realm. It was impossible for the divine race to focus all of their attention on the Ark continent. Perhaps this was an opportunity for the Ark continent. The fact that the divine race wasn't destroyed was good news for the Ark continent. This meant that they might have allies. Zhao Hai woke up. The past few days had been very tiring for him. He had been busy dealing with the demons and the divine race. He didn't have any time to relax, this made him very tired. Additionally, Lizzie and the others had finished dealing with the winged Pegasus cavalry. Zhao Hai didn't say anything when he saw how tired the two were. Instead, he had them take a rest while he continued to deal with the demons. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very tired. After cleaning his room, Zhao Hai opened the door and went out. When he came out, he couldn't help but stare. He knew that Laura and the others were in the living room, but there was no sound at all. Zhao Hai knew that something must have happened, otherwise, Laura and the others wouldn't be so quiet. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately went to the living room. Upon arriving at the living room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He saw Lizzie and the others sitting in the living room. However, all of them were frowning and didn't say anything. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but be curious, what's wrong? Why are all of you frowning? Did something happen? Laura and the others noticed that Zhao Hai had arrived. The group gave Zhao Hai a seat as Meg poured Zhao Hai a cup of hot tea. After that, Laura and the others told Zhao Hai what they heard. After hearing Laura and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. If what Man Ben and Zhang Fei said was true, then Zhao Hai's group had offended a lot of enemies this time. Zhao Hai's group didn't dare offend anyone. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, Laura and the others also didn't say anything. They knew that in the end, it would be up to Zhao Hai to make the final decision. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "Forget it, it's useless to think about this right now. If the elites of the two races want to come, then let them come. In any case, we aren't afraid of them. And speaking of hatred, the divines have a lot of hatred towards the divine race. If they submit to the divine race, then they might submit to us in the future. However, the fact that the foreign races are still alive is good news. As long as the foreign races are still alive, then the divines wouldn't be able to use 100% of their strength to deal with us. Also, the divine race might not put the Ark continent in their eyes, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Moreover, the Taurus divines have made such a big move in order to deal with us. The other divines might not think much about it, but the foreign races might have some ideas. We don't know much about the divine race, so it's impossible for us to look for them. However, the foreign races might find ways to contact us. They wouldn't miss such an opportunity, after all, they aren't having a good time right now." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The Taurus divines have made such a big move in order to deal with us." Laura nodded and said, "But the Taurus divines aren't easy to deal with. If the Thunder divines send more troops, then we'll be in a lot of trouble. Those giants aren't weak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But the Taurus divines aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the giants aren't weak. However, their population shouldn't be too large. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been eliminated by the divine race. You can see how many soldiers the Ark continent has, but we still managed to block the divine race. If the Thunder clan's population is too large, then it would be impossible for the divine race to conquer them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Laura and the others nodded. They were very worried, but they weren't afraid. After all, they have the space. If they can't deal with the divine race, then they can just send the people of the Ark continent to the space. Once the strength of the Ark continent increases, then they can deal with the divine race. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I think that the most useful information we have is about the goblins. I really underestimated them before. I didn't expect them to have this kind of ability." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Brother Hai, are you interested in the goblins? I don't see anything special about them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Didn't John say that the goblins are very interested in machines? Moreover, they are also interested in the use of magic formations. This would be very useful for us." Laura couldn't help but ask, "What's the use? If machines can do it, then magic can also do it. If machines can't do it, then what's the use?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It will always be useful. If the goblins are really good at using magic formations, then they might be able to think of a way to increase the power of the magic cannons. This way, we can save a lot of crystal stones. Using them like this would be too wasteful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her eyes shone as she nodded and said, "That's a good idea. If we can use crystals as power, then we can make more machines and cannons. When the time comes, we wouldn't need to be afraid of the demons and the divine race." Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant. Karen had always wanted to use magic formations to change the lives of ordinary people. He wanted to make it more convenient for them to travel and make their lives more convenient. Everything inside the space was very similar to Earth. For example, the screen. Although it wasn't a TV program, it still made Karen think about a lot of things. Additionally, the space also had electric lights and kitchen supplies. These things were very common back on Earth, but they still gave Karen a lot of inspiration. After seeing the things inside the villa, Laura didn't oppose Karen's research on magic formations. However, she didn't want Karen to be too obsessed and forget to eat or sleep. That wouldn't be good. So when Zhao said this, Laura immediately understood what the goblins were doing. If the goblins could really use the crystal stones to do things that were useful to them, then it would be a good thing for them. However, Lizzie frowned as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, Jean said before that the goblins weren't interested in weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been subdued by the divine race so easily." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That was then and this is now. The goblins weren't interested in weapons before, but now it's different. They have been enslaved by the divine race for a long time, so they should understand the importance of weapons. I think they should be interested in weapons now." Megan frowned and said, "Brother Hai, will this work? The goblins have been subdued by the divine race for many years. They simply didn't have the opportunity to study the machines. I'm afraid that their inheritance has been broken. Will it really be useful to us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Even if their inheritance is broken, it's fine as long as they're still alive. The earth spirits are very interested in the machines. It's just like how the elves are very close to nature and how the dwarves are the best blacksmiths. In short, we just need to get some goblins and then we'll know what to do." The group nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "Those idiots of the divine race, if I were them, I would have already made the goblins study the machines. If they used the earth spirits' weapons, then the Ark continent might have already been conquered." After saying that, Zhao Hai looked at the monitor. The monitor was still showing the situation of the demons. At this time, the demons were resting. However, Zhao Hai's harassment didn't stop. Compared to 2 days ago, the demons looked a lot better. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai's harassment had lessened. On the contrary, Zhao Hai's harassment didn't lessen. It was just that the demons had adapted to this kind of harassment. If it was said that they would be very nervous when facing Zhao Hai's harassment in the past, then this wasn't the case anymore. Except for the police forces in the periphery, the rest of the demons were able to sleep and eat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The demons were indeed worthy of being called the most warlike race. Their ability to adapt to war was much stronger than any other race. At this time, not only were the demons no longer afraid of Zhao Hai's harassment, even the blood mosquito attacks weren't as effective as before. The demons were slowly adapting to this kind of attack. Zhao Hai turned to Lizzie and Megan and said, "How about we make a move against the demons? Let them know that the divine race has already retreated. Now, we can focus on dealing with them." Lizzie looked at the monitor and smiled. We should let them know. Otherwise, they would think that we're easy to bully. It wouldn't be easy for them to take advantage of us. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's move. Let them know how fierce we are. Lizzie nodded, then she and Megan immediately took out their messenger fish and passed down orders one by one. The two first had the demon cavalry rest. Then they immediately released a large number of undead in order to deal with the demons. Originally, Xiao Hai wanted to have the army attack Rising Sun City and cut off the demons' retreat. Then they would be able to encircle and annihilate the demon army in one fell swoop. However, it was later discovered that this wasn't realistic. Not to mention that the demons had reinforcements in Demon City and the demonic abyss. The 20 million troops that the Demon Dragon King had left weren't something that they could deal with in one fell swoop. If 20 million demons were to go all out, then their lethality would be very big. Xiao Hai had managed to accumulate this much with great difficulty, so he didn't want to go all out against the demons. This would only benefit the divine race. In the end, Xiao Hai rejected this idea and handed over the command of the army to Lizzie. He decided to charge and break through the enemy lines. Seeing that Lizzie and the others were already preparing, Xiao Hai took Barry, Shu, and Shun out of the space. As for the undead and the cavalry, they were handed over to Lizzie and Megan. The four of them stood on the head of a bone dragon as they appeared in a place not far from the divine race army. Then the dense undead army appeared behind Xiao Hai as they rushed towards the demon army. The Demon Dragon King was still wondering why the Ark Continent's constant harassment suddenly stopped. Why did all of the cavalry and undead retreat? What happened? Did the divine race break through their defensive line? Why did they retreat? The demons weren't very well informed. Although the people who were monitoring the divine race discovered that the divine race had retreated and wanted to inform the Demon Dragon King, this wasn't an easy task. At this point, the Demon Dragon King's army was already deep inside the Buddha Empire. Moreover, there were Ark Continent cavalry patrolling the area. It wasn't easy to send a message to the Demon Dragon King. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King didn't receive any news about the divine race's retreat. However, before long, the Demon Dragon King didn't need to guess. This was because the answer had already appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the approaching undead army as well as Xiao Hai, the Demon Dragon King's expression couldn't help but change. Then he smiled bitterly and muttered, "The divine race are too weak. I didn't expect Xiao Hai to be able to deal with them this quickly. Moreover, the army seems to be more than before." Naturally, the Demon Dragon King's muttering couldn't be hidden from the demon generals beside him. At this point, all of them were staring at the approaching undead army. It can be said that these demons who hadn't fought with Xiao Hai before were able to see how formidable Xiao Hai was. Even those who had fought with Xiao Hai before were able to see that Xiao Hai's might was much greater than before. In the past, Xiao Hai only brought 10 million undead to fight against the demons. But this time, Xiao Hai brought 30 million undead to deal with the demons. On the periphery of the army, there were also a lot of human cavalry. Such a display of power was very scary. Xiao Hai didn't expect that Xiao Hai would bring 10 million undead to deal with the demons. To be honest, it wasn't only the demons who were shocked, even the cavalry of the other races were startled. They didn't expect Xiao Hai to have such an astonishing amount of undead. However, after a while, they became excited. The stronger Xiao Hai was, the happier they would be. Although they weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to die. The more undead Xiao Hai had, the less opportunities they would have to fight. With less opportunities to fight, their chances of dying would be greatly reduced. The Demon Dragon King looked at the approaching undead army and said, "Army, get into formation." Along with the Demon Dragon King's order, the drums and bugles behind him sounded. Because of Xiao Hai's approach, the demons were in a state of panic. In an instant, they began to move. Before long, a large formation. At this point, most of the demons in the army were 9th ranks. As for the 8th ranks, almost all of them had died under Xiao Hai's attacks. However, the demons couldn't set up a cube formation like the undead. Besides the fishmen, only Xiao Hai could use the cube formation. The others couldn't use it. The cube formation had too many variations, making it too troublesome. Aside from the fishmen who had been using it for many years, only Xiao Hai's undead army could use it. It was impossible for the other armies to learn how to use it in a short time. At this time, the demons didn't use a cube formation, but a crescent moon formation. It was like a crescent moon formation, waiting for Xiao Hai to make his move. Xiao Hai looked at the Demon Dragon King. He couldn't help but recognize that the Demon Dragon King was a very good opponent. In the past few days, the demon army had suffered several million casualties. However, not only did the demons not retreat, they even adapted to the attacks. This was inseparable from the Demon Dragon King's leadership. The Demon Dragon King was able to control the army very well. Because of this, even if there were casualties in the army, the demons still trusted him and didn't take a step back. Although this was because of the demon's courage, it was also because of the Demon Dragon King. However, this time, Xiao Hai didn't intend to talk nonsense with the Demon Dragon King. He was waiting for Lizzie and the others. As long as they were ready, they would immediately attack. When Xiao Hai's group was about a kilometer away from the demon army, Lizzie's voice echoed in Xiao Hai's ears, "Big Brother Hai, it's done. You'll be the head of the cone formation." Xiao Hai nodded, then he turned to Barry and the others and said, "You don't need to follow me. Go to the periphery of the formation and attack the demons." The three nodded, then they flew away from the bone dragon and arrived outside the cube formation. At the same time, the magic cube formation instantly transformed into a huge cone with Xiao Hai as its head. Xiao Hai wasn't polite as he immediately set up his domain. He discovered that his domain could indeed change shape according to his will. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid and just rush forward with his domain. With an intention, Xiao Hai's domain slowly turned into a huge cone with sharp edges and corners. It looked like a huge drill bit. Xiao Hai's domain didn't need to be polite. Instead, he immediately set up his domain and turned it into a huge cone with sharp edges and corners. The undead behind Xiao Hai were all god-rank undead. Just like Xiao Hai, they would become the arrowheads to attack the demons. After Xiao Hai turned his domain into a huge drill bit, the domain slowly rotated until it really turned into a drill bit. The undead behind him also rotated along with Xiao Hai's domain. Then Xiao Hai controlled his domain to rush towards the demon army. With him as the head, the huge drill bit directly rushed towards the demon army. The Demon Dragon King didn't expect Xiao Hai to do this. The distance between them wasn't very far, about a kilometer. For someone flying, this distance could be covered in a blink of an eye. The demons didn't expect Xiao Hai to change the formation this quickly. From the cube formation to the cone formation, it only took a blink of an eye. At this time, it was already too late for the Demon Dragon King to change the formation. He was very clear that if the drill bit penetrated the formation, then the entire formation would be finished. The Demon Dragon King immediately shouted, "God ranks, come forward and meet the attack." Upon hearing the Demon Dragon King's command, the god ranks immediately rushed over. However, Xiao Hai's domain was too fast. Just as the god ranks approached, they were immediately bounced back. Even if they weren't bounced back, Xiao Hai's domain had already drilled through their domains. Those who were slow to react were immediately killed by Xiao Hai's domain. 3 of the god ranks were directly drilled to death by Xiao Hai. Moreover, they weren't able to stop Xiao Hai's advance. After killing the 3 demons, Xiao Hai took the drill bit and directly entered the demon army's crescent moon formation. When the Demon Dragon King saw how ferocious Xiao Hai's drill bit was, he knew that something bad was about to happen. However, it was impossible for him to fight the drill bit at this time. He didn't have the courage to do so. He was very clear that he wasn't a match for Xiao Hai in a one-on-one fight. And now, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for Xiao Hai. At this time, the Demon Dragon King discovered that Xiao Hai's drill had created a formidable aura around the formation. This aura wasn't something that an average person could block. Even if they were close to it, they wouldn't be able to do so. At this time, Xiao Hai didn't care about these things. He just controlled his speed so that he wouldn't get too far away from the undead behind him. The speed of the undead has been raised to the limit. One by one, they raised their weapons and followed closely behind the person in front of him. At this time, Xiao Hai's drill bit wasn't just a drill bit, it was a drill bit with thorns. It was like a rapidly rotating knife. Because of this, the demons who dared to get close to the drill bit were already cut into pieces. They couldn't even self-destruct. If they didn't get close to the drill bit and self-destruct, then they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to the undead. But if they got close to the formation, then they wouldn't have the chance to self-destruct and would be directly destroyed. At this time, the demons discovered that they had very few ways to deal with Zhao Hai. Although the demons had a lot of troops, they were still in formation. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. With Zhao Hai leading the drill bit, it didn't take long for it to drill through the entire formation. When Zhao Hai appeared from behind the demon's formation, the drill bit behind him suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless smaller drill bits that went straight towards the demon's formation. The formation of the demons can no longer be set up. Their formation has been completely destroyed by the drill. But before they could change the formation, the drill suddenly disintegrated. This caught the devil race off guard. In the blink of an eye, their entire formation was torn to pieces by the undead army. Zhao Hai immediately understood what Lizzie and the others meant. Then he turned his head and went straight towards the Demon Dragon King. The Demon Dragon King wanted to lead the battle, so his flag needed to be raised. This way, the demons wouldn't panic and continue to fight. What Zhao Hai wanted to do at this time was to deal with the Demon Dragon King. As long as the Demon Dragon King's flag falls, then the demons would certainly fall into chaos. At that time, Zhao Hai would have a complete victory. The Demon Dragon King also saw Zhao Hai's movements. When he saw that the formation had been completely destroyed, the Demon Dragon King knew that there was no way for him to win against Zhao Hai. The Demon Dragon King was unreconciled. He didn't think that he would be defeated so quickly. Zhao Hai's speed was too fast. However, he also knew that being unwilling was useless. The most important thing right now was to find a way to preserve their strength. The Demon Dragon King also discovered that among these undead, there were some that he hadn't seen before. Although these undead had turned into skeletons, their armor was still very good. It shined with a bright silver light. This kind of armor was something that the divine race liked to use. Additionally, the winged horses were the same type of cavalry that the Demon Dragon King's spies told him about a few days ago. It seems like Zhao Hai obtained a large number of undead from the divine race. After thinking about this, the Demon Dragon King couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the same time, he also felt how formidable Zhao Hai was. The demons were valiant, they wouldn't hesitate to blow themselves up. They simply wouldn't give Zhao Hai the opportunity to turn them into undead. However, Zhao Hai was able to kill a large number of divine race soldiers and turn them into undead. One must know that the divine race were stronger than the demons. In this case, Zhao Hai was able to turn a large number of divine race soldiers into undead. However, the Demon Dragon King didn't have time to think about this. Zhao Hai had already arrived. The Demon Dragon King was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Although there were a lot of demon experts present, even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to stop Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai grasps the opportunity, then they would be finished. Zhao Hai's domain was still in the shape of a drill, it went straight forward. Some god ranks wanted to stop Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai's drill-shaped domain was too fast. Everyone who tried to stop Zhao Hai were either repelled or killed, they didn't have a chance to do so. The Demon Dragon King shouted, "Retreat." After he said that, the Demon Dragon King's figure moved, he also activated his Black Dragon domain and quickly retreated. At the same time, his flag kept shaking. This was a flag signal that the demons would use at a critical moment. It was a signal to the demons to retreat and regroup. Although the demons were fighting against Zhao Hai's undead army, they were still paying attention to the Demon Dragon King's flag. Upon seeing the Demon Dragon King's command, the demons immediately understood what to do. Almost all of the demons stopped fighting against the undead army and directly headed towards Demon City. However, it wouldn't be easy for them to pass through. The small drill formed by the undead was very fast. Each and every one of them was like a slippery fish. It wouldn't be easy for the demons to escape. However, these people also made Zhao Hai understand why the demons were able to survive in a place like the demon realm. Moreover, they were slowly growing stronger. When the demons saw that there was no way to get out, they immediately chose to blow themselves up. In just a short time, the battlefield was filled with explosions. The undead army also suffered a lot of casualties. Lizzie and Megan, who were commanding the army, saw this and knew that the demons were going all out. They didn't want to fight the demons here. Therefore, Lizzie immediately ordered the undead army to kill their way out of the demons' formation, giving the demons a chance to retreat. However, just as the undead retreated, the cavalry of the various races who were watching the battle began to move. Their javelins showered the demons with javelins. The demons who were just using their explosion to deal with Zhao Hai were now in a state of panic. When the demons retreated to the rear and reorganized their army, the Demon Dragon King was sad to discover that under Zhao Hai's attack, the demons' casualties had reached an astonishing number of 2 million. The Demon Dragon King's heart ached. He turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, who had reorganized his army. At the same time, the Demon Dragon King also discovered that there were a lot of demons in Zhao Hai's undead army. When they fought against Zhao Hai, there were a lot of demons who didn't have time to blow themselves up before dying. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to these people and directly turned them into undead. The Demon Dragon King clenched his teeth as he looked at all of this. At this point, his hatred towards Zhao Hai had reached its peak. However, he discovered something that made him disheartened. The speed of their army wasn't as fast as Zhao Hai's undead army. Before the Demon Dragon King had time to reorganize his army, the undead army had already finished reorganizing. Moreover, the Demon Dragon King had already reorganized his army. On the other hand, the Demon Dragon King's cavalry were still on the two sides of the square formation. It looked like a huge box with two wings. While the Demon Dragon King was looking at Zhao Hai's formation in a daze, two pitiful screams were suddenly heard from his side. The Demon Dragon King turned his head and saw a god-ranked demon's head being chopped off. At the same time, another god-ranked expert had a hole in his neck. However, there was no one around them. The god-rank expert who had a hole in his neck didn't die immediately. However, he didn't dare to blow himself up. This was because he was currently inside the demon race's formation. If he blew himself up, then not only would he be able to kill the enemy who ambushed him, but the people around him would also be buried along with him. Because of this, he could only die with hatred in his heart. This wasn't the end. As soon as the two died, two spatial rifts appeared and swallowed them. Then two spatial rifts appeared beside Zhao Hai as the two god-ranked demons appeared beside Zhao Hai. However, they had already turned into undead. In front of these two god-ranked experts were two other people. One was Barry and the other was someone the Demon Dragon King hadn't seen before. This person was dressed like an assassin and had a sword strapped to his back. Naturally, this person was Shun. Shun hadn't been idle, he had become a god-rank expert for a few days now. Although he had been practicing with Shu, he didn't manage to make any progress. He still hasn't learned how to use his domain. However, Shu had already experienced it once, so he taught Shun how to comprehend his domain. After the battle started, Shun immediately went to find a god-rank demon in order to quickly comprehend his domain. He succeeded in comprehending his domain. His domain was very similar to Barry's. Barry's domain was in the shape of a flying claw, and it was invisible. Shun's domain was in the shape of a sword, and it was also invisible. Just now, Shun and Barry took advantage of the fact that the Divine Race's army hadn't finished reorganizing to kill a god-ranked demon. In order to ensure their safety, Lizzie immediately brought them back to the space and then sent them to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the two and nodded, good job. But don't take such risks next time. Then he turned his head to the Demon Dragon King. At this time, Lizzie's voice reached Zhao Hai's ears, Big Brother Hai, pay attention to the magic scorpion formation. This time, the undead will use javelins. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and returned to the center of the formation. Then he slowly retreated to the back of the formation. This formation was the magic scorpion formation that they used against the Fishman race. There was no need for Zhao Hai to take care of the front. Zhao Hai retreated to the back of the formation so that he could become the most poisonous scorpion tail. The cube formation instantly turned into the magic scorpion formation as it rushed towards the demon army. When the Demon Dragon King saw this change, his expression couldn't help but change. They still hadn't finished reorganizing their army, how could they fight at this time? The Demon Dragon King waved his flag and ordered the army to retreat. Only an elite army like the demon race could do this. Ordinary troops wouldn't be able to do this. However, the demons were able to do this. While retreating, they were slowly organizing their troops. The Demon Dragon King didn't have time to think about this at this time. This magic scorpion formation was much easier to deal with compared to the drill. The two wings of the Demon Dragon King's army moved to meet the two pincers of the magic scorpion formation. At the same time, the center of the Demon Dragon King's army rushed towards the center of the formation. The Demon Dragon King was very confident in the demons. He believed that even Zhao Hai's undead army wouldn't be a match for the demons. But this time, the Demon Dragon King was wrong. Zhao Hai didn't give him a chance to fight head-on. Just as the demons entered the range of the undead army, a rain of javelins was shot out. When the Demon Dragon King saw this rain of javelins, his expression couldn't help but change. Today, Zhao Hai didn't allow the undead to use javelins. Now that he was dead, the undead could also use javelins. This time, the Demon Dragon King suffered a big loss. However, this wasn't the end. Just as the Demon Dragon King was remorseful, he suddenly felt the sky turn dark. He looked up and saw that the drill that he hated had appeared once again. This time, it was coming from below, and its target was him. The Demon Dragon King's expression didn't change. At this time, it was already too late for him to change his move. Seeing that he was about to die under the hands of Zhao Hai's undead army, two people suddenly rushed out from the Demon Dragon King's side. These two people rushed towards Zhao Hai's drill. When they were still some distance away from Zhao Hai's drill, the two simultaneously blew themselves up. These two were god-ranked demons, the power of their explosion wasn't small. Zhao Hai felt a huge force hit his domain, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently as an abnormal red color appeared on his face. His speed slowed down. Zhao Hai didn't continue to rush forward, he just led the undead back to where they came from. At the same time, the explosion of the two demons also caused great damage to the demon army. Besides the Demon Dragon King and the others who had their own domains, nearly 10,000 ninth-ranked demons were killed by the explosion. At the same time, the Demon Dragon King and the others weren't having a good time. They were affected by the explosion and were injured. However, this was their best option. If they were hit by Zhao Hai's attack, then the Demon Dragon King would be finished. Once the Demon Dragon King is finished, then the entire demon army would be finished. This kind of courage wasn't something that everyone could have. But the demons didn't lack such warriors. A trace of blood could be seen on the Demon Dragon King's mouth. He knew that he couldn't continue fighting. If he did, then more people would die. Therefore, he immediately gave an order, pass the order, the three armies will retreat and return to Demon City. The order was quickly passed down. The demon army began to slowly retreat. At this time, Zhao Hai's undead army and cavalry naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Wave after wave of javelins rained down on the demon army. It can be said that every time the demons retreated, there would be casualties. However, the Demon Dragon King didn't dare to turn back and fight with Zhao Hai. This was because the Demon Dragon King knew that fighting would only result in more deaths. This was a road of death. Every minute, there would be demons dying. Zhao Hai's javelins were like soul-reaping messengers, constantly reaping the lives of the demons. At this point, the Demon Dragon King was regretting his decision to push so far. If he kept on fighting, then he wouldn't know how many people would be able to return to Demon City alive. On the other hand, the demons that he left behind to defend the city couldn't withstand a single blow from Zhao Hai's army. They simply couldn't stop Zhao Hai's advance. The Demon Dragon King had no other choice but to retreat. At the same time, Zhao Hai's army continued to chase after Zhao Hai until they reached the outskirts of Demon City. Zhao Hai didn't say a word to the Demon Dragon King as he led his army to retreat. This was because the demons still had a lot of troops in Demon City. If they continued to fight, then they would be going all out against the demons. Zhao Hai didn't want to go all out against the demons at this time, so he decided to retreat. Seeing Zhao Hai's army retreat, the Demon Dragon King couldn't help but let out a long breath. This time, he led an army of 30 million. But now, less than 20 million had returned to Demon City. Zhang Chong had lost a third of his troops. This was a terrible ratio. A lot of demons died in the last battle. They were very brave. If they weren't facing the undead, then they might have been the ones to win. It was impossible for an ordinary army to lose a third. of their troops and still be able to fight. However, the demons didn't feel proud of it. This was because they were defeated. They were defeated by a single person, and not just once. After the Demon Dragon King returned to Demon City, he immediately arranged for his people to rest. At the same time, he returned to his room to treat his wounds. At the same time, he sent someone to report the situation to the Great Demon King. In the past, the Demon Dragon King didn't even think about losing 10 million people. Before the battle with Zhao Hai, not to mention the Ark continent, the Demon Dragon King didn't even think about the divine race. But this time, the Demon Dragon King lost, and the one who did this was a single person. Zhao Hai returned to the space. At the same time, he arranged for people to be stationed in Rising Sun City and Shangru City. The rest of the cavalry were also sent to the other cities of the Buddha Empire to rest. The entire Buddha Empire had calmed down. News of Zhao Hai's battle with the demons and the divine race quickly spread throughout the Ark continent. Whether it was the human race or the foreign races, everyone knew about this news, causing the entire continent to rejoice. However, Zhao Hai wasn't idle at this time. He was preparing for another matter, which was to launch a probing attack on the Radiant Empire. Zhao Hai was tired of being beaten up all the time, he wanted to beat people up. Now that the demons have been beaten up, Zhao Hai believed that they would be honest for a while. On the other hand, although the divine race had suffered some losses, most of their losses were the barbarians and the winged Pegasus. The divine race's losses weren't that big, they might just send more troops at any time. Zhao Hai wanted to beat up the divine race and make them honest. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the goblins as well as 1 or 2 magic cannons that the divine race used. Zhao Hai told Lizzie about this matter and she immediately agreed. Although they did lose some undead, it wasn't a lot, only about 1 million. Compared to the demons, the Ark continent's casualties were 1 to 10. This was definitely a great victory. Moreover, because their losses were small, their strength didn't decrease. If they want to attack, then they can attack. If they want to defend, then they can defend. There were a lot of tactics that they could use. Additionally, Lizzie and the others knew that Zhao Hai wanted to take the goblins and make them research the magic cannons. Because of this, they naturally wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai's plan to deal with the divine race. However, before dealing with the divine race, they needed to have an understanding of the divine race's strength. They needed to choose a place to attack and then immediately retreat. They didn't want to get entangled with the divine race. While Zhao Hai and the others were inside the space, they were still studying how to deal with the divine race. At the same time, the cavalry of the continent had also arrived at the Buddha Empire. Zhao Hai reassigned them to a group of veterans and new recruits. Although these people couldn't be considered as new recruits, they were still new recruits in the war against the demons and the divine race. Therefore, they needed veterans to lead them. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry too much about this matter, he just needed to assign them properly. After that, he also needed to provide them with supplies. Since they weren't in a war with the demons and the divine race, they needed to rest. On this day, while Zhao Hai and the others were studying the division of the divine race's forces, Kair's voice was suddenly heard, "Young master, another god-rank potion has been made. You can use it now." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately stood up and happily said, "That's great. Laura, call Rockhead and Blockhead over to the space, it's their turn now." Laura nodded and then went to call Rockhead and Blockhead. Rockhead and Blockhead had received a message from Zhao Hai a few days ago. They had already finished their work and were waiting to enter the space to drink the potion. When the two entered the space, Zhao Hai didn't waste time talking to them. He just gave each of them a potion and then led them to their rooms. In the beginning, when Shu drank the god-rank potion, Zhao Hai was somewhat nervous. But now, he wasn't nervous. This god-rank potion was very effective, moreover, it wouldn't kill anyone, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Just as Rockhead and Blockhead entered the space, Zhao Hai was about to study the divine race's forces when suddenly, the Beast King's voice was heard, "Little Hai, are you there? Little Hai? Are you there? Quickly reply, there's an urgent matter." The tone was very anxious. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately took the messenger fish and said, "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" The Beast King's voice was heard, "Little Hai, it's not good. A large number of undead have appeared in the northern icefield. They attacked the polar bears and the giant tigers, even the blue hawks weren't spared. In addition to the undead, there are also a lot of dark creatures. These things are very strong. If you didn't increase the strength of the races, then I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist the attack. At this time, the three races have already retreated back to the Beastman Prairie. When Xiaohai heard this, he felt his head buzzing. He immediately asked, "How are the casualties of the three races?" Then he turned the monitor to the northern ice field. When he arrived at the northern ice field, Xiaohai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The northern ice field used to have only one color, white. But now, the northern ice field's color had changed. It still had only one color, black. The entire northern ice field seemed to have been completely shrouded by the dark fog. One couldn't see anything else. Inside the dark fog, a large number of undead and dark creatures were moving around. Their movements didn't seem to have any pattern, but they had already spread all over the northern ice field. At this time, the Beast King's voice was heard. "The casualties of the three races aren't that big. However, the undead are very difficult to deal with. Their bodies are poisonous, and even the black fog is poisonous. Although it won't immediately kill people, the poison can make people unable to display their full strength." The three races had no choice but to retreat to the Beastman Prairie. Xiaohai and the others stared blankly at the monitor. They saw more than the Beast King. There were too many undead and dark creatures. The black fog was filled with undead and dark creatures. These things were fighting with each other, but most of them were moving towards the Beastman Prairie. Xiaohai immediately turned to the Beast King and said, "Your Majesty, you don't need to send troops to the front lines. Immediately put the prairie on alert. There are too many undead and dark creatures. It seems like they aren't controlled by the demons. You need to prepare for battle. Have all the races move their camps towards the Oxu Empire. I'll have someone inform the Oxu Empire. I'm currently in the northern ice field. Wait for me to see what's going on." The Beast King nodded, then he didn't say anything. Xiaohai put down his messenger fish and slowly stood up. He looked at the monitor with anger, but he didn't shout. Instead, he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Inform the Oxu Empire and have them prepare. Don't have any conflicts with the Beastmen. I'll immediately go to the northern ice field and see where these things came from." Laura and the others were also shocked by this sudden turn of events. They nodded mechanically, but they didn't know what to say for a while. Xiaohai's figure moved and disappeared from the space. He directly appeared in the northern ice field. The place where he appeared was surrounded by black fog. Not far from him was a skeleton. This skeleton's body was silver white. It looked very beautiful. But Zhao wasn't in the mood to appreciate him. As soon as he came out of the space, a prompt was heard. Discovered a large amount of dark energy toxin has entered the host's body. Initiating detoxification procedure. Extracting detoxification ingredients. Adding them to the space's water. Extracting the toxin and returning it to the space's poison. Zhao froze for a moment. He didn't think that the poison in the black mist would be so strong that it could even affect him. His spatial water already had a strong detoxification ability, but in this case, he still had to activate the detoxification program to detoxify the poison. This showed how overbearing the poison was. While Xiaohai was in a daze, the silver-white skeleton also noticed Xiaohai's existence. The skeleton immediately rushed towards Xiaohai. Xiaohai paid attention to the skeleton. The skeleton's speed was very fast. It wasn't any slower than an 8th rank expert. Moreover, it had a silver-white blade in its hand. It seems like the blade was made from the same material as its body. Xiaohai didn't move, he just stood there and looked at the skeleton. The skeleton arrived in front of Xiaohai in a few steps and slashed its blade towards Xiaohai's head. Xiaohai raised his blood-red staff and blocked the blade. However, Xiaohai frowned. Naturally, it wasn't because the skeleton injured him. The skeleton was at most 8th rank, how could it injure Xiaohai? The reason why Xiaohai frowned was because of the skeleton's strength. Although the skeleton looked like it was only 8th rank, its strength was extraordinary. Its attack wasn't any weaker than the barbarians. This was something that Xiaohai didn't expect. The barbarians were very strong, they were even stronger than the average beastman. Even the elephant men, who were known for their strength, were only able to fight evenly with the barbarians. But this silver skeleton wasn't any weaker than the barbarians? This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. When the silver skeleton saw that Zhao Hai had blocked its attack, it didn't stop. Instead, it moved its foot and sent a kick towards Zhao Hai. The skeleton's action made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai didn't think that the skeleton would have such a fast reaction besides its strength. Its moves were very good, it was much stronger than the average undead. Naturally, it was impossible to say that these skeletons were stronger than the space's undead. However, Zhao Hai could see that this skeleton wasn't controlled by someone, it was a wild one. For a wild skeleton to be this powerful, it wasn't simple. Zhao Hai moved to the side and dodged the skeleton's attack. At this time, the skeleton opened its mouth and let out a roar. Then Zhao Hai heard footsteps coming from all around him. His divine sense was able to sense that the skeletons around him were now rushing towards him. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that this skeleton would be able to summon other skeletons. These skeletons were like humans, they could think. Besides the space's skeletons, this was the first time that Zhao Hai saw such a smart skeleton. However, he wasn't afraid. He planned to take these skeletons to the space and see where they came from. Zhao Hai didn't think that these skeletons came from the demon realm. Although the demon realm was called the demon realm, there were still some wild undead. However, those undead weren't as smart as these skeletons. Moreover, the demon realm didn't have such a strong poisonous cloud. Zhao Hai waved his blood ghost staff, which turned into a large net and covered the silver skeleton's body. Then with a fling, the skeleton was thrown into the space. As soon as the skeleton entered the space, it heard a prompt from the space, discovered a humanoid robot infected by virus. Virus removed, virus removed. Discovered a program hostile to the space. Subduing program, program subdued. Evolved humanoid robot object discovered. Extracting advantages. All humanoid robots in the space are strengthened. Space humanoid robots can evolve. Zhao Hai stared, then he became happy. He turned his head to look around and saw several skeletons surrounding him. Zhao Hai waved his blood ghost staff and threw several skeletons into the space. However, this time, there was no prompt from the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that these new skeletons weren't silver in color. Instead, they were green in color. They looked like they were made of bronze. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there was nothing else worth his attention. His body flashed as he returned to the space. Then he immediately turned the silver skeletons into zombies. When this person was turned into a zombie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this person was very handsome. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to his appearance. He immediately asked, "What's your name? Where did you come from?" The skeleton immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, replying to Master, "I'm called Silver Armor. I was born in a place called the Underworld. I'm a low-level skeleton in the Underworld." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, "You're saying that you're from the Underworld? Does the Underworld really exist?" Silver Armor nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I came from the Underworld. I don't know when I woke up in the Underworld. At that time, I was just a low-level gray skeleton. Later on, I killed a lot of skeletons of the same level and absorbed their soul fires, turning me into a white skeleton. After that, I became a black skeleton, and then a bronze skeleton. Now, I'm a silver skeleton." Zhao Hai stared blankly at the skeleton called Silver Armor. He didn't expect this person to come from the Underworld. The Underworld was a plane that only existed in legends. It was more mysterious than the Divine Realm and the Demon Realm. But now, a skeleton actually told him that he came from the Underworld. Laura and the others' expressions weren't good. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head to Silver Armor and said, "Call me young master. Since you're from the Underworld, how did you end up here?" Silver Armor replied, replying to the young master, "I don't know. One day, a big hole suddenly appeared not far from my territory. Then I came out of the hole and arrived here." Zhao Hai's expression became even more ugly. He understood that a spatial rift must have appeared in the Underworld. Therefore, Silver Armor and the others came out of it. Zhao Hai immediately asked, "What's the most powerful thing in the Underworld?" What's your rank in meditation? Silver Armor replied, replying to the young master, the most powerful person in the underworld is the underworld king. However, His Majesty the underworld king rarely appears. The ones who control meditation are the god kings. I belong to the lower ranks in the underworld. I'm only stronger than the gray skeletons, white skeletons, black skeletons, and bronze skeletons. There are also gold skeletons, divergent skeletons, crystal skeletons, skeleton kings, skeleton sages, and skeleton gods. The skeleton kings are the skeleton kings. Zhao Hai calculated. From Silver Armor's words, the underworld skeletons were divided into 12 ranks. Silver Armor was only at the 5th rank. Above him, there were 7 other skeletons that were stronger than him. Now that Silver Armor was equivalent to an 8th rank expert, how strong would those skeletons be? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately asked, Silver Armor, how strong are those skeletons that are stronger than you? Moreover, at their level, their life weapons would change and become the most suitable for them. The crystal skeletons are the evolved form of the divergent skeletons. Aside from the divergent skeletons' abilities, they also have the ability to fly. The skeleton kings are the same, but they are more powerful than the crystal skeletons. Moreover, they can subdue some of the crystal skeletons as their subordinates. The skeleton saints are even more powerful than the skeleton kings. I heard that they can create their own world around their bodies, they are very powerful. The skeleton gods are the same, but the world they create around their bodies is even more powerful. They can transform into skeletons. As for the skeleton god kings, I'm sorry young master, I've never heard of them before. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the skeleton saints are even more powerful than the skeleton kings. I heard that they can create their own world around their bodies, they are very powerful. The skeleton gods are the same, but the world they create around their bodies is even more powerful, they can transform into skeletons. As for the skeleton god kings, I'm sorry young master, I've never heard of them before. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the skeleton saints are even more powerful than the skeleton kings. I heard that they can create their own world around their bodies, they are very powerful. The skeleton gods are the same, but the world around their bodies is even more powerful, they can transform into skeletons. As for the skeleton god kings, I'm sorry young master, I've never heard of them. Zhao Hai nodded, he already had a rough understanding of the ranks of the skeletons. The ranks of the skeletons were more precise than the ranks of the humans, perhaps because they were skeletons. However, Zhao Hai believed that Silver Armor's words about being able to create their own world was actually a domain. In other words, in the underworld, only the skeleton saints would have their own domain. The skeleton gods were equivalent to high gods, while the skeleton god kings might have reached the legendary saint god rank. As for the underworld king, Zhao Hai didn't believe that he was a cultivator like Lu Wei. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he asked Silver Armor, are there a lot of skeleton saints in the underworld? Silver Armor nodded and said, there are a lot of them. The underworld doesn't only have the skeleton race, there's also the zombie race, the lich race, the beast race, and some other races. These races have a lot of skeleton saints and above, but I don't know how many of them there are. The underworld is too big, and our skeleton race isn't the strongest race in the underworld. Our strength can only be counted towards the bottom. Although there are a lot of skeletons in the underworld, our strength is relatively weak in the underworld. Zhao Hai's brows wrinkled even more, he didn't think that things would turn out like this. Silver Armor was now comparable to an 8th rank expert. Aside from the fact that the golden skeletons couldn't fly, they should be comparable to 9th ranks. Moreover, the golden skeletons were only mid-level existences in the underworld, their numbers should be quite a lot. Now that the underworld spatial rift had opened, people from the underworld would continue to appear in the continent. When the time comes, the people of the Ark continent would have one more powerful enemy. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get angry. He couldn't help but curse, motherfucker, did you come to the market? Zhao Hai was a very careful person. After arriving in the Ark continent, he had been very careful to maintain his image. He almost didn't use any vulgarities. This was because he had to face the nobles. If he used vulgarities in front of the nobles, they would look down on him. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about the nobles, for the development of the Buddha clan, he needed to maintain a good relationship with them. Because of this, he was very careful and didn't use any vulgarities. But this time, he couldn't help himself. The demons and the divine race had always coveted the Ark continent. Moreover, they had a history of invading the Ark continent. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to attack the Ark continent. However, the underworld was something that only existed in legends. In the past, people didn't believe in the existence of the underworld. Now that the underworld had appeared in the Ark continent, Zhao Hai's plans were completely disrupted. How could he not be angry? This was the first time that Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai cursing. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was extremely angry. They also understood Zhao Hai's mood. Originally, Zhao Hai had adjusted his tactics to deal with the demons and the divine race. But now that the underworld had appeared, all of Zhao Hai's previous arrangements had been wasted. Zhao Hai's previous arrangements were mainly to deal with the demons and the divine race. They were all in the south of the continent. Zhao Hai didn't have any troops in the north, this was his rear. Now that the underworld had appeared, it was equivalent to stabbing a knife into his heart. This knife was a very fatal one. Zhao Hai already had a headache dealing with the demons and the divine race. If the underworld was added to the equation, then he would be pushed to his death. Laura was afraid that Zhao Hai's anger would affect his body. She still remembered the time when Zhao Hai vomited blood because of the divine race. Therefore, when she saw Zhao Hai's expression, she quickly hugged him and said, "Brother Hai, don't be like this. I'm begging you. If something happens to you, then the Ark continent would have no hope." Lizzie and the others also ran over to support Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he gently patted the weeping Laura and said, "All right, I'm fine. Don't worry." Zhao Hai waved his hand as he received silver armor. Then he looked at Kai and said, "Kai, I just heard a prompt from the space. It said that skeletons can evolve. What's going on?" Kai's eyes shined as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, in the past, the advancement of the space's skeletons was completely due to the space, it had nothing to do with the skeletons themselves. However, Silver Armor's advantage was that he could evolve to a higher level. The space extracted this advantage and gave it to the undead. In other words, even if the undead don't rely on Fua and Hell, they can still evolve. However, their evolution speed wouldn't be too fast." Hearing Kai, Zhao stared for a moment, then his eyes lit up. This is good news. If the skeletons in the space can evolve by themselves, then it would definitely be a good thing for us. Zhao's eyes lit up as she said, "This is good news." What worried Zhao the most was that these skeletons had no way to level up on their own. But now, this evolution meant that the skeletons could level up on their own. This was definitely good news for Zhao. However, when he thought about the threat from the underworld, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. When Laura saw that Zhao Hai was alright, she stopped crying. Then she turned her head to look at Zhao Hai's headache. She couldn't help but feel distressed as she said, "Brother Hai, what should we do now? I'm afraid that the strength of the underworld isn't any worse than the demons or the divine race. Their appearance isn't a good thing for us. I'm afraid that the Beastman Prairie wouldn't be able to be defended." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "How can we defend? Silver Armor is a low-level existence among the skeletons. But when I fought him outside, I discovered that his strength isn't inferior to an 8th-rank expert. Moreover, his strength is comparable to the barbarians. Do you know what this means? This means that even if they can't fly, a 9th-rank expert would still have a hard time dealing with him. If a low-level skeleton is this strong, then what would a high-level skeleton be like? I don't even dare to think about it. Not only the prairie, I'm afraid that the entire Ark continent would be lost. You should know that most of the undead that came this time are undead. Our undead wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. Without this advantage, how can we deal with the underworld? Moreover, there are also the demons and the divine race eyeing us from the sidelines. It seems like all of our previous preparations have been in vain. Also, have you thought about the underworld appearing in the Ark continent? If that's the case, then the situation would become even more troublesome. If we continue to fight them, then how many people would die in the Ark continent? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but knit her brows. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. It seems like Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to defend the Ark continent. Then they could only take the final step. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you mean? Have we really reached this point?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "What else can we do? What else can we do? There's no other way." Lizzie and the others also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was ready to take the final step and bring the people of the Ark continent to the space. This was also the last step that they had discussed before. Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Big brother Hai, doing this would put more pressure on us. Moreover, we don't know if the people of the continent would agree to this." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "We can only do this and leave it up to fate. However, we still need to discuss this matter with Grandpa Green and the others. Laura, immediately invite Grandpa Green and the others to the space. Shu, go and take a look at Blockhead and Rockhead. It's been a while since they came out." Laura and Shu immediately complied. Laura went to Shu's room while Shu went upstairs to see Blockhead and Rockhead. Blockhead and Rockhead had actually finished their upgrade, but they were currently taking a bath. They didn't know what was going on outside. Shu went to their room and immediately knew what they were doing. He didn't call the two as he went downstairs and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, it seems like they've finished their upgrade. They're currently taking a bath." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "You take a seat as well." Shu, Shun, what do you think about bringing the people of the Ark continent into the space? Is it the right decision? Shu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I think that we should bring them into the space." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Shu and asked, "What do you mean?" Shu replied, "Young master, did you forget about that immortal cultivator? Why would he want the people of the Ark continent and the divine realm? Isn't it to collect faith power? This shows how important faith power is to them. Young master, you will certainly level up in the future. When that time comes, where would the young master collect faith power? If we bring the people of the Ark continent to the space, then they would slowly treat the young master as a god. Naturally, the young master would be able to collect faith power." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Shu would bring the people of the Ark continent to the space because of this. This was really unexpected. At this time, Shun added, "Right, young master. When the immortal cultivator appeared, he said that he would be waiting for us in a higher plane. In other words, when young master's strength increases, I'm afraid that he would go to that plane. At that time, if young master doesn't have people to provide you with faith power, then we would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, young master shouldn't forget that the immortal cultivator has a formidable sect behind him. If young master goes to that plane, then there would be nothing for the young master to do. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. If young master brings the people from the Ark continent to that plane, then we would be able to level up. At that time, young master wouldn't need to deal with them alone, we would be able to establish our own sects and fight against them." Shun nodded and said, "Yes, young master, when the immortal cultivator appeared, he said that he would be waiting for us in a higher plane." Zhao Hai stared at Shu and Shun, he didn't think that Shu and Shun would come up with such an idea. This idea was very beneficial to him, but it was unfair to the people of the Ark continent. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Then wouldn't the people of the Ark continent be kept in captivity? Wouldn't this be bad for them?" Shu replied, "Young master, to be honest, your heart is too heavy. How much have you done for the Ark continent? If it weren't for the young master, then I'm afraid that the people of the Ark continent would have already been killed by the demons and the demons. Although the young master wanted them to provide you with faith power, you also gave them a safe place to live. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about the demons and the divine race in the future. This is equal to helping them. Also, faith power doesn't have any effect on them. They still believe in the gods, so why not have them believe in you? At the very least, the young master wouldn't just randomly enslave them, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the young master wouldn't just randomly enslave them." Lizzie and the others stared at Shu and Shun. To be honest, they didn't think of this point, but Shu and Shun actually thought of it. However, Lizzie and Megan had to admit that what Shu and Shun said was right. Taking the people of the Ark continent into the space would be beneficial for Zhao Hai. Lizzie and Megan already knew that as long as the people of the Ark continent were received by Zhao Hai, they would slowly become loyal to him. If Zhao Hai receives the people of the Ark continent into the space, then they would be able to provide Zhao Hai with an endless supply of faith power. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would have a better chance of winning. The group looked at each other. It seems like Shu and Shun were also influenced by the space. Now, they were thinking about Zhao Hai. However, they didn't lose themselves, they just became more loyal to Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai frowned as he sat there. To be honest, he didn't think about the benefits of taking the people of the Ark continent into the space. He didn't want the space to be known by others. But now that Shu and Shun said this, Zhao Hai realized that taking the people of the Ark continent into the space wasn't a bad idea. However, he still decided to discuss this matter with Green and Marine before making a decision. After all, this matter was too important. And just as Lizzie said, he didn't know if the people of the Ark continent would agree to come to the Ark continent. Green, Marine, Kuan, Karen, and the others knew about the existence of the space. Moreover, all of them were Zhao Hai's elders. They still didn't know what happened, but they heard from Laura that there was something very important and urgent. She asked them to put down what they were doing and come to the space immediately. Green and the others understood Zhao Hai very well. They knew that if there wasn't something urgent, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have said such a thing. Therefore, when they received the notice, they immediately went to deal with the matters at hand and then entered the space. Green and Marine were now mainly responsible for the matters of the Black Wasteland. There were a lot of races in the Black Wasteland, so there were a lot of things to deal with every day. Naturally, these matters were handed over to Green and Marine. Kuan was still in Golden Island dealing with matters. Although there was a war going on in the front lines, the people still needed to live. Zhao Hai generally transported materials for the front lines. Most of the ordinary people still needed to rely on trade to get their living materials. Because of this, Golden Island was still very busy. At the same time, Karen and the others were also very busy. They were busy solving the problem of the defensive formation. This was something that Zhao Hai urgently needed. But when they heard Zhao Hai, they quickly went to the space. When the group arrived at the space's villa, they saw Zhao Hai sitting there with a frown on his face. Shu and Shun were also sitting beside Zhao Hai. Nobody spoke. At this time, Blockhead and Rockhead came down from upstairs. When Green and the others saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they knew that Zhao Hai was thinking about something. Shu and the others didn't dare to disturb him. Green, on the other hand, didn't have any misgivings, so he asked, "Young master, why did you call us in?" As soon as Zhao Hai heard Green's voice, he recovered. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he quickly stood up and said, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, Grandpa Kuan, father-in-law, you came. Sit down, I have something important to discuss with you." After the group sat down, Zhao Hai told them about what happened in the northern icefield. At the same time, he also told them about his plan to bring the people from the Ark continent to the space. When Green and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that things would develop to this point. The matter between the demons and the divine race hadn't been settled yet, and now the underworld had arrived. No matter who heard this news, they couldn't help but curse. Now that the situation had just improved a little, there was a big mess in the backyard. In this case, there was really no good way except to transfer everyone into the space. Seeing that the others didn't speak, Zhao Hai told them about Shu and Shun's words. He wanted to hear their opinions. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Although Zhao Hai had experienced a lot of things in the past few years, compared to these old foxes, he was still inexperienced. Not to mention Green and the others, Zhao Hai was even worse than Shu and the others. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have waited until Shu mentioned faith power before thinking about it. When Green and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but frown. To be honest, they didn't think about this before. The space was the Buddha clan's biggest secret, they didn't want to disclose it. Because of this, they decided to transfer the people into the space. But now that they heard Shu's reason, Green and the others felt that transferring people to the space wasn't a bad thing. After pondering for a long time, Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this matter isn't necessarily smooth. However, we can still give it a try. After we do this, I'm afraid that the divine race, the demons, and the underworld would know about the existence of the space. Even if they don't know about the space, I'm afraid they would still be able to guess a thing or two. With the divine race's respect for the immortal cultivators, they would certainly tell the immortal cultivator about this. If we really do go to the immortal cultivator realm one day, then we would have one less card up our sleeves. Xiaohai nodded. He was also aware of this point. There were a lot of people in the Ark continent. If all of them suddenly disappeared, it would be impossible for the demons and divine race to not know about it. If they told this to Lu Wei, then Lu Wei would certainly be able to guess it. When the time comes, he would be more careful when dealing with Xiaohai. Maybe the people in the immortal realm would think that Xiaohai had some kind of treasure. If Xiaohai were to appear in the immortal realm, then the people in the immortal realm would certainly try to kill Xiaohai. Then Xiaohai's troubles would be even bigger. However, it was impossible for Xiaohai to ignore the people in the Ark continent. This caused Xiaohai to be in a dilemma. After all, this was a very difficult choice to make. On one side was his own safety, while on the other side was his own troubles, while on the other side was his own safety. Xiaohai wasn't a saint, so before making a decision, he needed to think about it carefully. Seeing that Xiaohai didn't say anything, Green continued, but if we don't help the people in the Ark continent, then they would be in danger. Moreover, we wouldn't be able to get faith power anymore. Because of this, I think that bringing the people of the Ark continent to the space would have both advantages and disadvantages. It all depends on the young master's decision. Xiaohai nodded and said, I think that bringing the people of the Ark continent to the space would have both advantages and disadvantages. We can't hide the existence of the space from them forever. However, if we miss this opportunity, then I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to find them. Therefore, I still want to bring them to the space. Marai nodded and said, since the young master has decided, then we can proceed to the next step. Young master, I think that we should start with the foreign races. There might be demon spies in the humans, but relatively speaking, there might be fewer spies in the foreign races. Xiaohai nodded and said, I have a good relationship with the foreign races. But I think we should start with the dwarves. After all, Dwarf Iron Mountain is in the front lines. If a fight breaks out, then they would be in the most danger. Merlin nodded. I think the Sea Tribe will agree. The subspace now has a background, which is a sea. There's nothing else for the Sea Tribe to live there. I'm sure the Sea Tribe will agree. Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, what I'm worried about the most right now is the fishmen. There are too many of them. Although the space can fit them all, I don't know how long it would take to bring all of them to the space. Laura smiled and said, I think that the fishmen should be left for last. Whether it's the demons or the divine race, they don't seem to be very good at naval warfare. The fishmen should be the safest race right now. Therefore, we can ask the elves and the beastmen first. But I think that the elves wouldn't have too much of a problem. After all, the most important thing for the elves is the tree of life. We have several trees of life in the space. If they want to settle down in the space, then we can just plant a few more trees of life. Xiaohai nodded and said, the beastmen should be the easiest to deal with. For them, the most important thing is the prairie. The space's prairie is much better than the prairie. Moreover, there are a lot of magic beasts in the space. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be any less than the prairie. I think that having them enter the space shouldn't be a problem. After discussing for a while, they finally decided to start with the dwarves. Although the beastmen could be considered as the front line, the prairie was still very big. Additionally, the beastmen weren't weak. Moreover, the underworld spatial rift had just opened. At this time, the experts of the underworld wouldn't appear. Therefore, having the beastmen there for a while was still possible. However, Xiaohai wanted to inform Wales first, so that Wales would be prepared. After all, Wales already knew about the existence of the space. After thinking about it, Xiaohai decided to do it himself. At this time, Billy was still at the Dwarves' Mountain. They were forging weapons every day in order to deal with the demons and the divine race. Billy also knew that the front lines were doing very well, so he was very happy. He also went to Iron Mountain and personally made the chains for the magic cannons. While Billy was waving his hammer, Xiaohai arrived. When he heard that Billy was forging, Xiaohai immediately went to the dwarf's cave. The cave was livelier than before. The sound of forging was deafening. The dwarfs had blocked their ears as they waved their hammers. Sparks flew along with their sweat, creating a sense of beauty. Xiao Hai quickly went to Billy's side and patted his shoulder. Billy had also blocked his ears while he was forging. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the sound. After being patted by Xiao Hai, Billy immediately turned his head. When he saw that it was Xiao Hai, he didn't say anything and just pointed to the back of the mountain. Then the two went out of the cave. After arriving outside the cave, Billy immediately took out his earplugs. Then he looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Why are you here? Did something happen at the front lines?" Xiao Hai looked at Billy and smiled bitterly. "Something did happen, but it's not at the front lines. Let's go, we'll talk about it while we walk." Then while walking towards the dwarven temple, Xiao Hai told Billy about the spatial rift in the northern icefield. It was connected to the Ark continent and the underworld. Billy listened quietly. He didn't think that Xiao Hai would lie to him. Therefore, when Xiao Hai spoke, Billy calmly looked at Xiao Hai and said, "What do you plan to do?" Xiao Hai stared at Billy's calmness. He curiously looked at Billy and said, "What's wrong? You're not worried at all?" Billy laughed and said, "What's the use of worrying? Now that we've reached this point, it seems like the heavens want the Ark continent to perish. What else can we do? At worst, we'll just go all out. The people of the Ark continent aren't afraid of anyone." Xiao Hai didn't expect Billy to be this heroic. However, he still said, "There's a way to solve this matter. But you need to come with me to a place." Then he waved his hand as the two appeared in the space. Billy was stunned as he looked at the space. This was completely beyond his understanding. Xiao Hai looked at Billy's expression, then he coughed and said, "Patriarch Billy, come with me. I'll explain everything to you." Then Xiao Hai invited Billy to the space's villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Billy couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't expect to see Laura and the others here. Xiao Hai introduced Green and the others to Billy before asking Billy to sit down. Then he had Megan give Billy a bottle of wine before he began to explain the space to Billy. The space's mysteries weren't something that could be explained in a few words. In the end, Xiao Hai didn't talk about it in the villa. Instead, he brought Billy to the space and looked at the backgrounds one by one. 5 hours later, Zhao and the others returned to the space's villa. At this time, Billy had a general idea of what was going on with the space. After sitting down in the villa, Xiao Hai poured a glass of wine for Billy. Billy didn't say anything as he drank it. Then he placed the glass down and poured himself a second glass. After that, he turned to Xiao Hai and said, "You want the Ark continent's races to come to the space?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Although I'm a god in the space, you should know that I wouldn't bully you for no reason. Moreover, this is the safest method at the moment. I really don't have any other methods. Naturally, I want to come to the space out of my own free will. If you don't want to come, then I won't force you. I will still participate in the war against the demons and the divine race. But to be honest, I don't have confidence in dealing with the demons and the divine race, let alone the underworld." Billy nodded. He was very clear about the current situation of the continent. Although he didn't go to the front lines, there were still a lot of dwarves in the front lines. Every day, Xiao Hai would report about the situation. Although Xiao Hai and the others had won a lot of battles, people with discerning eyes could see that the demons and the divine race were being held back by Xiao Hai's tactics. If the demons and the divine race had a way to deal with this tactic, then the situation would be different. Moreover, there was also the underworld. Billy turned his head to Xiao Hai and said, "I know that you're in a difficult situation, but I can't make a decision on this matter. You should know about the dwarf situation. Everything needs to be discussed by everyone. Let's go back and discuss this matter before making a decision." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but I hope that you can hear the news as soon as possible. This matter can't be delayed for too long. The underworld is getting closer and closer. If the demons and the divine race find out about the underworld, then they would certainly attack. When that time comes, it would be even more difficult for us to deal with them." Billy nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you the news as soon as possible. Send me out." Xiao Hai nodded and then sent Billy out. After Billy went out, he went to contact the elders and the village chief. Xiao Hai didn't care about these matters. Just like he said, he only told them about the existence of the underworld. It was up to them whether they would come or not. After sending Billy out, Zhao Hai went to see the Beast King and brought him to the space. Just like Billy, he gave the Beast King a tour of the space. At the same time, Zhao Hai also told him about his plans. Naturally, the Beast King wouldn't immediately agree. The management of the Beastmen was much more lax compared to the dwarves. The Beast King's words weren't as effective as the patriarchs of the warring tribes. Therefore, Zhao Hai sent the Beast King out of the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the elves. Instead, he went to the cow-headed race and found whales. The cow-headed race had also sent some cavalry to the Buddha Empire to help Zhao Hai. It can be said that whales had always supported Zhao Hai unconditionally. This time, when the northern icefield changed, whales knew that the situation wasn't good. The giant tiger tribe and the polar bear tribe were powerful beastmen. And with Zhao Hai's spatial water, their entire tribe had become ninth ranks. In this case, they were still forced to retreat to the prairie. This was enough to show how strong the enemy was. For such a powerful enemy to suddenly appear in the northern icefield, wasn't this stabbing a knife into Zhao Hai's back? Because of this, Wales was very anxious these past few days. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, Wales immediately went out to greet him. Seeing that Zhao Hai was already in front of the tent, Wales said, "Come in and guard the tent, don't come near." The guard complied and then turned around to leave. Naturally, Yale followed along with Mendez. After the group sat down inside the tent, Wales looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you only come now? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai looked at Wales and smiled faintly. Elder brother also knows about the existence of the space. I only have one plan. Tell the cow-headed race to move to the space. In the space, you can still graze and live the same life as you do now. Moreover, it's much safer. When Wales heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You've decided?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've decided. If I don't do this now, there's no better way. I've already told the Beast King about the space and brought him to see it. The rest is up to him. If elder brother can set an example at this time, it can be considered as helping the Beast King. Also, you know about the environment of the space, it's not any worse than the Beastman Prairie. What do you think?" Wales nodded and said, "Give me a few days, I don't think there'll be any problems. Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wales and laughed, "Elder brother, we can drink together every day from now on." Ha 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 ha. Wales naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. He was very clear that in the space, Zhao Hai was a god. He could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Drinking with him every day was a very simple matter. Wales also smiled and said, "Kid, you need to leave some good grassland for me. Our cow-headed race will be relying on you in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder brother, don't worry. The grass in the space grows faster than outside. You just need to choose a good place to build your camp. You don't need to worry about anything else." Wales nodded and said, "All right, I won't say anything else. You go do what you need to do and wait for my news. I'll take care of everything in the next few days." Zhao Hai nodded, then he bade farewell to Wales and returned to the space. Then he went to the elven territory. Zhao Hai might have forgotten the elf queen's shocked expression when she saw the trees of life in the space. It wasn't strange that the elf queen was so shocked. The elves treated the trees of life as their treasures. But in Zhao Hai's space, the trees of life were planted everywhere. There were even 2 trees in front of the space. Moreover, they were much stronger and taller than the trees of life in the elven territory. How could she not be shocked? Although she was shocked by the space, the elf empress didn't immediately agree to Zhao Hai's request. She still needed to go back and discuss this with the elders. Zhao Hai didn't oppose and immediately agreed. Then he immediately went to the fishman race and went to see the mermaid queen. Naturally, he also brought the mermaid queen to the space and let her see everything inside. He also took her to the background of the sea. Zhao Hai intended to make this background the habitat of the fishmen. Zhao Hai thought that the mermaid queen would go back and discuss with her people. He didn't think that the queen would agree to Zhao Hai's request on the spot. She said that she would immediately organize people to move to the space. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai was still very happy. He immediately opened a spatial rift in the sea so that the people in the sea could enter the space at any time. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the first ones to enter the space would be the fishmen. Looking at the fishmen entering the space, Zhao Hai was very happy. It must be said that settling the fishmen in the space was the easiest. Other races needed houses or tents to live in. However, the fishmen didn't need them at all. As long as they didn't leave the sea, everything would be fine. After having Kair watch the fishmen enter the space, Zhao Hai and Green returned to the Black Wasteland. Then they took the Buddha clan slaves and the diamond apes into the space. Later on, they would settle down inside the space. These people had been with the Buddha clan for more than a day or two. It can be said that they were very loyal to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai moved them to the space. At the same time, he wanted to set an example for the others, especially the foreign races. After moving his people to the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to find the kings and patriarchs of the various countries. He told them about the space's situation as well as the continent's situation. Finally, he told them about his decision to move to the space. The kings didn't immediately agree. They were very clear that once they entered the space, it would be tantamount to entering Zhao Hai's domain. If Zhao Hai wanted to do something to them, they wouldn't have any chance to resist. Although there were god ranks among the enemies outside, god ranks weren't invincible. However, once they enter the space, Zhao Hai would become a god. If Zhao Hai wanted them dead, then they would have no chance of surviving. This was what the other races in the continent were worried about. Zhao Hai was the space's god, he was the space's god. But contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, the Lion Empire's people, as well as the great nobles of the Lion Empire, naturally came. And what surprised Zhao Hai was that after these great nobles heard about the space, they immediately agreed to move their families to the space. They also agreed to help Zhao Hai in moving the Lion Empire's people to the space. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Lion Empire's people to be this cooperative. In fact, the reason why these great nobles were so cooperative was because of Zhao Hai's strength. They were different from the other empires. In fact, the great nobles only saw the battle between Zhao Hai and the demons. But what impressed them the most was when Zhao Hai destroyed the dragons. They had full confidence in Zhao Hai's strength. They believed that even if they didn't move to the space, Zhao Hai would still be able to do whatever he wanted to them. So why not move their families to the space? Because of this, they were the first to agree. The Lion Empire's great nobles agreed to enter the space. This wasn't a problem. The problem was the fishmen. Zhao Hai didn't understand, even if he helped the mermaids, how could the fishmen agree to enter the space so easily? Why would they do this? Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know why. In fact, the mermaids were different from the elves and the beastmen. The elves, dwarves, and elves all had people who ascended to the divine realm. At this time, the divine realm was still fighting against the mermaids. On the other hand, the mermaids didn't have any people in the divine realm. In other words, they didn't have any backing. Because of this, the fishmen agreed to enter the space. This was because the mermaid queen knew that even if Zhao Hai were to defeat the demons and the divine realm in the future, the mermaids wouldn't receive any benefits. Unlike the other races, like the elves, if Zhao Hai were to defeat the divine realm, then the elves would be able to reunite with their clansmen in the divine realm. When the time comes, they would have god-ranked clansmen to help them. This would make their lives much better. The same was true for the beastmen and the dwarves. On the other hand, the fishmen didn't have such clansmen to help them. Even if Zhao Hai were to defeat the divine realm, they still wouldn't receive any benefits. Moreover, the mermaids had another characteristic. They had a lot of 9th ranks, but none of them were able to become god-ranked experts. This had always been a sore point for the mermaids. However, they were able to see hope in Zhao Hai. This hope was the potions that Zhao Hai took out. Although the potions that Zhao Hai took out were only 9th and 8th ranks, Zhao Hai also said that he hadn't developed any god-ranked potions yet. In other words, he was developing a potion that would allow one to become a god-ranked expert. For the fishmen, this was too tempting. Because of this, when the mermaids heard Zhao Hai's proposal, they immediately agreed to enter the space. The mermaid queen also saw the place that Zhao Hai had arranged for them. To be honest, it was much better than their current place. Because of this, the mermaids didn't say anything. Although Xiao Hai didn't understand why the great nobles of the mermaid clan agreed so quickly, for Xiao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. Even if they were disloyal, as long as they enter the space, Xiao Hai can do whatever he wants to them. The fishmen and the great nobles of the Lion Empire took the lead in entering the space. Moreover, the great nobles of the Lion Empire had a certain amount of influence among the common people. And with Xiao Hai's influence as the nominal king, the Lion Empire's commoners thought that their king was a great person who could send them to a place where there was no war. There, they would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Moreover, they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by the demons and the divine race. The Lion Empire was actually very respectful towards Xiao Hai. This was because Xiao Hai had rescued them from the dragons. Moreover, Xiao Hai had been fighting against the demons and the divine race in the front lines. Although the people of the Ark continent weren't beast men, they still respected warriors. This was because the stronger one was, the more respect one would receive. And Xiao Hai was one such person. With Xiao Hai's reputation as well as the help of the great nobles, a lot of people in the Lion Empire agreed to move to the space. Naturally, they didn't know about the space, they only knew that they had to move. At the same time, the movement of the Lion Empire had also alerted another group of people, the Buddha Empire. The people of the Buddha Empire were currently living in the Lion Empire. Now that the Lion Empire had made such a big move, it was impossible for them to not know about it. At this time, whether it was the people of the Buddha Empire or the Lion Empire, they began to pack up their things and prepare to move. Humans tended to follow blindly. What kind of people did those commoners usually look at? Naturally, it was the great nobles. Now that the great nobles were preparing to move, and with Xiao Hai's call, it was natural for them to move as well. Moreover, these people also had their own thoughts. The commoners knew that the nobles knew about this matter, but they didn't. Now that the nobles wanted to move, did this mean that the Lion Empire was in trouble? If this was the case, then the commoners would have to move quickly. There were a lot of people who had such thoughts. Because of this, the entire Lion Empire began to move. Whether it was commoners or small nobles, all of them were preparing to move along with the great nobles. At this time, the Buddha Empire's imperial family and the great nobles couldn't sit still. If their subjects were to move, then what use would they have? If they don't have any subordinates, then what would be the point of being a king? Would they be a general without an army? After the Buddha Empire's nobles and the emperor had a discussion, they decided to move as well. The Buddha Emperor also understood that if they don't move, then they wouldn't know when the war with the demons and the divine race would end. And now that they were in the Lion Empire, if the war didn't end, then the commoners would slowly become Lion Empire's people. Even if the Buddha Empire was recovered, and the demons and the divine race were driven away, how many people would be willing to follow them back? Instead of that, they might as well go to Xiao Hai space. At the very least, they would have their own territory there. Xiao Hai had already promised them that after they arrived at the space, he would immediately build them a city in the style of the Buddha Empire. This would make them feel as if they had returned to the Buddha Empire. Xiao Hai was completely capable of doing this. Everything in the space was controlled by Xiao Hai, so he could change the terrain at will. Because of this, Xiao Hai was able to change the terrain of the Buddha Empire, making it look just like the Buddha Empire outside. Xiao Hai was very familiar with the Buddha Empire. Moreover, the space also had a map of the Ark continent. Xiao Hai had Kair make the background of the space look just like the Ark continent. Zhao Di wasn't prepared to let the people from the Ark continent live in his villa. This was his domain, he didn't want people to come to his villa every day. Therefore, he had Kair make his villa look like the one in the Ark continent. This way, the people would be able to move in. However, Xiao Hai wanted to change the terrain of the space and make it look like the Ark continent. This didn't come without paying a price. The space immediately deducted several tens of millions of gold coins from Xiao Hai's space. Xiao Hai's space almost emptied out. Zhao watched as the gold coins rapidly decreased. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, almost matching the speed of the gold coins. Finally, the number of gold coins stopped jumping. Zhao looked at the remaining gold coins in the space and saw that there were only about 10,000 gold coins left. Zhao felt like he was going to die. Fortunately, Kaier told him that the space had a lot of things that could be sold to the space. As long as these things mature, they could be sold to the space. This way, they would be able to get several million gold coins. There was no need to worry too much. Zhao Hai felt strange. He remembered that the space's crops weren't worth this much. How could they be sold for several million gold coins? Didn't this mean that Zhao Hai was already rich? After asking Kaier, Zhao Hai found out that the things that he wanted to buy this time were things that were grown in the magic world. Things grown in the magic world were much more valuable than those grown in the ordinary world. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai was very happy. The depression of almost running out of gold coins disappeared. Zhao Hai wasn't a miser, he wasn't a stingy person. However, he knew that those tens of millions of gold coins could be used to do a lot of things in the space. Now that the people had moved into the space, there was no need for Zhao Hai to manage the fishman race. However, he had to manage the human race. This time, the people that entered the space were the Lion Empire. Fortunately, Mr. Zhao Hai and the other great nobles came in and familiarized themselves with the environment. They also established the government departments of each country before allowing the commoners to enter. Among the commoners that entered the space, some were from the Lion Empire while some were from the Buddha Empire. Zhao Hai also arranged for the Buddha Empire's commoners to be temporarily settled in the Buddha Empire. After the Buddha Empire agreed to enter the space, Zhao Hai immediately brought them to the space. The Buddha Empire was officially rebuilt inside the space. When the people of the Buddha Empire saw their own houses, they couldn't help but cry. This was especially true for the elderly. They thought that they would never be able to return to their homeland in their lifetime. They didn't expect that they would be able to return so quickly. Although this place wasn't their original Buddha Empire, it was still the same as their homeland. This made them very happy. Fortunately, the Radiant Empire had been destroyed by the divine race. Zhao Hai couldn't make another Radiant Empire inside the space. It can be said that the Ark continent inside the space had shrunk a bit. The Black Wasteland was gone, the Carrion Swamp was gone, the Northern Icefield was gone, and all the other dangerous places were gone. If Zhao Hai were to make an exact copy of the Ark continent, then he would immediately go bankrupt. Even if he sold his pants, he still wouldn't be able to rebuild the Ark continent. The Buddha Empire and the Lion Empire moving a large number of commoners into the space naturally couldn't hide it from the other people inside the space. The other countries in the continent couldn't sit still. The first one that couldn't sit still was the Rosen Empire. The emperor of the Rosen Empire was Zhao Hai's father-in-law. Therefore, he should support Zhao Hai the most. However, he had his own concerns at that time. He was afraid that after entering the space, his status wouldn't be as high as Zhao Hai's. This was something that the emperor couldn't accept, so he didn't agree at first. But now that he saw the Lion Empire and the Buddha Empire's actions, his heart was moved. However, even though he was moved, his actions weren't fast. On the other hand, another person was much faster than him, it was Wales. After Wales received Zhao Hai's notice, he immediately gathered all of the cow-headed race's patriarchs to discuss the matter of moving to the space. Wales' prestige in the cow-headed race was very high. He was the one who raised the fallen Herculean bulls back to their throne. Although Zhao Hai's help was involved, it was still inseparable from Wales' ability. At the same time, Zhao Hai's status in the cow-headed race was also very high. He was the prince of the cow-headed race, as well as the prince of the entire beastman race. Because of this, when Zhao Hai told them to move, the patriarchs didn't hesitate to agree. However, the cow-headed race wasn't a small race in the beastman prairie. It would take a lot of time for them to integrate. Therefore, they were a bit slower than the fishmen and humans. However, the beastmen had an advantage. They could bring their own tents as well as all of their belongings into the space. This was because all of their belongings could be taken away at any time. This made it much more convenient for the nomads compared to the humans. When Zhao Hai heard that Wales was ready, he immediately opened a spatial rift in the Herculean bull race's main camp. Then he began to let all of the cow-headed race's branches enter the space. The background that Wales and the others entered was the same as the Lion Empire. In this background, there was a large prairie. It was much bigger than the original Beastman prairie. The entire beastman race could move here without any problems. Moreover, just as Zhao Hai said, the grass inside the space grew much better and faster compared to the outside. Although the space was much more comfortable than the Ark continent, it was still much more comfortable. Zhao Hai didn't intend to separate the other races from the humans. After all, they used to live together, it wouldn't be good for them to separate. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that the other races in the Ark continent were actually complementary. They could live peacefully with the humans. If it wasn't for the Radiant Church, then the humans and the other races wouldn't have any conflicts. When the cow-headed race entered the space, they immediately fell in love with the place. For them, this place was like heaven. The blue sky, the green grass, the jade-like river, everything here was the most ideal place for them to graze. The cow-headed beastmen couldn't help but cheer. Some of the older cow-headed beastmen even grabbed a handful of grass and carefully looked at it. After chewing, their eyes lit up as they loudly said, "This is the highest quality grass. The prince didn't lie to us, this is the ideal home for our beastman race." In an instant, the cheers became even louder. The last of the cow-headed race to enter the space was Whale's Herculean bull tribe. Their golden tent was the last of the cow-headed race to move into the space. But Zhao Hai had already arranged a camp for them, so as long as they entered the space, they could immediately set up camp. Whales was also very satisfied with the pasture. He looked around and saw that it wasn't any different from the Herculean bull's original camp. The topography was almost the same, this was what he was most satisfied with. When Whales and the others entered the space, it had a huge impact on the beastman race. There were still some beastman races who were considering whether or not they should enter the space. Now that the cow-headed race had entered the space, the shock to those people was very big. After Whales and the others entered the space, Zhao Hai didn't stop them from coming out. In fact, Zhao Hai wanted Whales and the others to come out for a while. This way, Whales could help him advertise the space, so that the beastmen could enter the space faster. After settling down in the space, Whales led the cow-headed beastmen out of the space. Moreover, their destination this time was Beast God City. At this time, Whales also understood why Zhao Hai could appear in the prairie so casually. It was because of the space. When Whales came out of the space, he immediately went to the Beastman Palace to see the Beast King. He told the Beast King about Zhao Hai's arrangements in the space. The Beast King wanted the Beastmen to move into the space. He was very clear about what Zhao Hai's space was like. It was a lot better than the outside. Letting them move into the space was definitely for the good of the Beastmen. However, the Beast King's words weren't necessarily useful at this time. Therefore, he could only discuss with the patriarchs of the warring tribes to have them agree to move into the space as soon as possible. However, the patriarchs of the warring tribes didn't express their opinions. This made the Beast King very angry. The Beast King was very clear about the current situation. The giant tiger tribe, the polar bear tribe, and the other powerful warring tribes could only retreat in the face of the enemy. This was because the enemy had the dark mist, which contained a lot of poison. This was a natural barrier for the beastmen. Even if the beastmen wanted to fight back, they wouldn't be able to. In this case, what better choice was there than to enter the space? But now, the beastmen were just like the humans. They lacked a leader. As long as there was a leader, then everything would be easy to handle. The Beast King wanted the giant tiger tribe to take the lead. He was the patriarch of the giant tiger tribe, so it was just right for the giant tiger tribe to take the lead. However, he could only let the giant tiger tribe do this. The other tiger tribes might not necessarily agree to this. But for the giant tiger tribe to do this, the weight was too light. While the Beast King was thinking about this matter, Whales came and told him that the cow-headed race had settled down in the space. For the Beast King, this was very good news. After hearing Whales talk about the situation inside the space, the Beast King immediately decided to invite all the patriarchs of the beastmen and have Whales explain it in front of them. Although the cow-headed race wasn't a warring race among the beastmen, they were still very powerful. Their prestige among the beastmen was very high. It can be said that the cow-headed race had some influence among the beastmen. This was especially true after the matter with Zhao Hai. The cow-headed race's status among the beastmen became even higher. All the beastmen knew that Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the cow-headed race. Zhao Hai's status among the beastmen was even higher. He sold food to the beastmen, he found the beast god's spear, and he even helped the beastmen make milk wine in exchange for money. All of these had imperceptibly increased Zhao Hai's status in the hearts of the beastmen. After the invasion of the demons and the divine race, Zhao Hai's status among the beastmen became even higher. This was because Zhao Hai had been fighting in the front lines against the demons and the divine race. The beastmen admired brave warriors the most, so they respected Zhao Hai even more. After Whales told the patriarchs about the space's situation, the patriarchs became excited. However, they still made a request, they wanted to go to the space and have a look. When the Beast King heard this request, he immediately took out his messenger fish and contacted Zhao Hai. Then he told Zhao Hai about the request of the patriarchs. Zhao Hai didn't think about it and agreed. He directly opened a spatial rift in the room and had the patriarchs enter the space. The Beastman patriarchs were very surprised by Zhao Hai's ability. But for the sake of the Beastman race, they still entered the space. The place where Zhao Hai released them was the grassland where the cow-headed beastmen were pacified. Looking at the appearance of the grassland, the Beastman patriarchs immediately believed Whale's words. This was because the grassland was very good. The beastmen had been herding for their entire lives. What kind of grassland was good, they could tell at a glance. This grassland was very good. Moreover, there were a lot of water sources in the grassland. The beastmen wouldn't have to worry about herding when they moved in. The beastman patriarchs looked around the prairie for a long time before they came out of the space. After leaving the space, the beastman patriarchs immediately returned to their own prairie and began to prepare for the migration. The reason why the beastmen agreed so readily, besides the grassland being very good, was also because the underworld's undead were getting closer and closer. They had no choice but to make a decision as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was very happy after hearing the beastman's decision. But what made him even happier was that the Rosen Empire had finally decided to move to the space. In order to get the emperor to agree, Zhao Hai also took the emperor to see the Rosen Empire inside the space. There were almost no changes compared to the outside world. Because of this, the emperor agreed. The last time Zhao Hai took the emperor to the space wasn't like this. At that time, there was nothing inside the space. Now that the Rosen Empire had moved to the space, the emperor naturally didn't oppose it. Actually, the emperor didn't think too much about it. After all, he was now Zhao Hai's father-in-law. If he were to move to the space, then he wouldn't be able to maintain his status as Zhao Hai's father-in-law. But in the end, Lizzie persuaded the emperor to go along with it and agreed to move to the space. In this way, only the Oxu Empire, the elves, and the dwarves were left in the continent. At this time, it had already been half a month since the divine race and the divine race attacked the continent. Half a month wasn't a long time. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's space, then it would have been impossible for him to move most of the people from the Buddha Empire and the Lion Empire to the space. It was even more impossible for him to move the cow-headed race, let alone the fishman race. Zhao Hai's space wasn't that big of a deal. During this time, although Zhao Hai was busy moving the people to the space, he didn't relax his monitoring of the demons and the divine race. Now that the demons and the divine race had increased their troops, the demons and the divine race had suffered a lot in the previous war. They had no choice but to send more troops to the Ark continent. However, they were still aware of the underworld. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just sent more troops, they would have already gone to war. Less than 2 days after the Beastmen and the Rosen Empire agreed to move to the space, the Oxu Empire, the elves, and the dwarves also agreed to move to the space. The Oxu Empire didn't have any requests, but the elves and the dwarves did. The elves' request was to move their elven tree city to the space, while the dwarves' request was to bring their iron ore and ironware that they had mined for many years to the space. The Demon Dragon King looked at the report on his desk. He had already read this report 5 times, but he still couldn't believe it. This information was about the Ark continent's migration to the unknown space. According to the information, the Lion Empire and the Buddha Empire were almost done with their migration. The Rosen Empire and the Oxu Empire had also started their migration, the Beastmen were also in the process of moving. The situation of the elves and the dwarves was still unknown. According to the information, the entire Ark continent would be relocated. If the relocation was successful, then there would be no one left on the continent anymore. When the Demon Dragon King saw this report, he couldn't believe that it was true. Where could the people of the Ark continent escape to? The Ark continent was only so big, where could they escape to? And the unknown space, how could this be possible? The Demon Dragon King knew that the Ark continent had a population of more than 1 billion humans. If the other races were to be included, then the total number would be at least several billion. How could billions of people move just like that? Where would they go? The food that these people ate was a problem, and the shelter was even more of a problem. Moreover, the Ark continent didn't show any signs of collapsing, so why would they suddenly move? This was impossible, right? However, the Demon Dragon King also knew that the people he sent to ambush wouldn't lie to him. This was what made him feel strange. It was impossible for his spies to lie to him. However, this matter was too inconceivable. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King couldn't make a decision for the time being. He didn't know if this was Zhao Hai's plan or not. To be honest, the Demon Dragon King was already afraid of Zhao Hai's attacks. He was afraid that Zhao Hai was plotting against him. If he were to lose more people, then the Demon Dragon King wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. At the same time, the divine race also received this information. The divine race also had their own spies in the Ark continent. After all, the Radiant Church had been in the continent for many years. They had a very deep foundation and had brainwashed a lot of people, making it hard to guard against them. In the past, the Ark continent had been very strict in managing these matters. Because of this, these people became well-behaved and went into hiding. But now that the Ark continent was in chaos due to the war, it was inevitable that there would be some disturbances. Because of this, the divine race was able to receive some information about the Ark continent. However, when the divine race received this information, they couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Their thoughts were the same as the demons. They didn't believe that there was a place that could accept so many people. This information might be a trap. Another reason why the two races didn't send their troops was that they still haven't figured out how to deal with Zhao Hai's harassment tactics. These tactics were too terrifying. Before they found a way to deal with it, they wouldn't make any moves. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. At this time, the Buddha Empire and the Lion Empire had already moved to the space. The Rosen Empire and the Oksu Empire had also started to move. The dwarves and the elves were also moving. One must say that the two most difficult places to live in were the dwarves and the elves. Needless to say, the dwarves needed iron ore to live there. And besides iron ore, Zhao Hai also had coal mines in the space. This was a gift that he had prepared for the dwarves. Since Zhao Hai's space leveled up, he was now able to arrange mineral deposits in the space. In addition to the pure iron he could turn ordinary stones into iron ore. Now, Zhao Hai had already placed several pieces of pure iron under the dwarf's mountain. This way, the dwarfs wouldn't lack iron ore. The place where the elves lived was even more difficult to obtain. They were used to living in the forest, and it was the kind of forest that hadn't been destroyed. This was very difficult to obtain. The space was mainly used for planting things, so it was impossible for Zhao Hai to create a forest for the elves in a short time. Even if Zhao Hai was strong, he could only create an artificial forest for the elves in a short time. However, this simply couldn't meet the requirements of the elves. In the end, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to think of a way. He chose a primitive forest background and then modified it to create a place similar to the elven forest. However, there was one thing that he couldn't do, it was the Tree of Life. This was something that he really couldn't do. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of tree the Tree of Life was, nor did he know how old it was. Because of this, he couldn't make an elven tree city for the elves. However, the elves gave Zhao Hai a good idea. They asked Zhao Hai to take the elven tree city into the space. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, after some calculations, Zhao Hai finally agreed. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to give up on the elven tree city. In Zhao Hai's eyes, the elven tree city was a miracle. However, Zhao Hai still asked the elves to dig out the trees underneath the elven tree city. If they weren't there, then he wouldn't be able to take the elven tree city into the space. At first, the elves were afraid that the elven tree city would be dug to death. However, Zhao Hai reassured them that after the elven tree city was taken into the space, they could use the space to heal the tree. In the end, the elves agreed. The space didn't disappoint Zhao Hai. After the elven tree city was taken into the space, the elven race officially settled down in the space. On the other hand, the conditions that the dwarfs proposed were very unique. They wanted Zhao Hai to take the iron ore that they had collected over the years, as well as the weapons and armor that they made, as well as the ordinary iron ingots. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very happy to agree to this request. Although the space had a lot of iron ore, Zhao Hai was very happy to be able to get a lot of iron ore and ironwares. When Zhao Hai saw the dwarves' iron ore and ironwares, he couldn't help but be shocked. These years, the dwarfs had almost emptied the entire dwarf mountain. They stored all the iron ore that they didn't need for the time being and then turned it into iron ingots for future use. Naturally, they knew that the iron ore would run out one day. There were so many iron ores that Zhao simply couldn't count them all. Just the iron ingots that had never been used and the finished products were piled up like mountains, not to mention the iron ores. There were so many that Zhao couldn't even count them all. After cleaning up these things, Billy also made a request. He wanted some people to stay outside the space and continue to control the iron mines. He wanted to dig up all the places in the dwarf mountain that hadn't been excavated before. This way, the iron mines would be completely eradicated. When Zhao Hai heard Billy, he couldn't help but sweat. However, he still agreed to Billy's request. These iron ores were useless in the Ark continent, they might even be used by the demons or the divine race in the future. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing, he would rather destroy the place. In the past, the dwarves didn't dig out any places in the dwarf mountain. This was because digging those places might cause the mountain to collapse. But now, they didn't have to worry about that. Not only did they want to dig out the mountain, they also wanted to cut down the iron trees that grew on the mountain and take them to the space. This idea reminded Zhao Hai. Although everything that was valuable in the Ark continent had already been taken to the space, there were still a lot of things that could be found in the Ark continent. For example, trees, bamboo, machines, metals, and so on. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. Now that the divine race and the divine race weren't attacking, and most of the people in the continent had already moved away, Zhao Hai released his undead to clean up the entire continent. They were greedy compared to the corrupt officials. As long as there was something useful, they wouldn't let it go. What Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the most was the beastmen. Almost everything that could be used could be taken away by the beastmen. After that, the beastmen would load up their carriages and move them to the space. What made Zhao Hai worry the most was the fishmen. There were too many fishmen, and many of them had already entered the space. Later on, Zhao Hai discovered that it was too slow for the fishmen to enter the space bit by bit. Therefore, he gave the mermaid queen an idea. She wanted the fishmen to gather in one place first. Then he would go there and collect the seawater along with the fishmen. This way, it would be much faster. The mermaid queen agreed, and the fishmen were also very cooperative. They stood in a Rubik's Cube formation while Zhao Hai collected the seawater and the fishmen into the space. Naturally, this would take a lot of time and effort. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any other methods. What made Zhao Hai even more excited was the fishmen's resources. For example, iron ore, copper, and so on. It would be a pity if these things were wasted. However, Zhao Hai also knew that it wouldn't be easy to mine these things from the sea. Compared to the things in the sea, there were also a lot of good things in the continent. But right now, Zhao Hai could only take the things that were easy to get into the space. This way, even if the demons and the divine race came, Zhao Hai wouldn't have the time to take them. At the same time, he could also collect a lot of good things into the space. The demons and the divine race didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a place like the space. The people of the Ark continent had indeed moved, but it was the same as moving from the Ark continent to the central continent. Even the style of their houses didn't change. Under the efforts of the various countries, their living conditions didn't change. It was as if they had moved their belongings out of their houses and then returned to their homes. Moreover, their homes were much more comfortable than before. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. In the past, the houses of the commoners in the continent were very dilapidated, but they didn't have the money to repair them. Although Zhao Hai built the space according to the Ark continent's appearance, it was impossible for the houses to be dilapidated. The houses looked brand new, which made the commoners very happy. After many efforts, the entire Ark continent's migration was finally completed. Aside from the fishmen who were far away, the other races had already entered the space. The demons and the divine race finally felt that something was wrong. They hadn't received any news from their spies for a few days. Although Zhao Hai's soldiers didn't retreat, the information they received made the demons and the divine race feel uneasy. They were afraid that the information they received was true. What would they do if the Ark continent's people moved away? After thinking about this, the demons and the divine race couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, the demons weren't as worried. Their main goal was the Ark continent's land. Even if the Ark continent's people moved away, it wouldn't affect them much. On the other hand, the divine race wanted to take the lives of the Ark continent's people. They viewed this invasion as a form of revenge. This was because the Ark continent's people had defeated them in the past. For the divine race, this was something they couldn't tolerate. However, they didn't have any good ideas at this time. Although the demons' reinforcements were still coming, the Great Demon King still needed a few days to arrive. The Demon Dragon King didn't want to attack before the Great Demon King arrived, so he was waiting for the Great Demon King. On the other hand, the divine race's situation was somewhat complicated. They thought that if they told the barbarians and the winged Pegasus about the destruction of the winged Pegasus and the barbarians, the two races would immediately send their elites to fight Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect the news to reach the barbarians and the winged Pegasus. Although the barbarians and the winged Pegasus were preparing for reinforcements, they were still too slow. It was obvious that they were stalling for time. This made Thunder Yun puzzled. He didn't understand what the barbarians and the winged Pegasus were doing. Actually, Thunder Yun forgot about one thing. Just like what Zhao Hai said before, the barbarians and the winged Pegasus held grudges. However, the divine race's hatred towards the barbarians and the winged Pegasus was much deeper. Strictly speaking, the deaths of the barbarians and the winged Pegasus couldn't be blamed on Zhao Hai. If the divine race didn't invade the Ark continent, then the barbarians and the winged Pegasus wouldn't have died. However, Thunder Yun didn't think about this point. He had been thinking about the reactions of the barbarians and the winged Pegasus. In his opinion, the barbarians and the winged Pegasus should have listened to the divine race. If they didn't, then they deserved to be killed. They were slaves of the divine race, so what qualifications did they have to resent the divine race? It was because of this that Thunder Yun misjudged the reactions of the two races. This caused a lot of time to be wasted. In the end, Thunder Yun felt that something was wrong, so he sent a letter to the two races. This caused the barbarians and the winged Pegasus to speed up. At this time, the Ark continent had undergone earth-shaking changes. Aside from some magic beasts, there were no other living creatures. Only the undead were still busy. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and let out a long breath. He could finally relax now that the entire Ark continent had entered the space. Everyone was safe. Zhao Hai had finally gotten rid of a big worry. The only thing left to do was to upgrade the space as well as how to deal with the demons and the divine race. The people of the Ark continent were very happy inside the space. The air in the space was much better than the Ark continent's. The crops produced were also much better than the Ark continent's. Moreover, the government departments of the various countries had been moved to the space. Additionally, the Ark continent's resources had also been received by Zhao Hai. Because of this, the lives of the Ark continent's commoners were much better than before. In the past, some of the commoners were worried that they wouldn't be able to eat. But now, there was no need to worry. There was a lot of land inside the space. Moreover, the crops produced were much better. And with Zhao Hai's support, the commoners didn't need to worry about food and clothing anymore. It can be said that the problem of food and clothing was solved. Now, the only thing left to do was to live a comfortable life. Zhao Hai sat inside the space. Although the Buddha Empire still had troops, these troops weren't the ones that fought against the demons and the divine race. Instead, they had moved to the space and lived inside for a few days. As for the original troops, Zhao Hai had them retreat to the space to recuperate. Zhao Hai didn't think about letting the demons and the divine race off. These two races weren't good people, especially the divine race. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to let them go. Although the people of the Ark continent had already entered the space, it seemed like there was no point in fighting against the demons and the divine race anymore. However, Zhao Hai didn't think this way. Now that the people of the Ark continent had entered the space, Zhao Hai's biggest worry had been removed. In the future, he wouldn't need to be so cautious when dealing with the demons and the divine race. He could deal with them however he wanted. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't need to hold a grudge against his troops. Naturally, he wouldn't immediately transfer troops from the space. At this point, the people of the Ark continent had just entered the space. They had just lived for 2 days, so how could Zhao Hai transfer them to fight against the demons and the divine race? This would make the people of the Ark continent feel that there was no difference between moving and not moving. According to Zhao Hai, there was only one place where his troops would come from, the northern ice field. The northern ice field had already been occupied by the undead of the underworld. However, these undead were only low-level skeletons and zombies. If they weren't dark creatures, then these undead wouldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. The reason why these undead were able to force the beastmen into a difficult situation was because of the dark mist. The dark mist was poisonous, and it could also block people's vision. Because of this, the beastmen were forced to retreat by these low-level undead. However, for Zhao Hai, these undead were a good source of troops. When these undead were brought to the space, they would immediately be subdued by the space and become part of his undead army. At this point, Zhao Hai no longer needed to hold a grudge against his lack of troops. Moreover, the reason why he held a grudge against his lack of troops was because he needed to defend the Akra Mountains. This was because the demons and the divine race would be able to slaughter the Ark continent's civilians. Zhao Hai couldn't just watch this happen. In this case, he could only deal with the demons and the divine race in the Buddha Empire. Sometimes, he would need to face the demons and the divine race head-on. In this case, Zhao Hai naturally felt that he didn't have enough troops. However, he no longer needed to worry about this. The entire Ark continent was now his strategic depth. If he wants to fight, then he can fight. With his current troops, he can fight the divine race and the demon race. Zhao Hai wanted to see if his guerrilla tactics were better than the demons and the divine race. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race's camp and sneered. Now, he can deal with the demons and the divine race. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Brother Hai, can I ask you for a favor?" Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head and saw Barry. Zhao Hai looked at Barry and said, "Barry, what's wrong? What's the matter?" "As long as I can do it, I'll certainly help you. We're husband and wife, there's no need to ask for favors." Barry looked at Zhao Hai with excitement, then she sighed and said, "Big brother Hai, this matter might make things difficult for you. I want to ask you to allow my clansmen to enter the space as well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Big brother Hai, this matter might be very difficult for you." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Barry would say something like this. He turned his head to Barry and said, "Why did you suddenly think of this?" Barry looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the villa and said, "Big brother Hai, we can't see these things in the demon realm. These things that seem ordinary to us are like heaven to the people of the demon realm. Our succubus clan has a very high status in the demon realm, but the powerful demons like to treat us as playthings. In order to survive, the succubus clan would marry off their people to powerful demons in exchange for our living space. Our succubus clan doesn't want to live like this, but there's no other way. Big brother Hai, your space is very big, if you have the opportunity, can you give us a small place to live in? I beg you." Barry looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, the space is very big." Zhao Hai looked at Barry's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "No problem, as long as there's an opportunity in the future, I can allow the succubus clan to enter the space. There's no need to give them a small place, they can live there if they want. However, I can't give them this villa, I'm already used to living here." When Barry heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but chuckle. Then she threw herself onto Zhao Hai's body and kissed his face. Zhao Hai turned his head and kissed Barry's mouth. Barry immediately responded enthusiastically. At this time, Megan's voice was heard, "Wow, everyone come and take a look. What a passionate performance." Then the laughter of Laura and Lizzie could be heard. When Barry heard Megan's voice, she immediately jumped up. Her face turned red as she looked at Megan and the others. Megan and the others had gone to the Ark Continent space to see the Ark Continent's people. Because of this, Barry was able to act boldly. Now that she was seen by Megan, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. When Zhao Hai saw that they had returned, he didn't care about it. He smiled faintly and said, "You're back. How are things going over there? Is there anything wrong?" Megan pouted and said, "Brother Hai, don't say that. You haven't kissed me like that before." When Megan said this, Laura and the others laughed even louder. Megan's face also turned red, but she didn't care. In any case, the only people left in the villa were Zhao Hai, Shu, Blockhead, and Rockhead. All of them had already gone to the Ark space. The Ark space was the place where the people from the Ark continent were kept. At this time, Zhao Hai had officially named it the Ark space. Besides the Ark space, there was also the Fishman space. Naturally, this was the place where the fishmen were kept. After arranging these two spaces, Zhao Hai was finally free. He finally had the feeling of a fish swimming in the vast sea, a bird flying in the vast sky. The people from the Ark continent were like shackles on his body, making it impossible for him to teach the demons and the divine race a lesson. He was also worried about ascending to the immortal realm. But now that he had the Ark continent with him, he didn't need to worry about anything. Because she felt that Zhao Hai's mood had become better, Megan decided to joke with Zhao Hai. When he heard Megan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Alright, then I'll give my little Megan a kiss. Come." Then he opened his arms towards Megan. Megan made a face at Zhao Hai and said, "I won't let you hug me." Then she giggled as she ran away. When Zhao Hai saw Megan running away, he discovered that he wasn't the only one who felt relaxed and happy. Megan and the others were the same as well. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. Laura and the others were natives of the Ark continent. Besides their families, they also had friends and relatives living in the Ark continent. When the demons and the divine race attacked, although Zhao Hai managed to block them, Megan and the others were still worried. If they couldn't hold on one day, then their friends and relatives would be in trouble. Megan and the others have been following Zhao Hai in his fight against the demons and the divine race. Because of this, they were very clear about the strength of the demons and the divine race. Because of this, they were very worried about the demons and divine race. Their hearts were always worried about the safety of their loved ones, so how could they relax? On the other hand, Zhao Hai was busy dealing with the demons and the divine race. Therefore, he didn't notice the changes in their mood. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had received everyone from the Ark continent into the space, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about anything. At the same time, Megan and the others were also relieved. Naturally, they were very happy. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Megan and the others didn't tell him that they would bring their loved ones into the space. It can be seen that in their hearts, Zhao Hai was the most important person. This made Zhao Hai feel very moved. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt very guilty. He always thought that he didn't treat Laura and the others well. But now, he discovered that he had neglected a lot of things. If he didn't make up his mind to transfer the entire Ark continent to the space, then he wouldn't be able to see Megan's happy expression. Zhao Hai stood up and opened his arms as he hugged Laura and the others. Then he whispered, "I'm sorry." Laura and the others were very smart, so when they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They didn't blame Zhao Hai, nor did they say anything. They just gently hugged Zhao Hai. At this moment, they felt that their hearts were truly connected. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "I just promised Barry that if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll bring her people into the space." Laura and the others also let go of Zhao Hai. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, the demon realm's environment is very bad. Bringing Barry's people to the space would be much better. Brother Hai, the space's environment is much better than the Ark continent. In the future, the commoners wouldn't have to worry about food. After a long time, they would slowly become lazy. Shouldn't we find something for them to do?" Zhao Hai stared, then he let them go and had them sit down. Then he said, "What do you think? What do you think?" Laura smiled and said, "The reason why we brought the people of the Ark continent into the space is to collect faith power. At the same time, it's also to increase our strength. The environment inside the space is much better than the outside, there are no natural disasters. As long as you move around, you wouldn't have to worry about food. Life here is naturally very rich. Because of this, people would slowly become lazy. Because of this, I think that we should find something for them to do. There are two main ways to do this, one is faith, and the other is strength. When Zhao Hai heard Laura's words, he understood what she meant. He nodded and said, "You mean, from now on, I should make them worship me as a god, and at the same time, let them practice their martial arts and magic?" Laura nodded. Laura nodded and said, "Right, but we can't tell them right away. It's impossible for them to worship you as a god, it might even cause them to be disgusted. Therefore, I thought of a way. What do you think? I'll make a projection of your battle with the demons and the divine race in the middle of every city in the arc space. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "This isn't difficult. During the battle, we'll just have a projection in the city." "But will this work?" Laura confidently said, "It'll work, it'll definitely work. Brother Hai, every time you go out with your undead army, it'll be very coaxing." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but smile. Coaxing was something that Laura and the others learned from him. He didn't expect Laura to be able to use it this quickly. When Megan and the others heard Laura, they couldn't help but smile. Actually, what Laura said was the result of their discussion. Wanting the people of the arc space to worship Zhao Hai as a god wasn't an easy thing to do. After all, Zhao Hai often appeared in the continent. For the people of the continent, Zhao Hai was like a person close to them. Would you worship your friend as a god? Impossible. It was precisely because of this that Laura said that it would be impossible for the people of the arc space to worship Zhao Hai as a god. Zhao Hai nodded to Laura and said, "All right, then we'll do as you say. However, we'll have to wait for some time before going to war with the divine race. There are still a lot of good things in the arc continent that we haven't collected yet. If the divine race doesn't attack us, then we'll just wait. This way, we'll be able to get more good things into the space. What do you think?" Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai is really a miser. But if we leave those things in the arc continent, then it would only benefit the demons and the divine race. In any case, the people of the arc space would need some time to adapt. I'm afraid the demons and the divine race wouldn't be able to wait for too long." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry. The demons and the divine race should have already discovered the changes in the arc continent. Don't forget, we've caught a lot of spies in the past." What Zhao Hai said was that when the people of the arc continent were moved to the space, some of the demons and divine race's spies jumped out. Naturally, they didn't stand up against Zhao Hai, they just found some people to say bad things about Zhao Hai. This way, the people of the space wouldn't listen to Zhao Hai's arrangements. However, it was obvious that these spies didn't know about Zhao Hai's control over the space. And with Kair's observation, these spies were caught by Zhao Hai. At first, the people of the arc continent didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to catch these people. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't do it himself. Instead, he asked the space's dark mages to kill some of the spies and turn them into advanced-level undead. After asking them, they understood everything. Moreover, from these people's mouths, they already told the demons and the divine race about the arc continent's relocation. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai. In any case, the relocation had already been completed. Now, all that's left is to deal with the demons and the divine race. Laura smiled and said, "All right, it's time for the demons and the divine race to panic." "But Brother Hai, how are you going to deal with the demons and the divine race? Are you going to do the same as before?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why not? You should know that we're only facing the Taurus divines right now. There are still 9 other divine races that have yet to appear. Now that the arc continent has been destroyed, why don't we go to the divine realm? If possible, we can also go to the demon realm and see if they have any good things. Then we can bring them to the space and upgrade it." Laura nodded and said, "Indeed. If we can get some good things from the demons and the divine realm, then it would be very helpful for the space's upgrade. Most importantly, we need to upgrade the space as soon as possible. This way, when we go to the immortal cultivation realm, we'll have more means to protect ourselves. Zhao Hai nodded, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To be honest, he was quite depressed right now. It wasn't because of anything else, it was because of the ranch. In the past, when he played the ranch, he remembered that the ranch could raise divine beasts in the later stages. For example, the 9 sons of the dragon. These divine beasts were very strong. Even in the novels that Zhao Hai had read before, these divine beasts were still top-notch existences. But what made Zhao Hai depressed was the fact that the space had reached level 70. Supposedly, these divine beasts should have appeared by now. However, up until now, the space had yet to see any god-ranked divine beasts. The strongest creatures in the space were the magic beasts of the Ark continent. However, the 3 special backgrounds that appeared in the space gave Zhao Hai a hint. This was because the Ark continent space was based on the magic world. Therefore, the backgrounds and magic beasts that appeared here belonged to the magic world. On the other hand, the 9 sons of the dragon belonged to the immortal cultivation realm. Because of this, there weren't any divine beasts in the ranch. In other words, if Zhao Hai wants to raise divine beasts, then he would have to wait until he reaches the immortal cultivation realm. Right now, he could only raise magic beasts. This was what made Zhao Hai depressed the most. If they could raise 2 divine beasts, then the divine race and the demons wouldn't be able to deal with a single divine beast. Unfortunately, he could only think about it right now. Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We can use this time to make the people in the Ark space think of Brother Hai as a god. This way, Brother Hai would be able to obtain faith power. Unfortunately, our understanding of faith power is still very limited." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Don't think too far ahead. Let's think about how to deal with the demons and the divine race. Lizzie, Megan, what do you think?" Lizzie and Megan's insight into the battlefield was something that Zhao Hai didn't have. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to ask Lizzie and Megan for their opinions. Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Big Brother Hai, I think that we should have 2 different attitudes towards the demons and the divine race. Fight one and let the other go." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Let's hear it." Lizzie nodded and said, "The reason why the demons and the divine race attacked the Ark continent is different. The divine race did it for the people of the Ark continent. Brother Hai, you should know that the divine race attacked the people of the Ark continent in order to gather faith power for the immortal cultivator. However, from the looks of it, the divine race's hatred towards the people of the Ark continent is very deep. I'm afraid that they wouldn't let the people of the Ark continent go. On the other hand, the demons want the land of the Ark continent. The environment of the demon realm is too bad, they want a better place to live. So they wouldn't let the people of the Ark continent go. But if we can give the demons a better place to live, then wouldn't the war be over?" Upon hearing Lizzie, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. Naturally, they understood what Lizzie meant. Lizzie actually wanted to take the demon realm into the space? Was this possible? Zhao Hai turned his head to Lizzie and said, "Do you have any good ideas?" Lizzie smiled faintly and said, "We need to look at the timing. It's impossible for us to win the demons over right now. I think we need to wait for some time. We need to make the demons feel pain and fear. Only then would they accept our offer. As for the divine race, I think we should forget about it. They already regard the immortal cultivator as a deity, so they wouldn't accept our offer." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Even if we can win them over, I wouldn't do it. The vengeful spirits of the Radiant Empire wouldn't agree to it. In any case, we're going to fight anyway. There's no point in thinking about it." However, the underworld really came at the right time. Moreover, the situation of the underworld is very different from the demons and the divine race. How do we deal with them? Lizzie smiled and said, "How else can we deal with them? Didn't Brother Hai already think about it? If we treat the underworld as a source of troops, then the underworld will be our exclusive source of troops in the future." When Zhao Hai heard Lizzie, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, then let's do that. In the future, the underworld will be our source of troops." Ever since Zhao Hai received everyone from the Ark continent into the space, it can be said that he was full of confidence. There was nothing in the Ark continent that he couldn't feel at ease with. He could finally move freely. A dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains. This was Zhao Hai's current state of mind. He wasn't afraid of the demons and the divine race. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could just hide inside the space and slowly develop. He didn't need to face the demons and the divine race like before. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai was good at. In contrast to Zhao Hai's relaxed state, the demons and the gods were nervous because their reinforcements were about to arrive. Needless to say, the demons were led by the great demon king himself. They had an army of 50 million, with more than 1 million god ranks among them. Although their numbers were smaller compared to the divine race, their fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. On the other hand, the divine race's situation was quite special. This time, they had 3 reinforcements. One was the barbarian heavy cavalry, but they were elites. Another was the winged Pegasus light cavalry, and the last was the divine race's reinforcements. The total number of reinforcements had reached an astonishing 40 million. Naturally, these people had yet to arrive at the Ark continent. However, according to the news, they would arrive in 3 days. When that time comes, the war would begin. Zhao Hai and the others would be in the Ark continent. Zhao Hai didn't know about these things, he didn't know about them at this time. He was currently scouring the Ark continent, collecting everything that could be used for the space. At this point, he had already sent his undead to dig up all the ores in the Ark continent. Some of the ores that were particularly precious were quickly collected by the space. Besides the ores in the Ark continent, Zhao Hai also collected a lot of things from the Endless Sea. These ores couldn't be recycled, so they couldn't be wasted here. This wasn't to say that Zhao Hai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat the demons and the divine race in the future. On the contrary, Zhao Hai believed that he would be able to defeat the demons and the divine race in the future. However, this would take time. The demons and the divine race weren't weak, it would be impossible to defeat them in a short period of time. Moreover, the demons and the divine race weren't fools. After obtaining a territory, they would also scour the place, just like Zhao Hai. At that time, the Ark continent would be truly destroyed. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to scavenge these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to collect them even if he wanted to. Zhao Hai didn't know that he didn't have much time left. However, he didn't need to know about it at this time. He already had the Buddha Empire's cavalry return to the space, even his undead. It can be said that there wasn't a single person left in the Ark continent. At the same time, Zhao Hai's undead were busy mining. Naturally, the demons and the divine race had also noticed the movements in the Buddha Empire. They discovered that the troops that were previously stationed in Rising Sun City and Upper Bank City had disappeared. However, they didn't dare to enter the Buddha Empire, they still remembered the lesson they learned last time. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. As usual, Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room, looking at the monitor. Naturally, the monitor was showing the situation of the demons and the divine race. Although Zhao Hai didn't know when the reinforcements would arrive, from the movements of the demons and the divine race, Zhao Hai knew that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Because of this, Zhao Hai paid special attention to the demons and the divine race. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the scene of the divine race and the demons. The goblins were still working in the fields. It can be seen that the goblins weren't very strong. If they were compared to humans, they would be equivalent to ordinary women. However, they didn't stop, they just kept on working. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't that the goblins didn't want to stop, they just didn't dare to. He saw with his own eyes that a few days ago, a goblin who stopped to rest was killed by a divine. When Zhao Hai saw this, he had a new understanding of the cruelty of the divine race. Such a race wasn't worthy of being called a god. They were more like the demons than the demons. Zhao Hai felt pity for the goblins. He knew that if the goblins were allowed to develop and establish a magic machine civilization, then their power would be enormous. It was a pity that the divine race didn't give them the opportunity to do so. While Zhao Hai was sighing, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, the demons are moving. Their reinforcements have arrived." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately turned the monitor to the demons. Sure enough, a large number of demons had appeared in the spatial rift. Moreover, their numbers were increasing. Zhao Hai knit his brows, he discovered that the demon army this time was different from the previous ones. Although the previous demon armies weren't weak, they were also well trained. However, compared to this demon army, they were lacking something: death chi, not killing intent. As long as you kill someone, your body would have killing intent. Even if you kill an ordinary person, you would still have killing intent. Even if you kill a lot of magic beasts, you would still have killing intent. Death Chi and killing intent were different. Death Chi was an upgraded version of killing intent. If you haven't killed 1,000 people, then it would be impossible for you to have Death Chi. The so-called Death Chi was actually an attitude that completely disregarded life and death. They fought with Death Chi as if they were dead, but in fact, they were alive and well. They didn't practice cultivation methods to fake their death or hide their cultivation. This was because they had killed too many people. They didn't treat life as life, they didn't treat other people's lives as life, and they didn't treat their own lives as life either. That's why there was this Death Chi. What made Zhao Hai worried was that everyone in this army had this Death Chi. In other words, this army was an army that had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Any one of them would be a killing god if they were outside. Even if it was someone with a higher level than them, they would still die in the end. This army was dressed in black armor. The weapons in their hands were also very uniform, black spears. They looked like an ordinary army. However, Zhao Hai believed that such an army would be able to defeat any army of the divine race. This was because the divine race didn't have the Death Chi that they had. Zhao Hai looked at the number of people in this army. One batch after another, there were about 10 million of them. An army of 10 million with Death Chi was too terrifying. Although Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the people of the Ark continent, he still couldn't help but feel cold sweat on his body. If he didn't transfer the people of the Ark continent to the space, then how long would he be able to defend against this army? With such an army, not to mention the Ark continent's ordinary armies, even the undead army wouldn't be able to deal with it. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that after this army came out, the demons who were building the city were looking at them with worship in their eyes. Although the demons were motionless, they still looked at them with worship in their eyes. Zhao Hai believed that this army wasn't simple among the demons. At this time, a huge magic beast came out of the rift. This magic beast was very big, it looked like an elephant. It had a pair of big fan-like ears, a long plate, and 2 long curved tusks. However, there was a horn on its head. Moreover, the skin on his body looked more like armor. It was actually made up of pieces of horn-like material. His 4 thick and long thighs were like 4 large pillars. His tail was also very long, and there was an arrowhead at the tip of his tail that looked like a demon's. The arrowhead was shaking gently and looked abnormally agile, like a living snake. End of chapter 800. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.